With the withdrawal of the Superstar Group alliance and the abandonment of the three major civilizations, the multiple Super A-level seeds who were heavily protected did not encounter any hunting teams in the next journey, and successfully arrived at the Black Star Legion branch. They borrowed the Emperor and teleported to the Shining World Legion base camp, several star domains apart. The large-scale, abnormal movement of Super A-level seeds has attracted the attention of the outside world. With the help of those interested, all sectors of society have known that a large number of Super A-level seeds have been concentrated in joining the association in recent times. There are also news that specifically draws a roadmap for these Super A-level seeds, with lines gathering from various star fields to the Shining World, and it looks like a sense of migration inexplicably. The number of super-level seeds in a star field is generally more than 100, and the number of remote star fields is a little smaller. The areas where the central star sea and supercluster civilizations are located are densely distributed, most of which are seniors. In the long run, the total number has shown an upward trend. After years of accumulation, the total number of super-level seeds in the universe has been explored at about 3,000, which is about 20 times the number of super-level seeds in the same era. In addition to the allies and direct lines of various civilizations, as well as those with existing camps, the number of neutral super-level seeds is currently about 2/5 of the total number, active in different regions. Now, in this wave of collective recruitment, the number of participants is almost more than 500, almost half of the total number of neutrals, among which the number of people joining the Black Star Army is the largest. This wave of association directly harvested most of the top talent reserves accumulated over the years of exploration of the universe. I don't know how long it will take for the next generation to grow. Whether it is a Super A-level or a Super A-level seed, they're all figures at the top of the pyramid among the superpower class and naturally have the attributes of leading players. Now that the two have merged on a large scale, quantitative change has formed qualitative change, and the nature of things has changed. It is not just the personal behavior of Super A seeds. It is regarded as a signal by many superpowers. Even so many Super A seeds choose to join the association at this time, which means that this is a wise choice, and the association's climate has become. The large-scale recruitment of super-level seeds triggered a wave of recruiting associations in the next few months, and a large number of superpowers scrambled to follow the trend. As strong men at the top of the pyramid, every word and action affects the people below, and this is the role of role models. This matter itself is regarded as a movement with special significance. It was named by the outside world, called it Scattered Star Return. It compared the Super A-level seeds to new stars scattered everywhere. Finally, it found its destination and joined the members of the association on a large scale, completing the key convergence between pioneers and inheritors. Regarding the return of scattered stars, the Interstellar Society is analyzing the impact of events from all aspects, and gradually circulating a speculation that the functions of the super-level association will gradually change from now on, and its influence will gradually radiate to all superpowered ones. One day, the association will no longer be just a super-level group, but will become a new force leading all superpowered ones, becoming another pole independent of the three major civilizations, and becoming another ruler of the universe. This statement has been agreed by a large number of superpowers, and the superpowers are cheering, excited, and vaguely looking forward to it. In the eyes of most people, only the Super A-level associations are qualified to truly lead them. Although there's the so-called Regional Superpower Association in the universe, the master behind the scenes is the three major civilizations, which are just tools to manage superpowers. The nature of the organization is inherently problematic. In the eyes of many people, if the Super A-level association will evolve into a guild for all superpowers one day, it will be an organization that truly serves the superpowers, and its goals will obviously not be like the three major civilizations. This mentality of the superpowered class comes from the fact that there has been no unified voice for them for too long, and they are eager to have a return. To briefly explain, it is the sense of belonging that the organization has finally been found is at work. In fact, this statement was not born naturally. Some people behind it are fueling the fire and bringing the super A-level association to the forefront in a rousing public opinion heat. When rumors spread from outside, Han Xiao received these super A-level seeds from leading art masters in the Black Star Palace. Black Star Palace, Assembly Hall. The huge palace was empty, with only about 300 super A-level seeds gathered in the center, standing or flying, chatting in groups of 3 or 3, and glancing at the surrounding doors from time to time, waiting for Han Xiao. The people should be here. Has He Xing not arrived yet? I have been waiting for almost half an hour. TSK, I want to ask for a peak super A level without any patience. Do you think they can see you just want to see you? Be patient. Maybe Your Excellency He Xing is secretly observing us and examining our patience. Everyone chatted casually, and when they turned their heads, there were eye contact from time to time, and many people showed a faint sense of fighting spirit. Many of them knew each other and had fought each other and regarded each other as a whetstone. Everyone knows that the quota of followers with Black Stars and Super A Level 4, and now that so many people join the Legion, it is likely that they will compete for the quota, and at this time they all regard others as competitors. At this moment, the doors suddenly opened, Han Xiao walked in, and other cadres followed. Seeing this, hundreds of Super A-level seeds who were quarreling subconsciously stopped talking, stood up straight, exercised their respective cultural etiquette, and expressed their most basic respect to the top strong people in the universe. See, Mr. Black Star, welcome to join the Legion. You will be your own people in the future, so don't be so polite. Han Xiao waved his hand and smiled kindly. Looking at the hundreds of Super A-level seeds from different star fields in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. So many masters are a huge addition to the high-end power of the Legion. With such an exaggerated number, it seems that I have underestimated the impact of the Sanctuary recovery on the lower-level superpowers. If there were no such a group, let alone hundreds of people, it would be difficult to win over one of them. Ordinary resources would not shake these people at all. At this moment, Han Xiao inexplicably felt the rippling of all the heroes of the world are in my veins. And of course, he was more of the joy of harvesting a wave of old leaks. Han Xiao glanced at everyone and saw that everyone was staring at him with hot eyes and smiled and said, I know what you are going to do. The threshold for the recovery of the sanctuary is beyond A level. I will try my best to help you advance. As for whether you can succeed in the end, it depends on your personal soap slip. Everyone nodded, their eyes shining. Han Xiao said another scene, and then according to the Legion's convention, he arranged for everyone to come forward one by one to undergo his inspection and browse each person's attributes. There are no mediocre players in Super A-level seeds. These people are all masters. However, in Han Xiao's view, most of them have almost exhausted their potential, and only a few people have the chance to be promoted. He has a set of criteria for judging potential, mainly the differences in expertise, skills, and levels. He silently screened out these potential stocks and kept them in mind. After completing this step, Han Xiao knew it, took 2 steps back, and said loudly, I have basically understood the level of yours. I will arrange my positions according to my personal abilities. Of course, you can apply to me, and I will consider your wishes as appropriate. Statement in advance that some positions have limited quotas. If there are too many applicants, you may have to compete for jobs. For example, I and the personal guards of 2 deputy commanders can challenge again after a period of time. The winners will be rotated. Everyone should be mentally prepared. When ordinary people encounter this situation, the treatment is to obey the distribution. And for these masters, Han Xiao specially adopts competitive selection methods to avoid being dissatisfied and dissatisfied. At the same time, he also gives the unselected opportunities to compete for the position again in the future, so as to stimulate everyone's motivation to exercise. Although this small method may not be useful to most people here, it is definitely effective for the martial artists. Everyone subconsciously looked at each other, and the fighting spirit in their eyes became stronger. At this time, a man suddenly spoke and said, Thank you for your protection. If it weren't for your help, We might have died halfway. I would like to ask, do you know what these hunting teams are? As soon as he finished speaking, the room suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked different. They didn't mention this just now, but who could not care who wanted his life was? At this time, they all looked at Han Xiao. Han Xiao curled his smile, paused, and said meaningfully, "Everyone already has an answer in his heart, don't he?" Hearing this, everyone's expressions became more and more complicated, and a slight commotion occurred in the crowd. It's time to abandon the fantasy. It seems that the higher civilizations did it. They want our fate. Have the relationship between the association and the higher civilization reached this point? How long has it been? I don't know what will happen in the future. Alas, the goal of the peak sorrow has changed from super A to us, and the revival of the sanctuary is also a double-edged sword. If I had known this situation earlier, I might have been scared away. Everyone sighed in a low voice, facing the hostile attitude of the three major civilizations. They were all a little panicked. Before joining, they did not expect the reaction of higher civilizations to be so fierce, but now they cannot regret it. Okay, don't think so much. The road has been chosen. Just go forward. Han Xiao clapped his hands and comforted everyone, so that the cadres could take everyone down to rest and wait for arrangements. Watching everyone leave, Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He turned to leave the hall, walked for a while, and came to a secret room. When I pushed the door open, I walked in. There was a row of dormant chambers in the room, most of which were empty, and only one was holding a person. Han Xiao walked forward, pressed the button to stop the sleeping program, and with a sound of brushing the ground, the hatch slid open, revealing the figure inside. It was Carlot in the hibernation, with a peaceful expression and a sleeping man. Carlot's eyebrows shook, and he slowly opened his eyes. At the first glance, he saw Han Xiao standing in front of him and looked down at him. He couldn't help but be stunned. "Black Star, Your Excellency?" Carlot was stunned. When he was a child, he was ignorant and did not know the identity of He Xing. When he grew up, he realized what kind of opportunity Black Star cared for him was, and he became a fan of He Xing. But he knew that the status of the two was very different, and it was difficult to have the opportunity to meet again in the future. He felt that He Xing might have forgotten him a long time ago, so he just silently paid attention to Han Xiao's deeds in the universe. But he didn't expect that the idol he was dreaming about suddenly appeared in front of him. The next moment, Carlot suddenly remembered the experience before he fell into a coma, and his expression changed slightly. "You knocked me out and brought me over? Where am I? This is my base camp." Han Xiao smiled. His relationship with the Empire is now stiff, and it took some energy to track down Carlot's position. But Carlot has not fulfilled his talent, so he has never been valued, and the arrest of people is very smooth. "You!" Carlot wanted to speak. "Why did you bring me here? Do you still remember me?" If someone else had caught him, he would have struggled long ago. But Han Xiao had a special position in his heart, and he would have been unable to become hostile to Han Xiao. "Of course I remember you, and I was deeply impressed." Han Xiao looked at Carlotta up and down, with an appreciation look on his face. "It has been 70 or 80 years since we parted, and you have grown up not bad." Upon hearing this, Carlot couldn't help but feel a little moved. Unexpectedly, Han Xiao could remember him firmly after decades. Thinking of Han Xiao's favoritism for him, Carlot suddenly felt a little ashamed and said embarrassedly, "Sorry, I let you down. My potential may not be as good as you said." He successfully entered the natural disaster level in 40 years, but after that his entry was slow, as if his potential had been exhausted, and he stopped at the ordinary natural disaster level, and his strength was at the bottom of the same level. Carlot may not care about outsiders' thoughts, but in front of Black Star, he couldn't help but be depressed and felt that he had let down Black Star's expectations. "You mean I've misunderstood?" Han Xiao smiled. Carlot didn't say anything and made a pity. Han Xiao smiled and raised his hand to pat Carlot's chest. "Don't underestimate yourself. The Empire doesn't value you. That's because they don't have the vision. I always believe in your potential." Upon hearing this, Carlot was both moved and ashamed. "Aren't you curious about why I brought you here just now?" "That's the reason." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and said righteously, "Actually, I've been paying attention to you. The Empire has never seen your extraordinariness and does not give you resources. Over time, it has affected your growth. I can't bear to see a talent being buried. You can't just live by the Empire. I brought you here to give you a small hospitality and help you stimulate your potential. So you have been paying attention to me?" Carlot's expression was very wonderful, and there was a heat flowing in his heart, deeply doubting his virtue, and how could he be favored by Black Star? Han Xiao smiled and pointed at Carlot's forehead with his finger. "You don't underestimate the huge potential contained in your body. You may think that the disaster level is your limit. Let me tell you, the disaster level is far from your end. Do you think I can become a Super A level?" Carlot's eyes widened. "More than. I even think you could become a peak Super A level and become the top strong man in the universe." Han Xiao's tone was passionate and full of incitement. "Do you really think of me like this?" Carlot murmured to himself. Seeing that the fooling was almost done, Han Xiao became slightly serious and said in a deep voice, "Then tell me now, are you willing to stay here and accept my help?" Carlot hesitated for a moment. He also read the news and knew about the recent storm. He asked in a low voice, "You want me to stay here, which means you want me to leave the Empire and join the Legion?" "The situation has changed now, and the Empire is against us. Only by staying by my side can I give you the most meticulous guidance. But in this way, you can't stay in the Empire." Han Xiao did not comment. Carlot was silent, as if he was struggling. After a while, he nodded slowly, and his tone gradually became firm. "I understand. I am willing to follow you and accept your teachings." Although Carlot has worked for the Empire for decades, in his eyes, this is just a job, and it does not mean that his life will always be bound by the Empire. His family died a few years ago, and from then on, he floated alone in this cold universe without any concern, so Carlot could follow his idol he had always longed for without any scruples. The Empire never valued him. Although he was recruited into a secret training base at the beginning, it was because Black Star was optimistic, otherwise the Empire would not treat him differently, and eventually kicked him out of the training camp. At the root of the matter, these opportunities were brought to him by Black Star, and Carlot has always been aware of this. Besides, Carlot doesn't think that Black Star needs to look at him. As the saying goes, a soldier dies for his confidant. He really wants to respond to Black Star's favor for him. Even if it's just to prove that Black Star has read the wrong person, he will become a Super A level. Hearing this, Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. "I knew you wouldn't let me down. Thanks to the kind relationship I made decades ago. If it weren't for leaving a bond in Carlot's childhood and becoming the other party's mentor in life, the difficulty of recruiting now would have been at least dozens of times. This is how to understand the importance of enclosing land." Han Xiao smiled secretly, and a long-coveted golden leek finally got it, and he was filled with joy. After successfully lobbying Carlot, Han Xiao asked him to take him down to rest, and he left the room with satisfaction. He just stabbed the other party and saw Carlot's attribute bar. Now he has obtained the most core expertise, called martial arts wuji, which is a growth ability. The effect description is relatively complicated, but extremely domineering. Simply put, every time you reach a new level, marriage wuji can transform once. The requirement is to have a new understanding of martial arts, polish the foundation, and accumulate experience. Before the transformation of this feat, the upgrade efficiency is reduced by 90%, and the combat effectiveness is weakened to a certain extent. After the transformation is completed, the upgrade efficiency is given a positive bonus, with an arch curve model, with the middle peak reaching 1000%, and a high comprehensive combat effectiveness bonus is given, which increases with level and perception. Generally speaking, the stronger the strong, the more bottlenecks there are, while Carlot is different. His bottlenecks are basically in the early stage. Almost the stronger the more there is, the less bottlenecks. As long as a certain standard is reached, the combat power can snowball up until the limit of this level. If you step into a new level, you have to repeat this cycle. Carlot's promotion is slow, and his cultivation is difficult after every promotion. This is why he has a solid foundation and accumulated strength. In a later version of his previous life, Carlot was a leader in the martial arts genre. Just like the mechanical kingdom's significance to the mechanical system, one punch is a little domineering, and one kick is a seven-eyed boy, achieving the true sense of fist shocking the galaxy. After all, Carlot is just one word away from a certain yellow-haired pussy. This kid's title in his previous life was the unique martial god. Moreover, Marriage Wuji can also synchronize all the martial arts skills that Carlot has, not only to improve the level, but also adjust the skill effects in the subtle areas. It is almost tailor-made and becomes an ability that is more suitable for Carlot's combat mode. The introduction explains it as a unique martial arts comprehension. Any martial arts school can integrate Carlot's own martial arts concepts, integrate them into it, and adapt to changes. All moves will eventually become his own moves. Han Xiao had never seen the specialty of Marriage Wuji in any other martial artist. If it weren't for the suffix, he almost thought it was Carlot's exclusive specialty. However, no matter how powerful this specialty is, it is useless to Han Xiao. After all, he is not a serious martial artist. Without the so-called martial arts insights, this ability will never trigger a positive effect and can only drag him down. I have to find him a teacher. There are many silly martial artists in the Legion, but they are all natural disaster level, and their level is a little worse. Han Xiao's mind flashed through his mind, and he pondered, it's better to find a super A level to teach Carlot. I know so many people, and the most suitable one should be Yining. These two people were good friends in their previous lives, and they must have a good relationship. It would probably be a good effect to let Yining be his teacher. Han Xiao scratched his chin and suddenly felt like he was a matchmaker. After thinking about it, I still have many alternative options, such as inviting martial artists in the underworld to be teachers or temporarily letting Garutin out to teach Karloff. With his current strength, Garutin can no longer cause trouble, and occasionally let the prisoners let the wind go so that he will not die in the amber of time and space, so that the sanctuary will not be able to recover. Carlot is the first 3 civilizations to be poached by himself, and will not be the last one. Although the potential and value of other goals is not as good as Carlot, Han Xiao does not intend to let it go. While walking and thinking, Han Xiao returned to the office, temporarily putting the matter down and calling out Philip to deal with the Legion affairs. This batch of super-level seed positions needs to be arranged, and under their influence, a large number of superpower people have joined the Legion, and the personnel department is screening and processing them, and they are busy recently. After handling the matter, Han Xiao took out his communicator and glanced at the internet, and snorted softly. Public opinion is still heating up. It is estimated that not only higher civilizations are raising fires behind it, but there must be others who are afraid that the world will not be in chaos. It is circulated online that the Super A-Level Association will integrate the superpowered class in the future and become the new extreme ruler outside the 3 major civilizations. This statement is obviously a means of praise and killing. I want to push the association to the top of the mountain and then find an opportunity to kick it down. I stand high and fall badly. However, although the methods are old, the effect is quite good. As long as I can accurately grasp the public psychology, a simple method can still work. The current public opinion trend is not very good for the association. It bears too much excessive expectations and halo, and has intensified the opposition with the 3 major civilizations. The term New Pole Ruler puts both sides on fire, because the public opinion is a bit fanatical and not suitable for expressing its opinions. Han Xiao plans to deal with it in a cold manner to cool down the public opinion. Even if the forces behind the scenes continue to rise, interstellar citizens' interest in one thing is limited, and there will always be new hot spots to attract attention. Han Xiao knocked on the table and pondered. Now the Super A-Level seed has joined the association, and the higher civilization has given up the cleaning plan. This storm is not big or small. Judging from the trend, the current situation should be temporarily maintained. I need time to integrate the association and collect keys. The 3 civilizations also need time to study the recovery of the sanctuary. They will not do anything in the short term, and they have to restrain themselves to prevent the superstar cluster from jumping up and down. Everyone needs time, so they will tacitly maintain a peaceful state. All parties have a need to stabilize. Before they are sure, the three civilizations will not take too fierce actions against the association. They only dare to deal with the super A-level seeds as the edge ball. In Han Xiao's view, the universe can be calm for a while. It is estimated that this peace will continue until the player returns. The version has been updated for 50 years, and version 5.0 is about to be launched. After my influence, the current situation is completely different from the super disasters in my previous life. I don't know what players will do. Han Xiao pinched his chin, thinking. Central Star C, Red Empire Academy of Higher Sciences, Space Coordinate Research Group, Wormhole Positioning Project Office. The research team leader walked into the conference room, and many scientific researchers were waiting here early. Compared to decades ago, the researchers here have basically changed a group of researchers. The previous generation of scientific researchers either retired or changed their jobs, or moved to other project offices. The research team leader looked around and said slowly, "The Empire has issued internal documents to vigorously promote scientific research in all fields, restart former projects, and provide reference materials for the research on the recovery of the sanctuary. The funding allocations of all project departments this year will be greatly improved, and so will you." Hearing this, everyone was excited. Scientific research work is extremely expensive, and the importance of wormhole positioning projects is not as important as other cutting-edge fields. Since the Battle of Shining, this project department has begun to operate at low energy consumption. Han Xiao and the Empire were still in the honeymoon period. The Empire followed his advice, and in order to concentrate on dealing with the Superstar Alliance, it reduced the possibility of random risks and suspended the exploration and calculation of unknown wormhole data. Several projects of wormhole positioning were suddenly stranded. According to common sense, after the war is over, the wormhole positioning project will not continue to be restricted, but there is nothing wrong with it. After the war, the Empire was busy dealing with the matter, and the relevant senior officials did not lift the ban as soon as possible. Later, they did not know whether it was for the sake of safety or forgot about it. In short, they did not clearly express the lifting of the order, so the matter was delayed. After all, for the entire Empire, the wormhole positioning project is just a very small matter, and almost no one pays attention to it except for officials and researchers related to power. As the so-called upward and downward effect, the attitude above will always magnify step by step. Scientific research itself is very pure, but it is difficult for scientific researchers to escape political influence. The review department of the Academy of Sciences believes that the senior management is unclear and has many concerns. No one wants to take risks with the future. With the principle of not doing well, he has never relaxed the review standards for wormhole positioning projects, which has led to a large number of field investigation projects being blocked in the approval process, causing the wormhole positioning project team to accumulate a large amount of uncalculated wormhole data. Only more important topics will be approved. This situation lasted for several years. Because the peak had never made a clear statement, it became a practice to adopt strict review standards for the wormhole positioning project. During this period, some twists and turns and protests occurred, but the voice could not be conveyed to the upper level, and in the end there was no storm. In this way, the situation lasted for decades. The original scientific researchers of this project team were basically transferred to other departments, and most of the subsequent joiners were newcomers with low qualifications. In the entire Academy of Sciences, the experience of the wormhole positioning project team is not an isolated case. Every year, projects are canceled, new projects are established, and marginal project teams are always scrambling to live, which is nothing new. There are also many academic factions in the Academy of Sciences, and it is not impossible to deceive funding by relying on relationships to establish projects. Any force will become larger, and over time, the system will become rigid to a certain extent, and the same is true for the three major civilizations. Even the relatively good empires are difficult to eliminate this phenomenon. The research team leader left after a few instructions, and the remaining researchers in the conference room were very happy. We are not the Edge project team at last. Hurry up and report all the backlog of projects, and finally we can calculate on the spot. There are too many wormhole coordinates in recent years. This year's equipment procurement list has not been submitted yet. Change it quickly. Buy more multifunctional remote space probes, and this time it is launched on a large scale. As Han Xiao expected, after the attack on the Super A seed, the three major civilizations and the Superstar Group Alliance were restrained a little, and under Han Xiao's order, the association did not publicly publicize the situation behind the attack on the Super A seed, as if it deliberately ignored this matter. In addition to public opinion, the three parties tacitly maintained peace and stability in other aspects. No conflict broke out, accumulated strength in secret, and silently prepared their own means. Perhaps the Superstar League has the idea of causing trouble, but it is just that there is no opportunity to find it and cannot take advantage of the situation. Although the two sides did not publicly express their hostility, after public opinion operation, the three major civilizations and associations have gradually formed an opposing relationship in the eyes of the public, and the smell of gunpowder has gradually become stronger. Any turbulence has countless people jumped out to perform a strategic interpretation, believing that the two sides will face each other and there will be a battle. Although the Superstar Group Alliance is often severe, it is still quite professional. Maybe this is the so-called long-term illness and become a good doctor. Under the calm appearance, the three major civilizations gradually terminated their business cooperation with multiple Super A forces and introduced some commercial policies and began to find ways to crack down on the association in power management. Under the integration of Han Xiao, the association began to enhance its independence. Under the hard publicity of Superstar Group, almost everyone in the universe knows that the contradictions between the three major civilizations and associations will never be resolved peacefully, and the two sides cannot coexist easily. I don't know how many forces are waiting and watching this battle. Time slipped away quietly in this storm atmosphere, and a year gradually passed. On March 10th, 782, Shanghai Li version 5.0 was officially launched, and players who had been away for a long time finally returned to the online market. In the office of Black Star Palace, Han Xiao leaned on the chair, staring at the clock, silently waiting for the prompts of the version opening, and time passed in seconds. Over the past year, the relationship between the three major civilizations and associations has dropped to freezing point, and the Empire has not contacted him for a whole year. The three civilizations issued an announcement a year ago to start studying the recovery of the sanctuary. There was no follow-up news, and I don't know where they have studied it. However, the resuscitators said that the three civilizations are still trying to win over them privately. It is estimated that the research progress of the three civilizations is not considerable. The Covenant has been hiding in the secret to collect keys. Although there is no channel for the three major civilizations, some materials are difficult to collect, but the problem is not big. It is just spending more money and time. Now, the Covenant has multiple keys, so there are more opportunities. However, in just 1 year, it is not enough to collect another key. On the other hand, the military forces of the three major civilizations are being mobilized abnormally recently and seem to be ready to take action, which has attracted the attention of Han Xiao and other members of the association. Recently, the atmosphere in the universe has become increasingly tense. Players are returning at this critical moment, and they can be said to have caught up with the good time. Han Xiao rubbed the back of his hand, his eyes flashing. Players are online. This is my opportunity to quickly complete the 360th level advancement. The current situation is stalemate. If I can achieve a breakthrough in the class of personal power, it may be a turning point and an entry point for breaking the deadlock. The current situation is as expected by him, and the stalemate is exactly the result he wants. If it weren't for the recovery of the sanctuary and the increase in the strength of the association, The armed conflict of super disasters might have erupted like in the previous life, and now it has been suppressed by himself. Although this is a powder keg, the more suppressed the rebound, the more powerful it will be, but this is not absolute. In his opinion, there are only a few opportunities to break through. If it succeeds, it can really eliminate the super disasters and will not evolve into large-scale internal friction. The current methods are all about delaying the covenant. Han Xiao is actually just as clear as the two sides must have a battle, and the association must have more casualties. This is the opportunity. As long as the unlimited revival of the sanctuary is revealed at that time, most of the problems can be basically solved. The key to the sanctuary is a necessity for breaking the deadlock. If on this basis, you can use higher-level personal power to intimidate the three major civilizations and attract super A-level members, it will be even more icing on the cake. Just as he was thinking and analyzing, the long-awaited panel finally made a movement, and a version update prompt popped up like the player. 5.0 version is enabled. Retrieve data. Retrieve data. Player forum is open. Welcome to Star C version 5.0, Black Star Age. Han Xiao was stunned for a moment. The name of this version is not actually a super disaster, and it became my name. In the past 4 versions, although my little butterfly also had an impact compared with the overall trend of the times, it is only a very small individual, and the version is mainly based on changes in the times. But this time it was different. I almost started this storm and became the leader of the wave of the times. The butterfly flapped its wings too hard, and even the name of the version was slapped in a crooked manner. This indirectly shows that I am now playing an important position in the universe and my importance in this storm. Even my name is included in the version name. That's amazing. Han Xiao's face twitched and showed a strange smile. What is noodles? This is the arrangement. If you see it for players, it's a super compound fertilizer that helps me cut leaks. I haven't seen you for 50 years. I really miss these cute wallets. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, called out the surveillance camera in the hall, and looked over with a burning look. At the same time, countless white lights flashed one after another in the lobby of the outer ring base of the Black Star Palace, and a large number of players who had been away for 50 years were finally launched. The originally deserted hall instantly turned into a crowd of people, extremely lively, and countless players shouted excitedly. I'm back. Stars tremble under my crotch. My cannon is already thirsty. Damn, there are 5 versions, and the bug that can't take off your pants has not been fixed yet. Bad review. You're not a hard-working old player, and you're still confused about whether you can take off your pants. I'm down my brother. Do you know what it means to have pants on your body and don't have pants in your heart? You can't understand your brother's realm. How long has it been updated this time? It seems that the base has not changed much. It shouldn't take long. Everyone chattered, opening the panel to check the prompts. The next moment, the sound of fuck and WTF sound were heard directly in the crowd. Look at the name of the version this time. I was shocked. Damn, the 5.0 version is actually called the Black Star Age. What did he do during the update period? Countless Legion players suddenly widened their eyes and were in panic. Everyone did not expect that their camp leader would become the theme name of this version. In the eyes of players, the name of a version represents the main plot of the version. The name of the version has been several times, either a disaster or a wave of the times, but this version actually uses a character as the main line. Arrange noodles. Many Legion players trembled all over with excitement, leaving only an extremely strong curiosity in their hearts. What earth-shaking thing did the Legion commander do? A group of professional players who have just been online were also surprised. Kwang Dao hurriedly opened the calendar and took a look, then took a breath of heat. 50 years have passed since this version update. Everyone also checked the date one after another and was shocked. It's true. I remember when we went offline, it seemed to be in 734, and now it's already in 782. The span is so big, more than twice the time of the last version update. I don't know if my wife Sivia is still alive. What are you thinking about? It's obviously my wife. Let's check the internet and check it out. What's the situation now? Many players hurriedly took out their communicators to search online and couldn't wait to see what Black Star did during the update. Following the time, the news that the Shining battle ended decades ago quickly caught everyone's eyes and caused a burst of surprise. When they went offline, the Shining battle was still going on. I thought that as soon as this version was launched, I would continue to fight. Unexpectedly, the war ended early in the version update. Then as he watched, the expressions of many players became more and more confused, and there were bursts of screams in the crowd from time to time. Gaudo was killed. Sorokin fled for fear of crime. The business empire of the Infinite Consortium collapsed. The three major civilization leaders changed their leadership. Aurora was pulled into Super A. The Sanctuary revived. The initial one returned. The opposition between the Super A-level association and the three major civilizations. A series of major events were all presented to many players. Just looking at the text description, many people could imagine the turbulence at that time. This changes so much. Aurora has become Super A-level. Damn, who is this blonde lady? I fucking love it. It's true, Mengwa is the strongest surface organization in the universe. 1 in 3 Super A levels. Just ask who else. The spirit of the bud will never wither. Rua, it's worthy of being a span of 50 years, and the original universe pattern has been directly subverted. Black Star is too fierce. No wonder this version is named after him. Everyone was shocked. They felt that after they had a sleep, the times changed. Seeing Black Star's actions during the update period, many players understood why the name of version 5.0 is Black Star Age. The commander of our family has become the martial arts leader, with unparalleled courage and leading the Super A class to fight against the Overlord who has explored the universe. He is undoubtedly the leader of this era and has set off this great struggle. The version theme is Black Star Age, which is worthy of its name. So fierce. Lao Hei is simply a cheater. Legislative leader commented, breaking the sound, don't call him Black Star in the future, just call him Black God. I don't know why, but I actually feel the feeling of an old father. Many players were excited. The figure of Black Star has been permeated through several versions, and now it has become the main line of the version, leading a new era, and its identity is unique in the universe. In everyone's opinion, the identity of the Black Star's cosmic protagonist has been confirmed. Many Ashes players watched the Black Star rise from the end and step by step to the altar, and felt more or less relieved in their hearts, as if witnessing a legend continuing. The meat dumplings were trembling all over, and pinched Xiaomai, the assistant beside him, and said excitedly, materials. So many materials. At least 20 episodes of the video could be released. Hurry up, record them all. Xiaomai nodded and worked quickly. On the other hand, Guangdao and other professional players suppressed their inner emotions and checked the attribute panel. It seems that the upper limit of the level this time has been opened to level 180. Speaking of all, normal natural disaster level figures usually enter the natural disaster level from level 160 to level 170. Although we are a little weaker in the same level, level 180 may also achieve natural disasters, right? It is possible that the strength of this version of the player group will be much wider at once. People who can enter the natural disaster level are enough to beat a lot of B-level players. Everyone discussed a few words and suddenly remembered something. By the way, I remember that the main mission of the Shining battle of other players has not been settled yet. Now that the battle is over, I don't know how the situation is. Someone asked curiously. In the previous version, the main line of the Black Star Army in the Shining battle was disguised by Han Xiao, and it had already settled, while players of other forces got the real main line, which must be settled after the battle. Hearing this, many players entered the player forum one after another, and just took a look and were immediately happy. At this time, the section of the Shining World forum was extremely lively. Posts were quickly passed by. Looking around, there were a lot of complaints from players from Infinite Consortium. Fan Shui, where's my camp? How big is my camp? Atlas, Mom Chase Fark, Holishet, why is the Infinite Consortium gone? Ding Ding's Adventures, Shining the World, The Infinite Consortium of the largest interstellar enterprise went bankrupt, and the boss origin owed 350 million yuan for food, drink, gambling, and ran away with his sister-in-law. We worked hard for more than half a year and had no salary. Bastard Sorigin, you are not a human being. You will pay back my hard-earned money. On the forum, a large number of players who lost their camp were wailing, which means that the contribution accumulated in previous versions was all wasted. All players who have added small camps are frightened every time the version update is fearful that the camp will be gone as soon as they come back, and they will lose all their money. Originally, players who joined the big camp were not worried about this problem, but the Infinite Consortium is not a small force. Even this camp is gone, and the few players left under their command regret it. If I had known this, I would have followed the group of people who changed jobs in national war and jumped to other camps together. It's too unlucky. So, it's very important to choose the right camp. Just like choosing stocks, be cautious. Fortunately, our Black Star Legion is strong enough. The Legion players watched the fun and couldn't help feeling sad after laughing for a while. Even giants like the Infinite Consortium collapsed one day. Although the Black Star Legion is now powerful, it has aroused the three major civilizations, and its future has suddenly become darker. Although the Legion commander is very strong, the association is strong, and the sanctuary is magical, the opponent is the three major civilizations of the universe overlord. The original cooperative relationship has now evolved into an enemy, and many people are a little unconfident in confronting it. If something goes wrong, they might lose their camp like players of the Infinite Consortium. The battle between the Super A-level association and the three major civilizations should be the main line of this version. We are born with the association, but can we really win? Yes, if the association loses, will the Legion be disbanded? Wouldn't we lose money? Some people whispered and their positions were swaying. Most of these newcomers who were added in version 4.0. As for some old players, although they're also worried about the safety of the Legion, they have a very firm position. Most of the Ashes players have long regarded the Legion as their own camp. They worked hard to make their contributions to make the camp grow to where they are today. Even if the enemies they face are very strong, they don't want to turn to others. Anyway, they are not afraid of death, so they might as well fight for their own camp. The Legion has insisted on shaping the sense of belonging to the camp for many years, and now it has been effective. Players attach importance to interests, but often they do not want to seek profit and avoid harm. Although interests are an important factor in guiding players, the real core logic that determines the player's actions is one sentence. I am happy. Ding! At this moment, the panels of all Legion players rang out at the same time, and a prompt popped up. You trigger the S-level main mission, Super Disaster, Black Star Legion. Oh, the main mission is out. Super Disaster? What is this? It probably refers to the conflict between the three major civilizations and associations. I feel that this name is a bit crooked. How come a superpowered one becomes a disaster? The crowd whispered. Super Safari should have been the name of the 5.0 version, but now the version has changed its surname to Black, so everyone is very unfamiliar with this noun. This task was not sent by Han Xiao himself. It was a panel automatically generated, which was similar to the main task of version 5.0 in his previous life. However, there were subtle changes in some places, and Han Xiao was added. Everyone opened the panel one after another to view the tasks, and the task introduction jumped into their eyes. This is a crisis that affected the entire superpowered class. There is a deep-rooted contradiction between individual power and collective civilization. Black Star chose the route of seeking peace with deterrence, actively ignited the fuse, triggering this storm called the superpowered crisis, and setting off a new era. As a superpower, you should have your own position and philosophy in this storm. Choose your own camp and fight for it. And as a member of the Black Star Legion, you may be willing to stand on the front of the Legion in this crisis and complete the great goals of the Legion. Everyone looked down. This main task is the nature of a camp struggle. As the main task of S-level tasks, the cycle is very long, and you can continue to receive rewards. You are required to choose a camp in this storm and fight for it. and everyone's camp is inherently preset as the Black Star Legion. During this mission, you can get additional contribution and experience to the faction for each task assigned by the faction, which is very rich. The rewards are quite a lot, and the mission reward is obviously higher than the previous version, and the foundation is improved. The incident that affected the entire superclass feels that the impact is greater than the previous version of Shining World development. Although the previous version was also a whole universe mobilization, it is mainly exploration, and most of the events are limited to one-star domain, and the impact is not great in other regions. The confrontation of this super disaster is very strong at first glance. There are no super people in the entire universe, and the entire interstellar society is in turmoil. Actually, I think this is good. As soon as the version is opened, it points out the main line, goes straight to the theme, and has clear goals. Everyone talked in groups of 3 and was in a happy mood. Although it fell a little suddenly as soon as it was launched, the Legion players quickly accepted this reality and were excited. After amazement at the Black Star's deeds for a while, everyone quickly withdrew their attention and turned to check for changes in other aspects of the version update. By the way, 50 years have passed, and the Legion should have updated a lot of internal products. Take a look. Not long after, someone opened the Legion's camp store to check the equipment and weapons provided by the Legion to internal members. The equipment sold by the Legion has always been the focus of players. Although it is a bit expensive, the quality is guaranteed, the performance is excellent, and the after-sales repair, strengthening, and other services are quite complete. A large number of players are using Legion standard suits. Every time the Legion Logistics Department updates the series of equipment, it is a time for the Legion players to collectively improve their overall combat power, and they can also lose weight for their wallets. After just one look, many Legion players were stunned for a moment, and then they became surprised. In the interface of the camp store, the number of internal products in the Legion has increased many times than decades ago. There are a lot of equipment, raw materials, and special props that I have never seen before, and they're all high-quality products after updates and iterations. Many of them are new technologies in Jiabao. Han Xiao picked out some suitable ones and threw them to the logistics department and created many new things, greatly expanding the scale of the camp's specialties. Wow, the Legion has been very good in scientific research over the years. So many new products. I'm still wearing the 7th generation suit, and now it has been updated to the 12th generation, and the performance has been optimized so much. It's over. The previous suit is completely behind. It's a lot of money to change into a new suit, and it's a lot of money to strengthen, polish, and enchant. It's a lot of money to match it with new weapons. I feel that my wallet is going to die. Many players' eyes suddenly turned red, and looking at so many good things, the desire to buy is unprecedentedly strong. Unfortunately, the National War and Professional League at the end of the 4.0 version emptied the accumulation of most people. Most people were short of money and could only jealous. The desire all turned into the desire to make money by moving bricks. At this moment, everyone's internal procedures received an email from the Legion commander. Open the email, which was on behalf of the Legion, welcomed the return of the Immortals, and stated that the current situation is sensitive and hopes that everyone will restrain themselves. At the end of the letter, a note was attached to indicate that the former National War Stage Milton Star had been purchased by the Legion and was given to the Yan Huang Alliance, an affiliated guild of the Legion, as a gift. Everyone did not expect that there was such a benefit and was immediately dizzy by this surprise from the sky and looked confused. The commander of the Legion directly bought the National War Planet and gave it to us? It's not an illusion, right? Maybe this is the ability to make money. Why did Lao He do this? He shouldn't know about the National War. That's hard to say. Many interstellar forces were paying attention to us at that time. Although they didn't know our National War, they could definitely see that we, the immortals of different forces, were competing. Our Yanwang Alliance beat everyone else. Maybe Lao He thought we had brought glory to the Legion. It feels possible. Everyone's faces were full of excitement. As the National War Stage, Milton Star has the potential to become the main city. The Legion bought it directly and gave it to the Yanhuang Alliance, which is equivalent to handing over the sovereignty of the main city to their Chinese players. Originally, this kind of planet management rights basically belonged to the serious NPC forces, but unexpectedly it fell into the hands of their players. This gift is of great importance. This is the first player guild to own a planet. At that time, many players participated in the national war, but they didn't expect that there would be such additional rewards from the faction. They couldn't help but feel excited and overjoyed. Speaking of which, most of our Chinese players are the Sea Blue Star fellow villagers, who followed Lao He to travel across the stars. This gift may be because Lao He was taking care of his fellow villagers. Thinking of this possibility, an old ashes like Quang dagger was immediately moved. This proved that Black Star always pretended to be us in his heart. Not long after, this incident spread to the forum, and countless players from other camps became sore in an instant. It's the benefit of the Black Star Army again. Why is their camp so good? Damn it, I'm so envious. Black Star is worthy of being a model of starting from scratch. It's really good at winning people. I also want to meet a leader of such a camp. Whoa, Lemon is so good. Tears. Seeing this scene, many foreign club players who participated in the national war suddenly felt suffocated and their stomachs began to soar. It was a long time since the national war, and these participants had adjusted their mentality. Although they lost, they did not suffer much substantial losses. But at this moment, these players felt that they had been stabbed in the heart again. Seeing the Yanhuang League happily receiving a planet as a gift, these foreign clubs felt very upset. If we work hard at the last moment and win the national war, this planet will belong to us today. Oh, forget that we are not from the Black Star Legion. Even if we win, the camp behind us will not buy Milton Star as a gift. I feel even more frustrated when I think about it. As soon as tens of millions of players returned, the long silent forum became lively. The version has just been updated, and everyone is busy upgrading and updating equipment. The most urgent task is to enrich their wallets. After many Legion players understand the current situation, they can't wait to start the action. At the same time, in the Legion commander's office, Han Xiao turned off the surveillance camera in the hall, took a look at the panel experience bar, and began to rise rapidly for a long time, and felt comfortable all over. Ah, this is the aroma of leaks. It feels comfortable. The player savings have been almost spent in the previous version, and the new version has just opened, and they also have a need to upgrade, so they can only stimulate consumption with new products and certain discounts, and try to maintain the efficiency of harvesting experience. Han Xiao stroked his fingers with his jaw, his eyes shining. The upgrade cost is now extremely exaggerated. He has also accumulated some experience during the version update. According to the normal harvesting efficiency during the opening period of the version, Han Xiao estimated that it would take 1.5 years to 3 years to accumulate an advanced experience pool of 360 levels. It is mainly based on the speed of players' accumulation of experience. If you use your own skilled leak management, you may be able to speed up players' brick moving efficiency. Before advancement, Han Xiao also planned to increase the divine transformation of the Void branch to the maximum level, which also took some time to create more cosmic treasures. This main mission is a battle between the camp. The association has a natural attraction to the player group, and he is currently the leader of the association. Han Xiao is not worried about being poached. Instead, players will gradually turn to the Legion. When the player returns, the fuses of super disasters are basically complete. It depends on how the 3 civilizations will react. Han Xiao pondered secretly. The glorious federal homestar, the presidential palace, the presidential office. All the immortals from all over the world have returned. TSK, this is also a group of troublesome guys. Lewis, standing by the window, looked back at the head of the intelligence department, frowned, and secretly felt it was tricky. Do we need to take action? The intelligence officer asked with his head down. Lewis returned to his seat, pinched his chin, and thoughtfully said, "The immortal. Will their resurrection principle also be related to the resurrection of the sanctuary?" Over the past year, The three major civilizations have invested astronomical funds in the research on the resurrection of the sanctuary. There has indeed been some progress, but it is still far from the results. In the field of information states, although the three major civilizations are at the forefront of exploring the universe, their technology is still not perfect enough. The three major civilization leaders have to ask about the research progress every few days, so Lewis subconsciously thought of the player and the sanctuary revival together. In his opinion, both are strange ways of resurrection, and maybe there is something to do with it. After pondering for a while, Lewis said in a deep voice, "Those revivers are not in the process of their resurrection, and they can never find out the details of their resurrection. Increase the funds for the Immortal Research Project. Maybe this is another breakthrough." "I understand." The intelligence officer wrote it down. Lewis paused and asked again, "How was the public opinion situation in the outside world recently?" "Class differentiation has been well carried out. Through different treatments, one-sided propaganda, and other means, we have successfully created a group of superpowers who believe that the association's ambition has affected order. They are basically people who are affected and lose their interests and divide the superpowers into two voices. The number of opponents is not large at present, but it is enough. Their existence will lead to the superpowers who support the association to have higher expectations, constantly push the association to a higher altar, and even shout the slogan of breaking with the three major civilizations." It's done well. Lewis narrowed his eyes. The prosperity will decline, and the association has been placed on too high expectations. Once we can make the association suffer a small setback, we can achieve twice the result with half the effort, and severely hit the association's prestige within the superpowers and shake more people's hearts. The three civilizations do not want a leading force in the superpowered class to appear. Not only the Superstar Group Alliance is raising fire, but the three civilizations have also adjusted their strategies with the trend, secretly leading the rhythm in public opinion, differentiating the voices of the superpowered people, wanting to implement a strategy of praise and killing, and attack the association's excessive prestige among the superpowered classes, so that the superpowered people will be disappointed and consume their confidence. But the time has not come, and there is no reason to test it at present. This trick is not suitable for use now, and the harm is more than good. Waving his hand to let the intelligence officer leave, Lewis waited for a while, and suddenly two remote projections appeared in the room, namely Mechanical Queen Morniza and Guardian Rama, both of whom were Super A-level mechanics from the Glorious Federation. "You are here." Lewis nodded and asked with a narrow eye, "Did you ask to see me? Have you found the location of the main body of the Mechanical Kingdom?" The direct mechanic of the Guanghui Federation has been looking for the location of the main body of the Manson for many years, but has never succeeded. Rama shook his head. "He is hiding too deep. We still have no news." "Then what do you do when you see me?" Lewis frowned. Morniza took a step forward and said slowly, "I used to learn from the Mechanical Kingdom and are very familiar with his virtual technology style. Not long ago, my technology made breakthrough progress. I applied for the assistance of the three major civilizations to help me invade the Manason's database." Lewis was stunned for a moment. "What is the purpose of doing this?" Morniza's eyes flashed with a gleam. "I have a fancy to the technical treasure house of Mechanical Kingdom for many years. I want to get his lifelong research results." She was a student of Mechanical Kingdom and knew better than others about Manason's background. She has been coveting the Manason's technical library for more than one day, and the relationship between the two has even turned cold. It is because Morniza once tried to steal some technical information. After the incident, in order to protect herself, she became the direct line of the Glorious Federation. Since Manason lost power, Morniza has once again set his sights on his technical background. He was not sure before, but not long ago, Morniza made a breakthrough, so his confidence came back. After her calculations, she believed that with her current virtual technology, as long as she can get help from the three major civilizations, there's a probability of invading Manason's database with more than 50%. The powerful country of machinery is powerful, but it cannot stop others from making up for him. If it's just this reason, then I won't agree to your request. Lewis shook his head and said, besides, Jigua is famous. Are you sure you can crack his virtual technology? I remember Jigua has always liked to quietly penetrate the database of Guanghui Federation. Over the years, he has stolen many secrets. He has been indulging him for too long. Don't you think Guanghui should fight back? No one can find fault and destroy all the confidential information of Guanghui Federation he collected over the years. At the same time, we can also get the secrets of multiple superstar cluster civilizations from him. These are the real enemies of the three major civilizations. Lewis's eyes flashed, and he was a little moved. Now the three major civilizations do not want to provoke the association, but if they just invade the database of the Mechanic Kingdom, it is not a major event of escalating conflict. Although the three major civilizations are afraid of the association, they have never stopped making small moves. Moreover, the Mechanic Kingdom is no longer the president and has always been incompatible with the Black Star. At this time, Morniza sneered and continued. As for my ability issue, the belief in the mechanical divine cult has been harvested by the Black Star. As one goes up and down, the strength of the Mechanical Kingdom has been declining and is no longer at its peak. As long as the three major civilizations assist me, I am sure to invade his data center. After the matter is completed, Guanghui can also get copied technical information. Lewis's eyes flashed. He measured the pros and cons for a while and nodded slowly. I agree to your request. I will help you contact the Empire and Zuling in a while. This plan can be tried and tested the association's reaction. Try to succeed, don't let me down. After hearing this, Morniza showed a successful smile. Don't worry, I'll make you so satisfied that I can't even speak. News of the return of the Immortal One quickly spread like wildfire. In the current situation, this matter has attracted more attention and many forces are secretly awesome. No one can ignore this power of tens of millions of immortal level superpowers, especially tens of millions of them are members of the Black Star Legion, which makes many large forces, including the three major civilizations, be wary of the powerful armed forces of the Black Star Legion returning, and they will take big actions. However, many forces soon breathed a sigh of relief. These immortal legions each devoted themselves to their daily work, maintaining public order, acting as mercenaries, and practicing everywhere. They looked very harmonious and had no major actions. However, every time they disappear and return, the strength of the Immortal One will increase. This is a rule that has been discovered. Many top forces confirmed through the intelligence network that the Immortal One's stagnant strength has shown a growth trend again, and they can't help but feel a vague worry. Although it is only level B, the Immortal One is already very terrifying. All forces know that if the Immortal One continues to grow, it will inevitably have an impact on the existing universe pattern and have an unknown impact, which will not be a good thing. Moreover, the current interstellar society knows the existence of the Sanctuary Revival and unconsciously thinks of the immortal nature of the players and has a lot of imagination. On the internet, the public opinion that had been slightly cooled became popular again, and interstellar citizens were discussing it in full swing, giving a lot of speculation. There is one theory that the reason why Black Star mastered the revival of the Sanctuary was to discover clues from the immortal. This speculation is reasonable and has been recognized by the most widely, and countless interstellar citizens feel that they have discovered the secret of the Black Star. For a time, almost all forces in the universe offered more abundant conditions for the immortal, enthusiastically trying to win over the immortal, and wanted to recover through the immortal research on the Sanctuary. However, there are lessons from the bankruptcy of the Infinite Consortium, and the version name is called Black Star Age. Most players rejected the olive branches of small and medium-sized forces and switched to Black Star in batches, and the number of Legion players ushered in a period of rapid growth. As the saying goes, going early but not late. Many players have missed several versions with the Black Star Legion due to various factors. When the new version first opened, it was a good opportunity to change the wings and start over again, and many people don't want to miss it anymore. The player's movements attracted the attention of the entire universe, and countless forces were paying attention at all times, coveting and fearing. The territory of the Black Star Legion, a secret training ground hidden in a deserted planet. On the rocky surface like a mountain range, two figures were fighting at a fast speed, dragging a series of afterimages back and forth, and each collision exploded a wave of air. Bang, bang, bang. Two figures snailed and galloped on the ground, like a dragon that raised up the rolling smoke and dust. The surging hot breath was filled with choking dust. The fists were coming and going, and the martial arts aura shot up. The rocks along the way exploded one after another, making a rumbling sound, and the earth was shaking. Suddenly, the figure wearing heavy training armor discovered the opponent's flaw, raised his elbow and thrust, and the condensed martial arts aura burst out at the contact point, instantly tilting the opponent's defensive posture. Taking advantage of the short opportunity, he suddenly threw out a powerful and heavy whip leg, like a battle axe swept across, and the air whipped like a sound explosion, and in the blink of an eye it twitched the opponent's chest. Bang! Another silver figure was hit hard, like a cannonball that was shot out of the air, rumbling and shattering 3 rocky mountains embedded in the wall of the 4th hill. With a bang and shattered stone shot out, leaving a deep pit filled with smoke and dust, and spiderweb-like cracks spread rapidly on the wall. Work well. The silver figure shook all over, and the hill shattered and turned into a stone rain all over the sky. He was suspended in the air. His whole body was like a flowing silver liquid metal body, and the depression in his chest was recovering rapidly, which was the silver shadow. On the other side, his opponent did not pursue, took off his helmet and showed a simple cheek, which was Carlot. Silver Shadow flew back to Carlot and nodded. Your progress is getting faster and faster. Although it has only been more than a year, you can probably defeat yourself 3 years ago. At the natural disaster level, your ability is already quite good. Is it so powerful? Carlot scratched his head, embarrassed, used to being at the bottom, and now he feels uncomfortable when he hears the praise. I only see your martial arts potential in my life. In time, your achievements may be above me. Inside in emotion, he just suppressed his strength and fought with Carlot. Although he only exerted his natural disaster-level power, Carlot's performance surprised him and actually made him feel pressured. When Blackstar asked him to teach Carlotta, Inying was a little unhappy, but after a year of teaching, he was so delicious. Carlot's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. If it was a natural disaster level that was a normal template before, but now it is the elite starting point, approaching the boss level, and it only took a year to transform. Inying saw the potential of Super A level in Carlot, so she not only did not reject teaching, but instead became dedicated and taught Carlot his martial arts experience almost without reservation. If she became a Super A level teacher, it would be a good thing for him. Blackstar has a wide range of friendships and is not short of martial arts powerhouses, but this kind of good thing actually fell on him. Inying couldn't help but feel grateful to Han Xiao, thinking that Blackstar is supporting him. However, Inying taught Carlot with all her heart, not all because of cultivating the younger generation. When he saw Carlot, he felt happy and secretly appreciated it. Their nature was very consistent. It's all taught by the teacher. Carlot smiled honestly. It's not all my credit. I have to thank He Xing. His vision is so accurate. If he hadn't guided me to teach you how to teach you, maybe I would have no idea right now. Inying shook her head. Han Xiao saw Carlot's growth mechanism through the panel, so he asked Silver Shadow to train in a targeted manner, first explaining the martial arts insights, and then training at high intensity. As a result, twice the result was twice the result with half the effort and significant results, which made Carlot make a rapid progress within a year. According to the original growth trajectory, Carlot is a late-stage type, but the reason may be that he does not know his own characteristics and can only slowly explore and accumulate, so he has been delayed a lot of time. If I had practiced with purpose from the beginning, perhaps Carlot's rise was not only not slower than others, but was much faster. From another perspective, Carlot and Guodasha are really similar. Under the appearance of being stupid, there's extremely outstanding talent. But I didn't meet the best teacher and wasted too much time. If I had practiced unique skills from the beginning, my combat power would have been formed long ago. The panel can see through a person's shortcomings and advantages. So for training, I guess there is no other teacher in the universe who is more suitable for teaching according to his aptitude than Han Xiao. Not only Carlot, but hundreds of other super A-level seeds who joined were all guided by him, and each made progress. Almost all of them regarded Han Xiao as a spiritual mentor. At this moment, a long-range projection appeared beside the two of them, and it was Han Xiao. "Hello, Black Star." Enying and Karloff immediately looked over and nodded. "How are you practicing?" Han Xiao said with a smile. "I've made another improvement from last time. He can break through my defense and kick me." Enying showed a faint smile of relief. "Oh, that's great. Keep working hard and strive to enter the Super A level as soon as possible. Then I will find more teachers for you to learn from other strengths." Han Xiao smiled heartily. He has figured out the correct way to cultivate Carlot. The biggest obstacle of marriage wuji is to accumulate martial arts insights. The shortcut is to communicate with different Super A-level martial artists, which can quickly improve Carlot's martial arts insights, complete the transformation of his expertise, and quickly enter the fast lane of upgrading. After Carlot became a Super A-level, Han Xiao planned to do this, using his connections to let those Super A-level martial artists teach Carlot his experience, and not let anyone go. With Carlot's simple and steady personality, Han Xiao is basically sure that this investment will not lose money, but will only make a lot of money. After giving some instructions, Han Xiao finished the communication and left. Carlot breathed, feeling extremely warm inside. Over the past year, no matter how busy Black Star is, she will call every 10 days to learn about his training progress, formulate a training plan specifically for him, and invite Ying, a Super A-level teacher, to be his. All of his performances show that Black Star attaches great importance to him, not to lie to him. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. Looking back on the treatment given to him by the Empire, even if Carlot is not a stingy person, he can't help but sigh that the two are not comparable at all. Karloff kept so many kindnesses in his heart. Even if he removed the idol worship relationship, his sense of belonging to Black Star had already broken through the sky. "If you treat me with national talents, I will repay you with national talents." In the office of Black Star Palace, Han Xiao took back the remote projection and smiled. Carlot is really worth training. His growth in 1 year has been so high. According to this trend, he may come from behind and step into the Super A-level step faster than Rodhel. He was not more satisfied with Carlot, and he can only say that he is worthy of being the leader of the martial arts system in the future. Now that Rodhel is still stuck in the threshold of Super A-level, this step is the most difficult, and I don't know how long it will take. In addition, Evans has been training for decades. Because the players have not been online, they have not absorbed new abilities. They have been polishing their core abilities and improving their level. Now they have also gained strength, steadily realizing their ability potential and successfully entering the natural disaster level. Han Xiao is full of expectations for this little strange god. The player has returned and can finally add new abilities to Evans and match them with a specific combat mode. In addition to these potential stocks, the Legion's high-end power has now expanded several times, with many super-level seeds and many people worth cultivating, full of talents. Oh, by the way, there's also a bald little baby, Zaiwia. Unfortunately, it would be nice to be able to become a Super A-level seed with Sivia's potential, and I'm afraid there will be no chance to go up. Han Xiao always feels that the position of Chief Affairs Officer is more suitable for her. Han Xiao shook his head, took out the communicator, and looked at it, pondering. Now the outside world has reacted to the return of players, worried that if they continue to grow, they will become more lawless and shake the order of the interstellar society. It is actually true that this is true. The fuse has come out. In ancient times, there was still a saying that a hero violated the ban with martial arts. If the player is in the face of players, this characteristic is even more exaggerated. The stronger the strength, the more difficult it is to manage. Han Xiao considers it from the perspective of the three major civilizations and can understand that super disasters make sense. At least it is very suitable for players. The three major civilizations should take action, and I always feel that something is about to happen. Han Xiao rubbed his forehead and frowned slightly. At this moment, a black flame suddenly appeared in front of him, rapidly expanding into a figure, which was the spiritual projection of the person who made the oath. Han Xiao looked up at him and raised his eyebrows. Why don't you say hello? Why are you doing something for me? Have you collected another key? Not yet, the swearing man said in a serious tone. Hey Xing, there are two bad news to tell you. Oh, what's the matter? Han Xiao was curious. A traitor appeared among the group of Avengers, who wanted to sell the information of the Covenant and the Sanctuary in exchange for the assistance of higher civilizations and revenge. Han Xiao's face darkened. What happened? Has the news been leaked? Panergong is chasing, and the information has been temporarily intercepted and has not been passed on. Han Xiao frowned. What about another bad news? Someone used magic to spy on the Covenant organization. We tracked the source and found that the magic path came from the subdimensional world. We were likely to be discovered by an existence hidden in the subdimensionality, and we don't know who it is. The swearing man said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Han Xiao opened his face calmly, slowly stood up, and put on his cloak. Tell me the coordinates, and I'll go and see. Read wonderful novels for free. The violent atmosphere swirled the black sand all over the sky. The sky was dark, and a high-speed sandstorm that could easily crush steel covered the surface of this desolate planet all year round. The harsh planetary environment did not give birth to any life. Suddenly, a blue light flashed through the sandstorm, and a figure appeared out of thin air, falling from midair and falling on the ground. The man was wearing a broken mecha, covered in blood, as if he was seriously injured. He struggled to stand up and raised his hand to pop out a thin blue energy shield to block the continuous high-speed sandstorm around him. Just the next second, a few more light flashed behind him. Panergon and several super A-level flashers came to chase and quickly surrounded him. Panergon stared at the man coldly, his tone full of murderous intent. Cotterlin betrayed us. The first man named Cotterlin gasped, looked around, and smiled miserably. Everyone is super A-level. The space fluctuations and wrinkles left by him with teleportation and jumps are clues for the other party to track them. They can never get rid of Panergon and others. The communicator network was locked by the mechanics around Panergon and could not be solved for a while. For him, there was no way out. Panergon's face was cold and hard. He clenched his fists and shouted in a low voice. I said that our principle of action is to try not to involve the cause of Black Stars and Covenant. He tried to exchange their intelligence for the assistance of the Superstar civilization. He had broken the original agreement, and I could only get rid of it. He was a little sad and a little glad that Kotlin was a member of the Avengers group. He was sad that a companion had gone on a fork in the road, and he was also glad that he had discovered it quickly enough. The exchange between the other party and the Superstar civilization was still in the temptation stage and did not cooperate in depth. Kotlin breathed out and said in a deep voice, Ponquin, it's not impossible to see it. With our meager manpower, even if we develop silently for hundreds of years, we are basically whimsical and want to complete our revenge plan. Without external help, we can't do it at all. Follow it, it's just a waste of time. Ponquin was silent for a moment, and then said firmly, Even if the hope is slim, I will not use the method of betraying the swearing man and the Black Star in exchange for help. They implement the mission of the Covenant, reviving us and bringing us a second life. Doing so is ungrateful. We are all the founders of the Covenant. Without the efforts we made back then, how could they have mastered the current recovery of the Sanctuary? I do owe the swearing man, but Black Star? He is just a speculator, but he has a shy face and regards himself as a benefactor. His current status is not obtained by us. Kotlin's eyes flashed, and he was not ready to give in. Black Star is seeking a future for the entire class. Although we have not participated, We cannot pull his hind legs. We have already crossed the line. Another super A-level person next to him spoke coldly. Kotlin disagreed and said angrily, "What does the bullshit class struggle have to do with me? I have only one goal from beginning to end. That is to avenge my compatriots. For this reason, I can give up anything, including my life, and I didn't think about going back alive this time. Anyway, there is only one chance of the Sanctuary revival, and I have used up. For me, the Covenant and the Black Star are useless. If they don't affect me, I can give them face and keep secrets for them. But the Black Star's route is obviously trying to find ways to coexist peacefully with my enemy's 3 major civilizations. Maybe I will show my loyalty in the future and destroy us. He blocked my way, and then he can get out of here." Hearing this, Panergon and others frowned. The original people had different goals in creating covenants, and not everyone was escaping war. A few people like Kotlin and Pargan were worried that they would not be able to continue to protect civilization after they died in battle, so they invested in covenants and made insurance. Panergon shook his head. He felt that it was meaningless to waste words on Kotlin. This man was completely filled with hatred and could not tolerate anything else. He just wanted to take revenge at all costs and did not care about the flood after his death. He didn't want to waste his time accusing Kotlin of his personal choice. He changed the subject and said coldly, "What benefits did the Superstar Group promise? It hasn't been agreed yet." Kotlin did not hide it. The secrets of the Sanctuary and the key formula are only controlled by the Swearing Man and the Black Star. It has never been revealed to other recovered people that Kotlin can only trade shallow information, such as the composition of the Covenant personnel, the agreement between the Black Star and the Covenant privately, etc., but it is also very valuable. Before he reached the right conditions with the other party, Kotlin was naturally a rare commodity. It was not the first time he had dealt with forces. Of course, he would not tell the intelligence chips for nothing. Otherwise, he would lose the value of negotiation. So much has not been leaked yet. Panergon nodded silently. His martial arts aura ignited all over his body and said coldly, "Okay, there's nothing to say. I'll send it on my way myself. I don't plan to wait for death. If you want to kill me, then let's try it." Kotlin crazily squeezed out extremely tired cells regardless of the consumption of life activity. The next moment, several figures started quickly and collided with each other. Bang! The fierce shock wave swept across the surface, and the planet shattered inch by inch. In the secondary dimension world, Han Xiao was shuttled through high speed, jumping through one secondary dimension after another and heading straight to the deep. After receiving the news of the oath, Han Xiao took the coordinates and walked away, heading straight to the secondary dimension, tracking the spire. In recent years, Han Xiao has created a lot of new machinery. The set of mechas he wore is a model that is specially moved in the secondary dimension, and the jumping speed is extremely fast. As for the traders on Panergon's side, Han Xiao couldn't control it for the time being, and Panergon and others could not take the throne with him. He thought it was too late to go there, so he could only leave it to Panergon to solve it. Although this person was a little reckless, his strength was still good. Moreover, all the recovered people do not know the key information, such as the way the sanctuary is opened. Even if it is leaked, the outside world will at most know the existence of the Covenant and its own connection with the Covenant. The problems can be controlled, which have both disadvantages and advantages. The Covenant in the previous life should have encountered similar things, but the perpetrator is not anyone who has recovered at the moment. In the super disaster version of the previous life, Kotlin was acting normally and did not seem to have leaked the information about the Covenant. Maybe it's my butterfly effect again. The recovery of the sanctuary in the previous life was not exposed, nor did he have an association, so he made a different choice. Han Xiao secretly guessed. At this moment, a black flame suddenly appeared beside him, turning into a spiritual projection of the Swearing Man, and following Han Xiao's figure, he remained relatively still. Black Star, Panergon has solved the problem, and the traitor has been beaten to death. The efficiency is not bad. Han Xiao nodded. Have you asked clearly the reason? Well, that's what Kotlin said. The swearing man recounted Panergon's intelligence. After hearing this, Han Xiao nodded silently. So that's the case. Sure enough, it's related to us. The Covenant organization has been hiding in the dark in the past life and has not participated in these storms. Most of the revived people do not want to be disturbed. They are of a neutral nature. Now under zone mobilization, many resurgents have participated in the Super A-level struggle, which has led to Cotlin's ideas changing and no longer keeping them confidential. However, this is a rare situation. Basically, the resuscitators will not risk leaking information, because everyone knows that once the plan to destroy the Black Star and the Covenant is destroyed, it will inevitably be hunted by a large number of resuscitators, and may even cause the Black Star to take action, thus losing its precious last life. A guy who is as ungrateful as Cotlin and still desperate is an example. The binding of class interests and life safety is enough to suppress the little thoughts of most people. In fact, Luo Yufei once privately suggested that the Oath person use Soul Flame as a closure order. Although it cannot form too strong constraints on Super A level, it can be sensed whether the resuscitator leaked intelligence. But this suggestion was rejected by the Oath person. Han Xiao also disagreed with this proposal. It would be better if things were so simple. The Covenant was able to suppress the second group of resuscitators, relying on the support of the first group of first groups of resuscitators. Their identity was the founder of the organization. If this suggestion was adopted, the nature of the Covenant would have changed. The resuscitators would have united and ran away. They would take out the body of the Soul Flame from the body of the swearing man and destroy it on the spot. Various thoughts flashed by, and Han Xiao shook his head. It is difficult to avoid such a traitor. Be careful in normal times. The swearing man sighed. Cotlin, he was not like this before. Alas, hatred can always completely change a person. Don't add him when he recovers in the future. Of course. Han Xiao nodded. The two are the only insiders in the real mechanism of the sanctuary recovery. After this, the two have moved Cotlin's name from the recovery list and will no longer consider reviving him in the future. This guy thought he had only recovered once and felt that the Covenant and Black Star were useless to him, so he broke the bridge across the river. Since that was the case, Han Xiao was naturally willing to help the other party dreams come true. It really only made Cotlin's sanctuary revival only once, making him not sure what he had missed. At this time, the mecha's built-in secondary dimension dedicated version coordinate tracker suddenly rang and issued a prompt. Following the guidance, Han Xiao jumped over several secondary dimensions again, then followed the instructions to break into the space turbulence. After a while, he suddenly stopped outside the secondary dimension. The outer wall of this secondary dimension in front of us is engraved with countless magic circles, which are strictly protected and are obviously traces of artificial transformation, and the coordinates indicate this place. It looks like a magistrate tower in a dimensional form. Han Xiao carefully observed the situation around him. Because of the coordinates given by the swearing person, this time it came very quickly. The Covenant organization has already arranged countless anti-site countermeasures. Once someone tries to spy, they will be tracked in reverse. The magic in this aspect is similar to the virtual technology network tracking. Han Xiaofei went over and put his palm on the magic circuit shield on the outer wall of the secondary dimension. He felt the strong repulsion force, and the strength of the shield was extremely tough. This level of magic barrier must be Super A-level arrangement, and is not an ordinary Super A-level. Han Xiao nodded secretly, his eyes flashing slightly. In this way, 80% of the strong men in the secondary dimension have observed themselves, but they do not come out to say hello, nor do they open the entrance to this secondary dimension. TSK, is this pretending to be a turtle? Do you think it would be safe to retract into the turtle shell? It seems that you have to use some brute force. Han Xiao didn't want to use force easily, but he could see the other party's behavior, and he couldn't help but raise his palm, and a stream of secret energy surged in his palm. At this moment, Han Xiao noticed that the magic barrier in the secondary dimension had begun to change, revealing a gap. Buzz. The next moment, a figure flew out of the gap and came not far away. The man was wearing a white gold mage robe, a pointed mage hat, long white beard, and extraordinary demeanor. This look was very similar to a famous double-held violent warrior. Okay, a distant visitor. A spiritual message came into Han Xiao's mind at the same time. Han Xiao looked at it, and suddenly raised his eyebrows, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. For nothing else, he recognized the stranger he met for the first time. So, it's this guy? Isn't it that the seclusion of the World Tree Army fighting guerrilla warfare with the World Tree Army in the secondary dimension during the World Tree War in the previous life? Secret Realm Mage Joy Tanrin, a hidden strong man who resides in the secondary dimension world, is from the same era as King of the Mouthless Elf Dilrin. There is no such figure in the current interstellar history. He lived in seclusion very early and left no record. He only appeared in front of the world in the invading version of the previous life world tree. Like mechanics, they are both of the stronger the foundation, the stronger the strength, and the older they are, the more demons they become. Joey has lived in the secondary dimension for many years and has accumulated a peak super A-level combat power. However, due to factors such as talent and potential, his level is about the weaker than the pillars of the three major civilizations, and he is barely ranked at the tail of the first echelon of the universe. If he is not counted as a resurgent, he can also occupy a place in the current Super A level. Han Xiao was deeply impressed by this person. The invasion of the World Tree has spread widely, and the secondary dimension world has become a battlefield. All the secret forces and seclusion hiding here have become the objects of conquest. They were all bombed out. No one could survive and had to resist collectively. Joey is one of them. It is said that the subdivision of seclusion has been severely damaged, resulting in him having to take his base camp to hide in Tibet, fight guerrillas with the World Tree Army, and finally die from his opponents and be swallowed by the World Tree. Various information flashed through my mind. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, stared at Joey up and down, and slowly said, "Joey Tanrian? Who did I think it was?" It turned out to be you. Joey wanted to introduce himself, but he was suddenly called out by someone and was startled with a look of surprise. "How do you know my name?" He was a little confused. "What's the situation? I've been staying at home for so many years, and no one in the main universe should know my name. Why does this person know me?" Han Xiao smiled. "I guess it's amazing, right?" Joy choked and felt a breath in his heart. It's a lot of harm to the people. He felt that the personality of the Black Star seemed to be different from the rumors. He secretly suppressed his depression. He endured the curiosity in his heart and asked with a cough, "Okay, no matter whether you guessed it or not, you already know who I am. I am very curious. Why did the Black Star, the famous in the main universe, come and visit my home?" "Oh, it turns out that you know me too. I thought you completely avoided the world and did not pay attention to the changes in the main universe." Han Xiao smacked his lips. "I just pay attention to the news occasionally." Joey became more and more suspicious in his heart. He always felt that Black Star seemed to have a deep understanding of him, but he had obviously never dealt with the other party, and this matter was strange. "Is that?" Han Xiao refused to say anything, "But not long ago, you spied on one of my friend's base. It seems that you were paying attention to a wide range, not just news. So you came for this matter?" Joey suddenly realized, and a warning suddenly arose in his heart. He just found Black Star visiting in the secondary dimension, and was wondering how this person was found. He originally wanted to wait and see for a while and guess the other party's intention, but when he saw Han Xiao raising his hand to break the magic barrier, Joey couldn't sit still and come out to meet. He didn't expect that the object he mentioned his interest and observation was related to Black Star not long ago. Now the official came to him, so he was afraid that he would be in trouble. Since they are here, they naturally know what they know, and it is useless to deny them. Joey's expression changed. Seeing this, Han Xiao smiled and spread his hands and said, "As the saying goes, you are a guest from afar. You will never want to talk to me here all the time. Don't invite me to sit in your secondary dimension and have a chat carefully." Joey heard this, nodded slowly, opened a gap in the barrier, and made an invitation gesture. Of course, come with me. After saying that, he led the way forward. Han Xiao followed him and flew into the secondary dimension. The world in front of him suddenly changed drastically. A lush, natural, and peaceful continental world jumped into his eyes, and the huge city guarded a white tower inserted into the clouds. Flying through the sky and overlooking the street view, residents of all species as big as ants are bustling, and the urban atmosphere is set in a harmonious and lively manner. The two landed on the top platform of the tower, and Joey snapped his fingers gently, and two sets of high-end tables and chairs and tables of dessert tea appeared out of thin air. Han Xiao smiled from the side, as if he was talking to himself. Magic is really convenient. Please sit down and try my specialties. Joey glanced at him, but couldn't tell what Han Xiao meant, so he simply didn't respond and invited Han Xiao to the table. The two sat down opposite each other. Han Xiao took a casual sip of tea, and a strong fragrance swept across his taste buds, mellow and rich, with a faint milky aroma and endless aftertaste. It tastes pretty good. Han Xiao put down the teacup, turned to look at the continuous city, and smiled. This secondary dimension is good. I haven't seen such a peaceful place in a long time. This is my secluded home. Everything you see is built bit by bit. When talking about this topic, Joey's tone was a little warmer, as if he liked to hear others praise her achievements. Han Xiao heard it for a while and smiled and said, "It's good to live in seclusion here. You won't be lonely. I think you seem to have transformed this place into a wizard tower. You should have given this place a name, right?" "Well, this place is called—" Joey suddenly paused and said, "The Kingdom of Gods." Hearing this, Han Xiao curled his lips secretly. This old man said that I didn't know that this place was called the Four Gods Kingdom, and he didn't dare to say his real name, because he was worried that I'd guess from the name that there were 3 other super A-level seclusion here. The other 3 people hid, probably as a trump card, just in case if I make an attack, I can catch me off guard. Han Xiao did not immediately expose the other party, and his tone changed, and he said, However, I saw that many of the residents here are interstellar races of the main universe. You have trafficked a lot of people from the main universe to accompany you." Joey was unmoved, took a sip of tea, and said casually, "It's not abducting. The main universe is so dangerous. I just help some people to get a stable life. Here I can enjoy the peace I have created for them without fear. What's wrong with it? It sounds pretty good. This may be the life that many people dream of, but hey." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and did not continue to delve into it. Dominating the lives of ordinary people is a matter of course in many super A-level cases. No matter whether they are happy to accept the arranged life, they have no choice. This idea is deeply rooted in super people and is essentially no different from being powerful. Han Xiao didn't know how to say anything about this, but just shook his head secretly, not obsessed with Joey's approach of catching people to play house with him. The Four Gods Kingdoms seem to be a peach blossom land that is independent of the world, but Han Xiao knows that under the iron hoof of the world tree, this fragile piece is vulnerable, and escaping is always passive, and it is not that easy to stay away from the world. Han Xiao knocked on the table, leaned forward, moved away from the topic, and said, "Okay, I'll drink tea. Let's talk about the serious matters. The object you used magic to spy on is my friend not long ago. Let me explain this matter. What do you want?" Joey tightened his nerves secretly. Han Xiao spread his hands. "It's not so good. You just need to tell me the motives, goals, means, etc. You're so anxious to come to the door. Could it be that the person I'm spying on is very important to you?" Joey frowned, secretly wondering why Black Star would make a big fight. Han Xiao blinked, looked at Joey's expression, and smiled. From this sentence, he roughly understood Joey's background. The old man in front of him probably didn't know the inside story of the Covenant, but for some reason he discovered the Covenant base and spied on it. He may not have a strong motive for his strong purpose. This person has been staying for too long and has become easy to see through. "Do you think I'm very idle?" Han Xiao asked back. Joey was stunned for a moment at the answer. "No, you have a high position and a powerful person. You should be very busy, right? Then I'm here in person now. Do you still need to ask about my attitude?" Han Xiao shook his head and smiled. "Answer, Don't ask me again. Joey's expression changed slightly, and was shocked by the strength that Han Xiao vaguely showed, and then he was a little unhappy. However, as a seclusionist, he has a relatively soft personality and suppresses his inner displeasure and answers in detail. Han Xiao listened to his explanation while observing Joey's expression, tone, and movements. According to Joey, this was a coincidence. He said that he did not know the background of this force. The reason for peeking at this force was that when the Covenant captured the original superpowers in the secondary dimension many years ago, he happened to be seen by the messenger who was patrolling the world in the secondary dimension. He became curious, so he marked the concept of the Covenant organization through mysterious spells. If the opponent's destiny line changes, or he's entangled with himself, he has a weak chance of being guided. It is very metaphysical. This is a spell he created behind closed doors. Not long ago, he had a vague premonition, so he followed the guidance to observe the recent situation of this mysterious force. But the messenger sent out was blocked, and he saw nothing. You said it was just a coincidence. Han Xiao refused to comment. Although it sounds unreliable, it is not entirely true. The world of the secondary dimension is bizarre and hidden. The Covenant organization has been secretly engaged in so many years, and it is not realistic that it is not discovered by anyone. It will definitely leave some trajectory of activity. It is not strange that the strong people accidentally see it, but it is just that the organization's details are not found. Advanced magicians have unique secret techniques. Joey has been staying for so many years and has developed a unique magic genre. According to the intelligence of his previous life, his research was affected by the environment he was in. Spells are extremely suitable for combat in the secondary dimension world. On the contrary, they are not very adaptable to the main universe, and their strength has fluctuated. Han Xiao actually believed his statement 60 to 70% of the time. He not only observed the other party's expression, but also judged Joey's behavior in his previous life. This person is not a guy who likes to find trouble, nor does he work for other forces, and is basically reliable. Because of this, when they first met, although Han Xiao didn't know how much Joey knew about the Covenant, he still said that he was related to the Covenant. As soon as he recognized Joey, he changed his initial strategy and planned to pull the man on the ship. Moreover, Joey recognized him immediately and cooperated so well. Han Xiao could roughly guess what the other party was thinking. 80% of the time, he was moved by the resuscitation of the sanctuary, so he didn't want to get into evil with him. Various thoughts flashed through my mind, and Joey had finished explaining it. Han Xiao raised his glass and drank a sip of tea and smiled and said, "Okay, I know this matter. Maybe it's a coincidence. It's good that you're willing to believe me." Joey breathed out. He cooperated so much that he wanted to explain the misunderstanding clearly and did not want to have conflict with Black Star. At this time, Han Xiao changed his mind and said meaningfully, "However, this is not my main goal. Let's talk about another thing. You should be interested in the revival of the sanctuary, right?" Joey was a little surprised and seemed to have not expected Han Xiao to suddenly turn to this topic. He hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Yes, I'm very interested." Han Xiao chuckled softly. "If you want, I can give you one too." Joey was stunned and surprised. He originally planned to find opportunities to contact Han Xiao in the future and to try to get a chance to recover the sanctuary, but he didn't expect that he could get it without any effort, which made him a little confused. "This is the first time we meet, and you want to give me a chance to recover the sanctuary. Is Black Star so generous?" Seeing Joey's expression, Han Xiao knew what he was thinking. He sighed helplessly and said, "Opportunities are not for nothing. At present, the association has a rigid relationship with the three major civilizations, and conflicts may break out at any time. I need to strengthen the strength of the association. As long as you are born and join the association and participate in our front, you will have your own part of the sanctuary." Hearing this, Joey hesitated and whispered, "But I have decided to live in seclusion long ago. I am unwilling to intervene in any storm that has occurred in the main universe. Can I join in name after the association reconciles with the three major civilizations? I don't want to give, but I have to get a share of the pie. Don't you think it's too beautiful? Han Xiao rolled his eyes secretly. Even such words of picking peaches can be said in person. This person has been staying for too long and is already confused. Joey said in a bad mood. Can you change the conditions? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. I don't think you have the qualification to bargain. Besides, do you have anything else I need? Joey was speechless. At this time, Han Xiao patted his clothes, stood up, and said slowly, Most of your hesitation is distrust of me. I think that the probability of failure is high. I believe that competition is the best way to dispel doubts. How about it? Should I fight with me? It seems a bit sudden. Joey looked surprised, but after thinking about it, he did not refuse this proposal. Okay, I'm curious about your ability. Let's go out to fight alone. Black Star has been famous for a long time. Joey has been in seclusion for so many years, and he also wants to see how much difference he has in Han Xiao. Making friends with martial arts is always the main way of communication that is super A-level. However, at this time, Han Xiao shook his head. You misunderstood. I'm not going to fight you alone. I'm going to fight you all. As he said that, he turned around and looked away and said slowly, 3. You squatted beside you, and eavesdropped for a long time come out. After the words fell, a few seconds later, 3 figures flew from the sky, landed on the tower platform, and looked at each other helplessly. They're the other 3 super A-levels in the 4 gods' kingdoms. I thought Black Star had never noticed it. It turned out that they had known it for a long time, so they hid next to them for most of the day. Thinking of the scene just now, the 3 of them couldn't hold back their faces, and they felt even more unhappy when they heard that Black Star wanted to fight against 4. Are you sure you won't want to hit us 4? Joey frowned, his face not very good looking, and he felt that he was being looked down upon. Yes, otherwise I'm afraid that the ending will be too fast, and there is no feeling at all. Han Xiao smiled softly. He did not make a temporary decision, but had been preparing to fight with this group of people long ago. Fist was the greatest voice. Only by defeating these 4 people can he shake the ideas of several people and facilitate negotiations. You are arrogant. Joey's tone also became cold. Although he had a good temper, he was also a person who wanted to save face. He was so underestimated by his opponent, and his anger gradually became. Looking at the 4 people's increasingly dissatisfied expressions, Han Xiao curled his smile, his pupils emitted a lot of lightning, his aura gradually rose, and golden mechanical lightning began to crackle around his body. A powerful voice with energy-shocking sound buzzed from Han Xiao's mouth. It's because you have escaped for too long and have fallen behind. I don't mind helping you to recognize whose era you are now. This is an endless white space, without any material, and looks empty. Suddenly, a whirlpool-like blue portal appeared out of thin air, and Han Xiao and Joey flew out of it. This is the prototype of the secondary dimension I created. Usually we are here to discuss. Black Star, do you have no objection? Joey opened his face calmly and sent a spiritual message. Yes. Han Xiao looked around and nodded. After reaching a consensus on the exchange, because they were worried about destroying the 4 gods' kingdoms, the few people planned to change the place to be the battlefield. Joey opened the portal and led everyone to his usual training ground. Advanced magicians can use spells such as fantasy realization to artificially create secondary dimensions. This white world is just an incomplete prototype. It is very simple to manufacture, and it is most suitable to be used as a battlefield. Although you want to fight 4 with 1, we won't take advantage of you. At most, we will go 1 by 1 and fight with you until one side admits defeat. Joey threw down this sentence, snorted, and retreated and opened up the distance. The other people also retreated in different directions. Han Xiao smiled and said nothing, and opened the panel and took a look. A prompt popped up just now, triggering a special task, which is similar to a Super A-level challenge task. Both require support for a certain period of time in battle. The rewards are divided into different levels. The 2 highest levels are to choose one of the 4 people to randomly draw our ability and obtain a specialty called Second Dimension Adapter. The effect of this feat is to obtain environmental bonus when fighting in the secondary dimension world and increase combat power slightly. It is a general type of ability, which is better than nothing. Hey, it would be great if there was such an unexpected joy every time. Han Xiao's lips curled slightly. At this time, Joey, who had already opened a long distance, stopped, changed several handprints, and pointed into the air. A series of magic circles emerged behind him, turning into light gates, and countless monsters surged out. Human-shaped shadow creatures, strange-shaped twisted monsters, soft creatures with multiple structure combinations. They were all monsters from different secondary dimensions. Do you want to fight me with the summoning stream? Han Xiao did secretly. Since the other party has inquired about his name, he will naturally not approach it easily. It seems that he wants to use the human sea tactics to limit the human sea tactics. Joey is not a specialized summoning mage, but he has lived in the secondary dimension world for many years. He has seen many strange secondary dimension creatures and signed a large number of contracts. He can summon a lot of objects, and most of them are very powerful. Han Xiao knew the other party's plan at a glance. He wanted to fight with his solid background. I am afraid that the other party thinks that he has not been in the Super A level for a long time, and his background is a shortcoming. Then let's play with the Legion. Han Xiao didn't care, so he opened the dimensional barracks, and the endless mechanical army flew out. Compared to the scattered formation of summoning monsters, the mechanical army's formation was very neat and quickly formed different formations. The Black Steel Army exuded a unique beauty. Immediately, he summoned the mechanical throne and went straight up, floating in the central area guarded by the mechanical army, like the commander of the army. The number of mechanical legions and summoned monsters is increasing, and the front line is rapidly elongated, and there is no end to see at first sight, forming a confrontation. The array of summoning monsters frequently emitted shocking roars, which were extremely noisy, while the mechanical legion was on the other extreme, with a dead silence. Seeing the troops on both sides pulling out the formation, Han Xiao waved his hand and ordered, "Go to do it." As soon as he finished speaking, the mechanical legion immediately started to act in an orderly manner. The heavy vanguard troops at the forefront lifted the shield and advanced neatly. The long-range mechanical troops in the middle and rear immediately vented their firepower. The dense phantom beam seemed to turn into a light curtain, directly implementing a fire-intensive coverage attack on the summoned monsters. The light ball frequently exploded in the enemy lineup, causing casualties to large summoned monsters. In the vertical direction, the elite vanguard troops carried out three-dimensional combat and independent guerrillas, such as sharp knives or sniper rifles, looking for opportunities to attack the weak points of the enemy's formation. At the same time, large pieces of golden lightning chains were emitted by the mechanical throne, instantly connecting the mechanical troops, forming a spiderweb-like shape, giving the mechanical force blessing to the mechanical legion. A large number of mechanical warriors were dyed with golden light, and their performance increased rapidly with a visible amplitude of the naked eye, as if they had entered a state of excitement. On the other side, Joey was not willing to be outdone. With a wave of his magic staff, spells of spells sprinkled on the summoned monsters, bringing a range-type state blessing. Immediately afterwards, the summoned monster army charged wildly towards the front of the mechanical legion, and the pig advanced rapidly. Although there are many types of summoned objects, the formation is not scattered. With the blessing of Joey's spell, different types of summoned objects form a formation, with complementary abilities and tactical cooperation, and they do not rush out to fight randomly. Two torrents quickly approached, and then collided with a loud bang, just like Mars hitting the Earth. Boom! The chaos broke out instantly, and the scene suddenly became popular. The troops of both sides intertwined, and the machinery and flesh collided, and the killing was inseparable, extremely tragic. As soon as they met, the mechanical army was in a crushing state, constantly squeezing over, strangling the summoned army wildly, and monsters turned into fragments and ashes under the advance of the mechanical army. What a powerful mechanical legion! Joey was shocked, and hurriedly cast short-term stimulation amplification spells, allowing the frontline troops to quickly stabilize and cast life recovery spells to heal their injuries. Unfortunately, these practices are in vain. Han Xiao is now terrifyingly strong. His divine transformation, belief in the mechanical divine religion, the proof of the leader, the divine nature of the machinery, etc., makes his mechanical power stronger than the universe, and even the military country is hard to match. Moreover, decades of research on just technical treasures have allowed his mechanical legion to be updated and iterated many times. Not only have many new models of powerful combat machinery added, but its performance has also increased leapfrog, which is comprehensive and powerful. Han Xiao's current combat power is almost unique in the universe. He does not need a burst, and can be crushed by being upright without any fancy operations. Zhou's summoning army of monsters is not a one-piece general of Han Xiao's mechanical army. The battlefield quickly turned into a one-sided trend. The mechanical troops were well-founded in advancing and retreating, and the battle formations were tight, and they rushed back and forth, constantly shattering the formations of summoned monsters, and then eroding them all. In the rear, Han Xiao firmly sat on the mechanical throne and adjusted the object of the blessing of the mechanical force at any time. He now has too many troops, and it is difficult for the mechanical force to cover all combat soldiers, so he needs to constantly adjust the focus of the blessing as a means of command, control the overall situation, and grasp the dominance of the battlefield. At the same time, Han Xiao also activated the blessing of specific battle formations, which are commonly used command skills for the Legion. Different tactics, formations, and tactics have the chance to exist in the form of skills. They are dedicated command skills that provide the troops with an overall bonus. Most of them increase the attributes such as attack, defense, and mobility of less than 10%, which is like adding wings to the tiger. Soon, the summoned army was killed and injured. Zhou was a little painful. He raised his hand and drew mana from the mage tower from the air. Then he slapped the mechanical force from a distance. Buzz, a huge golden magic circle bloomed like a lotus, and a strange space collapse suddenly occurred in an area in the mechanical army, and the space turbulence was raging, but it was limited to this circular area. The mechanical warriors in the area seemed to have been erased by an eraser and disappeared out of thin air. The soldiers who subsequently entered this area would also disappear out of thin air. Han Xiao looked over and narrowed his eyes. The instant exile spell can still last as a trap. This spell is a bit of a thing. These disappearing mechanical troops were not destroyed, but were exiled by Zhou to the space turbulence of the secondary dimension world by using spells, and were all broken up. I don't know where it fell. The effect is somewhat similar to the dimension exile bomb of the Covenant, but the effect is better. One of the reasons why this guy is suitable for fighting in the secondary dimension is that he has many self-created spells to take effect here. And how can he use it in the main universe egg? Zhou gave out a few more palms and exiled a few pieces of mechanical troops. At this moment, a sudden alarm rose, and he stimulated the short-range teleportation enchantment without hesitation and instantly left the place. Brush. The next moment, a highly concentrated blue-black ray shot towards him, penetrated the layers of paper-like magic barriers, and hit the afterimage left on the spot. Zhou flashed to the side, turned his head, and looked in the direction where the beam was coming. Han Xiao had changed into a dark armor at some point, raised his fingers to point it at this side, and the fingertips of the mecha were still flashing. Did not hide quickly. I thought I could try the actual combat effect of this anti-magic gamma cracking ray. Han Xiao said in a little regretful tone, the style of a normal mechanic should be a preparatory means of restraint against any enemy. Over the years, Han Xiao has developed a large number of new weapons against the 5 major systems and has been reborn. This anti-magic gamma cracking ray is based on a highly concentrated bundled gamma ray that imitates the gamma ray burst. It is supplemented by the magic suppression energy, reversely transformed by the magic energy. It has amazing penetration and lethality against the magic system. According to the laboratory report, It is speculated that after hitting the Super A-level magician, it can exert a magic activity suppression state for several hours, greatly weakening the opponent's spell strength. Han Xiao shook his head, stood up from the throne, and suddenly disappeared without a trace. Joey suddenly felt a bell in his heart, and he turned his back toward the magic chasing wave of the battle mage behind him, just blocking the fist of Han Xiao who had jumped from the void. Bang! As the fists and palms intersected, a blue and purple shock wave suddenly burst out. Joey was about to use the force to widen the distance when he suddenly found that his palm was stuck by Han Xiao's fist. The black mecha on Han Xiao's body suddenly lit up a fluorescent blue ghostly pattern, flashing like breathing. At this moment, Joey's face changed drastically. He found that with the part where the fist and palm were touching, all the mana in his body began to flow into the other party's body uncontrollably, as if he was sucked away. The decay module of the ghost energy gathering and decay. Han Xiao has developed a new technology that simulates the birth and transformation of ghost energy and exerts the characteristics of swallowing all energy. Even when contacting superpowers, as long as the judgment requirements are met, it can assimilate and absorb the opponent's strength and turn it into fuel for the energy furnace. Simply put, this is the star-absorbing method. At this moment, Joey made a quick decision and activated the enchantment. A turbulent space flowed out of thin air, swallowing him into it, and instantly got rid of control and disappeared without a trace. Oh, there are many ways to escape. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and turned his head to glance. He saw a space turbulence flowing out from the far side of the battlefield, spitting Joey out. The space turbulence that could not be controlled seemed to have become his vehicle. It's so dangerous. With just a brief contact, my strength lost about 5%. Joey didn't have time to slowly check his condition and was secretly surprised. At this time, the blue patterns on Han Xiao's mecha dimmed, and he shook his head and smiled softly. You'd better go together. You're just dealing with you. There's no pressure at all. Hearing this, Joey's face darkened, and the three people watching the game also looked bad. After the fight, just now, Joey had personally experienced Han Xiao's strength. He felt that he was strong without shortcomings, as if he could not cross the mountain. He could not even think of how to defeat the Black Star with his own abilities. He is the strongest among the four. Although the other three have not yet fought, they are secretly shocked when they see Joey's embarrassed performance. They know that the same result will be the same as before, and they may be beaten even worse. One by one, it's just a matter of giving up people, and you can only take turns to get beaten. Aware of this, the other three were moved by Han Xiao's proposal. Originally, the few people rushed forward to maintain their Super A-level dignity, but now it seems that they have no dignity to be beaten one after another. It is better to beat He Xing together, and maybe they can get a bargain and avoid losing and making a fool of themselves. As for the wheeled battle agreement before the war, that was what Joey said. It was not our business. One of them coughed and said in a deep voice, "Since you strongly requested it, it is hard for us to refuse your invitation several times. Let's learn about your skills together." Han Xiao glanced at him and secretly gave him a thumbs up. What a shameless sentence. I have my style. I appreciate you. After the words came, the other three stopped watching and joined the battle group, showing their magical powers. Seeing this, Joey blushed a little when he thought of his request before the war. However, he knew that he could only be beaten by himself, so he did not refuse the help of the three companions. He simply said nothing, pretended to be mute, and silently cooperated with his companions to fight. The five people immediately fought together, and the group of people flipped and rolled fiercely, causing the space wall to tremble continuously. This secondary dimension could not withstand the aftermath of the battle of several people, and soon became riddled with holes. The fierce battle lasted for several hours. The battlefield changed 3 times, and now it is the 4th secondary dimension, and it looks like it is about to break. There is a huge floating island here. At this time, the entire island was completely stained with blood, and there were corpses of summoned creatures everywhere. On the bumpy ground, Joey was covered in bruises, leaning on a staff, gasping heavily, and his body was still weak and trembling, as if he had been squeezed dry. Joey's eyes were frightened, and he raised his hand tremblingly to signal Han Xiao not to go forward, and hurriedly said, We admit defeat. Don't come again. Not far away. Han Xiao stopped and said with regret, I surrender now? I still have a lot of equipment to test. After finally finding several new competition opponents, he didn't want to fight quickly, so he pulled out all the equipment he had made over the past few decades to test it and used a lot of fun work, tortured Joey and others, which almost left a psychological shadow on the few people. This time, Han Xiao was mainly testing equipment. He didn't take it too seriously and never used his trump card. However, even so, Joey and the other four failed to cause him any trouble. The situation was always under control, and it was completely crushed in all aspects. He could still beat the four people at will. He has a slightly clearer understanding of his current strength. If he fights head-on, he will not have any threat to him without 11 or 2 high-level Super A levels with energy levels of around 7W. Han Xiao. This is not even a warm-up for me. Giving you a chance is not useful. Hearing this, Joey and the other four were speechless. They would be unhappy if they had to say this before the fight, but now they have recognized the strength gap between the two sides and know that Black Star can deal with them alone. All the little temper in their hearts has been beaten away. It is very realistic between Super A levels. If you can't beat it, you can't beat it. It's useless to be unhappy. Even if you're not polite, they have to endure it. However, although Joey and the other two were tortured by Han Xiao, they also saw the foundation that Han Xiao showed and finally understood where the confidence of Black Star to dare to fight against the three major civilizations. Black Star's mechanical technology is incredibly powerful. Its background is so terrifying, and the Mechanical Legion is almost endless. The title of Machine Country obviously belongs to you. Now you should have confidence in my strength, right? Han Xiao snapped his fingers, and a mecha on his body folded and contracted and merged into his body. Joey took a breath, suppressed the frustration of being beaten, pondered for a while, and said seriously, You are indeed the strongest Super A level I have ever seen, but what you have to do is far from what personal strength can do. You may be fine to protect yourself, but others do not have the ability of you. It is too difficult to unite over A level and become an equal force with the three major civilizations. After all, you're still unwilling to take a little risk. Han Xiao curled his lips. Joey said in a deep voice, I have witnessed the peak's sorrow. If the three civilizations don't take action now, it's not that they're really afraid of you. Don't be confused by the current stalemate. With the current strength of the Super Level Association, it is not enough to be compared with the three civilizations. They are just looking for solutions to the problem at a low cost. If you spare no expense, the three civilizations have the ability to destroy the entire explored universe. It can completely blow all the star fields into a desolate universe belt and destroy all lives. Han Xiao shook his head slightly. Don't be alarmist. Unless the three civilizations are crazy, this situation cannot occur. Therefore, your assumption is meaningless. Whoever asks for euthanasia immediately after getting a minor illness. Fighting for peace is the most suitable way at present. The three civilizations allow Super A-level existence, but they never want us to unite. Joey hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, You have mastered the precious sanctuary recovery. Why do you have to use it for such a dangerous cause? With your strength, you could be completely independent and treat the sanctuary recovery as a business and cooperate with the three civilizations and each Super A level. Anyway, the recovery is limited to one time. Everyone is happy and no one can offend him. Isn't that good? Han Xiao glanced at him and said in a calm tone, Everyone has ambition. He was not surprised that Joey would think so. Most of the secluded people have the idea of being alone, and they want to enjoy the sanctuary recovery, but they don't want to take risks. Is it really impossible to talk about? Joey was a little disappointed. After hiding for so many years, he really didn't want to be born and exposed to the eyes of higher civilizations. Han Xiao spread his hands and did not answer. The meaning was very obvious. Joey hesitated for a while, but still refused to give up and advised. Black Star, if the three civilizations really study the technology for the recovery of the sanctuary, it will be the day when you take action against you. The three civilizations must try to monopolize this technology, and the advantages of the association will be gone. As long as the three civilizations kill you, they will be revived first. They will not be afraid of revenge. So, I think you should not go this way. Han Xiao frowned slightly and said bluntly, "You need to tell me this kind of thing? You may think that it will be safe to join them after the research of the three civilizations is successful. But think about it. The standards for the three civilizations to choose the recovery target will not be as relaxed as we do. They have this kind of killer weapon, but they will no longer be abusive to Super A level as before. If the Super A level is unwilling to become a tool for them to consolidate their rule, they will not be qualified to enjoy the recovery of the sanctuary. Otherwise, why do you act as an association to resist? Only if the association exists can you retain the maximum freedom of the A level. If you don't bet and contribute your strength now, when will you wait? Look forward and worry about this and that. Don't be naive, okay? There is no sure bet. As long as you have a need for the recovery of the sanctuary, you must pay something. If you're not interested, don't waste my time. Continue to escape from reality and live a life of lingering until the end of your life." Joey's expression was suffocated. He was in a state of confusion and said depressedly, "I don't mean that. Can I consider it again?" Hearing this, Han Xiao Buxian snorted lightly, took out several encrypted communicators, threw them to the four people, and said, "There is my contact information stored here. I will notify me when I make a decision. The situation is still stable now. You have time to consider it, but I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer. Always thinking about staying away from the changes of the times, and ultimately, you can only passively bear the established results. If you don't give for yourself, who else can you expect?" After that, Han Xiao waved his hand and took the mechanical core back to the secondary dimension barracks, then replaced the Emperor and disappeared on the spot with one teleportation, without any intention of visiting the four gods' kingdoms. Seeing this, Joey and the other two couldn't help looking at each other. After a while, one of them spoke carefully. "Are Black Star impatient with us? It seems that, Joey, you seem to annoy me. I want to offend Black Star, right?" The four of them were worried about gains and losses. Their mentality is very entangled. On the one hand, they want to avoid all risks and ask for details on Black Star to ask for 100% safety guarantee. But on the other hand, they're worried that this kind of questioning will make people unhappy, especially when they just saw the opponent's combat power. The few people subconsciously felt a little nervous when facing Han Xiao. Joey's face changed. He clasped the communicator tightly and said helplessly, "He Xing is right. My request may be a bit too much. Let's discuss it ourselves. Don't bother him first." After a flash of sight, Han Xiao teleported back to the office of the Black Star Palace, took off his mecha, and breathed out. "This trip is not worth it. I wonder if these people will agree." Han Xiao touched his chin and felt curious. He has a lot of experience in dating Super A levels. He is not as good as showing strength when dealing with this indecisive salted fish seclusion. These people have been away from the world for too long, have no ambition, have lost their sharpness, are soft-hearted, and are good at speaking and persuade them to achieve twice the result. To be more powerful, guide their psychological tendencies, can actually prompt them to make up their minds and make decisions. He knew Joey well. This guy was indecisive and could not cry until he saw the coffin. He wanted to persuade the other party to decide to join the association on the spot. Even if he discussed it carefully, the other party would hesitate to ask questions and make an end to the end. Instead of doing so, it would be better to leave a tough attitude and dominate their tendencies and make them worry about gains and losses. After all, the association is full of talents, and there is no urgent need for these four people to join. It is not that they are asking for others, but that they are asking for themselves. Han Xiao himself did not like the strength of the four people, but rather his identities. If they are willing to join, they can indirectly send a signal to all the seclusionists in the secondary dimension world, which may lead to more seclusion old guys and strengthen the association's momentum. Han Xiao said intimately, in his opinion, it is good to succeed in this move, but it is not a pity to fail. Anyway, it is just the icing on the cake. Han Xiao did not take this matter seriously, turned around and opened the panel to take a look and settled the task directly. You gain 650 experience. You gain expertise, second dimension adapter. Second dimension adapter. When fighting in the secondary dimension world, you get 3%, 6% attack power, resistance, ability strength, and full attribute bonus. This effect also acts on mechanical combat forces, summoning objects, and other auxiliary combat powers. The effect is still wider, and 3% is better than nothing. Han Xiao nodded, looking at the lower limit value very much. The prompt to extract their ability also pops up, asking him to select an object. Han Xiao recalled the battle information. Among the four, there are two magicians, one of them, and the other of them, and the template specialties are basically professional, and they can't even draw them. He simply chose Joey as his partner, and at least he had some intellectual expertise. You get a reward. Draw a Joy Tan Ryan's ability, features/skills. Tip: Joy Tan Ryan is a magician, which is not suitable for your profession. Some of the drawable abilities will be adjusted appropriately. Random drawing. Drawing is being drawn. Please choose one of the following 5 options as a reward. 1. Melee Mastery. Features: melee skill level +1. Melee attack power +25%. Melee attack frequency +25%. Melee parry rate +20%. As a qualified combat mage, it is a very reasonable thing to be good at melee too. Air Shock Wave General Edition. Skills: common superpower combat skills. Compress the energy and release it outside the body. Form shock waves and have low lethality. Different negative states are given according to the power attributes. If the profession is a martial arts system, it will be automatically replaced with martial arts X-body fluctuation skills. Cool down for 24 seconds. Consume 120 strength. 3. Serial Stick Strike. Skill: when using stick weapons such as staff, a continuous attack bursts out in an instant, obtaining an additional 6%, 12% attack power bonus. The number of attack judgments depends on the agility attribute, with a maximum of 12 times, cooldown 44s, consumes 80 strength, and 270 physical strength. 4. Crisis Intuition Specialty: when you are about to be attacked with a strong force. 5. Ancient Man Specialty: long life brings you precious spiritual wealth, intelligence +20%, mystery +10%, all skill levels +2. This. Han Xiao's mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. Ancient Man, why are you always there? How much does this specialty love me? Do you want me to become an old man like this? Han Xiao took a look at the other options and found it stunning. He was simply unable to complain that a mage has the expertise of melee mastery and does not respect his own crisp profession at all. There are 5 options, and you can only draw the general from the short ones. You don't have to hesitate to choose what you want. You gain new expertise, Ancient One. A cool feeling surged into my mind, and Han Xiao was shocked. He felt that his thinking speed was much faster. It felt like he was doing something like a horse killing a chicken, which was very comfortable. Compared to those 4 seclusionists, this expertise is the biggest gain of this trip. Finally, I have achieved the right result with the Ancient Man, who has been destined to be together many times. Now you don't need to use the character card of Lao Maitu to achieve the explosive state of combat power, which is like a tiger with wings. Moreover, the character card is still useful. It is estimated that like a double mechanical feeling, the operation of the double Ancient Man appears. This wave is not a loss. Han Xiao looked happy and calmed down his excitement. Then he turned off the panel and sent a message to the person who started the oath, telling the other party that the problem was solved. Kotlin and Joey were surprised by a sudden surprise. Fortunately, they were in danger in the end, and everything was handled smoothly, and nothing was leaked. However, This also made his sense of urgency slightly increase. The longer the time goes, the more accidents you will be, and you still have to speed up the efficiency of harvesting experience. Han Xiao summoned the Legion program, took a look at the movements of the Legion players, and then opened Legion management. Now the player scale is too large. The Legion has no big moves, and the number of daily employment tasks is limited, and it is not easy for players to accumulate experience after sharing it. It seems that it is best to apply fertilizer to create more jobs for players, accelerate their gains of experience, and also improve the internal welfare system of the Legion to better harvest their labor value. Somewhere in the shining world, a spacecraft with the Black Star Legion's emblem was slowly sailing. In the cabin hall, a group of players were busy with their own affairs. Some were playing cards, some were browsing the forum, and some were browsing the Legion store. The ID on its head showed that the people present were all from Jiangsheng Guild, including Guangdao and Fengwei. The ship was all core members of the guild, and were heading to the mission location. At this moment, in a corner of the cabin, the Mad Knife pulled the team members and was talking. After we went online, we have not trained seriously, and everyone has not recovered their condition. Although we are on the road, we cannot waste time. We are not allowed to entertain before arriving at our destination. We follow me to brush copies and practice tactical cooperation. As he said that, the Crazy Knife took out a few nightmare-level difficulty copy crystals from his pocket. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Captain, how long has the last league ended? We haven't had a good holiday yet. The new version has just opened, and it's still early to the next league. Should we just start fighting so hard now? Feng Yu complained. Guangdao explained. The kings, princes, generals, and ministers of the dynasty and the Bright Moon in Chongkong are all going to retire. Their team needs to introduce new players and need to be adjusted. Their strength will most likely weaken, and our competitiveness will be even more obvious. This is a great opportunity. There's a great hope of winning the championship in this league, and we must work harder. I feel that you are becoming more and more like Hao Yan, and I like to train us every day. Feng Yu curled her lips. At this time, the meat bag on the side was riding the boat and said, "Is the captain after all? Jiangsheng has lived up to expectations in recent years and has achieved good results. It is inseparable from his seriousness and responsibility." I still remember how bad Jiangsheng was in the first league that year. Fortunately, the senior management of your club regarded Guangdao as the cornerstone and reorganized the team. The facts prove that your club saw the right person, and Jiangsheng has the reputation of being the 5th richest in China now. Guangdao was comfortable all over and gave a thumbs up. I promised to do an exclusive interview for you. Okay, I've licked the goods. This wave is not a loss. The meat bag laughed. The group was joking. At this time, the president of Jiangsheng Guild, Qian Jiangwei, walked in, came straight to Guangdao, and said, "Guangdao, another NPC force contacted me just now. Wanted to win over us. Let us leave the Legion and turn to join them." "Come on again? Who is this time?" Guangdao was curious. "I am from the Glorious Federation." Qian Jiangwei was helpless. Recently, they have received many private enlistment in this form, and all have generous conditions. They hope that their entire affiliated organization will change jobs and leave the Legion. Not only Jiangsheng, but also various affiliated guild forces under the Black Star Legion have encountered such things frequently recently. The Glorious Federation wins us over? When will our platoon be so big? Guangdao muttered, "Don't worry about them. We won't change jobs anyway." He is a diehard supporter of the Legion. Even if the 3 major civilizations are winning over, he is not interested in changing the party. As far as he knows, most Legion guilds have the same attitude, and they basically don't miss the information of poaching people. Recently, major interstellar forces are scrambling players, and their strength is even greater than the previous version. During this period, I analyzed the current situation and estimated that a war between civilization and associations is inevitable. So we, the immortals who are most suitable to rush to the front, have become popular items that both sides have to compete for. Otherwise, how could the 3 major civilizations send people to win us over? Feng Yu was thinking. Although she became a professional player, she still retained her interest in analyzing the plot. At this moment, everyone present suddenly heard the communicator of the internal program of the Legion simultaneously. What new announcement has the Legion issued? Huang Dao and others took out the communicator and opened the internal program. An internal document titled Recent System Reform of the Legion immediately caught their eyes. Everyone browsed it quickly and showed surprise on their faces. The document stated that the Legion has made expanded adjustments to the immortal position, opened up more middle-level positions. It can hold various new and long-term positions within the Legion, with all positions such as logistics, instructors, captains, intelligence personnel, etc. to choose from. Simply put, it means opening up new channels for players to rise. Originally, most players were mercenaries and fighters, but now they can become middle-level cadres in the department, gain power, lead a group of subordinates, and command a group of grassroots personnel to do their business as players. This is quite attractive to players who like role-playing. At the same time, this position also represents a more formal establishment, and you can receive a fixed salary from the Legion, which is very in line with the preferences of Chinese players. The promotion conditions are a high enough Legion authority level, which depends on the player's cumulative faction contribution. You also have to purchase a digital qualification certificate for the cadre's registration application form. It requires a small amount of INAR and a trace of experience, and then you can wait for review by the personnel department. In addition, the Legion stated that at the request of the majority of members, a new insurance service was introduced called Legion's Main Force Special Guarantee, which includes discounts on Legion store, free medical treatment, free equipment repair and strengthening times, Legion logistics fee discounts, opening loan qualifications, lower loan interest rates, lowering spaceship rental fees, discounts on real estate purchases of Legion territory, and other welfare guarantees. According to the degree, they are divided into different levels of protection. Only members of the Legion with higher authority can purchase more advanced protection, and the fee is not one time, and the insurance payment is renewed every once in a while. Players not only need to pay money, but also pay a tiny amount of experience. The treatment of the faction store discount alone is enough to stimulate players to purchase the special protection one after another, let alone various additional services. Just a glance can make a lot of money. In particular, the price of dungeon crystals has been reduced the most, which is the main source of experience for players at present. Just like the inexhaustible experience value minerals, this move is also to facilitate players to mine. In addition to these favorable systems, the Legion also stated that it will soon increase the acceptable range of tasks for the Immortals and set up some special tasks with generous rewards. Players need to spend experience values and a certain amount of money as the mission deposit. After completion, the money is returned, but the experience cannot be returned. However, if you get the task reward, players will not care about this experience. The Legion is too large now, and the daily disposable experience limit is astronomical. The experience limit is allocated to the player through the task, and then Han Xiao will harvest it from the player. This positive cycle has been maintained for many years. At the same time, Han Xiao stated in the document that the use of evolution blocks is fully open to players' qualifications, which requires players to spend money and experience to purchase. Because players can only experience level 160 advancement in this version, the additional race sublimation of the evolution block will only be useful before this, and the player's desire to buy will not be too low. Han Xiao's move is not only a harvest experience, but also a desire to use the side effects of evolution blocks to curb players' upgrade speed, so that the time when natural disaster level players appear will be moved forward. During the side effects period, players will feel that the upgrade is a loss, and they tend to spend their experience elsewhere, so they can kill two birds with one stone and make it easier for them to harvest. After reading the documents, Huang Dao and others were dizzy and surprised by this series of favorable policies. The Legion is a response to other forces poaching people. Sure enough, there is competition between the camps so that we can have enough food. It feels comfortable. Lao He still attaches importance to us as always. Huang Dao, Feng Yu, and his group only felt excited. Everyone and the Legion were like old couples. They didn't want to leave and didn't expect the Legion to react. But the Legion responded to the forces that had prying corners with a series of benefits, which made them see more attention and feel happy. At the end of the announcement, the Legion also announced that a military exercise between the Immortals would be held soon. The mission rewards were extremely generous, and the quota was limited. It took experience values to accept the mission. This is the only large-scale collective action of the Legion recently. Although it was just an exercise, the rewards were quite high. Quang Dao and others naturally did not hesitate and directly paid their experience to register. In just 5 minutes, millions of places were snatched away, which shows how popular the Legion is. The Black Star Legion's welfare announcement caused many players in other camps to get stomach sore. Their eyes turned red, and there was another sensation in the forum. Han Xiao can guess the player's reaction to these benefits without paying attention. He has already mastered the player's G-spot. He can use this method of harvesting the player's labor output in a variety of ways, even with his eyes closed. According to his expectations, this wave of swordsmanship would probably allow him to get enough experience in level 360 to advance several months in advance. His Excellency President, our plan to win over the Immortals has little effect. Almost no Immortals of the Black Star Legion are willing to change jobs. What a group of troublesome guys. In the office of the Grand Presidential Palace of the Guanghui Federation, Louis frowned slightly as he listened to his subordinates' reports. In order to study the recovery of the sanctuary, major interstellar forces are vigorously trying to win over the Immortals. However, looking at the movements of the Immortals in the entire universe, there's a tendency to gather towards the Black Star Legion. Many forces find it difficult to understand the strange attraction of the Black Star Legion to the Immortals. I thought that 80% of the people who were recruited in the name of the 3 major civilizations and a lot of benefits were enough to win. But now there are not many people who buy it, and Louis is a little confused. He naturally had no way of knowing the name of the version of Black Star Age, and he didn't know how much helped this version of the name help Han Xiao. Louis frowned and pondered for a while, and said in a deep voice, "It should be the impact of the scattered star return incident. It has been a year since the incident, and the response has not disappeared. In this year, there have been too many small superpowers under the command of the A-level team." Alas, he couldn't help but sigh, feeling a pity. If the Superstar Group Alliance had not done anything, the interception of hundreds of Super A-level seeds might have been successful. The incident of scattered stars returning to the stream would not happen. Then killing the chicken to warn the monkey would have been effective. Nowadays, super people are more likely to compromise with the 3 major civilizations because of fear and fear. Unfortunately, this kind of good thing can only be thought about now. The chief elder paused his crutch and said slowly, "This situation needs to be dealt with further. After a year of preparation, those prepared sanctions policies should be almost implemented. We cannot make these super A-level forces so comfortable. If we have been concerned about publicly identifying conflicts, they will only seize the opportunity to continue to develop rapidly." Louis nodded and said in a low voice, "I really have to curb their development momentum. I will go and say to Su Ling and the Empire and jointly issue those prepared decrees. I want to see how the Super A-level Association will continue to grow due to blockade by most of the interstellar society." The Black Star Army held a 6-day exclusive military exercise for the Immortals in the territory, with millions of Legion players participating in it as a form of confrontation. The original intention was to hold a large-scale collective action for players to find reasons to issue experience rewards on a large scale. But under the current sensitive situation, the Legion's military drills have been interpreted by the outside world in a variety of ways. On the quantum network, many interstellar citizens believe that the Legion's exercises are indirect demonstrations against the 3 major civilizations. And many people also believe that the Black Star Legion is warming up, and there will inevitably be major actions in the near future, and various rumors are rampant. However, even though rumors are rampant, the Super A-level Association remains silent, just how much the outside world speculates. One day after half a month, Just as the enthusiasm for public opinion gradually decreased, something unexpected happened suddenly, with almost no signs. The three major civilizations jointly issued a second-level decree to the entire universe, which was the sanctions against the Super A-Level Association. The Super A-Level Association and the three major civilizations have been fighting openly and secretly for more than a year. Although many interstellar citizens are eating melons, in public, the two sides have never shown a tit-for-tat attitude, never challenged each other, and were more silent. Until now, the three major civilizations have suddenly publicly provoked conflicts, which is beyond the expectations of countless people and is reasonable. When countless heads of forces saw the content of the government order, their pupils shrank and were startled by the severe sanctions, and the same thought arose in their minds. So cruel! The three major civilizations finally used their own political, economic, and other influence to spread the entire universe, and began to completely blockade Black Star Palace, the workshop for the Legion commander. Han Xiao is focusing on studying a golden mechanical drawing and working towards the peak of the transformation of the divine nature of the void. Suddenly, Philip appeared. His little face was anxious, and he said hurriedly, "Master, something big has happened. The three major civilizations have issued a joint sanction order to us." Hearing this, Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He put down the parts in his hand, pinched Philip's forehead, and lifted him in front of him. This day is still here. Let's talk about what terms have been set up by the three civilizations. Look, it's so scary. Philip waved his little hand and pulled from top to bottom. A virtual screen unfolded like a scroll, showing a document with dense content. Below is a joint stamp and signature of the three civilizations, proving that this is an effective government order protected by the authoritative certification of the three civilizations and the common law of the star. He specially noted that it will take effect immediately from the date of signing. Han Xiao looked at it from the beginning, and the beginning was a statement from the three major civilizations, explaining the reason for the issuance of this decree. In order to minimize the danger of individual power to the interstellar society, the ultimate knowledge of the five superpower systems has always been jointly controlled by the three major civilizations, and other forces cannot be spread at will. This is the sixth provision of the Interstellar Superpower Management Act, Knowledge Dissemination Agreement. The Super A-Level Development Federation, hereinafter referred to as the Association, has not received our permission and has been privately disseminating the ultimate knowledge of various systems for many years. We have repeatedly asked the Association to rectify this chaos, but the Association has repeatedly ignored our requirements. A year ago, we issued a final ultimatum to the Association, but it was still ignored. Now the ultimatum time has passed. In view of the Association's bad behavior, we decided to impose sanctions. It's indeed such an excuse. I thought the three major civilizations had some new tricks. Han Xiao was not surprised at all, snorted lightly, and continued to look down. In the document, the three major civilizations accused the Association of justice and cited the regulations that the Association violated. Then it emphasized that the nature of the power of the Super-Level Association is a civil organization, not protected by a series of interstellar civilization agreements such as the Peace Treaty, and does not have a series of rights such as jurisdiction and political rights of civilized forces. Immediately afterwards, the three major civilizations announced that from this moment on, Super A-Level associations were included in the list of unreliable civil organizations and the list of bad armed organizations. These two lists are specially set up for some organizations with doubts in their business nature, although they are not as serious as wanted orders. As long as they are included in the list, all rights in the interstellar society will be greatly affected. Treatment similar to credit failure and deadbeat will be subject to varying degrees of sanctions. For the Super-Level Association, the sanctions include multiple areas such as politics, economy, and arms scale, and the attack ranges are widespread. In terms of politics, Basically, most super A-level people take care of their own mother-class civilizations, and this decree requires that super A-level forces must not continue to interfere in the politics of multiple civilizations. Otherwise, the political rights of relevant civilizations will be demoted, and a list of key concerns has been listed, and the Hylon Star civilization is the first to be affected. The super-level forces that are originally civilized must be subject to censorship, claiming that if the super-level power has a cooperative relationship with some unreliable organizations, they also need to demote political rights. Cisco's Star Eye civilization is an example. In terms of economy, terms are much more complicated and complicated, accounting for half of the content and covering all aspects. First of all, a notice of civilizations in various regions requires local civilizations to cooperate with government orders, stop any form of cooperation with Super A forces, and shall not provide public services, such as Stargate transportation to Super A forces, and shall not open trading channels for Super A forces to sell any resources. At the same time, it must cooperate with government orders to conduct multiple reviews of assets left in the civilized territory of Super A forces, otherwise they will be interviewed one by one. Among the private sector, any consortium or enterprise that maintains business dealings with Super A-level associations will have a downgrade in the credit rating of Interstellar Bank, and consortiums that have not been corrected will be included in the list of dishonest companies. Only by termination of the cooperative relationship can we apply to initiate the review process, restore credit, and even obtain certain subsidies. The three major civilizations will ensure that these enterprises will not be threatened by force from overlevel A forces in the future, and will also provide judicial assistance in breach of commercial contracts, and try not to pay compensation to overlevel A forces. At the same time, the credit evaluation of all capital accounts under the Super A-level forces will be lowered, and each capital transfer must be reviewed and supervised. In terms of arms scale, the three major civilizations believe that as a civil society, the super-level association is too large, which has threatened the stability of the interstellar society and violated the agreement on the scale of armed forces of civil strength, and must be split in disarmament. Before the abolition is completed, all members of the super-level power, not limited to superpowers, will simultaneously accept the treatment of downgrading of credit ratings, including and not limited to the inability to pass the Stargate review, the inability to dock at certain civilized traffic transit stations, the inability to transit from certain civilizations, and the restriction of account money transfers. In addition, there are many miscellaneous clauses. This time, the three major civilizations have even hit allies together. However, since more and more allies listen to the tutors and not the announcement, this is not unpredictable. At the end of the document, the three major civilizations stated that the above terms are only for members of the super-level association and do not involve neutral super-level associations. As long as you withdraw from the association and re-examine, you can restore normal treatment. As for ordinary superpowers, if they are willing to switch to the three major civilizations or local civilizations, they will not only restore their credit, but also enjoy more benefits and subsidies. After reading the whole article, Han Xiao only has one view on this government decree, that is, domineering. TSK. The three major civilizations will be cruel as soon as they take action. Han Xiao shook his head. These terms are not twisted and turns. Just use power to encircle the interstellar society to block the association, in order to curb the development of the association, which has little impact on the Super A level itself, but is extremely destructive to the forces. To summarize the practices of the three major civilizations, it can be understood as ball certificate, circumstance certificate, plus sponsorship. All units are all my people. How can you fight me? I made this assumption many years ago, and it still came true. Han Xiao was mentally prepared, and it was not surprising at this time. Moreover, since the three major civilizations dared to formulate such terms, they were naturally confident to implement them. Even in the face of the Superstar Cluster Alliance, the three major civilizations have never taken such ruthless measures. After all, The superstar cluster civilization enjoys a series of civilization guarantee agreements, such as the Peace Treaty. Once the three major civilizations violate these regulations, they will cause trouble. But at the beginning of the document, the three major civilizations made it clear that the Super A-level association is a civilian force, without authority, and is not protected by various civilization guarantee agreements. The nature of the matter is therefore set, and the means have not crossed the line. Since the development of the interstellar society, the three major civilizations have long had financial hegemony, political hegemony, technological hegemony, and military hegemony. Their influence radiates to all aspects and is deeply tied to civilizations at all levels. Civilizations at all levels may not sell their face, but the consequences need to be weighed. Seeking profit and avoiding harm is a rational tendency that most civilizations must have. Han Xiao can foresee that there must be many civilizations responding to this government order. As for the civil forces and the general public, the ones who dare to go against the rulers of the universe are naturally the minority. The three major civilizations have such an attitude that is enough to scare away many people. After all, most people are just for a good job. If they become marginal people in the interstellar society, it would be too unworthy. Han Xiao pondered secretly. The three civilizations hesitated for a year and decided to take the conflict openly. I don't know if there is any influence from players. Starting from this decree, the three civilizations finally broke up with us. The three civilizations were expected, but even if they guessed in advance, there was no good solution. The dimensionality reduction attacks fully launched by the three civilizations were not so easy to resolve. However, in recent years, he has made a lot of preparations to improve the independence of the association's interests. Now he's not caught off guard. Didi, at this moment, the communicator suddenly rang. Han Xiao opened it and saw that it was Bennett's call. The communication was connected, and as soon as Bennett's projection appeared, he couldn't wait to ask, "Hey Xing, have you seen the sanction order jointly issued by the three major civilizations?" "Look," Han Xiao did. As he said that, he looked at Bennett. Since replenishing his vitality, Bennett's lifespan has been extended a lot. Decades have passed, and he is still alive, and his body is still strong. Every year, Han Xiao thought that this guy was about to die, and Bennett would always jump out and shout, "I'm not dead." Fake it. If this trend continues, I'm afraid that Nilo will play a role in the world with the crown prince of 100 years. What are you going to do? Bennett was worried. Cool. Han Xiao spread his hands and raised his eyebrows. It's the Hylon Star civilization that is also within the scope of sanctions. What do you say? Bennett gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. After a while, Hylon Star will withdraw from the Broken Star Ring Civilization Parliament to protest and express his unwillingness to accept this sanction. Do you want to accompany me to the darkness? Han Xiao smiled. Bennett looked serious. Although Hylon is still weak, we also have dignity and will not deny the great men in the history of our civilization because of such unreasonable demands. Han Xiao was somewhat relieved and said slowly, "You have the will. If you do this, Halen's development will be severely damaged in the short term, but with my protection, there will be no danger. Everything you lose now can be earned back in the future. It's enough to have you. You know I have always believed in you." Benny nodded, removed the projection, and ended the communication. Han Xiao exhaled, thought for a while, and turned to contact Sui. Soon, Sowery's figure appeared on the screen, his face full of solemnity. "Blackstar, I've seen the news. Do you have any plans?" Han Xiao touched his chin and said slowly, "We can't be polite to hold an emergency regular meeting. I have 2 things to announce." "What 2 things?" "First, from now on, the association will not accept any form of help from the 3 civilizations. Second, stop subsidies to the civilized directs of the association and freeze their membership rights, and temporarily deprive them of their power to participate in the regular meeting. Tell the outside world that unless the 3 civilizations revoke the sanctions order, this situation will continue." Sui frowned. This is not painful or itchy to the 3 civilizations, and at most we express our attitude of not retreating. This is enough. If sanctions can be resolved so easily, the three major civilizations have clearly ruled the universe for so many years. Han Xiao didn't care. Cooperation with the official civilization has always been an important business of Super A level. Now this channel is broken, and the only large-scale channel for the association to obtain resources is left. The three major civilizations will definitely focus on this field. At that time, friction may be inevitable. As he said that, Han Xiao paused. Also, the Superstar Group Alliance may need to contact. There is no eternal enemy, only eternal interests. He did not want to help the Superstar Group Civilization Rebellion, but it is not impossible to consider a simple transaction. His goal is to control the intensity of the super disaster and try to stabilize the situation as much as possible. But he also knows that it is impossible to be harmonious all the time. The three major civilizations will not give up on testing, and the balance of checks and balances is always swaying. Even if he is a stable party, he has to sway. Within a few days, the sanctions of the three major civilizations directly triggered public opinion in the entire interstellar society. Whether it was ordinary people or superpowers, civilized forces or civilized forces, they were all in an uproar. The Super A-level association has partners in all fields. This sanction is too wide-ranging and involves almost all aspects of the interstellar community. It is no exaggeration to say that it will affect the operation of the entire explored universe. The three major civilizations have been ruled for many years, and as defenders of order, they are inevitably gradually becoming corrupt and conservative. Many people's fear of the three major civilizations comes more from their dominance and huge forces, but they gradually forget the fierceness in the bones of the three major civilizations. This government order awakens many memories of civilizations that have been buried in history and remembers the bloody history of the three major civilizations. In the eyes of many civilizations, the three major civilizations today seem to be wiping the rust on their bodies, slowly regaining the ruthlessness of the rising period. Many people are secretly worried and do not know how many points of the three major civilizations can eventually regain their original strength. On the quantum network, public opinion was the most explosive, and the superpower class was in an uproar. They showed extreme resentment towards this decree. They only felt that the excuses of the three major civilizations to launch sanctions were bullshit. In their opinion, the association has not done anything unforgivable until now. The motive of the three major civilizations is nothing but domineering desire to control, which has made countless superpowers feel extremely disgusted, believing that this is a harm to all superpowers' freedom. For a time, the association's call for the superpowered class once again rose, and countless superpowered people supported the association, believing that this was an unfair sanction, and the popularity of public opinion continued to soar. However, it is unrealistic to say that the methods of the three major civilizations are ineffective. The support of the superpowered class is basically limited to slogans, and no one wants to take risks with themselves. Seeing the sanctions of the three major civilizations so resolutely, some superpowered people who originally wanted to join the association were frightened by the sanctions clauses. It is natural to seek profit and avoid harm. You can force yourself to rely on others online, but your body is still very honest. However, this method has no effect on players, but has caused widespread dissatisfaction. Among them, not only players of super-level forces, but also some players in the neutral camps and even the three major civilizations' own camps were annoyed. For players, you can work for others to do tasks, but you can't force me to do it. The three major civilizations have forced me to take sides, which has stimulated some players' rebellious psychology. What about the three major civilizations? Don't look at the surname of this version. If we are all afraid of you, can't we? The player himself is a member of the superclass and is naturally close to the association. This sanction indirectly strengthens the determination of some players to join the association and speeds up the speed of players from various forces to transfer to the association. Anyway, you are not afraid of death. Just fight hard and be done. when the outside world was in a state of rampage. The Super A-Level Association held an emergency regular meeting under the call of Han Xiao. Fenxing, the association's conference hall. This time no one was late, and many Super A-Level projectors were already present, with a solemn expression and sitting upright. But the staff did not come, and some seats that should have been present at the round table were vacant at this time. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Han Xiao in the main position. Han Xiao looked around the audience, put his hands on his nose, and slowly spoke in front of everyone's eyes. I believe everyone knows the meaning of the meeting. The three civilizations announced sanctions against us, and we must also reciprocate and fight back. As he said, he pointed to the empty seats between the seats and said calmly, "Everyone has seen that the direct members of the three civilizations did not come to attend the meeting. I temporarily terminated their membership rights. At the same time, we will no longer provide any form of assistance to the three civilizations, including and not limited to super-level military support and technical support. If you have any objections, you can stand up now." As soon as he finished speaking, a supported voice immediately sounded in the room. The key to these two orders was to get the consent of the three civilizations' super-level allies. After all, the allies are not direct, and not everyone is very irresistible with the civilization. But this time, the three major civilizations did not open their sides, and even their allies were targeted for attack, in order to force them to withdraw from the association, and most of the allies were dissatisfied. Only a few allies felt hesitant because of different concerns, but before the situation was clear, they could not withdraw from the association immediately to evade sanctions, because it was already difficult to get along with the association and would not be able to survive in the Super A-Level circle in the future. Moreover, the three major civilizations' attitude towards Super A-Level is not worth their high hopes. Moreover, the revival of the sanctuary involves a second life. In the eyes of everyone, it is of course much more important than external forces. The core of most super-level forces is the strength of the leader. As long as the fist is still there, even if the force is hit by various attacks, it can make a comeback at any time. It is people who rely on their ability to make a living and are not panic. Most people know that the goal of unity is for the interests of the class. The three major civilizations have been revealed. If they don't unite to confront each other now, there may be no chance in the future. The gains and losses for the moment are not important at the moment. Only those with extremely short-sighted eyes will think that they will be vigilant and protect themselves when they retreat. Now, the association has played the role originally intended and has become a link to the Super A-Level United Front. Even if someone has different ideas, he can only stand on the association's front for the time being and closely united by Han Xiao. Since everyone agrees, these two orders will be implemented until the three major civilizations revoke the sanctions order. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. To be honest, he had long wanted to remove the three major civilized direct lines, and there was no good opportunity. Now he has brought the excuse to his door. Lao Long stroked his beard and said in a deep voice, "No matter what, sanctions are a trouble for us. Black Star, what plans do you have next?" Han Xiao nodded the table and said slowly, "Channel, territory, manpower, funds. These are the entry points for the three major civilizations to pinch us. Resisting pressure will be the next focus. Shrinking business and streamlining the scale is imperative. Among them, the biggest blow is channels. This sanction order almost deprives us of normal trading rights. And even if we have money, we cannot buy resources. Therefore, the interstellar black market is an important area we want to lay out. Secret Master, this requires your help." Secret Master nodded slowly. The managers behind the interstellar black market are all Super A-level. In the future, the interstellar black market may serve as the logistics core of the association. A new round of expansion and integration of the black market in the entire universe will inevitably undergo, which has both advantages and disadvantages for black market managers, such as Secret Masters. Han Xiao paused and continued. Also, not everyone in the universe will enforce sanctions orders, and these forces are also the objects of our cooperation. For example, Superstar Group, Someone asked tentatively. Han Xiao glanced at him and smiled. If the chips are right, Superstar Group is also a choice. Hearing this, some superstar groups disguised as neutral lit up their super A-level eyes, and they were secretly happy. At this time, Sui pondered, Superstar Group. They are okay to make trouble, but will they be willing to cooperate with us? That depends on whether the two sides can take out chips that are satisfactory to each other. Moreover, from a standpoint, the Superstar Group also needs us to fight against the three major civilizations. Although both sides are not considered a relationship of losing their lips, they also need each other. Han Xiao said. At this time, Manison snorted, I had cooperated with the Superstar Group Alliance, and the three major civilizations had a great response. If we reached a deal with the Superstar Group, the three major civilizations would definitely be greatly stimulated and would not end simply. Han Xiao turned his head and raised his eyebrows and said, Are you afraid? What should I be afraid of? Manison disagreed. I am reminding you of the consequences of this move. Han Xiao waved his hand. It's okay. Since the three major civilizations have publicly imposed sanctions, they must have assumed the result of our contact with the Superstar Group. But they don't care about this, proving that they are mentally prepared. Maybe they have the idea of fighting all in one go. But even so, we have to contact the Superstar Group Alliance to let the three major civilizations know that we are not that easy to grasp. I thought you would always be loyal to the three major civilizations. Manison snorted coldly, still remembering the grievances of the Intelligent Plague incident. I just maintain order and have never developed any loyalty to the three major civilizations. As long as I can uphold order, everyone will be the same. Han Xiao said casually. Manison said lightly, To put it nicely, aren't you going on my old path now? It seems that I'm still right in the end. Han Xiao didn't care and smiled. You threaten the safety of the interstellar society. I just made the rulers afraid of our power. The two are different in nature, and I'm much better than you. They are all excuses. Manison looked away and stopped speaking. Things have developed to this point. The virtual mutiny virus that has been imitated for many years is probably useless. Manison couldn't help but feel a pity. However, in his opinion, this is a secret insurance. If the association really cannot withstand the pressure of the three major civilizations, he would not mind using this killer weapon to protect the association, which would become the situation he originally envisioned. Han Xiao ignored Manison and carefully explained the next action plan. Now the association needs everyone to divide the work and cooperate, and they cannot fight each other. His current right to speak can make everyone obediently and mobilize. At the end, Han Xiao paused and instructed, If you want to resolve the situation, either let the three major civilizations revoke the sanctions order on their own, or the association opens up a new form of development. We're going hand in hand, but if the action is action, we must grasp the degree and not involve too many innocent people. The purpose of the counterattack is to make the three major civilizations feel difficult, not to intensify conflicts and try to avoid positive armed conflicts. The three major civilizations put pressure on us, and they also want to force us to go on a wrong path. If we pose a huge threat to the interstellar society, then they will be more legitimate. So don't get ahead. Everyone nodded. They also understood this principle. It is normal to fight in game, but if the bottom line is broken, it will be unreasonable. The meeting lasted for most of the day, and many members took over their division of labor. The association was originally a loose alliance, but now it feels more and more holistic. After the meeting, the projections disappeared one by one, and only Han Xiao and Sui were left in the room. Sowery relaxed his tense expression and said with a smile, When are you going to show down with the three civilizations? They seem to have completely believed that the sanctuary only has one limit, otherwise they might not be so radical. He had more confidence in this battle than anyone else, and he had the secret of the sanctuary's unlimited secret. He was not afraid of the sanctuary tricks of the three civilizations. At the same time, Sui also felt that Han Xiao's approach to concealing this secret was right. Otherwise, the three major civilizations would not have adopted such radical temptation methods. In his opinion, this could lure the three major civilizations to make wrong decisions. Don't worry. Wait for the opportunity. Han Xiao waved his hand. Anyway, you know what you know? I believe you. Suai nodded and removed the projection. Han Xiao shook his head and smiled, his eyes flashing. I guess those super A-level superstar clusters that are disguised as neutral have brought what I mean to the Superstar Cluster Alliance. On the other side, in the Superstar Cluster Alliance, many civilized leaders gathered together to listen to the report. Are you sure? Black Star said you want to contact us. Many civilized leaders of Superstar Group showed joy and were secretly excited. The association is in a difficult situation now and urgently needs new channels. It is necessary to fight back against the three major civilizations. Cooperating with us is naturally a good choice. The leader of the Xingu civilization spoke in a deep voice, his eyes shining. Although Black Star had friction with him in the past, and they didn't like each other, if one can get help from the Super A-level association through Black Star, what is that little grudge? The stronger the Super A-level association, the more uncomfortable the three civilizations will be. The Superstar Group Alliance is most willing to see a new variable in the universe pattern. As for violating the sanctions, order, and offending the three major civilizations, the Superstar Group Alliance doesn't care at all. Both sides are in the same situation. Even if there is no reason, the three major civilizations will suppress them every day, fearing a hammer. However, the association has just turned to cooperate with them now, and it feels like quarreling with the three real boyfriends and then turn to date the spare tire of Superstar Group. Thinking of this, many Superstar Group leaders feel a little awkward. But I didn't struggle for too long, and everyone quickly felt relieved. Forget it. As long as you can enjoy the beauty, just spare tires. Anyway, we're happy. The venue of the Broken Star Ring Civilization Parliament. The dome is still an abbreviated version of the mobile starry sky, and the rotunda is full of representatives of various civilized members in the star field. The meeting has been going on for some time. There are so many sanctions on the three major civilizations. In response to this joint decree, I suggest that the Broken Star Ring Civilization Parliament supervise the implementation of the decree in the star field and ensure that all civilizations completely terminate the cooperation agreement with various forces under the Super A-level association. A star cluster-level civilized representative sitting in the chair read out the proposal, threw out the problem, and then looked around the audience and asked in a deep voice, "This is the situation. Who present has any opinions?" As soon as he finished speaking, the scene was silent, and many representatives looked complicated. The Black Star Legion has too great power in the Broken Star Ring. This star field is almost like the back garden of the Legion. More than 80% of the civilizations here have different areas of cooperation from the Black Star Legion. They have always cooperated happily and have win-win results. This sanction is a tough problem for them. However, they dare not violate the three major civilizations. In terms of interest connection, they are even more intricate with the three major civilizations. Look, the 7 powered star cluster-level civilizations in the Broken Star Ring all chose their positions and expressed their decisions to support the three major civilizations. I don't know what agreement has been reached with the three major civilizations behind it. Others are reluctant and have no choice but to be unable to twist their arms. Agree. Super discussion. Everyone was silent for a while and spoke slowly one after another. Many people looked in a vague direction towards the Hylon star civilization. Their eyes were quite complicated with sighs, pity, and gloating. The access conditions for the Civilization Parliament are galaxy-level civilizations, but the A-Blue Star is an alien. It is ranked in this kind of occasion with a level of surface civilization, and its status is all brought by the Black Star. One person is superior to the A-level, and one person is ascending to heaven. Many civilizations have always been envious, jealous, and hateful to the Hylon star civilization. They cannot cultivate one super A-level life or death, but they only jumped out of 3, which was a waste of luck. Everyone was crazy every day. With the promotion of Hela and Aurora, The status of the Sea Blue Star civilization has increased in recent years. Even if the civilization has weak strength, it has a transcendent status in the association. Basically, all the Broken Star Ring civilizations usually take good care of the Sea Blue Star civilization for the sake of the Black Star Legion. If the Black Star does not have the protection of the Black Star, the Sea Blue Star civilization will be nothing in their eyes. Now that Black Star is out of favor, many people present want to see the jokes of Han Star. Soon, all the civilizations present expressed their agreement or abstained from it, leaving only the Han Star civilization and the Xingtong civilization without any statement. At this time, a Star Cluster level director said lightly, "The representatives of Heilangxing and Xingtong civilization, you are the only one left." The representative of Xingtong civilization looked tangled and his lips were stammering. After a few seconds, he replied in a low voice, "We abstain." Everyone couldn't help but glance at him, and a look of surprise flashed across his face, but then he understood the reason and showed a sense of pride. Only Han Star was left without saying anything, and everyone's eyes were all focused on Bennett. Han Star civilization, where are you? Star Cluster level director asked again. Bennett took a deep breath, stood up slowly, and said solemnly, "We strongly oppose this unfair sanction order and will never accept unreasonable accusations and slander. From now on, the Sea Blue Star civilization will withdraw from the Broken Star Ring civilization parliament." His tone was sonorous and powerful, without hesitation. After the words came, the many civilizations present were immediately in an uproar, looking at Bennett with a blank expression in surprise. They thought Heilong would take a more roundabout attitude, but they didn't expect that they would be so tough and just quit the meeting without saying a word. "Are you sure?" The director of the Amethyst civilization could not help but ask. Black Star is one of the greatest figures in the history of Aqua Blue Star. We cannot allow anyone or force to maliciously slander him. Even the three major civilizations should not smear the great men of other civilizations at will. Bennett's tone was decisive. After saying that, he directly removed the remote projection, disappeared from the venue, and expressed his inverted attitude with practical actions. Seeing this, many civilized representatives looked at each other with complex expressions. Unexpectedly, Heilangxing was so determined to stand by Black Star, resisting the dissatisfaction of the three major civilizations, and going all the way to the black. In fact, in everyone's opinion, Heilangxing has a better way to deal with this matter. I believe Black Star can understand it, but he insisted on showing such a tough attitude and openly challenged the three major civilizations. It is estimated that it will be treated as a typical example. Many civilized representatives shook their heads and sighed, and couldn't help but look at the Star Pupil civilization representative. In their eyes, the Xingtong civilization is the way for smart people. But in their hearts, everyone is dissatisfied with the three major civilizations. They actually admire them when they see someone step forward. Almost every civilization present wanted to oppose the domineering orders of the three major civilizations so clearly, but unfortunately, they didn't have the confidence. In a place where no one saw it, Xingtong civilization looked at Bennett's vacant seat, silently clenched his fists, and a hint of shame flashed in his eyes. Han Star Government Building, Leader's Office. Bennett opened his eyes and returned to the room. I saw a group of senior officials waiting here, staring at him and waiting for orders. Bennett let out a sigh of relief and said in a deep voice, "We have withdrawn from the Broken Star Ring Civilization Council and informed the full civilization of our decision." Understand, many senior officials did not say anything, received the order, and left the room in a row. Not long after, this incident spread throughout the civilization through Heilangxing's official media and online channels. Bennett stayed in the office. After reading the news, he took out his communicator and logged into the internet to check the public's attitude towards the matter. Soon, messages jumped into our eyes. "Beautiful job. I've been unhappy with the three major civilizations. How dare we smear our great men? It's really not a group of good things." The decision to support the federal regime with real names is clearly bullying people. Do we think we are scared? Looking at the comments that citizens shared hatred and indignant on the internet, Bennett's old face silently smiled. I hope this is the right choice. Star pupil civilized homestar. Cisco stood in front of the window, overlooking the bustling city scene. The flight vehicle passed through the block and also slashed across his 7 eyes like countless fleeting meteors. At this time, several senior executives walked into the office. Have everything done? Cisco asked lightly without looking back. Well, we have made people express our attitude in Parliament. The few people responded softly and seemed quite disappointed. Cisco turned around and said slowly, "Prepare my resignation ceremony as soon as possible." Hearing this, the expressions of several senior officials became heavier, exuding a helpless sadness. Seeing this, Cisco smiled openly. "You will take over my authority soon. Don't be so depressed." A senior executive couldn't help but speak, gritted his teeth and asked, "Do you have to do this? Can't we oppose sanctions like Aquarius Star?" Hearing this, Cisco was silent for a moment. "I'm not Black Star. He can make the 3 civilizations afraid by himself. I don't have such ability." Cisco felt uncomfortable. He shook his head gently, looked out the window again, and whispered, "If civilization wants to avoid the sanctions of the 3 civilizations, I can only step down. After all, we are all people who cannot help in the torrent of the times." The terms of the 3 civilization sanction orders specifically stated that Super A-level cannot interfere in civilized politics in any form. Even if he has always been a civilized leader, he will be under censorship. Cisco attaches importance to the recovery of the sanctuary and cannot sit idly by and watch the star pupil civilization be sanctioned. So he decided to hand over the authority and abdicate and step down. As the saying goes, there are policies from above and countermeasures from below. As long as the political connection between oneself and civilization is divided, the Xingtong civilization will not meet the sanction standards, and political rights will not be downgraded, and everything will be the same. After becoming a free man, he can also devote himself to the struggle of the Super A class. At the same time, Cisco did not let go completely. He stepped down temporarily and avoided the limelight. If the association reached a balance with the 3 major civilizations one day in the future, he would still have the chance to come back and take power. Besides, the leader has been civilized for so long, and he has wanted to let go for a while. I understand. Several senior officials nodded helplessly. At this time, one person remembered something and asked, "By the way, the Broken Star Ring Council passed a proposal to cooperate with the sanction order. What should we do?" Cisco's eyes flashed 7 times, and his tone was amusing. "Let's do it yourself. I only remind you not to do it too seriously. The Broken Star Ring civilizations cooperate with each other, but no one will do their best. Everyone is smart people. They can't afford to offend the 3 major civilizations. Can the Super A-level associations be offended? Stay at the front line and meet each other in the future. Don't worry, these civilizations are so clever." Superstar Group Alliance, Joint Conference Room. The leaders of various superstar cluster civilization gathered together, and everyone looked extremely serious and showed their majestic demeanor. Everyone was so serious that they were waiting for a distinguished guest to come, which was Han Xiao. A few days ago, after learning about the association's attitude, the Superstar Group Alliance issued a private invitation to invite Black Star to meet with them, and received a positive reply from the other party. The day set was today. For today's meeting, the leaders of various superstar groups have made previews. On the one hand, they want to show sincerity in cooperation and take it seriously. On the other hand, they have some grudges in the past, and they don't want to lose face and want to show the superstar group's demeanor. Simply put, they just want to show off and lick, which is all caused by idle burdens. Time passed minute by minute, and suddenly, Han Xiao's remote projection came to the room. Han Xiao looked around and said hello. "Oh, where are you all?" "Hello, Haixing." Everyone nodded to show. In short, this should be the first time that all the senior executives of the Superstar League Alliance talked head-on with Black Star. No matter what emotions they had in their hearts, the civilized leaders present were suppressed at this moment. In fact, the grudge between most superstar cluster civilizations and Han Xiao is limited to the friction during the Shining Battle, which is not considered a deep hatred, so most people are still in a stable mood at this time. Only the three kings of Moto clenched their fists secretly, making them so angry that their hands and feet were cold and their bodies were trembling. They had the most grudges with Han Xiao, and they were kicked out of the Shining Battle by the other party. There was also a leader suspected of dying in the assassination of the Black Star Army. Even the universe treasure, soul-turning array, could not steal the chicken and lose the rice, and it fell into the other party's hands. After counting it carefully, it was full of Motu's blood and tears. If it weren't for the overall situation, the three kings of Moto would have wished to pounce on Han Xiao now and strangle Han Xiao to death. Han Xiao glanced at them, disregarded, and said slowly, "I'm busy lately. I believe everyone understands it. So let's talk about it. I also understand the intention of your invitation to meet. From your standpoint, I also hope that a force will appear to confront the three civilizations. Now the three civilizations have turned against us. The association needs new friends. As long as the price is appropriate, it will not be a problem for our cooperation." Very good. This is exactly what we mean. The leader of the Xing Arc civilization coughed and came out to express his opinion as a representative. What do you want? Channel, territory, resources, funds, intelligence network. Han Xiao counted the things that the association was urgently needed at present, and by the way, he added some rare materials in the key formula of different sanctuaries. The leader of the Star Arc civilization discussed with everyone a few words, then nodded. We can provide all these things, and the share can meet your conditions. Long-term supply is not a problem. In order to show sincerity, we will let you see the real thing as soon as possible. What about your conditions? Han Xiao said calmly. First, we hope that the association will continue to confront the three major civilizations and launch more counterattacks. The leader of the Star Arc civilization stretched out his finger. Yes. Second, we hope to get the assistance of the association's high-end forces at some point, including force and technology. Okay. Third, we hope the association will also use its own channels to connect with specialties, cooperate more closely with the Superstar Group Alliance, and help each other for win-win results. Okay. Finally, we hope you use the sanctuary to revive all our dead Super A-level victims, especially the victims of the peak sorrow. As the words fell, everyone's eyes became more eager, staring at Han Xiao. The last condition is their core need. As long as they can resurrect the historical direct line, in terms of high-end combat power, the Superstar Group Alliance can turn over and overtake the three major civilizations. And the peak sorrow is their eternal pain, and if it can be remedied, it will be worth it. Han Xiao was not surprised at all. He glanced at everyone and smiled playfully, and a cold light of a sickle flashed in his eyes. The three major civilizations once mentioned the same conditions, but I rejected them, but now it's not impossible to consider them. It just doesn't seem to be enough chips you have taken out. Hearing this, the leaders of the Superstar Group present lit up their eyes. They were actually a little nervous about this condition, worried that Black Star would refuse, because the three major civilizations must have put forward similar requirements. Now the Sanctions Association means that Black Star has not agreed to the three major civilizations, and the motive is probably that it is unwilling to invest in the enemy. To be fair, if they were on the standpoint of Black Star, they would firmly control the quota of the sanctuary and would not easily revive the direct descendants of other camps. So they did not have the confidence to let Black Star agree. Now that he heard Han Xiao's answer, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. It doesn't matter if there's too little chips. Just have room for negotiation. These can be discussed. I don't know what conditions you have, asked the leader of the Star Arc civilization. Han Xiao touched his chin and said slowly, "A Super A-level can only accept the recovery of the sanctuary once in his life. This is a one-time deal, so every place is valuable. Do you agree with this?" Everyone nodded and agreed. Han Xiao smiled secretly and said casually, So, don't expect me to resurrect all the direct descendants at once. I will only conduct them in batches, and there are fixed places for each batch. As for whom the specific resurrection depends on which civilization gives me a bargaining chip. First come, first served. Of course, my needs at each stage are different. Perhaps the more you go, the fewer things that can impress me, you have to add more money. Many leaders immediately express their expressions. This is what the lion wants to speak loudly. Although they are allies, every civilization wants to revive its own direct line. Black Star's move is undoubtedly to let them bid, which is a simple conspiracy. Either they don't bid to revive their own direct line, or they're willing to fight and the other are willing to be beaten. The monopoly business is so confident. However, the leaders of the superstar group present were mentally prepared for this, and it was not surprising, but it was inevitable that it felt a little painful. Then what do you want? Han Xiao pinched his finger casually and smiled. High-level drawings, unique technologies, cosmic treasures, rare resources are just these. As for the standards, you can weigh them yourself. After all, I don't know what good things you have. I don't care about how you discuss them yourself, but don't think about scheming. This is not an absolute price that is higher, and I must satisfy me. Of course, I also welcome someone to ask me to operate secretly and bid privately. I'm still a bit ethical and will not easily reveal your respective bids. In short, it depends on how much you are willing to pay. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Star Arc civilization exchanged glances with everyone, then took a deep breath, nodding on behalf of everyone. Okay, we accept this condition. Then I am very happy to reach a consensus with you and look forward to the cooperation with you in the future. I hope to see your substantive support for the association as soon as possible. Han Xiao smiled and said a few scenes, confirming that the matter was over. So he removed the remote projection and disappeared from the room. Seeing Black Star leave, the leaders of the superstar group present relaxed their tense bodies and felt quite helpless. He Xing has a big appetite. He is starting the price. What's the solution? Who said that the sanctuary is the only one? Let's discuss what chips to take out first. Everyone was in different moods, and at present they could only follow the other party's rules. They were not very brave to be sloppy. They finally opened this channel. If they were to make trouble simply to reduce costs and accidentally offend Black Star, causing the chance of the sanctuary to recover to slip away, it would be because they lost the big one. The treasures of the universe, unique technical drawings. Although everyone was so distressed that they could still afford it. They planned to discuss who will recover first and who will recover later on their own, and arrange the order, and are unwilling to bid blindly, which hurts the harmony. At the same time, Han Xiao canceled the communication. His eyes returned to his office, his eyes flashing. Hey, I don't know how many good things I can get this time. Although the Superstar Group Alliance has a little trick, there are many treasures in stock. Han Xiao picked up a hard fruit candy from the snack can on the table and popped it into his mouth. His mouth and heart were as sweet as he did. He thought at the beginning that finding these forces that need to resurrect others to make transactions is the correct way to maximize the interests of the sanctuary recovery. In order to maintain mystery and stabilize the situation, he did not do this business. But now the situation has changed, and he plans to adapt to the changes and adjust his strategy. The recovery of the sanctuary is a rare commodity, and Han Xiao is not worried that the Superstar Group will not agree. For him, this is actually a wave of making money by making money. He continues to pretend that the recovery of the sanctuary has only one chance, raise the price, and trick the Superstar Group to take out some golden drawings and cosmic treasures to exchange for one-time precious places. As for how to recover and when, it is not up to you. With the saying, the time is not right, you can gently block the dissatisfaction of the superstar cluster. There is nothing you can do except wait for these leaks. However, Han Xiao was not completely quarreling, and it is actually not impossible to recover a small number of Superstar Group's direct descendants. This move can make the Superstar League taste the sweetness, deepen trading cooperation, and make the three major civilizations angry, causing both sides to confront each other. As long as the number of recovery is not large, the situation will still be under the control of the Association and the Covenant. After all, Superstar Cluster is different from the three major civilizations. With more masters of the three major civilizations, they will definitely think about monopoly. However, Superstar Cluster has more high-end combat power, and it is impossible to implement a clearance plan. Instead, it can put pressure on the three major civilizations and restrain it, which will be indirectly beneficial to the Association's cause. Therefore, Han Xiao would only do this transaction with Chaos Xingchuan and would not agree to the three major civilizations. Otherwise, even if he was a capital enemy, he would also make the three major civilizations feel that the sanction order was very effective and thought that he had successfully forced the Association to admit defeat. However, if the World Tree War breaks out, it will be another situation. If the situation is not good, Han Xiao would not mind reviving a lot of combat power to deal with the invasion of the World Tree civilization. He mainly acts according to the opportunity and adjusts his strategies flexibly. Just as he was thinking, Philip emerged from the table, holding a virtual screen that was several times larger than his body, and said angrily, "Master, many civilizations with broken star rings have sent me a request for communication. Do you want to answer it?" Buzz, Han Xiao came to his senses, looked at the caller ID on the screen, and curled his lips. Haha, these sluts are nothing more than just not daring to offend the three major civilizations, and they don't want to offend me, so they came over and apologized and explained to me. Just listen to what kind of rainbow fart they can make. Han Xiao took a look and chose the Amethyst civilization that he had worked with for many years to answer the other party's communication. The diplomatic representative of Amethyst civilization appeared on the screen, bowed with a humble attitude, and said, "I have met Mr. Black Star." Han Xiao waved his hand, interrupted the other party, and said, "Talk directly. I'm a little busy recently." "Okay, I'm on behalf of Amethyst civilization this time, and apologize to you." The representative of Amethyst civilization glanced at Han Xiao's calm face and said carefully, "The sanction order for the three major civilizations, the Broken Star Ring Civilization Parliament has passed a bill, and we have no choice but to cooperate. Amethyst civilization has cooperated with you happily, but the situation is a bit serious now. I hope you can understand us. So you want to end all cooperative relationships with me?" Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "Ahem, please believe that this is only temporary. You also know us. If possible, we hope to cooperate with the Black Star Army. But now the three major civilizations are very tough. We just avoid the limelight. When the problem is resolved, we will immediately resume the cooperation agreement and give you certain compensation. As for the terms of the sanction order, you don't have to worry too much. We will implement it flexibly and not make you embarrassed." The Amethyst civilization represents sincere words and emphasizes their helplessness in and out of words. Han Xiao disagreed, but did not refute it. He verbally expressed his understanding, but instead comforted the other party. Then he answered the communications from other Broken Star Ring civilizations one by one, basically with the same attitude, all of whom came to apologize, saying that he had no choice but to cooperate with the sanctions and hoped to get his understanding. Han Xiao curled his lips after hanging up the last communication. A group of guys who are changing their responsibilities when they see the wind. When they want benefits, they find the Legion to cooperate. Now when they're under pressure, they kick the Legion aside. They also have to target it in reverse, which is a typical example of burning bridges across the river. Of course, these civilizations have to take care of themselves and have no reason to support the association. Han Xiao must understand it, but don't think about understanding. If there is no reason, he will forgive him if he has difficulties. These civilizations simply believe that the rule of the three major civilizations is still stable over the interstellar society. They would rather offend the Black Star Legion a little than be recorded in small notebooks by the three major civilizations. For civilizations, it is easy to make choices between the Black Star Legion and the three major civilizations. So Han Xiao was too lazy to force this group of civilized people to take sides. Otherwise, he would only break up. It would be better to maintain his current state of getting along and make the other party feel that he is owed to him. Although it may not be of any use, it is better than turning against him. He chewed the candy in his mouth and sneered. When the sanctions problem of the three major civilizations is solved, you will be bleeding. Hey, these civilizations think that the interstellar society will continue to stabilize under the rule of the three major civilizations. When foreign enemies invade, they will know how vulnerable this peace is. Let's see if the three major civilizations you trust have the extra energy to protect you. After complaining for a few words, Han Xiao put away his emotions and called the affairs officer to ask him to handle the handover procedures for these civilized cooperation. Then he opened the star map of the power distribution version and pinched his chin and pondered. Expanding and controlling the interstellar black markets in various places is the next focus of the association. The three major civilizations will definitely not sit idly by. If they're not done well, it will be another secret war, and the mortality rate is definitely not low. Therefore, the people responsible for handling the black market are the most suitable players. They are already good at strength and are not afraid of death, which is enough to take on this mission. As he said that, Han Xiao wrote down this idea in the star map memorandum and decided to issue this order in a few days to send players to perform tasks collectively. Also, in terms of high-end combat power, we have to put pressure on the three major civilizations. I used to promise that the three major civilizations would not resurrect the history of Super A level. Now that they do this, I must reciprocate. Unfortunately, the keys to the sanctuary have not been collected yet, and there are not many media. I cannot resurrect a new batch of people. Han Xiao's thoughts flew around, his eyes flashed. The Covenant can come in handy, and there are many people hiding in the organization. It is better to recruit some Super A-level members to join the club and pretend they are newly resurrected. It is convenient to have a trump card, and I don't know what the three civilizations will react. On the other hand, in the joint conference room of the three civilizations, three leaders gathered here and are discussing secretly. The association has frozen our direct descendants' authority to a higher level A, and has also claimed to the public that it does not accept any requests from the three major civilizations. Haha, these are all expected means, but they are meaningless. Su Ling's sex tone was calm. Lewis nodded. The next step of the association is probably to integrate the black market, which is their main resource channel in the future. We have already made arrangements early and will not make the association so easy to succeed. Bruce said in a deep voice. None of these are the key points. Testing whether Black Star can carry out the sanctuary recovery at will is the core issue. Well, with Black Star's personality, he will inevitably take counterattack measures, such as contacting the Superstar Group Alliance to reach cooperation, and Superstar Group will most likely propose the recovery of the direct line as a bargaining chip. So it is hard to say whether he will agree. But even if the deal is not reached, Black Star should try to recover other historical Super A levels to put pressure on us. Now it depends on whether he can do it. If he can't, the head of the Zuling sex gaze flashed. Then everything he has done now is undoubtedly delaying time. The three people promoted the sanctions order, not only to curb the association's expansion momentum, but also to test Han Xiao's control over the recovery of the sanctuary. This is not a whim idea, but the three-party joint sanctuary recovery research has included some new discoveries. Although there's still not much research progress, one has been confirmed through technical means. That is, the sanctuary is very difficult to open and seems to require some unknown medium. Therefore, the sanctuary recovery cannot be easily handled, and there are huge restrictions. Therefore, the three of them had a new idea about Han Xiao's behavior. Would Black Star not be able to use the sanctuary to recover for the time being? And now they are just scaring them, making them think and fear, and deliberately stabilizing the situation. Based on this idea, the three of them introduced the current sanction order after repeated secret discussions. If it is confirmed that Black Star cannot resurrect people at will, then now may be the best time to implement the cleaning plan, and the opportunity may be fleeting. If he hesitates, the revival of the sanctuary might come true. But even if Black Star recovers newcomers, it may not be a chance. It is equivalent to forcing Black Star to consume a piece of media, and the recovery of the sanctuary is likely to cool down. Of course, it is not ruled out that Black Star sees through their thoughts and deliberately keeps one move. This is a risk. This is undoubtedly an extremely risky act, and it has to pay a huge price. It does not meet the needs of the three major civilizations to maintain order. Therefore, the three of them have not finally made up their minds and are just trying to test in advance. At this time, the head of the Zuling sect looked at Lewis and asked, "By the way, how are your actions against Madison?" Lewis nodded calmly. "It's almost done. Thank you for your help. I'll give you what I promised to Zuling soon." "No." The head of the Zuling sect responded lightly. When Guanghui came to the door to ask for help, he made a request to exchange for the Scepter of Gods. "Because I have never been able to crack the space-time amber for many years, and with some other considerations, Guanghui finally agreed to the request of Su Ling and chose to return the Scepter of the Gods and the seal to the original owner. At the same time, Guanghui also had an expectation. After all, the Su Ling sect is the origin of the Wand of the Gods. If the wand can unblock or copy the Wand of the Gods by chance, then this thing will come in great use in the possible super-level cleaning operation in the future. On April 1st, 782, the three major civilizations jointly issued a sanction order on the Super A-Level Association. On April 3rd, the Super A-Level Association responded, and the two sides officially broke the conflict. The forces in each star field acted under the influence of the sanction order. It was not until April 26 that a clear pattern was initially formed. The Immortal One has returned on March 10th. In just 1.5 months, the situation in the Interstellar Society has been surging and changing instantly. The vast majority of civilized, consortium, and other order forces in the Interstellar Society responded to the sanctions order. The Super A-Level Association found new friends. Superstar Group opposed sanctions and issued just criticisms, believing that the three major civilizations were abusing their power and turned to support the association. At this point, the association formed an open confrontation with the three major civilizations. Due to the response of civilizations in various places, many super-level A forces began to shrink, and branches and bases established in different civilizations were forced to move. Some moved to the barren universe belt, while others went to the shining world to carry out industrial migration. In this way, super-level A forces with territory in the shining world became popular, and the super-level A-level bodies in the entire universe have thus developed a tendency to assemble. Among them, some super-level A allies who established forces within the territory of the three major civilizations were quite distressed, and their industries and bases were temporarily closed down, which made these people feel very distressed. The three major civilizations have launched the Interstellar Society to block the development of Super A-level associations. A large number of Super A-level forces have been hit, and their scale has shrunk to a greater or lesser extent. The stock prices of their listed consortiums are also leaking, proving that the market is not optimistic. At the same time, all the forces supporting the association have also been targeted by the three major civilizations. Among them, Hailangsing was arrested, and diplomatic relations were basically cut off. They could only be self-sufficient. The weaker the forces encountered, the more serious the targeting. On the contrary, the higher civilization like Superstar Group, which has a public voice, does not feel much, and may have been used to targeting them. The dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Some outside public opinion believe that the goal of this sanction is to remove the wings of the Super A level. Without followers and industries, the influence of the Super A level will be curbed to a minimum and isolated from the Interstellar Society. However, some public opinion believes that although the three major civilizations have decisive actions, they can treat the symptoms but not the root cause, and they cannot handle the super level of the A level itself, and it does not make much sense to attack their forces. Both statements have a large number of fans. No matter what vision they have, it is an indisputable fact that the Interstellar Society has become increasingly strong. As the situation becomes more sensitive, the emotions of interstellar citizens have gradually become fanatical and are incited by public opinion. Out of the sight of most people, the interstellar black markets in various regions have almost become secret battlefields, with frequent frictions and a tug-of-war fighting for control of the interstellar black market is underway. Broken Rings, a neutral transportation transit station planet. Among the rows of tall buildings, several low-altitude flight vehicles are flying at high speed, whistling through the city, disrupting the traffic flow that is in accordance with the traffic system, and frequently causing accidents. These vehicles were obviously two groups of people. One was fleeing wildly, while the other vehicles were chasing and blocking them from behind. The escaped man's driving skills were very superb. He constantly used various high-difficulty maneuver operations to avoid obstacles along the way. He drove fast in complex road conditions, which was extremely thrilling. "Hurry up, they're going to catch up." "Shut up, don't distract me." Among the vehicles that were escaping in the front, a lizard man covered in red scales jumped in an anxious manner and looked at the rearview mirror frequently. A burly man in a mecha combat suit was operating the vehicle with a serious face, while a group of crew members in the cabin behind were shaken to the point of being tilted. This group of people are a group of local black market operators. They have legal shell companies on the surface. They actually have several secret black market business channels. They are gangs of community nature. They have named them on the black market organization as a subordinate distribution channel. They have always been entrenched on this neutral planet, eating delicious food and drinking spicy food and being happy like a god. But not long ago, the society was infiltrated by spies from unknown forces, and the territory and industries were attacked by unknown militants, causing heavy losses. The core figures of them were also chased and kept hiding from Tibet. Just now, their hiding place was discovered, and they rushed to escape on their vehicles. Several armed enemies were pursuing them, and both sides performed a speed of life and death in the downtown area. What is the origin of this group of people? When they fought before, they were obviously well-trained, not like stragglers, but probably professional armed organizations. Why did such people come to us? The burly man's tone was solemn. The lizard man was furious. "I know what a big deal. These people emerged for no reason. I don't know when they provoked them. Can it be that the competitor invited the mercenary organization? No matter what he does, it's fine. Now I only care whether I can escape." The lizard man shouted. Just as the words were finished, the flight vehicle just passed an intersection, and suddenly a pursuer who was circling in front of him came out of the diagonal, stabbing and directly hit him. Bang! A sharp shock followed by a sudden huge force. The crew in the cabin had no time to react and were all shot on the bulkhead. The vehicle driving at high speed was knocked over by the other party in the waist, rolling in the air for more than 10 rounds, smashing the exterior wall of a building one by one. Mars splashed everywhere and metal was torn. The vehicle was embedded in it with a loud bang, and the black smoke was emitting. The anti-gravity engine flashed a few times, and the engine was turned off with a buzz. Everyone was dizzy when they fell. The burly man covered his head and kicked open the deflated hatch door. He saw that the pursuers had surrounded him. Live-fire rapid-fire cannons mounted on both sides of the opponent's vehicle were aimed at the target that could not be moved. The traffic accident here attracted many onlookers, who drove vehicles to watch from afar, forming a circle, while the pursuers were unmoved and seemed to have no intention of shooting in the downtown area and not taking the security forces of this planet seriously. Seeing this scene, everyone in the cabin showed horror and despair. These gray people who run the black market dare not launch armed conflicts in the downtown area, but these people have no scruples at all, even more vicious than them, and are lawless thugs. I still have 3 million inanars to enjoy. I'm not willing to give up. The lizard man was so scared that he collapsed on the ground, trembling and unable to stand up. At this moment, the burly man grabbed his collar and reached out to take a metal ball the size of a palm from his arms. He suddenly pressed the button at the top, and the ball suddenly lit up, making a sound when the bomb was activated. Don't! This thing will blow the whole street away. The lizard man shuddered and hurriedly wanted to grab it back, but was kicked to the ground by a burly man. Don't be stupid. You kept this bomb just in case. Since they were going to kill us, let's see if they dare to die with us. The burly man showed a ruthless face, held the bomb high, turned his head and shouted outside. However, at this moment, the sharp whistle sound of a meteor falling suddenly sounded and approached quickly. Whoosh boom! I saw a figure wrapped in red aura falling from the sky, kicking a pursuer's vehicle as if the feet of the Tathagata. A huge force erupted, and the vehicle deflated directly, fell to the ground, exploding into a ball of fire. The figure jumped with force and fell into a big pit smashed by the vehicle of the black market. He protected everyone behind him, turned his head and glanced, gave him a thumbs up, and smiled with teeth. Don't be afraid. You are already safe. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and suspicious. The burly man turned his head and looked at the lizard man and said in surprise, "You called reinforcements?" "No." The lizard man looked confused and doubted himself. "Did I call me?" The burly man twitched his face, turned his head to look at the sudden reinforcements, and said in surprise, "Who are you? Why are you saving us?" "Don't ask me. I'm just doing a mission. As for who I am, you should know this emblem, right?" The man turned his head and showed a pattern on his clothes. Everyone looked at it hurriedly and trembled all over. Now almost no one in the universe can recognize this pattern, and they recognize it at a glance. "Are you a member of the Black Star Legion?" "To be precise, I am the Immortal of the Legion. You can call me Crispy Chicken Wings." The man grinned, and he was a player. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Why did the Immortals with great reputation suddenly come to help us? We obviously have no intersection with the Black Star Legion, and we can't even get to the top. Let me get rid of this group of people. Stay behind me. At this moment, the pursuers opened fire one after another, and dense bullets came over like storm. The firing rate was extremely fast, almost connected into lines. The Crispy Chicken Wings threw a sentence, and the armor shook, and a blue shield bounced out, protecting the paralyzed vehicles of the black market, blocking all the bullet rains, making crackling sounds. The next second, the martial arts aura on Xiangshan Chicken Wings gathered in the palms of her hands, rubbing a red qigong wave. Boom! The blazing red light spurted out, sweeping across like a whip, hitting all the pursuers' vehicles. The next moment, these vehicles instantly turned into fireworks in the sky and were directly killed instantly, scaring away a group of onlookers. For players of B-level, this operation is common and has no difficulty. Xiangshu Chicken Wing clapped her hands and smiled. The problem was solved. Seeing this, the lizard man finally had the strength to get up, grabbed the bomb from the burly man, turned it off, glared at him, and then walked towards Xiangshu Chicken Wing with a grateful tone. "You saved my life. Don't know how I should thank you?" Xiangshu Chicken Wing glanced at him and shrugged. "You don't have to thank me. From now on, I am your boss." The lizard man was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt a little surprised, saying, "Are you going to recruit me to join the Black Star Legion?" "I think beautifully. Can the Legion be entered as long as you want?" Xiangshu Chicken Wing rolled her eyes without any politeness. "I mean, I will take over your black market business for the time being. This is the Order of the Superior, and this is the certificate of your black market organization." As he said that, he took out the communicator and displayed a document. Everyone browsed it and was surprised. This is a license recognized by the black market organization. The document states that the three major civilizations have begun to penetrate the black market on a large scale, and many black market channels have been uprooted. Therefore, in order to maintain the overall stability of the interstellar black market, the black market organization will send some personnel to temporarily take over the black market in various places in the near future and require cooperation from all regions. Generally, black market organizations will not interfere with ordinary black market operators, but this time, a notice was issued rarely. These takeovers who went to host the black market in various places are all personnel from various Super A-level forces, and players from the Black Star Army are also one of them. Just when everyone was surprised, the Crispy Chicken Wings opened the panel and looked at the task list. League Order Take Overtaken Black Market. 1. Task Introduction. Due to the sanctions of the three major civilizations, the Super A-Level Association intends to further control the interstellar black market. The Black Star Army decided to send you to take over and integrate the black market channels of the planet, but your docking target seems to be in danger and requires your rescue. First ring mission requirements. Rescue the black market operator who was hunted. This mission is a series of tasks, and the reward depends on the mission evaluation. Current mission status. Completed. This is a mission released by the Black Star Army not long ago. Many players have accepted it and go to different planets separately to take over the local black market. Players rarely have the opportunity to stand alone and find it fresh and interesting. Moreover, compared to Shining World exploration, taking over and integrating a planet's black market, there are more issues to consider, the mission environment is more complex, and it seems more challenging to players. This is just a corner of the black market, and the same thing is also being staged on multiple planets in various star fields. Players have entered the black market in a large scale, and the situation is not bad. In the office of the Black Star Palace, Han Xiao looked at the star map, monitored the movements of many players, and nodded secretly. The interstellar black market is currently a key area for the association to fight with the three major civilizations. Now, the three major civilizations have not ended in person. The personnel sent to infiltrate the black market are not direct descendants, but subordinate forces. They have clashed with many takeovers sent by the Super-Level Association and have suffered casualties. Among them, the Legion progressed the most smoothly. Players are always easy to use tool people. Other forces are not as luxurious as the Black Star Legion and have tens of millions of immortal B-level combat power. Han Xiao handed the task to the players. On the one hand, it was to fertilize, and on the other hand, it also allowed the players to enter the front line of the battle to maintain their fun. Scattered on different planets to host their respective black market businesses, this is simply awesome for many players, and they are as free as the wind. He is also very curious about the subjective initiative these players will exert. At this moment, the communicator vibrated and the affairs officer sent a message. Lead Commander, someone is here to visit you. She did not make an appointment, but she claimed to be your old acquaintance. Hearing this, Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. My acquaintance? How familiar are you? What's your name? She said her name is Lutherly. What did she come here for? And why didn't she say something to me in advance? Han Xiao was slightly stunned. This girl is not a good person. She left the Black Star Army decades ago and followed the slutty people from Inga to make trouble. Now she suddenly ran back and didn't know what she wanted to do. Legislative Commander, do you want to see her? Just meet her. Han Xiao nodded. He was quite curious about Rutherine's purpose. After his own butterfly effect, Inga basically had no chance to evolve into a major version of the incident in his previous life. He didn't know what changes would happen to this gang. Could it be that Lutherine came to find him this time? While guessing, Han Xiao got up and walked out of the office, headed all the way to the reception room along the corridor. When passing by the logistics department, he called Renard, who was working on liver-burning work, and took him to meet his sister Lutherine. Soon, the two of them came to the reception room, and the door opened, and they saw Lutherine, who had been away for a long time. I haven't seen each other for a long time. Han Xiao greeted casually and looked at Lutherine. Not seen for many years, Lotheline's appearance has not changed much. She wore a delicate dark blue robe. Her temperament was more calm than she had been decades ago, with more traces of time. Yes, for many years, you have now become a famous legend in the universe. Even the three civilizations now regard you as the #1 dangerous element. It's really sad to think about your honeymoon period with the Empire. Lutherine smiled. What's there to sigh? Different positions need to consider different issues. The development of things always spiral ups and downs is normal. Han Xiao sat opposite Lutherine and answered casually. This is not a spiral upward. If the sanctuary you created was not revived, this era would not have become what it is now. It is worthy of you. You have easily accomplished what I can't do. You have much stronger subversive power to the current situation than me. Do you have any sense of accomplishment? Lutherine blinked and teased. You are not worthy of making me feel accomplished. Han Xiao smiled. Lotharine was not angry either. She smiled sweetly and turned to look at Renard. She seemed to have seen him just now, pretending to be surprised. Hey, stinky brother, I'm still alive. I thought you had died of overwork. Renard, although you are my sister, if you talk nonsense, believe it or not, I will give you the big mouth that I like to eat the most. Han Xiao shook his head and smiled. Don't talk about me for now. But decades have passed, and there is almost no movement at all. Just Madwa has helped me a little favor. How is your so-called career? No improvement. What you did indirectly obstruct our career. What else can you do? But that's nothing to do, I've quit. Lotheline shrugged in an indifferent tone, as if she didn't care about futility for decades. The intelligent plague incident has consolidated the people's hearts. The recent sanctions against super-level associations have been approved by a large number of ordinary people who are frightened by Chang. Inga can't really leverage the foundation of ordinary people of the three major civilizations, and his career has stagnated. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. This woman actually withdrew from Inga. This was a bit beyond his expectations. So what are you going to do to me today? Hearing this, Lothlin spread his hands and smiled playfully. I can't live a free life. I have to find a new job if I lose my job. How about it, Commander of the Army? Are you still accepting me? If I say I don't accept it, what do you do? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Then I can only pester it. Luo Selen's eyes rolled, and she deliberately made a look of crying. With our relationship, you can't bear to see me fall in love with someone else's arms, right? Speak well. Don't talk about these unsolvable things. Han Xiao coughed. Now the three civilizations are punishing us. You suddenly ran back, probably because you have other intentions. Luo Selen's palms symbolically plucked up and the corners of his mouth curled up. It's true that I can't hide it from your eyes. You also know that my goal is to deal with the three civilizations, but I recently discovered that to fight against the three civilizations, it seems that there is more promising to join the association's camp. Han Xiao was stunned. It seems that this is true. To a certain extent, the Super A-level association has achieved part of the role of the Silver Reform in the previous life. Now it has formed a confrontation camp with the three major civilizations, and the noise caused is no less than that of the Silver Reform. However, Inga never improved, which led to Lothelin's future feeling dark. So she ran back to join her old boss and dealt with the three major civilizations in another way. Her goal was not changed. With her personality, this kind of thing can be done. If this sole character leaves, Inga will only have 2 or 3 big cats and kittens, and there will be no chance to get up. It means that although I did not deliberately target Inga, the butterfly effect caused indirectly killed Inga, which is quite a sign of harming the fish in the pond. So is Lotharine a throwaway to the light? Han Xiao shook his head, strengthened his tone, and said, Okay, since you are willing to return to the Legion in the limelight, I can open the door and take you in. But from now on, you can no longer have any contact with Inga. If you leave the Legion again, even if Renard is there, I will not give you face to come back. Do you understand? He didn't mind re-recruiting Lothlin. Although this woman's thoughts are relatively dangerous, her ability is indeed rare and strategic. It is simply a killer weapon to subvert rule. Such talents are best kept in his own hands. Okay, I won't leave you again this time. Lotharine blinked her eyes and said in an ambiguous tone. When Renard heard this, he frowned. This woman is not right. Is she seducing He Xing and trying to turn the commander of the Legion into his brother-in-law? Bah, shameless. Han Xiao was unmoved and stood up. Okay, I will ask someone to arrange your position in the future. You siblings haven't seen each other for many years. There should be a lot to say. I have something to do, so let's leave first. As he said that, he turned around and walked out of the reception room, leaving a burly back. Watching Han Xiao go away, Renard turned his head and stared at Lotharine, frowned and said, I warn you, if you come back this time and have other bad thoughts, I will be the first to catch you. I can't trust me like this. Lotharine raised her eyebrows slightly. I know so well what kind of person you are. Renard hugged his arms with his hands, expressionless. Also, I advise you to be respectful to the Legion commander, and subordinates should look like subordinates. Oh, I haven't seen each other for decades. Are you so loyal to Black Star? Lutheran was amazed, and suddenly his eyes turned. He lowered his tone and chuckled. How about it? Do you want to have multiple brother-in-laws? What are you going to do? Renard frowned even tighter. I think a man like Black Star who subverts the universe is very worthy of me. What do you think? Lutheran teased. Renard sneered disdainfully. You can circle the base with a greedy Black Star body. Let's go in line. P.S. I went out for a meeting early this morning and talked about some things. I was busy. I was a little tired after a long time of activity outside. I bumped into Khan. I originally wanted to take a leave, but after thinking about it, I still wrote some, and the number of words may be smaller. In addition, this chapter says that the entire site is temporarily closed and will resume in about 2 days. By the way, someone in Group A discussed sensitive topics yesterday, which led to the explosion of the group. I think at this time, people who know what topics can be discussed, and it is best not to mention them, even if they mention them. Some signs have become more and more obvious in recent years. Everyone should try to be cautious in their words and actions online and in their daily lives. Lutheran's return was just a small episode. Han Xiao gave the arrangements to his confidant and temporarily threw this matter behind his mind. Back at the office, Han Xiao put on the program to monitor Legion players' entry into the black market and then opened the forum to check the players' responses. The forums are very active now, and the topics of posts taking over the black market occupy a large number of pages. The situation on each planet is different, and there are huge differences in the environment, characters, and events, which leads to different situations encountered by most people. Some people rescued their targets in time, like crispy chicken wings, and obtained a group of professional assistants who could continue to develop according to the original black market channels. Some players are a little late and fail to connect with black market personnel. They may have to re-establish a black market channel from scratch, which leads to blindness. Many Legion players are sharing their situations, and there are also many confused help posts mixed in. A small number of players who have begun to contact black market operations also share their experiences on the forum, because when Han Xiao issued this task, he set it as a collective task with overall completion, which depends on the overall trend of taking over the black market. The results of each player's mission will be included in the overall completion score, so it is not enough to do a good job alone. If players want higher rewards, they need others to be as powerful as well. Therefore, many pioneers are happy to share and help other Legion players take over the black market. It is really good to be happy for everyone. The current trend development seems to be more optimistic than expected. With the current model, players may inject a new vitality into the interstellar black market to help connect the black markets in various places. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. Because of shame, there are few large black market forces across galaxies and clusters, and a leader of black market managers like Secret Master is even rarer. Most of them are small black market forces whose business scope is limited to 1 or 2 planets or 1 or 2 star areas, and they are all local snake types. Even with the black market organization that nominally manages the black market, the overall pattern of the interstellar black market is still very loose. The cooperation partners of local black market forces are basically fixed for a long time. Most people only know their own acre of 3-point land, and it is difficult to expand outward. There are many factors. One of the reasons is the limited information circulation and information gap between small black market forces in different regions. In Han Xiao's view, if players take over black markets in various places on a large scale, they may become catalytics and become adhesives for many black market forces with the convenience of information from forums and private chat channels. With the incentive to the overall progress of the mission, most players should be happy to cooperate with other players. Then the regional black market dominated by Legion players may have the opportunity to build a cooperation bridge between each other, which is much more labor-saving than normal methods. In this way, the goal of integrating the interstellar black market proposed by me at the association can be quickly promoted. This move is good, maximizing the use of players' characteristics, hitting several birds with one stone. Han Xiao's mouth curled, and now he has advanced to the chess player behind the scenes. The board is getting bigger and bigger, and now he is a real starry sky. The players still need to ferment here. Han Xiao turned off the forum, took out the encrypted communicator, and called the swearing man. A few seconds later, the communication was connected and the figure of the swearing man appeared on the screen. Blackstar, what's the matter? You know the recent sanctions, right? Well, we supervise them to watch the news every day. The swearing man nodded. You only contacted me now. Do you need any help? That's right. Since the three major civilizations have sanctioned attitudes, as the only person who controls the recovery of the sanctuary, I have to fight back. What they fear most is that there are too many super-level totals, so it's best to revive some people to put pressure on them and prescribe the right medicine. But the keys have not been collected yet, and a new round of recovery cannot be carried out. The swearing man was a little embarrassed. No, the keys of the sanctuary are so precious. Even if they are collected, I will not use them for this reason. I mean to bring some Covenant members out of the mountain. After all, you are the talent reserve of the A-class in the Chinese Super League. Now is the time to provide a Covenant effort. Without waiting for the swearing man to answer, Han Xiao paused and continued. And I think this wave of the three major civilizations is likely to have a temptation component. I just want to see if I can recover the historical Super A level at will. So, it is best to give him a response. For every one more than the A level, the more uncomfortable the three major civilizations will be, making them feel that the cost of trial and error is too high, so that they can force them to become more and more cautious, and similar temptations will be reduced in the future. It is indeed possible. The swearing man hesitated. I don't object in principle, but who comes out of the mountain? You have to talk to yourself and them. Among the second batch of resurgents, there should be a considerable number of unreliable ones, so it's best to be cautious. I know. Han Xiao nodded. There was someone who had already chosen it. Among the second group of recovering people, those neutral, unlucky people who died in the peak are good targets. They can also take a look at the Superstar Group Alliance to improve the other party's confidence in trading. Speaking of which, it has been a few days since the Superstar Group Alliance exchanges the resource list for recovery quotas has not been sent. As soon as this idea arose, the communicator sounded a message prompt. Ding ding. Han Xiao opened the split-screen interface and saw that it was the list of quotes for the recovery of the sanctuary by the Superstar League. Hey, say Chow Chow. Chow Chow is here. It's a coincidence. Han Xiao murmured secretly, nodded to the swearing man. This is probably the case. I will talk to the resuscitator in a while. You can help me convey the meaning in the past few days so that they can understand it. By the way, based on their performance over the past year, I will give me a reliable list. Okay. The swearing man was in a weird mood. He was obviously a partner, but he felt like he was someone else's subordinate. After a few instructions, Han Xiao ended the communication and turned to browse the list of Superstar Group. He only gave 10 of the first batch of exchange quotas. The Superstar Group Alliance was generous once and took out a lot of good things, basically all of which were in stock cosmic treasures and golden drawings. All Superstar Cluster civilizations are the winners of exploring wars and have fought against many civilizations. Although their family background is not as good as the three major civilizations, they're also very thick, and there are no shortage of cosmic treasures and golden drawings. However, Han Zhao's possession of Jiebao and the sanctuary is hidden very deeply. Outsiders do not understand his current background. In his opinion, many of the requests made by the Superstar Group Alliance are unappreciated. Han Xiao picked 3 pretty tempting quotes from them, gave 3 quotas, and sent back all the rest, allowing the Superstar Group to make a new quote. Not long after the news was sent, the contact person of the Superstar Group Alliance came to the news. Hey Xing, you have too much appetite. Don't be too arrogant. We are already very sincere. Hearing this, Han Xiao curled his lips secretly. Who are you with? Who is taking the initiative now? I don't know what you think. I have the final say whether you have sincerity or not. There are 7 places left. If you don't buy it if you have the same kind. Let's buy it. By the way, pay the money first and then ship the goods. You're ruthless. The contact person of the Superstar Group Alliance was depressed and went offline. There is no way The monopoly market is so arrogant, he can only complain that he has to buy it. But he has to buy it. After sending the contact person away, Han Xiao turned off the virtual screen and was about to go to the mechanical workshop to continue studying the golden drawings. But at this moment, the private communicator suddenly received a message from Aurora, concise and concise. If you have a major discovery, come quickly. Han Xiao was stunned for a moment and became curious. Aurora is still traveling outside with Verdine. She hasn't contacted her for a while, and she basically won't look for him when encountering ordinary things. Now she suddenly calls out, and I don't know what the situation is. However, people have an external lucky halo forwarding. No matter what happens, Han Xiao feels that he will not be surprised. At the same time, there's a certain place in the black hole world. By the way, where are you taking me to? In the spaceship, Aurora swallowed and stared at the porthole wide. I don't know. It suddenly became like this outside. Fording also looked in the same direction, looking shocked. The two of them were originally driving a boat and sailing leisurely in the universe. Just now, the environment outside suddenly changed. The starry sky disappeared and turned into a dark space. There was no trace of starlight, as if they had crossed a barrier and suddenly entered an unknown field. The spacecraft's alarm device did not respond at all to this, and the monitoring instruments did not show any abnormalities. The two were surprised and immediately controlled the spacecraft to retreat. However, this dark space seemed to have no concept of distance. Even if the spacecraft accelerated to the jump mode, it still remained still and could not escape from this dragon sky. The reason for discovering this is because there is the only coordinate system reference in this dark space. And this is the source of the surprise of the two. Looking out the window along the two of them, I saw a broken body that was completely scattered and was quietly suspended in this dark space. Its body shape was extremely terrifying, far greater than the mechanical gods they had seen. Compared with this, the spacecraft is like a speck of dust on a normal person. The body structure of this body is similar to that of an upright creature, with flesh and blood entangled with machinery, skeletons, and metal intertwined, and severe damage and holes everywhere. What shocked Aurora the most was that her supernatural power actually felt a throbbing of a weak vitality from this body. This thing seems to be a living person? Buzz. At this moment, the throne that was accumulated in the cabin suddenly shone with light, and Han Xiao, wearing the Emperor's mecha, made a brilliant appearance. The helmet opened, revealing Han Xiao's face, and he was curious. What a major discovery. It's worth calling me over. You are a mechanical expert. Let's see what happened to the big guy outside. Aurora pointed out the window. In fact, there was no need for her to remind him. The moment Han Xiao asked, he discovered an abnormality in his environment. He followed Oryulu's hand and saw this strange body at a glance. Oh, it's so big. The fusion of biology and machinery is a bit like a breeding suit, but it seems that it's not the case. What is this? Where did you find it? Han Xiao was surprised after just looking at it. He didn't know what this thing was. He looked many times bigger than the normal size of his mechanical god, and his body was covered with wounds, as if he had suffered various cosmic disasters. This is what we suddenly encountered. This space seems to be a closed area. Fording explained the whole story. Han Xiao nodded and touched his chin and pondered. It sounds like this body has always maintained a strange field. You accidentally broke in. If it is mechanical technology, it should be a high-level application of space technology. A constant folding field is created around the body, or some physical constants have been changed in this field. It is a very high-end technology. But the spacecraft detection instruments did not respond. Aurora patted the operating table. Let me see. Han Xiao checked and found that the instruments were operating normally, and his eyes flashed. Well, either the instrument was interfered with virtually, or the other party had some amazing covering technology. No matter which one it was, the technical power was extraordinary. Aurora's car condensed a lot of black technology with Jace's technology treasure, but at this time it was blinded, and Han Xiao immediately took it seriously. Can it be a phenomenon of cosmic wonders? Fording was curious. Don't draw conclusions so early. Han Xiao waved his hand, took over the dominance, and said, since the spacecraft cannot retreat, then try to move forward and approach this big guy. Are you sure? Aurora hesitated a little. I felt a faint life signal from it, but I sent it any form of information, and the other party did not respond. Is this big guy alive? Han Xiao was stunned for a moment, and suddenly became interested. He knows Aurora's abilities very well, and basically does not make any mistakes in sensing. I originally thought that this was a huge mechanical body wreck that was not caring for public morality and threw away by a giant mechanical body. But the body was alive, so things were interesting. Go and take a look. Han Xiao hesitated for only 2 seconds before making a decision to control the spacecraft to advance. As expected, this dark field seemed to be able to move forward but not retreat, and the spacecraft slowly approached the target. As they get closer, the body shape comparison becomes stronger and stronger. The details of the body are constantly magnifying in the field of view, making several people feel the size of their body shape. After a while, the spacecraft stopped in a narrow and long hole on the fuselage's finger, which was like a super large cave, extending thousands of meters into the fuselage. The hatch opened, and several people walked off the spacecraft and stepped onto the rugged ground. The flesh and blood on the ground were entangled with each other. One foot was soft, and the other was hard, and it was very uncomfortable to step on it. Han Xiao squatted down, inserted a piece of flesh and blood into his fingers, experienced the feel, observed the muscle veins and knotted muscles, tendons, and fat. The texture looks like normal biological tissue, not like artificial biochemical tendons. As he said that, his fingers exerted a little blood, and this muscle actually oozed out of blood. Han Xiao looked up and saw that there were traces of solidified blood stains around the flesh and blood tissue, which looked black and sputtering, like blood sprayed out suddenly by slashes. His eyes flashed, and he suddenly remembered Lao Meidu's prisoner technology. This body was a bit similar to the biological transformation and biochemical clothing form of prisoner. Just then, Fording's voice suddenly rang. Hey Xing, I feel a little uncomfortable. Han Xiao and Orla turned their heads and saw Ford covering his chest, frowning his eyebrows, and his expression seemed to be a little uncomfortable. What's wrong with you? Han Xiao's heart tightened. He reached out and poked Ferdinand, triggered the battle information, and after seeing it clearly, his face changed slightly. I saw that there was an additional negative state called dissolve in Fording's status bar, which was a 0.01%, 0.5% health, strength, and physical strength value per second. However, under the influence of his lucky aura, he only suffered the weakest negative effect. Why didn't there be such a reaction just now? Could it be that this state occurs when you enter the inside of this body? Han Xiao's eyes froze. He opened the panel and looked at it. He found that he was not in a dissolved state, and he didn't even have a judgment prompt. Is this effect only for Super A or below? Only for living things or including dead objects? He turned his head to look at the spacecraft docked on the side, and after a brief inspection, he found that the outer armor of the spacecraft had a weak tendency to rust and dissolve. You should know that the material used by this spacecraft is extremely tough, and it even combines some black star alloy with its own recovery ability, and even this cannot be exempted from the dissolved state. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and had a guess in his heart. This field can only advance, but not retreat. Whether it is a living or a dead object, it will start to dissolve when it enters the body. It feels a bit like a trap like Venus flytrap. It's interesting. I'm afraid this is a trap drifting in the universe. People who accidentally hit it cannot escape, and it has become its nutrients. Fortunately, they're the healer with sufficient milk in the team, otherwise it would be a little troublesome. He signaled Aurora to treat Ferdinand, and he transformed a metal needle into the flesh and blood tissue on the wall, trying to cause damage. If this big guy is an independent individual, he should be able to display combat information. Bite. The next moment, the panel moved slightly and a prompt really popped up. Han Xiao opened it and looked at it, and his face changed immediately. I saw that the level, species, and abilities of this body are Kinji Ishui's question marks. Only the name is not a question mark, but there is no difference. It is called unknown aggregation. The level of this thing is so high. Even guys like Manison and Sorokin, who are of higher overall ranks than him, can see some information from the other party now, and the information of this body is almost all question marks, which can only prove that the level gap is too large. In today's explored universe, Han Xiao estimated that only Ernos was at such a high level. What is this thing coming from? Han Xiao's curiosity became stronger and stronger. He really didn't have the impression of this body in his memory. Logically speaking, such a strange thing shouldn't be unknown in his previous life. I don't know if it was not discovered or hidden in secret. Han Xiao didn't have time to take care of Aurora and the others, so he started to study it carefully. He tore off a ball of flesh and blood from the ground, broke off a few mechanical parts, and then activated the mecha's own substance detector to scan and analyze the two things in a complete disk. Before long, the analysis of the two reports was released. The first part is the analysis results of mechanical parts, showing that the microstructure is very novel and there is no matching material in the database, proving that the material of this body seems to be some unknown alloy. The second document is an analysis of flesh and blood tissue, and no matching biological genes were detected, proving that the source of flesh and blood tissue is likely not a known species that has explored the universe, but the existence of superpower genes was detected, which is highly matched with the mechanical system. Although the cell activity is extremely weak, it seems to contain extremely weak electromagnetic power. Han Xiao's heart moved, and he tore up a lot of flesh and blood tissue for testing. Each piece had super energy genes and was all mechanically based cells. So all these flesh and blood come from mechanics. Han Xiao recalled the body's size, and his face twitched slightly. If the flesh and blood on the body belongs to the same person, it would be fine. If it comes from different individuals, with such a large body, how many mechanics' body would have to be used to build it? Why would you try to explore the secret? Han Xiao shook his head, weighed the flesh and blood tissue in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and activated the bold explorer skill. This skill is useless to the character itself, but this body seems to be different. A piece of flesh and blood that has been separated is likely to be judged. As he expected, the skill took effect at the next moment. Buzz! The world in front of Han Xiao suddenly changed, and pictures that had never been seen began to flash back. It seemed as if a starry sky was spreading flat in front of you, and an extremely brilliant interstellar civilization jumped into your eyes. Fleets crisscrossing the starry sky. The territory expanded outward, and one planet after another turned into colonial areas. Cities rose from the ground on the desolate planets, and countless spacecraft came and went between the planets. And a prosperous scene looked no less than a cosmic civilization. However, at the next moment, a wormhole crack that ran across the starry sky suddenly appeared, and an endless, unknown fleet invaded in large numbers, spilling the fire of war on this peaceful civilization, and blood, killing, and screams replaced the original prosperity. As the invader advances, phantom-like dark green roots poked out from nothingness, inserted into the planets that fell into the hands of the invader like straws. These planets melted, shrunk, and died at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into liquid-like nutrients, sucked away by the roots, and nothing left. This is... Han Xiao's pupil shrank. He was so familiar with this scene, it was simply a replica of the World Tree War. What invaded this unknown civilization was the World Tree Civilization. Before he could think more, the illusion in front of him turned and came to a universe. A large number of mechanics gathered here, sitting cross-legged between the starry sky, following their respective mechanical corpses, forming a spectacular formation, and the periphery was ring-shaped mechanical devices covering this area. A mechanical god suddenly appeared in the middle of the crowd, bursting out a strange wave of energy covering the entire venue, resonating with the ring mechanical device. Suddenly, all the mechanics in the area burst into pieces, turning into pure flesh and blood, mixed with their respective corpses, and then turned into a torrent, all the mechanical gods pouring into the center. I saw that the mechanical god was getting bigger and bigger, and finally turned into a body that was completely thriving in the sky. Flesh and metal perfectly merged, and the appearance was like a giant with a standing mechanical clothing. But before Han Xiao was surprised, the picture turned again in the next second. The giant body, which was intact in the last second, suddenly became ragged, as if it had experienced countless battles and looked very familiar. It was the body that Han Xiao and his friends encountered. This damaged body seemed to be scrapped, lost all power, drifted slowly in the universe, and was finally captured by a huge black hole, swallowed into it, disappearing without a trace. At this moment, the perspective changed to macroscopic again, and the territory of unknown civilization had completely turned into darkness, almost cleaner than the desolate universe belt, and there were no more stars. The fleet of World Tree civilization is like a full-fed and drunk diner, retreating comfortably, leaving only an empty dark universe. This scene is the last scene of the illusion. Han Xiao shuddered. The skill effect faded, all the illusions disappeared, and the vision returned to normal. There was still a look of surprise in his eyes, and he muttered to himself, "It seems that he has discovered something amazing." Bold explorer, the exposed fragments of the past brought huge amounts of information, and Han Xiao couldn't help but feel shocked and surprised. His understanding of the World Tree civilization only comes from the war version of the previous life. He only knows a rough idea about the specific history of the World Tree civilization, mainly because the information known to the player group in the previous life is quite limited. However, some basic situations are still clear. The process of making a fortune in the World Tree civilization is basically a history of war. It constantly explores the universe and conquered and destroyed countless civilizations and races. The three major civilizations are not the first to be discovered. The perspective of the World Tree is not special, but it is just another prey on the road to conquest. Through the illusion just now, Han Xiao roughly pieced together the ins and outs of this body. This unknown civilization should be the overlord who has not explored a certain area in the universe, and the scale shown in the illusion is no less than that of any of the three major civilizations. The three major civilizations are entrenched in the explored universe and only dominate this area. There are other civilizations in the wider unexplored universe. Therefore, the three major civilizations are always exploring outward and expanding their territory. Although the universe has entered the interstellar era, if the perspective is infinitely enlarged, the entire universe is still in the exploration history period. One day in the past, the World Tree discovered this unknown civilization, so it crossed the starry sky, invaded in large numbers, started a fire of war, and gradually eroded the other party's territory. The World Tree's invasion method is not a simple occupation. Most of the time, it completely swallowed the enemy's planet, just like a Tao Tai, without food, only entering and leaving, so it is almost impossible to regain lost ground. The opponent either resists the offensive or retreats step by step to shrink the front. The planets that produce resources are fighting less and less, turning into nutrients for the World Tree. It is a vicious cycle, and the three major civilizations in the previous life are also facing the same situation. Obviously, this unknown civilization is not the opponent of the World Tree in terms of military power, so it tries to seek a breakthrough in individual power. Countless mechanics voluntarily sacrifice, with super-level A-level individuals as the core, and through some strange fusion technology, they try to create a more powerful individual. Although the information source is only illusion, Han Xiao feels that the goal of this unknown civilization should be to artificially spawn a superpower who surpasses the A-level and become a breakthrough in the overall situation. But the illusion did not show whether it was successful. I only knew that the final result was that the body was scrapped, fell into a black hole and disappeared, and did not fall into the hands of the World Tree. This unknown civilization was finally destroyed, and even the universe area where it was located was swallowed up without leaving any trace, becoming another victim under the World Tree. What a terrible enemy. Han Xiao contempt for a few seconds of silence for this unknown civilization and sighed softly. If a civilization wants to develop to a cosmic scale, I don't know how many changes and disasters it will go through. It has been stumbled and created a brilliant culture, but the inheritance and hard work of countless generations are easily destroyed in the universe. I have been in great success for countless years and have been lost in one day. Although he had seen the horror of World Tree civilization, when he saw this scene again, Han Xiao still felt a lot of pressure and felt solemn. If he hadn't known the other party's terribleness, he would not have tried his best to delay the arrival of the World Tree. Even if he now has many trump cards that he had never had in his previous life, he would not have dared to say that he would definitely win this war. Now is not the time to worry about this. What should come will always come, just sooner or later. Han Xiao shook his head, took a breath, and focused his attention on this body again. This big guy has a very high level, probably above 400, but it gives me the feeling that he should not reach a higher level. Han Xiao pondered to himself. Although he has not yet entered a higher level, he has also had many experiences that divine transformation should be an inescapable pass. The way of this unknown civilization is to force quantitative change, to generate qualitative change, and complete promotion. So a large number of mechanics were sacrificed, but the level of life of this body does not seem to be sublimated. Even if Han Xiao does not understand the technical principles of the use of this unknown civilization for the time being, it does not prevent him from intuition that this path has gone astray, and it is more like a gambling attempt to treat a dead horse as a living horse. So the total level of this thing is 80% inflated. Just like there are multiple second professions, many levels have been divided, and the actual combat power has not undergone earth-shaking transformation. However, there must be some progress, and it may touch the edge of a higher level. It's just that it's still being scrapped by the World Tree, which is really scary. However, this body contains the essence of a large number of mechanics in an unknown civilization. If reverse engineering is carried out, many new technologies should be launched, especially this unique fusion technology, which is similar to the prisoner, but it has taken another route. Han Xiao's eyes were slightly bright. The value of this body may be no less than that of just technical treasure, and it is full of the technical essences of different mechanics. The most valuable one should be this kind of fusion technology. You may not be able to use it yourself, but you may be able to learn from other things and create something new. Just as his thoughts flew around, Aurora, who was standing beside him, saw that Han Xiao had studied for a long time, but didn't say anything, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Have you found anything?" Han Xiao came to his senses, nodded, and smiled. "You gave me a surprise this time." As he said that, he looked at Fording on the side, and his smile became stronger. Such things can be encountered, and Fording is indeed his lucky star. He estimated that the body finally fell into the explored universe through a wormhole after some wanderings. This star domain is called Black Hole Realm, which is the frequent occurrence of large wormholes. This kind of thing is not unusual. The body in the previous life was not exposed. It may not be because it was not touched by someone, and it may also be because it was not thrown into the explored universe by the wormhole. This should have nothing to do with its own butterfly effect. After all, the wormhole itself is highly random. And now this big guy was met by Fording. Han Xiao could only sigh again about Fording's luck, which was simply a walking external adventure trigger. Aurora came over and pestered Han Xiao to ask the bottom of the matter. Han Xiao thought about it, omitted most of the origin, and ambiguously explained the nature of the body, pretending to be the result obtained through technical analysis. So this guy should be seriously injured and dormant now. Aurora rolled his eyes and said eagerly, "Will I inject vitality into my mind and let him recover?" As soon as he finished speaking, before Han Xiao could answer, the panel suddenly moved and a prompt popped up. "You trigger the hidden mission, Far Distant Visitor. Task Introduction. you accidentally discovered a strange body wreck from an unknown civilization, and this wreckage still has a weak life reaction, which seems to hide many secrets, and may be able to get some valuable information from it. Task requirements: repair the body and wake it up, basic reward. 50 experience, random reward x2, character card x1. Extra reward depends on the task evaluation, and the task evaluation depends on the degree of body repair. Note, this task may affect the development of certain events and cause unpredictable impact. Please choose carefully. Can this be another task? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Now, this body is in an unconscious state and is seriously damaged. I don't know if it is still independent. If it is milked, there will be many unstable factors. On the one hand, the information of the world tree is probably well known by this guy. On the other hand, the strength of this guy is unknown, which may pose a threat. The unknown impact of the mission, note, should be considered in these two aspects. Moreover, the body has restored its mobility, so how can it reverse engineering? Of course, it is the most convenient way to study an individual who cannot move. If you want to put it in any posture, you can put it in any posture. In terms of emotion and reason, Han Xiao did not intend to disrupt the steps by this task, and shook his head. No need, keep the status quo first. I'll take this thing back and study it thoroughly. Okay, call me when you need it. Aurora had no objection. Although she was the first person to discover this machine, she didn't mind giving the disposal rights to Han Xiao. The current situation is sensitive, and she doesn't want to cause trouble for Han Xiao. Han Xiao nodded, came to the edge of this narrow wound, and tried to open the secondary dimension camp outside. Arcs of mechanical force jumped and flickered, like golden snakes dancing wildly in the sky. They opened a space door, and a large number of mechanical warriors flew out. This strange field only closed the main universe environment, and did not even block the secondary dimensions like the star couple dimensions. Soon, these mechanical warriors scattered everywhere, moving on the surface of the body like little ants, looking for the core device to maintain this field. Han Xiao planned to recycle the body first, so that it would not drift in the universe and be discovered by someone. This space blocked the conventional movement, but did not block the quantum network. Otherwise, Aurora would not be able to easily transmit the message back. One scan report after another was passed to Han Xiao. Not long after, the entire body was scanned, and most parts of the mechanical devices were dormant, leaving only a small area deep in the chest still operating, and one of the equipment groups was the device in the field of excitation. The mechanical warrior quickly drilled a hole in the chest of the body and turned off the device from it. Buzz. The next moment, the field closed, and the dark space around suddenly disappeared, turning back to the normal starry sky. It's untied. Han Xiao nodded secretly, summoned the engineering machinery team, arranged a directional wormhole guide, and set the coordinates to the mechanical life civilization in the territory of the Black Star Legion. After a while, a huge wormhole appeared in front of him. The mechanical troops pushed the body into the wormhole. A few minutes later, Han Xiao received a message from Yozu and confirmed that he had received the goods. Han Xiao then took back all the troops, cleared the traces of the scene, turned to look at Aurora, nodded and smiled. Your discovery this time is very helpful to me. I will remember you for one's merit. Aurora's eyes lit up. Is there any reward? What do you want? As long as you don't go too far, I can agree. Well, I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you after I think about it. Aurora smiled. Okay, just pretend I owe you a request. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly, replaced the Emperor, and sent it home directly, unable to wait to study the technical secrets of the polymerized body. He had a sense that he might be able to get unexpected gains from this body. Aurora and Ferdine remained in place, staring at each other with big eyes. After half a minute, Aurora spoke quietly. What are you looking at? Why don't you go to drive the boat? Do we still have to continue traveling? Forting's mouth twitched. Of course. I helped Black Star again this time. Maybe something new will be discovered next time. Aurora was excited. She has lived under the protection of Haixing and Hela for too long, and has always wanted to help Han Xiao. Now, she has finally made contributions. She only feels full of energy, and her enthusiasm for adventure continues to rise. Can you change Nello? Fording was weak. He had been wandering outside with Aurora for more than a year and had no home to return, so he learned Dayu. If I had known that I would be arrested by Aurora and acted as a tool for so long, I would not have separated Morningstar. I would have been a good fellow who had been with me day and night. Now, it has become a long-distance relationship. If you ask what it feels like, I am very regretful now. I looked at it today. The mechanic took about a year to finally get promoted to the 4-star Masterpiece Hall. It's too stable. Thank you for your support, asterisk, asterisk. On the other side, the territory of the Black Star Legion, the mechanical life civilization, the Apostle Star. The Apostle is located in the central area of the shining world Sagoma Galaxy. It is a giant, super-large planet. The surface is full of mechanical buildings, and giant buildings are everywhere, full of industrial-style beauty. In the years of development, the Apostle, as the parent star of mechanical life civilization, has undergone several transformations. The mechanical life uses planetary engineering to hollow out the entire planet and replaces most of the planet's matter with metal, which is almost completely mechanized. Now the entire Apostle is a movable interstellar war fortress. With the exponential growth of the population of mechanical civilization, the size of the planet has also expanded artificially many times. It was originally just a planet of average size, but has now been transformed into a supergiant planet. 4 giant satellites guard the Apostle, mainly used by mechanical life to carry out interstellar giant structure engineering. At this moment, a huge wormhole crack appeared next to a satellite, and the black mechanical troops flew out with giant unknown bodies, like hard-working ant colonies. A stream of light flew out from the Apostle Star and hovered not far from the body. It was the weapons of the Apostle, such as Yozu. As Han Xiao's technical level rises, these Apostle weapons have also replaced their cannons with bird guns and have actively updated and strengthened the carriers again and again. The appearance has changed significantly. If it looked like a poor and civilian version decades ago, it is now a rich Krypton gold version. At this time, a light flashed beside Yozu, and Han Xiao's figure teleported to him. Many Apostle weapons had already received the news and saluted them one after another. Yozu's electronic eyes flashed with light. Looking at the machine, a green virtual screen bubble with curious expression appeared on his head. He asked in an emotionally undulating voice, "Master, what is this?" "A mechanical debris containing unknown technology is for me to study and be stored here first. I don't want it to be seen by too many people, so it is not suitable to be placed in the Black Star Palace." Han Xiao replied. Yozu nodded. "I will arrange for people to establish a secret research institute to store this body. Will the project be established now?" "Well, let's set up the file. The number of this big guy in the future is SWY-001. Han Xiao casually took a code name. SWY had no special meaning, but he used the pinyin initial letter of what's the thing. He felt that the meaning of this code name was expressed very clearly. If you encounter any unknown things in the future, you can use this code series to make it clear at a glance. Taking advantage of the gap between the engineering team transporting SWY-001, Han Xiao turned his head and looked at the scene of mechanical life civilization and nodded secretly. After 70 or 80 years of development, the mechanical life civilization has expanded significantly in the Sagoma Galaxy with the supply of resources of the Legion, showing their interstellar industrial level development level, achieving self-sufficiency, thriving, and a population explosion, which has become one of the main sources of troops in Han Xiao. Even without its own mechanical force bonus, today's mechanical life civilization is enough to deal with ordinary galaxy-level civilizations. After all, the biggest advantage of mechanical civilization is its efficient resource allocation, high ideological unity, and almost zero physiological and entertainment needs. The whole people are soldiers. It can be called a military force, but it will not encounter various negative people's livelihood and social problems like normal civilizations. It can be said that the industrial system of mechanical civilization was born for war. Han Xiao couldn't help but think that the black spirits who were developing in the Edney galaxy next door, also had the beehive thinking of mobilizing resources efficiently. They quickly digested the technology tree through amazing group learning power and deduced new technological directions from it. They also developed rapidly. They have started interstellar colonization and are transforming towards galaxy-level civilization. Because of the strong ethnic learning ability of the spiritual network, the Black Spirit has trained a large number of scientists in basic disciplines and has now provided a large number of talents to the logistics department and the Super Energy Academy. However, due to individual differences, the Black Spirits embarked on another route, not becoming a war machine like a mechanical civilization, but reproduction of new cultures. In contrast, the Black Spirits embarked on a form of civilization recognized by the interstellar community. Both civilizations are developing rapidly. With these two cards in their hands, the Black Star Legion has outstanding self-sufficiency. Han Xiao is quite satisfied with the development of both. It took only decades to quickly catch up with the standards of galaxy-level civilizations, which is already extremely amazing. Although the Black Star Legion spared no effort to provide resources and technical support, the Sea Blue Star, which has the same treatment, is still a huge gap from galaxy-level civilization. There is no harm without comparison. A Sea Blue Star may have no other advantages except for its outstanding talents and spirits. When he was feeling emotion, the engineering team finally transported SWY-001 over, and the directional wormhole rotated and contracted and disappeared. Han Xiao calmed down and called on the mechanical forces to quickly build a research room around the body of SWY-001. Interstellar engineering is extremely efficient. Not long after, a huge research institute was built from scratch, wrapping SWY-001. Let me Kong, what good treasures do you have? Han Xiao was in a happy mood and walked into the research area. He couldn't wait to call out various scientific research equipment and immediately devoted himself to the vigorous reverse engineering research. His first step was to find the memory module of SWY-001, and he soon discovered the damaged memory chip module and huge biological organs with brain tissue structure. However, both mechanical technology and biotechnology are in his technical scope. Han Xiao ordered the mechanical assistant to take off the memory chip module, put it in a special data analysis device, and began to read the data. At the same time, he asked another batch of assistants to take out a set of probe-shaped cables, the pale white brain fluid that was trapped in the biological organs and automatically adsorbed on the memory synapse to analyze the memory information stored therein. Soon, reports were displayed on the screen. Due to the integration, the memory module seemed to contain all the life experiences of devoted mechanics. However, the memory file of SWY-001 was seriously damaged and mixed with a large amount of useless redundant information. The process of parsing and patching was quite slow. Han Xiao has several research goals, one of which is to directly obtain the drawing knowledge of these mechanics by mining the memory module. If successful, it can save a lot of time without having to reverse the entire reversal of all parts of the SWY-001 body. By placing the device to continuously analyze the memory, Han Xiao specially found the Intelligent General Control Module, which is likely to store the usage log of all functions of the body, which is like a manual for him. However, the Intelligent General Control Module is protected by the virtual firewall and uses the basic code of this unknown civilization. It is different from the virtual technology of the Interstellar Society and also requires basic analysis, just like the virtual mutiny virus of the Intelligent Plague. This is not a difficult task for Han Xiao today. It just takes a little time. According to the characteristics of SWY-001, the existence nature of consciousness is likely to be doubled. One is the soul consciousness sleeping in the biological brain, and the other is the intelligent consciousness stored in mechanical memory elements. That is, the combination of normal living bodies and mechanical life. Therefore, as long as the firewall can be broken through and rewrite the other party's intelligent program, it is likely that the brainwashing effect can be achieved. After all, Han Xiao also mastered the criminal technicians and was no stranger to such ideological transformation. Just as he was busy, the panel suddenly moved and a message popped up. You have gained some insights from the current research. Exclusive expertise research progress plus 16.4%. Current progress 61.1%. Have you triggered another exclusive expertise? Today is my lucky day. Han Xiao paused and his eyes lit up. He has only triggered 3 times in the past few decades, and now the exclusive expertise has finally improved again. If this prompt does not jump out, he almost forgot about this. During the version update, the experience reserves were a bit tight, and Han Xiao did not use the awakening point to exchange for the progress of his expertise. But now that the player has returned, this path is not something that cannot be considered. However, advancement is the top priority at present. Han Xiao does not intend to use his experience indiscriminately. After he completes the advancement needs, he will use his spare experience to use skills to get awakening points. After all, he didn't know what the threshold for a higher level was. He had already decided to try to improve his energy level before advancement. The transformation of the divine nature of the void is one aspect, and it's good to have an extra specialty. After getting SWY-001, Han Xiao's research center deviated. He spent most of the time in the Research Institute analyzing SWY-001. He took the time to talk to the Covenant members one by one, persuaded a group of people to wait for the right time before coming out. In the outside world, the 3 major civilizations and the Super A-Level Association have not continued a conflict, but the struggle in the black market is becoming increasingly fierce. Players who take over black markets in different regions encounter different challenges. Most of them spontaneously cooperate to overcome difficulties and gradually improve the progress of black market integration. Endless Nebula, Didora Galaxy, a certain transit station planet. Click, click. The sound of footsteps echoed in the dim room, as if stepping on broken glass. The commander's large machine was leaning against the wall, covered in wounds, and there was a pool of blood under his body. He was in a state of serious injury and stiffness. He could not move, so he could only open his eyes and glared in the direction of the footsteps. Soon, the sound of footsteps gradually approached, and the outline of a thick figure gradually became clear under the dim light. He was wearing a black and red mechanical armor, holding a blood-colored mechanical heavy axe in his hand, bleeding dripping. Behind him was a mess, with corpses lying all over the ground, blood flowing all over the ground, bullet holes everywhere on the walls, and a large number of shells and metal fragments scattered on the ground, looking like they had experienced a fierce battle. This is a black market base, which was taken over by the commander of the Legion and was gradually getting on track. However, just today, one person came to the door and destroyed the black market channel alone, killing everyone in the base, leaving only the commander's big machine, a living person who was killed many times. He spent all his chances of resurrection and had no power to fight back, because the enemy who came to the door was a natural disaster level. The mecha warrior stopped in front of the commander's large machine, opened his helmet, revealing a brown-scaled face as if he had become a pangolin, and said lightly, "You are the only one left. Dafes, we have no revenge in the past and no grievances in recent days. Why do you have to deal with us? Have you accepted the employment of the 3 major civilized forces?" The commander's large machine gritted his teeth. He had been operating here for a while and learned about the nearby forces. The guy who looked like a pierced mountain in front of him was the leader of a well-known civil armed organization in this galaxy, a natural disaster-level weapon warrior. Upon hearing this, Daphs let out a short laugh, with a faint sarcasm. "I kill you, and I still need to notify you? Don't be arrogant. You ruined my mission. I remember you, wait for me." The commander's big machine gritted his teeth and put down his harsh words. "What? The B-level superpower still wants to avenge me. Just because you're the so-called immortal." Dafus looked cold and unmoved at all. Then he slowly raised the heavy axe in his hand and said indifferently, "You are too weak. It's useless for many times. It's your honor to die in my hands." As he finished speaking, The heavy axe slashed and blood splattered everywhere. This time, the Legion commander's large machine was not resurrected, and he had spent 6 days on his chance to resurrect. Seeing this, Daphus turned his head and left without looking back, leaving only the corpses on the ground. The Legion commander's large machine was directly ejected from his body and could not be online within a day, so he could only log into the forum. Damn it, you forced me to shake people. The commander's big machine was furious. The black market that he had finally received was destroyed by a natural disaster-level dimensionality reduction attack. His mission failed, and he had to go to other areas and start over. The more I take a step back, the more I think about it, the more I lose. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and turned on the group chat function built in the forum and spoke on the Legion channel. My black market was smashed. The other party is a natural disaster. Brothers, we have been silent for so long. Are you interested in opening a boss and giving the Legion a long face? I am willing to pay. The channel was silent for a while, and then the news flooded the screen like a waterfall. In summary, it was just one sentence. Who is it? Where is it? When? How much? A cloud-piercing arrow. Thousands of troops will meet. Posts to attack the natural disaster level soon became popular on the forum. As their strength continued to grow, players gradually had ideas about the natural disaster level. Now someone took the lead in bringing it up, which immediately seduced a large number of players to hold their hearts. The last time I killed a disaster level figure was in version 3.0, and the collective action was organized by the Legion. After that, the Legion had not organized similar actions, so the forum gathered for a while. But now public stargates in various places are collectively closed to super A-level forces. Due to the distance, most players say they can't help. After all, most people still have to take care of their respective black markets, and this time it is just a player's suggestion, not a large-scale mission, and the amount of fuel is limited, so most people are only willing to support in the forum. However, there are still some people who are very interested in this matter. In the base, Jupiter turned off the private chat channel on the panel, turned to look at the backbone elites of the Gods Guild all over the room, and nodded calmly. I have already negotiated with that player. Our guild is responsible for this action. The scope of the boss's activity is the Didora galaxy of the Endless Nebula, not far from us. It just so happens that many guild members operate the black market nearby for easy mobilization. Poseidon, the guild backbone, wanted to speak and asked, "This will affect the progress of the black market tasks of many guild members, and this is just a spontaneous action of non-tasks. Is it worth our big fight?" Jupiter focused heavily. Of course it is worth it. This is a good opportunity to make a name for the club. The club has not made much progress in several consecutive leagues. If we can make some achievements and increase the club's popularity, everyone will have bonuses. The Gods Guild is a professional guild under the Temple Club. Due to the poor team's performance, these versions of the guild have been unsatisfactory, and their reputations have been taken away by Emperor Qiao, Chongkong, Jiangsheng, and others. Now with the change of versions, the foundation of each guild is getting stronger and stronger. Things that I didn't dare to think of before are gradually becoming ambitious. If you can kill a disaster level, you can feed back to the club. Are you sure it's effective? There is a natural disaster level death in the 3.0 version. If you do it again, it shouldn't be much sensational. Poseidon hesitated. Stupid. How did Adamo die in version 3.0? It was a camp activity organized by the Black Star Army. Too many people participated, and no one could be famous. But if our guild independently killed a natural disaster level, would it be the same? This is the first kill of the guild. How popular is it? Jupiter poked Poseidon's head with his finger, and his tone was too regretful. Upon hearing this, the backbone of the guild here agreed. Although the Legion had let players die with a natural disaster level using human sea tactics for a long time, the guild's independent first kill has different meanings and is definitely sensational. If there is any further honor, there is only the first kill of the individual, but everyone present knows that there is no such fierce man in the current player group. President, isn't it a bit risky? Can our guild handle the natural disaster level? Poseidon scratched his head. I can only give it a try. I still feel hopeful. After all, it is not version 3.0 anymore. Jupiter said in a deep voice. Adamo was killed by the Legion, and the army created an environment for fighting death. Hundreds of thousands of people continued to resurrect, and finally they used the human C tactic to solve the opponent. After all, the gap between B and natural disaster levels is far less than that between the A and natural disaster levels. The human C tactics that are one level lower are still effective for natural disaster levels. Naturally, their guild cannot give out so many people like a Legion, but the average strength of players is different now, and the average person is more than 30 levels higher than before. The elite guilds are basically above level 150, and they are considered seniors in the B-level rank. Moreover, the Black Star Army has been updating its equipment technology, and the weapons and equipment that players use now are much stronger than version 3.0, and there are even a series of special trump cards such as evolution badges, which have considerable combat power. With so many progress, Jupiter feels that the guild should have the ability to kill a disaster level independently, which is worth a bet. Hearing his explanation, many guild backbones were convinced and replaced by excitement. Each of them was ready to go, unable to wait. Although this is not a task, their subjective initiative is not irrelevant. Jupiter glanced at everyone and said loudly, "Since everyone has no objection, then let's fight the boss now and get up." Endless Nebula, Didora Galaxy, and the main base of the Iron Guards. This is a huge interstellar fortress with a building block-shaped base spliced by countless rectangles of large and small sizes. The structure is very neat, layered, and clear. On the front armor of the Star Fortress, a huge glyphic pattern is engraved like a heavy mecha helmet, which is the power emblem of the Heavy Iron Guards. The Heavy Iron Guards is a well-known civil armed institution in the Didora Galaxy. Most of the members of the organization are armed warriors. On the surface, they are civil armed forces, but they are said to have a different background and have a secret connection with the Fani civilization that ruled this galaxy. The leader of this organization is Dafist, nicknamed the Core of Earth. It is rumored that he was the minion raised by the Feni civilization to complete some shameful work for them. At this moment, in the office of the chief of the main base, Dafes was meeting a distinguished guest, and they had a great time talking, and laughter sounded from time to time in the room. Haha, I really would escort this batch of goods in person. I have asked someone to check it out, and the quality is very good. Dafes smiled and looked very satisfied. Opposite him was a man in a mortar robe, who was also a Fani like a pangolin. He was a Fani tribe with Dafes, but he had a large area of mechanical clothing. His electronic eyes were always lit up red. His body was deeply trapped in the sofa. His weight was amazing. His organs and limbs were basically replaced with mechanical prosthetic bodies, and his whole body was made of metal creatures. This is, of course, when do we ship bad quality goods to you? This batch of mechanical equipment is all newly released military weapons by the official. The military department specially approved it to you. Others can't buy it even if they want to. This genital man spoke with his throat vocal device, simulating a passionate tone. He is the messenger of the Fani civilization and has always been the person in charge of the senior management and the Heavy Iron Guard Corps. The two sides do have a cooperative relationship and use resources to exchange for the service of Dafist. The Feni civilization had a special liking for mechanical colonization, and colonization was beautiful. It has always been a popular place for mechanical prosthetics. Almost everyone has accepted the transformation. There are even many civilians who only retain their biological brains and replace their bodies with different types of mechanical equipment. Most of the superpowers in civilization are mechanical, among which mechanical warriors are the main trend within civilization. Don't worry, I know your purpose. After taking your things, I will naturally complete the task. Dafis grinned and said, I have done almost the same thing you told me before. According to the information you provided, I have removed the nails that the Super A-Level Association has inserted into the black market in a few nearby star areas, and only a few planets are missing. Oh, many of these people are immortals of the Black Star Legion. They cannot be killed. Are you sure they have solved it? The messenger asked casually, picked up the cup on the table, and took a sip. The cup was covered with black, viscous liquid. This is a heavy metal excessive drink specially made for the colony. It is decomposed into different elements through special digestive organs, which is very nutritious for colony. So what about the immortals? As long as they destroy the black market channels in their hands, they will either start over or get out of shame. Daphs disagreed. The messenger put down his cup and said curiously, I heard from your subordinates that some of the immortals you killed threatened to take revenge on you. Aren't you afraid? Do they have the ability? These people are vulnerable, and they dare to speak wildly because they are immortal. Otherwise, they would have been scared by me long ago. If they dare to take revenge, I will kill one, and I will kill one, and I will kill one for two. Daphs snorted coldly. While expressing his disdain, his tone also had a vague, sour smell. He relies on his own force, and does not take it seriously unless he is of the same level or Super A level. However, he will be envious of the player's immortality and is no exception. He will be jealous of the players, so he is particularly serious about his actions. It is precisely because he can't get it that he has an alternative resentment and contempt, which makes him unable to help but have a sour mentality of what's so great. Then I'm relieved. The messenger nodded and instructed. In short, this is a task ordered by the three major civilizations. It's better to be cautious as much as possible. Moreover, the black market was originally under our control and provided us with a large amount of profits. The Super A-level association thought that with the support of black market managers, he could send a few people to take over our black market. It's really whimsical. Some of the senior executives of the Finny civilization are the protective umbrellas of most of the black markets in this galaxy, and they are constantly getting profits and filling their personal pockets. The Super A-level association wants to integrate the black market and block their way out. At this critical moment, the three major civilizations interviewed with multiple galaxy-level civilizations, hoping that all civilizations would cooperate with them to combat the association's personnel in the black market. The Fanny civilization was also one of the interviewees. The Endless Nebula and the Broken Star Ring are far apart. No matter how powerful the Black Star Legion is, they are beyond the reach. Moreover, they are galaxy-level civilizations, protected by the peace treaty, and holding the three civilizations tightly has far more benefits than pleasing the Super A-level association. Therefore, the Finny civilization simply supports the three civilizations and let the Daphist wipe out Team Sen to take over the black market, killing two birds with one stone. With me here, they won't succeed. Daphist waved his hand carelessly, suddenly squinted his eyes, and lowered his voice. Don't forget the benefits I will give me after the matter is done. The messenger smiled twice. Don't worry. We have been working together for so long, and the superiors didn't want to break their promises. As long as you can do this properly, the superiors will not only support you in continuing to expand, but are also willing to make you one of the behind-the-scenes controllers of this black market, and promise that the black market share profits will not be less than you. Of course I believe you. Daphis smiled satisfied. He risked offending the Black Star Army to do dirty work for civilization, naturally for his own benefit. If the benefits were not big enough, he would not work hard. Due to the feigny civilized preference, the profit of smuggling machinery products in the black market in this area is astronomical. Daphist has been coveting for a long time. Now, as long as the nails inserted by outsiders are removed, they can get this big cake. In his opinion, it is an excellent opportunity. When Daphis thought of the huge future profit prospects, enough to allow him to swim in the banknotes, he felt that his nerve cells were much more active. However, at this moment, something happened suddenly. Boom! An explosion-like loud noise suddenly rang in the base, and the two of them felt a clear tremor at the same time. The cup on the table swayed and fell to the ground. The heavy metal drink spilled all over the floor, like a pool of black engine oil. Immediately afterwards, a harsh alarm sounded, and the warning light suddenly lit up, dyeing the room red. What's going on? Dave suddenly stood up, called the adjutant, and shouted loudly. Boss, the base has just been attacked by bombing. The opponent's naval gun is too powerful. Several cracks have been chiseled out of the protective cover. Someone has already entered the base. The intelligence center is mobilizing the guard forces to meet the enemy. The adjutant quickly answered. Someone dares to raid my base camp? What is the origin of the enemy? Is there any natural disaster level? Daffs was furious. No, I don't know. The enemy spacecraft wiped out the power mark, but no individual energy source was monitored at the disaster level. If there is no disaster level, you dare to come to attack my base camp? Dafist was furious and pushed the adjutant away and made a move to leave the room. At this time, the messenger was a little worried and couldn't help but say, "Do I want to avoid it first? What are you afraid of? I can solve the problem in a while and go back." Dafist didn't look back and walked out strode. The adjutant was about to follow, but suddenly his arm tightened and was pulled by the messenger. He looked back and heard the messenger speak embarrassedly. I'd better hide. Do you have a safe house here?" At the same time, more than a dozen black warships were suspended outside the base, constantly pouring out firepower. Rumble. A dark red naval gun beam hit the protective cover of the space base of the Heavy Guard Regiment, and cracks burst out. The battleship's abdomen kept shooting out of the charge compartment and airdrop compartment. One end was a thruster, and the other end was a high-speed rotating drill bit covered with shields and smashed towards the surface of the base along the cracks of the shield. Some were broken by the base's guard cannon in mid-air, while others successfully carried the barrage, inserted into the base armor suddenly, and drilled in, leaving holes. Continue to help. All the guys who landed in the enemy's base camp, remember to bind the resurrection flag as soon as possible. In the command room of the main ship, Jupiter commanded loudly, excited and spitting everywhere. The members of this fleet are all players of the Gods Guild. It took a lot of time to complete the secret assembly. After checking out the information, they rushed towards Dafist's base camp. In order to kill a natural disaster level, the Gods Guild invested a lot of money. These warships were all purchased by the Guild and equipped with a large number of war weapons. Although the number of warships was smaller, the ship-based technology was very high, and they were all high-quality legions. It can be said to be a dimensional reduction strike against a civilian armed organization in order to quickly land on enemy bases. At this moment, the Guild channel is extremely lively and news is flooding the screen. Comfortable, I'm in. The people behind are coming soon, and the enemy support is coming. The magician and the mind master control the field and give the mechanic the opportunity to lay the field. Don't waste your energy on the monsters. Force the boss out first. In the base, players who have already landed in the game killed each other, and everyone was senior B-level superpowers, and they were like cutting melons and vegetables to overturn a lot of guard troops. At this moment, a pressure approached quickly. There was a loud bang, and the metal wall on one side opened, and Dafist, holding a heavy axe, rushed in. Dafist looked at the enemy in the field, his eyes suddenly locked on the Legion commander's large aircraft. He was impressed by the guy who died 10 times his hands and was furious. "Is it you?" The commander's big machine smashed a C-class weapon warrior with one shot. He turned his head to look over and grinned. "Are you surprised? You came out and called a car of breadmen, Before Dafist could reply, the commander's big machine pointed at him with a gun and shouted, "Brothers, it's him, do it." The next moment, everyone present's eyes fell on Dafist, and the excitement of seeing the prey was ignited in his eyes. Even though Dafist had been through many battles and was stared at by a bunch of B-level superpowers in an instant, he could instinctively feel a chill. But then his anger suddenly expanded. He raised his mechanical heavy axe and charged into the battle group, and sank axe with a powerful axe and slashed the 2 players in front of him. "You are seeking death," and the player almost spoke in unison. "MT group. Come on." Rumble. Explosions continued, and beams of fire spurted out from the inside to the outside, penetrated the outer armor, and exploded holes on the base. The location of the explosion continued to change, and the battlefield was moving rapidly. In the base, the vanguard troops of the Gods Guild have fought with Dafist, and the battle situation is extremely tragic. More guild players are still dropping in air like dumplings and joining the battle group. Brush. The huge axe blade broke away from the handle and was wrapped in a blue mechanical arc, rotating at high speed like a rotary saw. Wherever it passed, fragments of flesh and blood sputtered everywhere, and broken mechanical parts were flying all over the sky. A silver transmission telescopic cable connects the axe blade and the grip, twisting and dancing like a mad dragon, constantly making a hissing sound of the telescopic cable sliding. It seems to be out of order, but in fact it strictly controls the flying trajectory of the axe blade, both offense and defense. The weapon warrior is a master of targeted use of technological weapons. He has developed special usage techniques based on the performance and function of a weapon. This is their unique martial arts school. Therefore, the weapon warriors of the same genre basically use the same style of mechanical weapons. The set of axes used by Dafist is called RC-03 Whip and Axe Technique. The essence of all techniques lies in controlling the power of the telescopic cable and the transmission shaft. He is good at fighting in complex environments. He is one of the schools he is proficient in. Click! The spiraling axe blade scratched the players along the way, and suddenly embedded the chest of an extreme, distorted body transformed from the player and continued to rotate, sawing a large piece of broken bones and flesh. I grabbed him. The player adjusted his pain to the lowest point, not hurt or itchy, and his hands suddenly clamped the axe blade like a spin saw, regardless of the blood being cut with both hands, and the blood volume was dripping. The extreme distortions of the MT group rushed forward one after another. One person grabbed a telescopic cable, pulled and teared it hard, and controlled it, while the companions in the output group poured firepower towards Dafist's body. As Dafist twisted his crotch, the yellow energy shield flew out to protect his body. The player's attacks hit him one after another. In a series of colorful explosions, the shield quickly climbed over the cracks. Taking advantage of the short moment, Dafist's brain gave an instruction, and the neuronal signal entered the control module of the axe along the transmission line. In an instant, the telescopic cable suddenly tensed with a bang, and a plasma current flowed along the long cable, instantly bounced off the palms of many extreme distortion bodies. Immediately afterwards, the transmission device exploded instantly. With a bang, the axe blade speed sword, cutting the hands of the end player, retracted with the expansion and contraction cable, and cut the distorted body along the way in half with a blink of an eye, and finally returned to the grip. Then Dafist swung his body and swung it, and the axe blade slashed out a wide silver shockwave that was wrapped around the arc, slashing several martial arts players who wanted to take the opportunity to get close to auras and fight. Although the number of players is the dominant number, the natural disaster level is crushing against the B level and can only be filled with human lives, which consumes Dafist's state. Before he is exhausted, the player basically cannot catch his flaws. Continue. Deputy T group, go up. Please pull. The output group is scattered. The outer team stops the monsters. Don't let them come in and make trouble. The Gods Guild was repelled again and again, and the formation was disrupted again and again, but everyone was not afraid of death. After getting up, they continued to surround them. The captain was emotionally directing the tactics in the team channel, and the advance and retreat were well-founded. For players, the most uncomfortable thing is that there is no hatred mechanism. If you want to control Dafist's attack target, you can only let the MT group get up and block the position and sell blood, and build a line of defense in the body. Even so, Dafist will choose to bypass MT attacks the fragile output hands. Most of the time, he can only adapt to the situation and let the crusty hard top damage. Fortunately, the Black Star Legion standard armor is very strong, so that the crusty will not be killed instantly, and only when he is alive can he have an output. At this time, above the base, the fleet of the Gods Guild had already exchanged fire with the fleet of the Heavy Guards, and the two sides fought hard. Due to the number of disadvantages, the fleet of the Gods Guild was slightly at a disadvantage, but with its superior performance, as well as high-tech virtual interference, radar shielding, and other functions, it can also constantly disrupt the enemy's formation and eat away at the enemy. The command room was constantly shaking. Jupiter pressed the operating table with both hands, staring at the battlefield monitoring of the besieged dafs, and said in a deep voice, "No, the efficiency of the besiege is too slow. If this continues, it may not last long. Don't worry about the enemy's fleet. All weapons aim at the boss and provide firepower support." "What should I do if the besiege?" Poseidon asked. "I don't care about casualties anymore. Let them pay attention to avoiding them. If they are beaten to death, there is nothing they can do." Jupiter said decisively. The order was issued, and more than a dozen guild warships simultaneously transferred their muzzles, locking Dafist, which was moving inside the base, and a luminous cannon and a triangular tracking missile fired over. Dafist's built-in radar sounded a harsh warning sound. He cursed inwardly and hurriedly dodged. He saw beams of light penetrated his position like spears and shot him all the way. Many players have received news before, avoiding it early, but there are always a few people who are too late to avoid it and are beaten to ashes by justice from heaven. If the opponent had only a group of benevolent immortals, it would be a big problem for Dafs, but with the fleet's precise firepower support, he was immediately a little restrained. Players are not afraid of being killed by bombing. He is not good enough. The average natural disaster level cannot withstand many high-energy naval gun shootings, and he's also an appropriately defensive weapon, so he dare not try to take risks. Everyone fought fiercely. The base was devastated. The fleet of the Gods Guild was restrained by enemy ships, and they could occasionally break through the defense line for support. The aftermath of the bombings also gradually injured Dafist. Seeing another team of immortals being covered with fire from their teammates, the rest were still yelling and charging. Dafist couldn't help but jump a few times. Tisk, these crazy people. He couldn't help but feel like he was stabbing a hornet's nest, and he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It's strange that I have not only bribed the natural disaster level of the three major civilizations. There are natural disaster level hunters in each area. I have never heard of anyone coming to seek revenge. Why is it my turn to be so unlucky? Dafs avoided the 5 explosion fireballs and glanced at the bodies of his subordinates on the ground, his face becoming more and more gloomy. Although he was not afraid, personally, the others in the base did not have his ability. The B-level superpowers were already the backbone of the heavy-armed Iron Guards, but they were almost vulnerable under the siege of the Gods Guild, and a lot of cadres who had followed him for many years died. They are all talents that have been recruited very hard, and they are simply suffering from heavy losses. This group of immortals came prepared and continued to consume. My strength and physical strength continued to decline. It would not be great at that time. Moreover, they came to me and continued to fight here. My casualties would only increase. Dafist's eyes were gloomy and hesitated for a long time before taking a deep breath and making the final decision. The next moment, the energy in his body boiled. He swung the axe blade, rotated like a gyro, and threw out a circular blade wave with high circumference vibration, covering everyone present. Brush! The blue blade wave burst out with him as the center and spread rapidly. The strong shock wave overturned all the surrounding players. Most of them fell into a brief stalemate. The player who had saved the negative state quickly got up and was stunned. Dafist did not take advantage of the victory to pursue the victory, but instead broke through the wall, ran away all the way, and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. He wanted to escape. Everyone's faces changed, and they hurriedly chased after him. However, when they chased to the end, they found that Dafist had flew into space. The mechas switched to interstellar navigation mode. The thrusters ejected light. Their speed continued to rise, and they escaped towards the distance, and their figure became smaller and smaller. "Stop him!" Jupiter's face changed, and he hurriedly commanded the fleet to drill through the defense line of the Heavy Guard Regiment, despite the damage, and wanted to chase him. Then at this moment, the radars of all warships suddenly issued an alarm. A small fleet appeared on the edge of the battlefield, approaching rapidly with the outer armor bearing the logo of Fanny Civilization, and shouted on the wide area channel, "This is the Fanny Civilization Security Patrol." When it was detected that there was an abnormal energy reaction here, Everyone immediately stopped in place and received inspection. Is the security team here? Daves, who was far away, felt moved. His base camp is located in the jurisdiction of the Finny civilization, and naturally, there is a security patrol. Generally, the well water does not interfere with the river. He does not know that the security team's request to stop does not include him. Just as Daves was pondering, the mecha suddenly connected to a message, which was the messenger of the Finny civilization who came to visit, and the background was the Onwu of the base. Don't stop. Leave here quickly. The security team will not cause trouble. The envoy said nothing and made it straight to the point. Did the security team call here? Davis knew. Nonsense. Otherwise I will rely on protecting me. The messenger's face looked bad. I will ask the security team to stop them for a while. They will run as far as they can. I will ignore them after they continue chasing them. He was just here to visit, but he didn't expect to encounter such danger, and he was full of complaints about Daffs. Because he was afraid of being killed by the aftermath, he urgently used his authority to call the security team to stop the battle and force Davis to leave. In his opinion, since these immortals were seeking revenge, as long as Davis walked away, he could lead the enemy away so that he would be at peace. I'll leave now. Davis nodded. He had the intention of cooperating with the security team to annihilate the enemy, but now he had to agree to run away. He didn't want the envoy to be killed. The messenger hesitated for a moment and said in a deep voice, Bilge Star is nearby. It is a colonial star with low-value citizens. I have already greeted the star leader just now and stayed at Bilge Star. Although there are not many defense forces on it, those enemies dare not violate the peace treaty to attack the colonial star. Okay. Davis hung up the communication and accelerated the power. Although the guild warships placed the space stability anchor and restricted the jump, his regular flight speed was not slow either. He turned into a stream of light and quickly flew away, gradually disappearing from his sight. Seeing this scene, Jupiter was immediately anxious. After only half of the fight, the boss ran away. What's wrong with this? Oh, I made a mistake. The plan I said was unreliable. If I couldn't beat it, wouldn't I run away? I thought I was playing a dungeon. Poseidon slapped his forehead and complained. They siege a group of people. Although they can use human lives to weaken the natural disaster level and even have the chance to kill, it is difficult for them to stop the natural disaster level from running away. After all, it is difficult to replicate the desperate situation that Adamo faces, and Daffs is not the kind of inexplicable native. Seeing that the situation is not good, he runs away so that he will not stand here stupidly and fight against a large number of immortals. Shut up. Jupiter burst out with blue veins and cursed him, then opened a wide area channel and shouted to the security team. Black Star Army, please give me some face. I care who it is. This is the jurisdiction of the Finny civilization. No one can do whatever he wants. Stop the ship immediately for inspection. Otherwise, it will be considered as a disobeying the Finny civilization law of the Finny civilization and will record their case. The security team leader was instructed by the envoy and was not willing to be outdone and continued to command the troops and stop the guild fleet. Why don't you stop the runaway? Jupiter was furious and marked Daffs as he was getting farther and farther away. What's the matter? I'll give you an ultimatum now and stop the ship immediately. The security captain shouted angrily. Jupiter gritted his teeth and spent so much resources. Giving up halfway was a loss for the guild. This action was planned by him, so he must take the blame and immediately made up his mind. I will do the boss no matter what I say today. Blasphemy! Who dares to stop us? The army will be ruined. After the words fell, the guild fleet stopped hesitating. No matter what was blocking the heavy Iron Guard regiment and the Finny civilized security team, they opened fire directly at all the enemies, trying to fight a path of blood. Some of the players who were still staying in the base recovered by traction beams, while some simply bombed them. After spending their own strength, they committed suicide and were directly resurrected back to the ship. After the two sides fought for a while, most of the players returned to the ship, with only a very small number of people left in the base, and the commander's large machine was one of them. Damn it, if the person runs away, don't want in my hometown. Failed to block Dafist. The commander's large machine was in a panic and took out a black spherical portable bomb. This is a small equivalent dark energy annihilation bomb he bought with a lot of savings. Before the Gods Guild contacted him, he originally wanted to use this thing to death with Dafist, but now he simply detonated it directly. The next moment, the dark red melt flow burst out. Boom! The light ball expanded rapidly, swallowing the entire base. An inch of metal was annihilated. The envoy who was waiting for the security team to respond in the house. Before he could react, he was beaten to ashes by the bursting dark energy and died on the spot without any pain. Not only him, but all the members of the Heavy Iron Guard group who stayed in the base were all blown into pieces and no one survived. The security captain was shocked. Is this group of people crazy? Dare to use this high-risk weapon in civilized jurisdiction. Dark energy annihilation bombs, like pluripotent bombs, are also high-risk weapons prohibited by most civilizations. Once discovered, they will be severely punished. Even some wanted criminals dare not do this. Isn't the Black Star Army from the Order Camp? Why are they so careless and not afraid of losing reputation? For a moment, the security captain was a little scared. Anyway, the messenger was also killed, so he simply asked the fleet to make way for fear that the group of madmen would also give him a dark energy annihilation bomb. Without the obstruction of the security team, the guild fleet broke through the encirclement, threw away the enemy, and chased them all the way along the flight trajectory of Dafist. The warships were specially designed for interstellar navigation, and the speed was faster than that of Dafist, and the distance between the two sides gradually became closer. Dafis also found the pursuers in the rear, and was angry and secretly scolded the security team for not even delaying, so he had to bury his head and continue running away. Leaving the spatial stability anchor area, both sides entered the jump mode at the same time, like two streams of light, one thick and one thin, one chasing and one escaping. Not long after, a planet magnified in the field of vision of both sides. It was the low-level colonial star of the Fani civilization, Bilger. The residents of this colonial star are all rice insects who are unwilling to work and only accept welfare and subsistence allowance to maintain their lives. All civilizations basically have such a planet and will not be valued. There are no outsiders to visit. Here, Dafis looked happy and hurriedly sent a landing application. Because the messenger had already said hello, Bilge Star Special Handling and instantly approved his permission. The planetary defense fleet in outer space did not stop him. Seeing this, Dafist broke into the atmosphere without hesitation and landed on one of the cities. At this time, the Gods Guild fleet finally caught up and stopped outside the planet. The planet's small defense team gathered to stop them from moving forward. The spacecraft suddenly received a message, and another figure of a colonized man appeared on the screen. It was the Star of Bilger, and his attitude was very cold. I'm the Star of Bilge Star. This planet is not welcome. Please leave immediately, otherwise I will call the nearest garrison to expel the enemy immediately. Hearing this, the backbone of the guild and the main ship looked at each other, a little in a dilemma. President, what should I do now? This colonial star clearly wants to protect our target. Poseidon looked at Jupiter with red eyes and said carefully, why don't you want to withdraw? According to the laws and regulations of the interstellar community, we cannot attack the colonial star. Jupiter's face was entangled, and finally gritted his teeth and squeezed out a voice from his teeth. No matter who they are, no matter what, we must kill the target. Don't run away for him this time. Beat me. On the other side, Dafist fell into the city, and there were only pedestrians in groups of 3 or 3 on the deserted street, looking at him in surprise. Dafis ignored the passers-by and looked up at the fleet hovering in the outer space, with a flash of depression and anger flashing in his eyes. After suffering a great loss in this wave, a lot of cadres died, and his heart was bleeding. If he hadn't had any scruples, he would have wanted to kill all of these immortals, so he would not want to accept the protection of the planet. Forget it, the hero will not suffer any loss in front of him. Let this group of people go first today, and then defeat them one by one in the future. Let's settle the score slowly with the people of the Black Star Army. Daves gritted his teeth and took out the communicator to contact the messenger. He ran very fast at the time and didn't know that his base camp was bombed. The number was dialed out, but there was no response. Just when Dafist was confused, he suddenly had an alarm and hurriedly pulled away. Rumble. The next moment, dense light cannons fell from the sky, like heavy rain pouring, and the entire street exploded. What? Daft's face changed drastically, and he suddenly looked up, looking at the fleet that was firing towards the city in disbelief. Just to kill me. How dare you fire at the Colonial Star regardless of civilian casualties? What kind of behavior is this? Don't they understand? Even the Super A-level association that is confronting the three major civilizations will not do such a big deal. A cool air rushed straight into his mind along his backbone, and his anger was instantly frozen. At this moment, Daves was left with a deep sense of horror. This group of people is lawless. Dada, dada. A naval gun chased Alphys and fell into the city, blowing up huge pits. Wherever he passed, all the tall buildings were shattered and collapsed, turning into messy ruins. Flames ignited everywhere, and screams came one after another. With a storm of firepower, airdrop cabins fell from the sky, smashing through buildings like meteorites, embedded in the ground, and gravel splashed. The hatch door opened, and the players of the Gods Guild rushed out, like a black frenzy, surrounding Dafist, and the two sides started a fierce battle again. The planet's defense fleet seemed to be startled and rushed to the Guild fleet. The two sides launched fierce fire in outer space. The planet's orbital air defense weapons were also activated one after another, and dense electromagnetic rail guns shot towards the Guild fleet. Looking down from a high altitude, you can see that the garrison base near the attacked city shot out anti-gravity vehicles, carrying ground troops to stop the war in the city. Although Bilger is a low-level colonial star, he still has a certain degree of military defense. However, in terms of individual power, the strongest Guardian is just a B level. After all, the Finny civilization is only a galaxy level, with only more than a dozen natural disaster levels under his command. It is not as luxurious as allowing a natural disaster level to guard such a marginal colonial planet for many years. That is nothing different from being exiled. On the communication screen of the Guild's main ship, Bilger's face changed drastically and was frightened and angry. He spoke and asked, "How dare you violate the peace treaty? Do you want to be an enemy of the Finny civilization? I ask you to stop immediately." Before he finished speaking, Jupiter slapped the button and hung up the communication directly. His eyes were red and he shouted loudly, "All spare teams, all enter the charge cabin. Use the jump gang battle to grab all the defense fleets of this planet. Whoever dares to block the road will fight. We will hit whoever we want." Since he made up his mind, he simply went all the way and fought directly with the Colonial Star troops to clear out all the resistance that hindered the Guild's first kill. Although the number of warships in the Guild is not as good as the planet's defense forces, their biggest advantage is their individual combat power. As long as one or two players board the enemy warships, they can kill all crew members, snatch the enemy ships, and also use war to support the war. After all, such low-level colonial stars cannot be extravagant to send a B-class superpower to each warship. He's anxious. Poseidon muttered quietly, expressing the thoughts of the backbone of the Guild present. Jupiter turned his head suddenly and stared at him, with a dangerous light flashing in his eyes, and said word by word, "What did you say? Brothers, rush with me." Poseidon's facial lines instantly became extremely strong. With a wave of his hand, he led a group of elites to the charge cabin. His back was like Feng Xiao Shi Yishuan's aura, and his emotions were very well changed. Soon, one after another, the charge cabins carrying players were fired out like drill bit missiles, biting the enemy's ships, and the defense warships quickly fell into the control of the Gods Guild, turning their heads to continue to provide firepower support to the ground, making Dafus' situation even more dangerous. Some airdrop holes hit the base that controls orbital air defense weapons, and teams of players went to paralyze the armed forces of Bilgerstar. The outer space and the planet's surface were divided into many battlefields, rumbling and explosions, and the city area turned into ruins one after another, and the sky and the earth were in chaos. Bilgerstar was angry and panicked, and quickly asked for help from the nearest interstellar garrison base, and uploaded the information about the planet's attack to the Finny Civilization Intelligence Center through the emergency military channel, and forwarded it to multiple key departments simultaneously. After only 2 or 3 minutes, he received a serious call from senior officials. What is the specific process? Who is the enemy? The enemy is a group of immortals. According to the report of the security team, they claim to be the Black Star Army and are chasing a natural disaster level. Bilgerstar Chief hurriedly reported the situation, saying that the cause was that he received a message from the messenger and asked him to protect Dafus. He didn't know the relationship between Dafus and the Finny civilization, but the messenger's authority level was higher, so he had to obey, saying that he was obedient and had no blame on him. After listening to the explanation, the senior executives of Finny civilization looked gloomy and said solemnly, "I understand the situation. Now you restrain the attackers. The nearest garrison base will be dispatched immediately and arrested them." After hanging up the communication, Biljexing breathed a sigh of relief. While under the protection of the bodyguard, he quickly went to the safe bunker and signaled his secretary to contact Dafus. At the same time, in the city that has become a battlefield, Dafus is suppressing his inner horror and fighting with the players of the Gods Guild. In order to avoid the naval cannons falling from the sky, he was reluctant to retreat. He was already shocked by the players' lawless behavior. In his opinion, continuing to haunt these madmen is a very unwise behavior. As the saying goes, "I am afraid of being stunned, and I am afraid of being desperate." Dafus regrets provoking these people more and more. At this moment, the built-in communication of the mecha suddenly rang. It was the call from the Secretary of Star Crown, who relayed the meaning of Star Crown. After hearing this, Dafus' eyes flashed, and he repeated the other party's meaning. "You said the regular army is already on the road, so I want me to try my best to restrain this group of immortals here, wait for reinforcements to arrive, and kill all the thugs in one go?" "Yes, the senior management has mobilized the garrison, and the support will arrive soon." The secretary was respectful. Although this matter was attracted by Dafus, he was the only natural disaster level in the field, and he was also a Feini tribe. Bilgerstar needs the other party's help for the time being. "Okay, then I'll hold them back." Dafus hesitated for a moment and finally agreed. It is not easy for him to run now. The speed of the mecha is not as fast as the guild fleet. If he leaves Bilgerstar without help, the risk will become greater. He feels that it is better to cooperate with the Finny civilization here, wait for the regular army to intervene, and catch all the immortals in one fell swoop. Anyway, his condition is still intact now, and these enemies will not be able to threaten his life for a while, and he has a lot of his subordinates. It is the time to be angry that the counterattack is hard to suppress. After hanging up the communication, Dafus no longer distracted from considering retreat. He shouted loudly, swung his mechanical whip and axe, and buried his head in the player's formation. He saw lightning dancing wildly in the sky, and blood was blowing everywhere. At the same time, the Black Star Legion territory, SWY-001 Research Institute. "Master, something happened." Han Xiao, who was studying the nervous system of SWY-001, received a message from Philip, took his eyes off the experimental report, and turned to look at Philip. "What happened?" "In the endless nebulous star domain, a group of immortals are attacking the colonial planet of galaxy-level civilizations." Philip switched to the surveillance screen and quickly reported the situation. What spontaneously challenged the natural disaster level? After listening to the complete process, Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, and his expression was a little complicated. This day has come. He had known for a long time that as the average strength of players increases, sooner or later, They will spontaneously challenge the natural disaster level, which is an inevitable trend. Players are always the representative of chaos. The stronger the power they master, the more uncontrollable it becomes, and they will gradually ignore all kinds of constraints. The reason why I have always been relatively calm is that, first, my previous strength was not enough to bear too much subjective initiative, and second, I managed it properly. Until now, in version 5.0, players' obedience is finally coming to an extreme, and the tendency to chaos begins to rise. In the previous life, this was one of the important fuses of super disasters. Even if you have your own influence now, it is impossible to change the nature of the player. It's not easy to deal with now. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly. He already knew the cause and effect. The other party was an enemy that blocked the player from taking over the black market. There was no problem with the player joining him in groups, so Han Xiao naturally would not object. But now he is blatantly violating the convention of the interstellar community, which is what makes him feel bad. When you fight the boss, at least pay attention to the impact. In this way, there are disadvantages in both rewards and punishments. The former will make players more rude, while the latter will damage the feelings of the leaks and the sense of belonging to the camp. Neither is the result he wants to see. What Han Xiao is most annoying now is not someone else. It is Jupiter the flop. He also, if the Black Star Army is doing business, please give me some face. Your face is bigger than mine, and you have eaten the fruit of face? Even if you're determined to do a booze, at least don't reveal your identity. At this sensitive, critical moment, it is too difficult for me to do such a thing under the name of a legion. Han Xiao was speechless for a while, let out a breath, and said slowly, "It's too reckless. No matter what, if you can take the blame, you won't take it. The most urgent thing is to try to clear the evidence and save the aftermath of this group of people." As he said that, Han Xiao pressed his eyebrows and entered the field of vision of the quantum network. The data stream used Philip as the transit station and quickly descended to the guild warship. The Battle of Bilge Star became more and more tragic. The planet's defense power was basically disintegrated by the Gods Guild, and a large number of warships were captured by the Gods Guild, which instead strengthened the enemy's fleet size. The besieged battlefield continued to move on the surface, and 4 cities had been razed to the ground. Dafus was running hard while dealing with the guild players' cowhide like plaster. His strength and physical strength were consumed very much, and his body was injured. His condition gradually declined, and his combat ability inevitably declined. Bang! Dafus turned his body and axe, flattened a martial arts player on the wall, and took a breath quickly, not daring stop. So he quickly stepped back, avoiding the concentrated fire of more than a dozen gunmen, and the position he was standing just now was blown into a deep pit. Not only is the muscles all over his body sore, but his brain is as painful as needles. After all, it is not the strength of the military warriors. The team of the Mind Master and the spiritual magicians of the Gods Guild have made great contributions. Every moment, there is an invisible material mental attack that damages Dafus' consciousness. He basically has no way to dodge. He can only take damage, which accounts for at least 60% of the output. Who? The reinforcements have not arrived yet. Dafus felt his bad condition and his face turned pale. The moment the state slips from its peak, it starts with a snowball and enters a vicious cycle. He is already a little unbearable by the player's turn. Having never personally experienced the feeling of being beaten up by players, it was difficult to notice the horror. Dafus finally felt this now. He thought he could resist for a long time, but now he realized that he had completely underestimated the difficulty of these madmen and had made a wrong judgment on the strength of both sides. If reinforcements don't come yet, I'm afraid I'll really fall here. Dafus was in a state of sternness, and the idea of retreat arose again. But at this moment, he suddenly felt something and suddenly looked up at the outer space, showing surprise. Finally come. A huge fleet was approaching rapidly, with neat arrays and strict military force. It was the regular military group sent by the Feini civilization to support. There were nearly 2,000 warships, and the scale was not comparable to that of the guild fleet. Bilge Star, who was taking refuge in the bunker, was overjoyed when he saw the scene of the battlefield. The army is here. Ha ha, these thugs are finished. In the main ship of the guild, Jupiter also noticed this army with bad visitors, and his heart quickly sank. Oh no, this seems to be a regular army of local civilization. Its still time has been delayed for too long. It seems that I still underestimated the difficulty of the boss. A natural disaster level with freedom of movement is too difficult to deal with. Is this action a bit too forced for the guild? Looking at the huge reinforcements, Jupiter was a little desperate, but then gritted his teeth and ordered the fleet to continue firing at Dafist. President, aren't we going to retreat yet? Poseidon asked in the channel. What are you withdrawing? You've hit this point. How can you give up halfway? Now that you're leaving, the resources you spent are really wasted. Everyone obeys the order. Even if you give all the resurrections here today, you'll kill the boss. Jupiter gritted his teeth, let the troops be on high alert, and prepared to exchange fire with reinforcements. However, this huge regular army suddenly stopped at the edge of the battlefield. Motionless, not only did not fire, but even did not continue to move forward. Time passed by minute, and players such as Dafist, Bilgerstar Long, and Jupiter were gradually confused. No, are these reinforcements here specifically to watch the show? The Gods Guild was confused and didn't know what was going on. Anyway, they didn't hit them, and they didn't hit them. They quickly increased their firepower and focused on outputting to Dafist. On the other side, Bilgestar was anxious. What are they waiting for? Why don't you suppress the enemy quickly? Bilge Xingchong was at a loss and tried to contact reinforcements many times, but all the signals were sunk to the sea and received no response. In the battlefield, the joy on Dafist's face gradually solidified. He was shocked and suspicious and did not understand the scene before him. In shock, he couldn't help but think about it, and his mind was full of ideas. Why didn't reinforcements open fire? There are big problems here. If it weren't for waiting for reinforcements, he might not have stayed to restrain the enemy. Now that the reinforcements have arrived, they are watching coldly, without any intention of intervening. Could this be the plot of Finny civilization, who deliberately used this excuse to keep him, kill two birds with one stone, and use the hand of the Immortal One to get rid of me? Could it be that I think I know too much and think that I have lost my value now, so I deliberately refuse to save me? Daphs was shocked by his guess, and his mentality suddenly became messy. No, it's all over if you continue to fight. The Finny civilization is unreliable. I can't stay here. Dafist gritted his teeth and exploded with overload. The surging power flew away the nearby players, and he fought hard to catch a bunch of fires. The whole person soared into the sky. The mecha thruster operated at full power, turning into a stream of light, and flew into the outer space, wanting to escape from the battlefield. However, at this moment, the faintly civilized reinforcements on the edge of the battlefield suddenly opened fire and aimed at the target, Dafist, who had just left the atmosphere. What? Dafist was shocked and hurriedly opened the shield. The next moment, his figure was flooded by artillery fire, and he suffered a lot of damage. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of explosions, it fell from the sky and hit the ground with a rumbling sound, causing dust to spread all over the sky. Quirky, the seriously damaged mecha, was overwhelmed and turned into debris scattered all over the ground. Dafist lay on his back in the middle of a large pit on the ground. His mouth and nose were whispering blood, and his body was burned on a large scale. Many parts were already burned, with rolling white smoke. The bones and organs in his body were already in a mess, and he was severely injured. A large wave of players rushed from afar and surrounded them. Seeing this scene, Dafist gritted his teeth and dragged his seriously injured body to stand up, shaking, and before he recovered from the dizziness of the heavy blow, he was already a little unsteady. Looking at the gathering of immortals, Dafist felt his bad physical condition, and a bitter smile appeared on his unrecognizable face. Ahem, I didn't expect that in the end. I was actually put on a trick by the Finny civilization. Dafist coughed in pain, knowing that today was probably his death. The cunning rabbit dies, and the lackeys cook. Thinking of the bright prospects that Finny civilization promised him, Daphs only regretted it. After all, he was wrong. Taking a deep breath, Dafist felt like a hero with a desperate end. His heart was full of tragedy, and he shouted loudly at the immortals around him. "If you want my life, come on. I won't be left alone." Before he could finish his words, the players present took action, and various attacks came from all directions. Rumble, a series of explosions instantly flooded Daphs. In a moment of losing consciousness, Dafist was left with only a strong sense of unwillingness. "Can I? Wait for me to finish my last words." The explosion lasted for more than 10 seconds before everyone stopped. The dust slowly settled, and their vision became clear again. A charred body fell to the ground, with no signs of life. Seeing this, many players paused for a second and suddenly cheered and leaped. "Neopai! Finally killed him. We are the first to kill. The first to kill. I'm so exhausted, damn, this boss will add a show to himself," which almost made me confused. Who recorded the whole process? Send me a copy. In the main ship of the guild, Jupiter saw the guild kill Daphs with his own eyes, and finally put his heart back in his stomach. The breath that was holding in his heart finally ejaculated and stopped getting on. The first kill of the guild is worth the trip, and the resources spent are finally not wasted. Then, Jupiter looked at the Finny-civilized regular army whose target was unknown, and began to feel sad again. He killed the boss regardless of everything, and the consequences seemed to be very serious. Next, he had to consider running away. This regular army should not watch them escape. Just thinking about it, he felt that the possibility of escaping was outrageously low. Jupiter scratched his head. Or, let die suddenly in groups? The latest website. On the ground, players of the Gods Guild posed for photos with Dafis' corpse. They were happy for a while, and soon thought of the same problem. Knowing that the matter was not over, they quickly curled their smiles and took out their weapons to look at the Finny-civilized regular army at high altitude, ready to fight. Jupiter stared at the opponent's fleet, and once there was any abnormal movement from the enemy, he immediately issued an order to run away collectively. However, the two fleets stared at each other. After 5 minutes, the Finny civilization did not surround him and remained on the edge of the battlefield, as if they were determined to watch the show. Jupiter's face also gradually evolved from the beginning to the confusion. He found that he really didn't understand the attitude of Finny civilization. He initially covered up Daphs, but after the regular army arrived, he refused to help him. He even opened fire at Daphs, nailing several nails on his coffin board to assist them in completing the killing. Now that the dust has settled, the regular army is still watching and has no intention of capturing US. Which side do you belong to? President. They're all suppressed by your domineering aura. Poseidon's pleading voice sounded from the channel. Humph, you kid always sing against me, disrupting our morale and destroying our morale. Now, I remember to lick me? It's too late. Jupiter snorted coldly in his heart, thought for a while, and said, "Recycle the ground, players, and pay attention to the movements of the enemy fleet at any time. If the situation is wrong, you will commit suicide immediately and resurrect on the ship." The order was heard, and the guild fleet began to tentatively retract the airdrop players with the traction beam, paying close attention to the actions of the Finny-civilized army. Once the other party had the intention to stop them, they turned around and ran away. However, the Finny-civilized army never responded, so they stopped to sit there and watch the Gods Guild clean up the battlefield and recycle players. Seeing this, the guild fleet became a little bolder and accelerated the recycling speed, until the guild warship packed all players back to the ship. The Finny Civilization Legion did not move. "It's strange, why don't they move?" Jupiter was puzzled. However, since the other party did not stop him, he had no reason to stay. He suppressed his doubts and called everyone to order the fleet to retreat. The guild fleet quickly moved away from Bilg and disappeared into the detection radar. It was not until this time that the Finny-civilized army took action. Some hurriedly followed the guild fleet, while some landed on the surface to clean up the ruins of the city and rescue the survivors. The command ship stopped at the ground port, the hatch opened, and the fleet commander with a stinky face walked down the gangway and saw Biljexing rushing over in a longchi. After the guild fleet retreated, Bilge Star-Crowned dared to climb out of the bunker. After waiting here for a long time, Zhang Kai asked in anger, "What's wrong with you? You don't answer the communication and don't call back. Didn't the boss agree to let you support me? Why didn't you take action and let the thugs go? What are you here to do?" The fleet commander's face looked bad, suppressing the annoyance in his heart, and explained in a deep voice, "The fleet's intelligence system department failed just now and could not respond. Someone took over all the spaceships. We couldn't operate at all, and the external communication was cut off, and we could not contact anyone." Bilge Star-Crown's angry expression immediately stopped, and he said in surprise, "What's wrong? Someone has paralyzed our fleet, and it is very likely that it is a super A-class virtual mechanic." The fleet commander subconsciously lowered his voice. Bilge Xingchong was startled and hurriedly looked around, as if he suspected that someone was peeping at him through the device. "Don't be so nervous. I'm just guessing." The fleet commander calmly faced. He was very depressed. He had received the order to cooperate with Dafus to capture the thugs, but after arriving at the scene, he was shocked to find that the fleet's intelligence system was paralyzed. Not only that, someone else manipulated their spaceship to drive a round of fire at Dafus. He could only watch Dafus die and let a group of thugs leave, and then he restored control of the spaceship. The enemy's invasion was like an antelope hanging on its horns, with no trace to be found. The fleet's technicians had no idea how to start and could only stare at the color blocks to eliminate on the screen. If this group of thugs were really from the Black Star Army, it might be that Black Star took action himself. Because of this speculation, the fleet commander did not dare to act rashly. Even after restoring control, he only sent a team to pursue the enemy symbolically, and the commander, he was very scammered. "Then, what should we do now?" Bilge Star was still in shock. "I have reported what happened here to the senior management just now. Let's wait for the reply from the superior. This may be beyond your and my decision-making scope." The fleet commander was helpless. At this moment, his communicator lit up, and a senior executive of the Feini civilization went online, looked at the two people, and said in a deep voice, "This is a private civil war." The two groups of people had a conflict at Dafus base camp. The security team went to check. Dafus took the opportunity to escape the siege of his opponent and fled all the way to Bilgerstar. He descended to the surface without permission, in order to use the planet's defense forces to block the enemy, thus causing disaster for the planet's residents. Before we expel him, the second group of thugs came and launched an attack on the planet. "Are you clear?" Bilgerstar was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized and nodded quickly. Now Bilgerstar has suffered huge casualties and has become a large social event within the civilization. The senior management wants to reduce the impact and take away their responsibilities in it. So from now on, Dafus has nothing to do with them, and all his actions are spontaneous actions. The messenger does not exist, and he, the star leader, does not exist. As long as they do not tell these inside stories, then from the surface, Dafus' behavior is to kill people with a knife and lead the water to the east, and Bilgstar is just a victim. In this way, the anger of the Feini civilized people will only be transferred to these thugs, and the top leaders will not have to take the blame. "What about us?" the fleet commander asked. The senior executive looked at him and said slowly, "Your mission is to stop this disaster. Because Dafus caused the disaster, the army listed him as a priority target and successfully killed the thugs who caused the incident. The second group of thugs were allowed to leave because they took the Bilgerstar people as hostages, so the army temporarily let them leave the scene and then pursued them from behind and moved the battlefield. This was to reduce casualties among the people. Do you understand?" "I understand." The fleet commander breathed a sigh of relief and gave a thumbs up in his heart. Things are still the same, but if you say it another way, it feels different. Not only did you get rid of most of the responsibilities, but you also emphasize their image of attaching importance to the peace of the people. It's amazing. At this time, the senior management changed his tone and arose a little anger, and said in a deep voice, "Of course this is just an explanation to appease the people, just deal with it. For those immortals, We will publicly condemn them, provide public opinion ammunition, and report to the civilized parliament to find justice to the three major civilizations. Is it important to emphasize that they are from the Black Star Legion? Asked Bilge Starchong. No, I can only say that it is suspected to be the Black Star Legion. It is enough to emphasize their identity as immortal. The senior management gritted their teeth. The fleet was controlled in an instant, and it was probably the method of a super A-level virtual mechanic, and it was not an ordinary super A-level one. It was probably Black Star himself. The reason why Finny civilization is not afraid of offending the Black Star Legion is that the Legion is beyond the reach of the endless nebula star domain. Now that people are suspected of appearing in secret, they are also a little concerned. However, the Finny civilization would not suffer this loss, and the people suffered heavy casualties. As the victims, the truth is naturally on their side. They must make a big fuss and seek an explanation. Of course, they also consider the possibility that Black Stars could master the evidence they covered up Daff's. However, this risk is not enough to make them afraid, because the Finny civilization is very clear that even if the inside story of the cover is leaked, the truth is still on their side. Because the one who is wrong is always the party who actively kills civilians. The main responsibility is still not their shelter, but the other party does not evacuate and has no scruples. This is the universal values of the Interstellar Society and the rules of the Interstellar Convention. In fact, the senior management wanted to directly insist that this group of immortals were the Black Star Legion's troops. However, when they were trying to collect evidence just now, they found that many evidences pointed to the Legion had disappeared, making this immortal who had originally exposed a lot of his flaws a group of ghost troops who did not know where to come. These senior officials knew that someone had done something, but they were angry, and they had no choice but to use Black Star. However, the Immortal One itself is a clue. After all, the universe now knows that the organization with the largest number of Immortal Ones under its Immortal Ones is the Black Star Army. They just use the power of the three major civilizations to provide the other party with public opinion ammunition. As long as things really happen, they can implement the plan regardless of whether there is conclusive evidence or not. A few days later, an announcement from the Endless Nebula Faney civilization caused a sensation in the interstellar community. The content of the announcement was the Bilger Star Blood case, with a large number of citizens dying. Finny civilization strongly condemned this atrocity, was furious, and said that he would hold him accountable to the end. With the help of those who were interested, the news that the immortal troops, suspected of members of the Black Star Legion, attacked the civilized colonial star, spread wildly and attracted widespread attention. As the saying goes, once the identity is changed, more than 10,000 forwarding. If it is a wanted criminal who attacks the colonial star, it is at most a security incident. At most, the interstellar citizens will calm down after a few words of abuse. But now, the party involved is suspected to be the leader of the Super A-Level Association. As a major force in the Order camp, it openly violated the peace treaty and killed ordinary people. Under the current sensitive situation, the nature of the matter immediately escalated into a political event, which instantly triggered public opinion. In particular, the Finny civilization also reported to the civilized parliament, crying and demanding that the three major civilizations be fair, put pressure on the Black Star Legion accountable, and hoped to initiate investigation procedures to find out the truth, so the matter became increasingly magnified. In the next few days, the three major civilizations took over the public opinion ammunition provided by the Finny civilization, activated the propaganda machine, and began to carry out a directional public opinion attack on the Black Star Legion, and expanded the scope of the attack to super-level associations, expressing strong doubts about the association's foothold and justice. The atrocities of galaxy-level civilizations under the protection scope of the peace treaty have already violated public anger by colonial stars. Even the supercluster civilizations dare not support the association at this time and dive silently. Emotions need a vent, driven by higher civilization. Although the Faney civilization only claimed that the thugs were suspected of the Black Star Legion and there was no conclusive evidence, ordinary people ignored this and directly pointed their finger at the Black Star Legion. The fear and resentment that had been accumulated for a long time at the superpowers and immortals turned into fierce insults, which triggered a wave of public opinion condemnation. After all, the universe has the most immortals in your family, and who will not scold you? Han Xiao himself is the main target of public opinion crackdown. A large number of people, under the rhythm of higher civilization, irrespective of his past deeds, magnify the weight of the matter infinitely and begin to question why the leader of such an organization who indulges subordinates in committing crimes receives the Stewart Peace Prize and the Star Sea Medal, and why he is admired by the interstellar community. The three major civilizations will naturally not miss such a good opportunity. They will take the opportunity to smear Han Xiao's image wildly. As long as they can strip away the reputation amulet they once built for Han Xiao, they will become more and more righteous. Under the operation of higher civilizations, the bilge star blood case became a fuse which intensified the opposition between ordinary people and superpowers again. Countless interstellar citizens died and were sad and put their hearts in their hearts. As ordinary people, no one wants to suddenly get involved in the struggle of the superpower and become unlucky people who die. The impact of this kind of incident on ordinary people is that they increasingly support the suppression of the super A-level associations by the three major civilizations. From their perspective, they naturally hope that all superpowers can be strictly controlled by civilizations and avoid suffering unrestrained disasters one day. For a time, the people's calls for the slaughter of the super A-level association became increasingly high. However, the influence ended here. The three major civilizations just took the opportunity to smear, but in fact they were still waiting and watching and had no intention of taking action. Under such a Kratzy condemnation, the Black Star Army simply issued a simple statement saying that it would conduct an investigation internally and make an announcement after the results were obtained. It also warned Fanny Civilized not to slander it without evidence. Then it disappeared for the time being, leaving the outside world to be noisy and unmoved. The endless nebula is desolate in the universe, and the fleet of the Gods Guild is slowly sailing. A large number of guild backbones sit or stand, browsing the forum casually and making smug laughs from time to time. President, look, our deeds have been written into the Shanghai Chronicle, and our guild's first kill has been recognized. Poseidon looked happy. Jupiter took a look at the forum. The Gods Guild's first killing of the disaster level has been slaughtering for many days, which has greatly increased the popularity of the club and has made a big splash. He has also been commended by the club's senior management for this. Just looking at the praises on the forum, Jupiter was not that happy and was a little dazed and distracted. What's wrong with you? You seem to be unhappy. Poseidon noticed his abnormality and spoke in a puzzled tone. Jupiter shook his head and said in a worried tone, "Don't you watch interstellar news? It's almost a big quarrel outside. This time we have a big mess in the Legion. The public opinion in the interstellar society is getting stronger and stronger day by day, and Jupiter is frightened. He didn't regret it. After all, he couldn't bear to let his children go to trap the wolf. The first kill of the World's Guild was so delicious. He probably had the same choice when he did it again, but he couldn't help but worry about how the Legion would deal with this matter. In the past, those members who made trouble for the Legion basically had no good ending, and they all had a criminal record. Although the Gods Guild did not do it on purpose, things are getting bigger now, and Jupiter doesn't know what the Legion's attitude is. He has been waiting for the Legion to contact these days, but the sword of Damocles has not fallen, which makes him even more anxious. Buzz. Suddenly, the spacecraft's communication system was automatically turned on, attracting everyone's attention. Han Xiao's long-range projection appeared in front of everyone out of thin air. Legislative Commander, Jupiter and many players present were surprised, but they didn't expect the Black Star to come so suddenly. Han Xiao glanced at everyone, and his eyes finally fell on Jupiter, with no expression on his face and no greetings. He said straight to the point, "Do you want to give me an explanation?" Jupiter's heart skipped a beat, and he looked helpless with it turns out to be so. He knew that he was in the wrong, and his actions had cheated the camp. Faced with the questioning of the leader of the camp, who accompanied the 5 versions, he didn't know what to say. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and deliberately paused. When Yu Guang caught a glimpse of someone who turned on the video recording function in the surrounding guild players, he continued to say, "You acted spontaneously without reporting to the Legion, which eventually led to the current result. I am very dissatisfied with this matter." Hearing this, everyone felt a little cold. However, Jupiter had already predicted this. It would be strange if Black Star didn't react at all. He sighed. What is the Legion going to punish us? Han Xiao looked around and took all the expressions of everyone. He snorted softly and said angrily, "I just set it straight. The Legion will not give you any punishment this time. We are all old friends who came from Hylon Star together. This time, I will take care of you. But if there's another time, don't blame me for doing things as usual." Everyone was stunned. Seeing Han Xiao's attitude just now, they were all mentally prepared to accept punishment from the camp. When they suddenly heard these words, they were stunned. Latest website. Jupiter thought he was going to suffer a heavy blow this time, but he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he felt relieved to escape the disaster, and he sighed at Han Xiao's attitude. The memories from version 1.0 to the present were evoked, and a burst of nostalgia and touch were felt in his heart for a moment. As a professional president who works with salary, he is considering how to run the guild. Although he has had certain feelings for the Black Star Legion over the years, he will not recognize the Legion camp like some ordinary players. The interests of the guild are his foundation. But at this moment, his heart was still warmed up for a moment, and he felt a sense of nostalgia from Han Xiao's words. However, although moved, Jupiter couldn't help asking, "Is this really okay? After all, we have caused bad effects." Han Xiao waved his hand. "I have mastered the causes and consequences of the matter. If you specifically attack the Colonial Star, the Legion will deal with you without saying a word. But the goal you're dealing with is an enemy who constantly destroys your black market mission. If you don't kill him, you will not be able to continue the mission in that area. Since I asked you to take over the black market, you gave you the right to move freely. Although you did it too much, I was not very satisfied. But since the Feini civilization chose to cover up, it was to stop us from integrating the black market. What consequences would they bear? And they could not let our own people be bullied. But the public opinion outside." Han Xiao interrupted him and said casually, "Although you are the fuse, you are still the opposition between the 3 major civilizations and us. Even if there is no such thing, they will find other things to attack the public opinion. I will not turn around to deal with members who do their best for the Legion because of the opponent's tricks, so you don't have to bear the pressure exerted by the outside world." Jupiter coughed and whispered, "But you have also become the object of condemnation from the outside world. Don't you worry about reputation." Han Xiao shook his head and said, "So I hope you will reflect on this mistake and eliminate the enemy. If you encounter an enemy again, you should fight and kill, but pay attention to the influence and do it cleanly. Unless you have to do it, try not to affect the people. If you have any actions, you can apply for the assistance of the Legion. Don't act without permission like this time and cause too much trouble." After saying that, Han Xiao glanced at the surprised expressions of everyone present and nodded secretly. I believe that these slutty people understood some of the hints. From beginning to end, what he wanted was not to eliminate such events, but to allow players to continue doing this, just to provide some guidance to make them cleaner, but this kind of thing was hard to say. In his opinion, things have happened. No matter what explanation is given to the outside world, it will be more than worth the loss. It is better to use the tricks and ignore the public opinion condemnation promoted by the 3 major civilizations, so that the Legion will continue to do its own things while deepening the threat of the cancer of the universe, while reversing the Legion's positive image in the outside world. Before the association confronted the 3 civilizations, the 3 civilizations had been promoting him, enhancing his reputation, and allowing the interstellar people to put various halos on him, which was both a compliment and a restraint. This was a double-edged sword. With the burden of reputation, the Legion's behavior is restricted. If you do something that violates the rules, you will be backfired. This is the reins that the three major civilizations are trying to put on the Legion. Han Xiao knew very well that the struggle situation is becoming more and more complicated, and continuing to stay in the rules set by the other party will only become more and more restricted. Therefore, although the player made a mistake this time, it may not be an opportunity to adjust his strategy. Wanted criminals like the alien gods have done so much that the heavens and the others are even more angry. But most people are only afraid and dare not force them to lie because they know that they are evil people and cannot afford to offend them. Now the outside world is excited and condemned the Black Star Legion and criticized the Black Star Legion. One of the important reasons is that in their hearts, the Black Star Legion was once a good person, and the good person could be pointed at by someone with a gun. After being a good man for a long time, outsiders will only become less and less afraid. Nowadays, many civilizations in the universe that respond to the call of the three major civilizations and vigorously prevent the association from integrating the black market have more or less such a mentality, believing that they have the talisman of the Interstellar Convention, so the Black Star Legion dare not do anything to them in violation of the rules. The Finny civilization used colonial stars to cover up Dafist, and obviously there was this mentality at work. If they really cared about the casualties of their own people, they would not dare to do so. If other civilizations follow suit and become more and more serious, the association's work will only become more and more restricted. And what else can we talk about integrating the black market? If the threat of the cancer of the universe can be enhanced through the Bilge Star incident and let the outside world re-recognize that there are a group of armed violent elements in the Legion who are not afraid of violating the rules, then before some civilized and natural disaster-level forces fight against the association again, they will re-evaluate the consequences. If you play, don't joke about the cancer of the universe. As long as they do something like this a few more times and make them afraid and fear, they can avoid a lot of trouble and help speed up the integration of the black market. However, these can only be understood but not expressed in words. So the Legion will not admit any accusations from the outside world, but will only insist that these are slander. What is the truth? Just let outsiders understand it themselves. As for the influence of public opinion, the three major civilizations have the most powerful propaganda tools, and their reputation will be smeared sooner or later. Han Xiao was mentally prepared to go against them, and it would be impossible for him to be at all cost. Besides, these fame is just a false thing. After all, armed organizations are not civilized regimes, and they are different in their concerns. In the current environment, public opinion is just a non-painting thing. No matter how bad the quarrel is, it is necessary to move the three major civilizations or not. During the past cooperation period, positive reputation helped the Legion seek more partners and establish a network of interests. Now the three major civilizations have issued bans, and no civilizations are allowed to cooperate with consortiums and associations. There are one stage at a time, and now the faces of good people are basically useless, but the masks of wicked people are working well. Because of this, Han Xiao didn't mind switching the reputation mode of the Legion. For him, the means were just different. As long as it was helpful to the goal, he would use whichever was easy to use. When the World Tree War breaks out, these negative effects will no longer be a problem, and no one will care about such details. Of course, even if you temporarily switch to the evil path, you have to do things with limited means, so you still have to impose certain constraints on the player's behavior. So he personally came forward to criticize Jupiter and others to convey a hidden attitude to all players. Small-scale accidental injuries during the fight against the boss are okay, but it is not possible to deliberately do it. The discretion is in your own hands, and today's vaccination is today. If a player overdoses and does his own affairs once, most players will feel that it is normal. Since we have to insist on the outside world that the Legion is unaware of it and will not prevent other players from following the example. And the Gods Guild is the representative first killer. Its influence in the eyes of players has been amplified, and what we do is still within the limit, so there is no need for any form of punishment today. First is not to be honest, and the other is to express our attitude. In the same way, there will naturally be no rewards. The cost of fighting a boss is borne by the guild itself. This somewhat goes against the simple intuition of, if you make mistakes, you should be punished. But in complex environments, choices are not correct or incorrect, but only inappropriate and often counterintuitive. Another reason for this is that Han Xiao is very clear about who is the teammate worth fighting for at present. Players are the basic platform for their rapid improvement, and the advancement of 360 is extremely important. The faster the better, so there is no need to hesitate at all. The enemy is provoking first. Unless the player's counterattack exceeds the limit, Han Xiao will not stop or punish him. Otherwise, he will pass on a concept that he can only be beaten but not fight back. This is a blow to the camp's attraction, which will only make players feel depressed, and it is inevitable to lose. In the 4.0 version of that year, the Black Star Legion had a conflict with multiple small camps, and the small camp chose to restrain and blame the players. The Black Star Legion relied on protecting the calf and pried away the opponent's players. Han Xiao cut the leaks for many years, so he naturally would not make such a mistake. After all, players cannot be simply restricted by management methods, and challenging the trend of natural disaster level cannot be stopped. Han Xiao knows the mentality of players very well. Since he is restricted by fighting the boss here, he just needs to retreat to this camp. In short, it is impossible not to fight the boss, and not everyone has a deep-rooted sense of belonging to the camp. As players continue to grow stronger, their demand for the camp will gradually decline. Strength is the greatest confidence. With strength, there will be bargaining power, and there will be good treatment wherever they go. Moreover, Han Xiao never doubts players' interest in standing on their own. Now, among the factors that attract players to stay in the Legion, the proportion of interest has been reduced, and the proportion of sense of belonging and habituality has increased. The long-term investment has provided more and more returns. That's why Han Xiao personally talked with the Gods Guild, played the emotional card, and used them to promote his comrade-in-arms to the forum. He has controlled the spaceship intelligence, and players can only use panels to record videos, so this image will only be spread in the forum, and groups other than players cannot see it, so as to complete the precise delivery of advertising. Understand, if there are similar actions in the future, we will definitely report to the Legion. Jupiter was excited and replied, "Well, that's right." Han Xiao nodded. "Do it well and control the black market in this area as soon as possible." After reminding him, Han Xiao ended the communication and the projection in the cabin disappeared. The members of the Gods Guild looked at each other and all breathed a sigh of relief, and a relieved smile appeared on their faces. This feeling of someone covering it is so comfortable. "President, I recorded the conversation just now. Do you want to put on the forum?" Poseidon asked. "Let me go." Jupiter was happy and waved his hand. This is Black Star's attitude. We have mastered the first-hand news, which is good for everyone. Send it out in the name of the guild. The first kill of the Gods Guild's natural disaster level has been maintained in the forum, and players are discussing it all the time. Although the temple has been hacked a bit badly in recent years, the first kill has finally come to the limelight this time. Many players are aware of the attitude of admitting and praising, and are also curious about the Legion's attitude towards this matter. Although the interstellar community is denying this matter, the players disagree with it. They have all read the whole process post published by the Gods Guild. It is obvious that Daphis took the initiative to be an enemy of the Legion, and the Finny civilization has targeted and sheltered it first. In their opinion, the Finny civilization deserves it. They only allow them to beat them, not them, which is clearly arbitrary and is simply asking for help from being injured by mistake. But no matter how condemned the outside world is, it is an indisputable fact that it causes trouble to the Legion. So many players are watching what the Legion will do to the Gods Guild. Seeing that the Gods Guild set a precedent, other large clubs also became more and more focused. Although the first kill is gone, defeating the disaster-level boss itself is a reflection of the strength of the guild. In the eyes of various clubs, when more and more guilds defeat the disaster-level boss, this is likely to become one of the basic qualifications of the large guild. When recruiting newcomers, they saw that this guild had never even killed a natural disaster-level boss, and their competitiveness immediately became weaker, so the big guilds of various countries naturally refused to fall behind. However, it is only limited to ideas. Since the Gods Guild has set foot on the road, other guilds are waiting for the Legion to handle it, and are preparing to formulate an action plan based on the Legion's attitude. Anyway, the boss must definitely fight. It depends on what method is used. While many players were watching, the official account of the Gods Guild released an image, which was exactly the conversation between Han Xiao and them. In just a few minutes, it immediately became the popularity list and was artificially topped, attracting widespread attention on the forum. Many players were first surprised at Han Xiao's attitude, and then they were in a good mood and excited to discuss it. The leader of the Bud is looking at you. There is no punishment so grand. The most beautiful boy from Hailangsing. I just said that the commander of the Legion is reasonable. Otherwise, once they hide from the Colonial Star, we'll be beaten and not fight back. That's right now. Inspector Zigio. The commander of the Legion is very clear. Obviously, as long as we do not break through the bottom line when counterattack against the enemy, the Legion will act as our backing. The Legion commander's big machine. Thank you to the old gods for avenging me and doing a beautiful job. Poseidon. To be honest, such a boss is reliable. Lao Hei is still the same old man in the past. Meet Bag and Dog. I'm a pure newbie. Is this the treatment of an old partner? Woo 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 First of all, the guild will fight the boss. As long as the object is hostile, the Legion will not only not stop it, but will also encourage it appropriately, such as providing certain technical assistance to try to help them create an environment that is not disturbed and trap the object. If you accidentally cause accidental injury during the fight against the boss, the Legion will not be punished as long as there is a reason for the incident, such as someone covering up, and if the limit is not exceeded, the Legion will not be punished. Although Black Star does not specify the limit standards, there is an example from the Gods Guild before. As long as it does not exceed the practice of the Gods Guild, there will definitely be no problem. Many Chinese players are quite useful to Han Xiao's wave of emotional cards, and most of the players who only joined the subsequent version have not much affection for Black Star himself, but they feel quite comfortable with the Legion's disposal and have settled their minds. Many guilds also took a reassurance pill. They are also worried that the genocide of the gods will be punished severely, such as being sealed by the Amber of Time and Space. They are unwilling to face the risk of banning at any time and can only consider leaving the Legion. Now that the camp's attitude is relatively reliable, there is no need to make the worst plan. In the next 10 days, the three major civilizations continued to incite public opinion, and various condemnations were rampant, and they were in a hurry to force the palace, to force the Black Star Army to give an explanation and deal with the people involved. However, the Black Star Legion remained unmoved. The inside story of covering up was explained but unnecessary. It only means that the matter is still under investigation and does not accept any accusations without evidence. It regards the public opinion craze deliberately promoted by the three major civilizations as nothing. Civilizations in various star fields secretly investigate the specific situation through various intelligence channels and will not believe in the public opinion promoted by the three major civilizations. They understand that there must be unknown inside stories, and the truth is naturally not like one side of public opinion. However, it is also a fact that Bilgestar was attacked. Even if there is an inside story, it is a violation of the Interstellar Convention. Therefore, major civilizations have been waiting and watching and acting as melon-eating crowds. At this time, when seeing the Black Star Legion's attitude in the storm, many galaxy-level civilizations couldn't help but feel awesome and smelled something bad. The peace treaty formulated by the three major civilizations has always been their amulet, and those who violate the Interstellar Convention will be dealt with severely, which is one of the important factors in maintaining their rule. The Black Star Legion has always abides by the Interstellar Convention, such as a tiger that has put away its claws and teeth, making them gradually accustomed to ignoring the dangers of each other. However, now is an extraordinary period. If the Black Star Legion no longer strictly abides by the Interstellar Convention, will the current three major civilizations still have the ability to restrain them? The answer is obvious, almost none. Now, the three major civilizations have imposed sanctions on the associations, causing the interstellar community to close it, which is much more stringent than the general disposal of violations of the Interstellar Conventions. But in this way, except for the formal war, the three major civilizations basically have no means to further sanction the other party. But the other party is not afraid at all. Many civilizations are very clear that if the three major civilizations are willing to go to war, they will not wait until now. After all, they're still afraid of each other. Under such circumstances, major civilizations do not believe that the three major civilizations have the ability to continue to force associations to strictly abide by the Interstellar Convention, which means that the protection of the Interstellar Convention will inevitably decline. Of course, according to the attitude of the Black Star Legion, is probably not intended to violate the Interstellar Convention, but in some areas where they're touching, Black Star 80 is no longer restrained. The three major civilizations take into account the overall situation and will naturally make choices. As long as the association does not openly provoke a civilized war, the three major civilizations at most incite public opinion to accuse them, and it is impossible to expect them to take action. After understanding these internal stories, many interstellar civilizations that responded to the call of the three major civilizations have gradually shaken. When the Black Star Legion no longer restrains, the amulets of the Interstellar Convention have been greatly reduced. It is obviously unwise to continue to be tough against the association. Even if they want to hold the thighs of the three major civilizations, they cannot stand up immediately, but are just using them as guns, and in the end they can only bear the losses themselves. Faced with this situation, many civilizations have made similar decisions at the same time. The two giants are fighting, but the bad luck is that we little shrimps, we can't afford to offend both sides, so it's better to be more at ease. Don't dance too happily. Response is response, but the Super A-level association integrates the actions of black markets in various places. Let's turn a blind eye. The three major civilizations have the ability to send people to stop them. Anyway, we will not make any more efforts. At most, we will sweep them symbolically. Such a consensus was quickly spread among the top leaders of many interstellar civilizations. Even the Finny civilization was a little weak when seeing this scene. Although he was still accusing him when he was interviewed by various media, his words were a little restrained, and he became more cautious. Cancer of the universe. Huomizi browsed the public opinion of the quantum network, his face quite solemnly. He is a disaster-level superpower, runs an armed force in the Sea of Stars, is well known, and is considered a local snake in the galaxy he lives in. Since the Bilgerstar incident has become a big deal, Hometh has been focusing on this matter. He once met Dafist when he was on a business trip to the Endless Nebula. The two sides had some friendship and occasionally chatted and contacted each other. Because of this, he learned about Dafist's recent work. Inspired by the other party, Homais also secretly cooperated with local civilizations and did the same thing as Dafs, hindering the association's actions to integrate the black market in exchange for resources and benefits provided by civilization. But this incident shocked Huomizi. His strength is not as strong as Daf's, who angered the Cancer of the universe and was chased and killed by killing him. He also sounded the alarm in his heart. While secretly obstructing the association, Hometh also killed some immortals, and couldn't help but feel frightened, afraid that the immortals would come to him. He was not as arrogant as Daf's, and did not feel that he could withstand the Immortals' large-scale revenge. Originally, it was a risk to fight against the association, because local civilization promised protection when necessary, so Holmeizi agreed to cooperate. But the Black Star Army's response to the Bilger Star incident made him start to be scared. The attitude of the Cancer of the Universe is so firm that he will violate the Interstellar Convention, and the Black Star Legion is unmoved. In this case, how much use is left to the necessary protection promised by local civilization? The risk is getting bigger and bigger. If the Cancer of the Universe comes to seek revenge, I will be in danger of my life. I can't continue. Holmeizi's face was gloomy and took out the communicator and contacted the special contact person of the local civilization. Soon, the communication was connected, and the contact person appeared on the screen, showing a warm and respectful smile. His Excellency Holmeizi, what's wrong with you? Holmeizi's tone was calm and said straight to the point. From now on, our cooperation will be terminated. I will no longer continue to solve the black market takeover for you. The previous agreement will be invalid. The contact person was stunned, with an unexpected look on his face, and said anxiously, "This is too sudden. Are you dissatisfied with the agreement? You can discuss it." "I will." Holmeizi interrupted him and said in a deep voice, "I have decided. Tell the senior management that the cooperation will end here, and I will not do it." After the words fell, he did not give the other party a chance to speak. Holmeizi hung up the communicator, stood up, and paced in the room, still a little uneasy. After hesitating for a while, Holmeizi gritted his teeth and walked towards the airport terminal. "No, the base camp can't stay anymore. The enemy may come to liquidate. Let's go out to avoid the limelight first." Central Star C, the joint conference room of the three major civilizations. Well, the Black Star Army's reaction is indeed like this. Black Star really won't hit this trick. Lewis glanced at the report submitted by the Public Opinion Control Department and nodded to the other two. This is a matter of course. If He Xing is so innocent that he responds to public opinion and betrays his own people, it will be very easy to deal with. We don't need to spend so much energy. Mar Bruce hugged his arms with both hands and snorted coldly. The Finny civilization provided public opinion ammunition, and they just used it to take advantage of the issue to exert their positive reputation in combating Black Stars. But they did not expect to use public opinion to force Black Stars to submit. That was obviously a dream. The head of the Su Ling sect pointed the table with his finger and said slowly, "Although the positive reputation of Black Star is declining, which has allowed us to gain more righteousness, he used the strategy to untie the constraints, which will only make civilizations everywhere more afraid, but it is not easy for us to do it. Using the Cancer of the Universe to do dirty work and improve the reputation of evil is really a good way." Lewis frowned. According to the information, there are already some galaxy-level civilizations that are unwilling to continue to use their manpower to clear the black market. It seems that we have to send our immortals out. Well, the Cancer of the Universe is the most cost-effective to the Cancer of the Universe. Mar Bruce nodded. The three major civilizations also raise a group of immortals. For them, letting the immortals bite the dog is obviously more cost-effective than consuming the direct troops. Anyway, the immortals don't feel sorry for death. The head of the Zuling sect said in a deep voice, "But the controllability of the immortal one is too low, and it is difficult to restrain. If something happens..." The three of them looked at each other and had a headache. The players under the three major civilizations were also difficult to control and caused a lot of trouble, but the three major civilizations did not have a good way. They were punished many times. Many victims left directly, withdrew from the camp, defected to other forces, and some people defected and became wanted criminals. The control was too strict, resulting in a certain loss of the number of immortals. With the launch of version 5.0, players' strength has once again shown a trend of improving. The three major civilizations also feel that the form is severe and suspect that the immortals have the potential to reach the natural disaster level. If there is really such a day, the Cancer of the Universe is most suitable for dealing with the Cancer of the Universe, so you must have enough immortals in your hands and cannot continue to lose them. Therefore, the three civilizations have now implemented special tasks for players. If you can do not punish them, you will not punish them. If you can suppress mistakes, you will try to suppress them. However, it is still difficult to curb the loss of immortals. The three civilizations have always been worried about this problem. Therefore, all three of them were envious of the Black Star Legion. The Immortal One, which they could not control, was already very obedient in the hands of the Black Star Legion. In the entire universe, only the Black Star Legion has the most effective constraints on the Immortal One. Now, the Black Star Legion has a tendency to let go of this kind of constraints. If the Legion really does this, Mar Bruce shook his head and changed the subject. Oh, this is a last resort. Let's not talk about this. The most important thing at the moment is to confirm whether Black Star can use the sanctuary to recover again. The other two nodded, but their faces were quite solemn, and they both knew what they had not said just now. If the immortals of the Black Star Legion continue to develop according to the current trend, the future situation is likely to evolve into a situation. Whether the Star Sea is chaotic, the Black Star has the final say. As time goes by, the interstellar community has seen that the three major civilizations have never taken substantial actions, so it is still unclear that there are many tricks in it. Since it cannot do anything to the Black Star Army, the public opinion of condemnation has gradually declined. The Superstar League Alliance, which was waiting and watching, received anonymous information on one day, which was the inside story of the cover of Feni Civilization. It was released without saying a word, and a wave of propaganda quickly led to the public opinion. Under the multi-party game, the behind-the-scenes promoters of this matter basically got what they wanted and stopped the crowd. Without the guidance of public opinion behind the scenes, soon there were only sporadic voices left on the internet. The interstellar community was not short of news, and new hotspots attracted the attention of interstellar citizens and opened up new debates. But the impact of this incident has settled down, awakening many people's sleeping pussy, and has calmed down a lot. Civilizations in various places have adjusted their countermeasures and are unwilling to continue to go too far into the battle between the three major civilizations and associations, which has stopped some private interference, resulting in a much reduced resistance to integrating the black markets of various super-level forces in various places. Without the civilized people everywhere working, the three major civilizations sent their immortals to intervene in the black market battles in various places to deal with the immortals of the Black Star Legion. The fight between players was even less scrupulous. In the next month, the two sides fought hard to separate, and many planets in the black market were reduced to secret battlefields. With the technical assistance of the Legion, the major guilds have successively rejected several natural disaster-level superpowers who are enemies of the Legion, and the reputation of universe cancer has become more and more popular. Han Xiao did not always pay attention to the fun of the outside world. While both sides were fighting in secret, he spent most of the month in the Research Institute, constantly researching SWY-001 in reverse, while creating new cosmic treasures to promote divine transformation. On this day, the reverse research on SWY-001 finally made breakthrough progress. In the Bright Research Institute, the huge body of SWY-001 is fixed in the center, and dense multifunctional robotic arms are spread all over every part. From the outside, it looks like a scaffolding, and it is all buzzing, performing various reverse analysis. Machine assistants flew in the air, surrounding SWY-001, transporting parts from time to time, like a swarm of bees in the sky. Han Xiao was suspended in the air, flush with the head of SWY-001. Around him was a synchronously suspended ring anti-gravity workbench. A large number of neatly arranged virtual screens surrounded his body, constantly displaying various parameters. Through this workbench, he coordinated the research plans of different teams. The deciphering is finally completed. Han Xiao exhaled. After more than a month of parsing, multiple modules of SWY-001 have been successfully parsed, and the most important one is naturally the memory file, which has been transcoded and exported and turned into readable data. On the virtual screen, A large amount of information is spread out, removing useless redundant data, and the rest are the essence of SWY-001. Han Xiao browsed it and found that these useful information can be divided into three major pieces, part of which is the various technologies used by this body, part of which is the technical drawings and the memory of these sacrifice mechanics, and part of which is their memory of the unknown civilization. This cosmic civilization destroyed by the World Tree, translated into the interstellar common language, is Kama Republic. Unlike the three checks and balances that have explored the universe, the Kama Republic is the only cosmic civilization in its region, and it is dominant. It annexes other races in its region and turns them into its own subordinate civilization, with absolute control, and even its territory is unified and distributed by the Kama Republic. They established a supervision system and set up a civilization level, stipulating that all scientific research results of civilization must be reported and copied to the Kama Republic. If there's a major breakthrough, civilization points can be added. If the points are sufficient, the civilization will be approved to be upgraded and better treatment will be obtained, and expansion will be achieved with their approval. If a civilization has no scientific research breakthroughs all year round and fails to meet the score standard for a cycle, the civilization will be downgraded and the Kama Republic will recover all benefits, including territory. The interstellar society of the Kama Republic is very strict. Although the mechanism of civilized competition ensures a certain degree of vitality, the overall social atmosphere is still quite dull. After all developments are under the supervision and constraints of the Kama Republic, and you can see the ceiling at a glance. In order to relegate or upgrade, most civilizations have to invest most of their resources in scientific research, and they can just pass the attitude towards people's livelihood issues. Most people also just have to live by it. Under the high control of the Kama Republic, the cost of illegal and irregularities is too high, and there is no hope. Superpower knowledge is also strictly restricted by the Kama Republic and cannot be spread freely. The only way to learn is the official, which will be assigned to different civilizations after they go to the army. If nothing unexpected happens, the Kama Republic has absorbed so much nutrients from affiliated civilizations, and the strength of civilization will continue to rise. Unfortunately, they met the World Tree civilization and were eventually killed. Since superpower knowledge is not spread to the public, the Kama Republican League has well controlled the scale of individual civilization, but it is precisely because of this that their advanced combat power is scarce. There are less than 20 super-level strong people, and due to the lack of fighting, there are only 2 peaks of super-levels. Both have advantages and disadvantages. Although the 3 major civilizations are worried that individual power will be out of control every day, they have accumulated several times of their high combat power, and chaos can give birth to more strong people. The Kama Republic has no concerns in this regard, but when facing foreign enemies, they lack the reserve of high combat power. Faced with the devastating offensive of the World Tree civilization, the Kama Republic's high-powered combat group was almost a loss. In the end, it had to use a technology called fused mechanical ascension, which was only suitable for mechanical superpowers. By concentrating the power of a peak super A-level mechanic and a large number of A-level and B-level mechanics, we helped this mechanic directly break through the boundaries, turn into a real mechanical god, and enter a higher level. But in the end, he failed. Although he got a stronger individual, he did not transform and was defeated by the strong men of the World Tree civilization in the battle. Han Xiao took a look at the technical information, and the panel showed that the name of the drawing was Fused Mechanical Ascension. In addition to the known fusion effect, the side effect is personality change and becoming an aggregate consciousness body. This technology did not meet the expected goals at the beginning of the design, but also had certain breakthroughs. It did not have much effect on me, but the integrated body template is very powerful. Maybe it can be deduced in reverse, imitated the other party's structure, and turned into a new form of the arrival of the mechanical gods. Han Xiao's heart moved slightly. Although SWI-001 is a fusion of flesh and blood and machinery, the use of flesh and blood is to provide a large number of superpower cells to provide mechanical power to the huge body, and you have extreme flow, blood chi furious. As long as you operate it properly, you may have a similar effect. If the SWI-001 form is successfully imitated, he feels that the mechanical gods will most likely undergo huge changes. In addition to fused mechanical ascension, Han Xiao also obtained a large number of drawings from the body's memory files, but only the peak Super A-level memory contains a few golden drawings. Han Xiao recorded all these technologies and then took a look at the deciphering interface of the memory chip program. Now that he has parsed the quantum network encoding of the Kama Republic, the protective wall has been cracked, and it can already rewrite the intelligent program of SWI-001. Han Xiao hesitated for a moment and closed the interface. He didn't understand the connection between SWI-001's biological consciousness and intelligent consciousness, so he didn't want to make any changes. Speaking of this, I don't know if there is any special bonus for research on SWI-001. The triggering efficiency of exclusive expertise seems to be a bit high. Han Xiao opened the panel and took a look. In this month's research, the exclusive expertise progress was triggered, which has now reached 75.8%. According to the previous values, as long as you trigger twice, the exclusive expertise will be formed. However, I don't know that I have to wait until the year of the monkey and horse month these 2 times. Currently, there is only 1/4 of the progress. Han Xiao is now a bit inclined to fill it with awakening points. He didn't do this before because the progress was too low, but now the gap from the full value is already very small and the cost is not high. The player has been online for a while, and he has accumulated a lot of experience reserves. Although he is still far from level 360, it is not a problem to upgrade to several levels. Moreover, when he uses random rewards to draw a task settlement card, his character will occasionally explode and randomly shake the awakening points. Try it. I feel there should be a chance. Han Xiao had a thought and invested in upgrading his existing experience reserves. Upgrading to level 344 was not enough to continue. He took out an awakening point, threw it into his exclusive specialty, and the prompt popped up. Do you use 1 awakening point to improve the progress of exclusive expertise? Confirm/cancel. Confirmation. According to the level of this exclusive specialty, 1 awakening point can be increased by 2.8% to 3.2%. Can the current progress of the exclusive specialty research progress be increased by 3% on average? Han Xiao's eyes lit up, which is much better than expected. In this way, you only need to get 7 or 8 awakening points to obtain exclusive specialty. According to the rules of the awakening point, 100 points can activate the prototype of the exclusive specialty before the progress can be accumulated. According to the average ratio of each awakening point equals 3% progress, the total cost of obtaining an exclusive specialty from scratch is at least 134 awakening points. I naturally activate the prototype of the exclusive specialty and slowly accumulate the progress to about 75%, which is equivalent to saving 125 awakening points. It seems like I have made a lot of money when I think about it. There are only 8 awakening points at most, and I have them in my hands, and I don't even need to take some skills. The cost is within the acceptance range, so I can do it. Han Xiao rubbed his hands, and with excitement, he turned the awakening points into fuel to improve the research progress of exclusive expertise. Soon, he spent enough awakening points, and the progress finally reached 100%. The panel shocked, and a prompt popped up immediately. Exclusive expertise has awakened. Please determine the main tendency of this expertise from the following 3 optional directions. 1. Basic attributes. 2. Special resistance. 3. Main career increase. Oh, is it this way? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. He thought that the ability of exclusive expertise was completely random. He also had a certain degree of customization freedom when forming, which reminded him of the situation when he was promoted to the A level. There are not enough optional directions given now, and it seems that the exclusive expertise for forming has a tone. If you use the awakening point to pinch a prototype from scratch, you may have the most complete customization experience. Han Xiao hesitated for a moment and chose the main profession to increase. Main tendency has been determined. Please determine the secondary tendency of this expertise from the following 3 optional directions. 1. Mechanical manufacturing. 2. Virtual technology. 3. Mechanical combat. There are 2 exclusive specialties contributed by Lao Maitu. I should be enough in terms of manufacturing and virtual technology. Han Xiao thought for a while and continued to choose the 3rd item. Second tendency has been determined. Please replace one of the following 3 bonus effects. 1. Long-range artillery strike. 2. Mechanical strength bonus. 3. Mechanical efficiency increase. Is it the 3rd choice to replace an effect? So these 3 options are the bonus types provided after the expertise is finally formed. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, thought for a few seconds, and chose the 1st item. Among the 3, only the 1st item was slightly worse. Replacement, long-range fire strike. Randomly converted to professional main attribute bonus. All tendencies have been determined, and exclusive feats are being generated. Creation. You have obtained a new feat, unnamed Han Xiao. Unnamed Han Xiao. Intelligence plus 10%. During combat, your mechanical strength will obtain a 1.2x bonus coefficient, and the mechanical creation efficiency will obtain a 1.3x bonus coefficient. Other percentage increase and the bonus coefficient are multiplied. Note, to be filled in. You have obtained the 1st exclusive feat. The difficulty of activate the prototype of the exclusive feat is increased, and the initial level of the next exclusive feat is increased. The bonus increases and can accommodate more tendencies. Is the coefficient type bonus? The amplitude is quite powerful. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. The bonus of expertise undoubtedly reaches the template level. I won't talk about the 10% intelligence increase. With his current intelligence base, this is what he needs to get from thousands of attribute points. Under the combined effect of mechanical strength and mechanical efficiency, my mechanical combat capability has increased a lot. I am afraid that if I don't pull an apostle weapon, I can't compete with the high-level Super A level 1. Judging from the panel prompt mechanism, the awakening of exclusive specialties is higher than that of the other, but the effect is also better than that of the old ones. Lao Maitu has both a single bonus expertise, such as virtual technology innovation, and a large-scale bonus expertise, such as billion-million machinery country. It is obvious that the latter is the ultimate product formed by Lao Maitu with several exclusive specialties, but he was touched away by himself. Oh, old Maitu, you're so bad. Han Xiao sighed and laughed sadly. Since it is an increasingly powerful mechanism, he is not dissatisfied with the 1st exclusive specialty, but the next time he triggers the prototype of the exclusive specialty, I don't know when it will be. I don't know if Lao Maitu has any specialty to increase the awakening rate. Han Xiao subconsciously licked his lips, making his hands itchy. Looking back, I have to admit that Lao Mai's background is really rich. Unfortunately, he is now a teammate on the same front, so he is embarrassed to take action, otherwise he would really want to explode Lao Mai's database. After all, for mechanics, other people's databases are really tempting. Fallen from this impulsive thought, Han Xiao looked at the panel again. His specialty name and notes were still waiting to be filled in, and he couldn't help but feel a little hurt. As a naming household, he has a high degree of reverse confidence in his naming ability. What's the name? I have to give you a normal name this time. Otherwise, one day the player will be drawn with a character card. Wouldn't he be severe? Han Xiao thought for a while, and carefully wrote a name he thought was reliable. After confirming the name, the special content on the panel was refreshed immediately, and the blank frames that filled in the content disappeared, and the name could not be changed. War Emperor Han Xiao. Note: born for war. It should be normal to call this in a fight. Han Xiao felt that there was no problem, but he was not sure about his aesthetic taste, but he had already chosen the name, so he would not be confused. He was about to turn his head and leave the Institute and go to the nearby barren planet to try his hand. But at this moment, the communicator suddenly beeped and a communication application came in. When I took it out, I saw that it was the Lord of the Four Gods who lived in seclusion in the world, an elderly man who had been beaten by himself, secret realm mage Joey Tanrin. The screen is connected and Joey's figure appears on the screen. What? I suddenly contacted me. Have you figured it out? Han Xiao's tone was quite interested. Joey looked helpless, took a deep breath, and whispered, "We promise to join the Super A-Level Association, but we hope to retain our original freedom. Moreover, the coordinates of the Four Gods' kingdoms must be kept confidential and cannot be known to other members. We usually attend regular meetings. If we encounter certain important events, we will also provide assistance, but we will not accept the forced. Is this okay?" After hearing this, Han Xiao laughed. These four slingers finally made up their minds, and probably this is their bottom line. Okay, this is a good start. With your franchise, the strength of the association has become stronger. I will not disclose your secondary dimension coordinates, and the association does not force members, but I will declare that you are Super A level who live in seclusion in the world and need to be present in person when joining the association. Is it okay? Yes. Joey nodded and hesitated. The sanctuary revival in this regard. Don't worry. If you join the association, you are your own people. If you die, I will revive you. That's good. Okay, send me all your information later. I will help you register the authority of the association and arrange your enrollment ceremony. After chatting for a few words, Han Xiao hung up the call. After more than 10 seconds, he received personal information from Joey and the other four, and asked Philip to handle the enrollment procedure. He thought about it, and called the person who had given up the oath. He had already negotiated with some Covenant members, and came out at the right time. Since Joey and others have joined, they should simply arrange time to join the club together to save trouble. Soon, the swearing man appeared on the screen. Blackstar, is there anything? Well, I have made arrangements for the new group of Covenant members to shine in the world. Han Xiao instructed. I will notify them. After hearing this, the swearing man nodded, then hesitated for a moment, and suddenly said, Hey Xing, I have something to notify you. The second key to the sanctuary will be collected. So fast. Han Xiao was stunned. The person who started the oath was responsible for this matter. He did not pay attention to it in detail. He thought that the Covenant would take at least several years to collect the second key, but he did not expect that it was so efficient. Yes, there are a lot of materials that are keys to the sanctuary in the list of resources provided by the Superstar League. It was difficult to buy from the outside world, but these higher civilizations have inventory and some more sensitive materials. Civilizations are prohibited from circulating on the market. Some black market warehouses actually have inventory, and you handed over it, which greatly accelerated our collection progress. The swearing man explained. So that's how it is. Han Xiao knew it, and felt relieved, feeling that the invisible burden had been removed. Only by getting the second key to the sanctuary can you truly have the confidence to deal with the liquidation, and you no longer have to scare the three major civilizations with the attitude of being strong outside and being hard on the outside. Which sanctuary is the key to which sanctuary is about to be collected? Han Xiao was curious. This time it is the first sanctuary. Han Xiao was immediately excited. The last time I entered the third sanctuary, most of the knowledge contained in it is organisms, genes, superpowers, etc. Although I have gained something, it is not very suitable for my own profession. The first sanctuary seems to be closely related to mechanical technology. If you can go in and walk around, you will probably get the most suitable technology for mechanics, which is the most profitable. It just so happens that my authority in the first sanctuary is also very high, higher than the third sanctuary. Currently, there are 7 pieces of fragments, which are equal to level 7 authority. As long as I enter the first sanctuary, I can add 1 more piece and upgrade to level 8, and then there will be more things I can do in the sanctuary. How was the collection of keys in other sanctuaries? See you. The swearing man sent a string of data. The Covenant digitizes the search progress of each sanctuary key, which looks intuitive. At this time, except for the first sanctuary key that reaches 92%, the second highest is 67% of the third sanctuary key. The search progress of other sanctuary keys is basically around 40%, and only the sixth sanctuary keys is the most arrogant, with a progress of only 7%. Han Xiao took a look at the progress, then looked at the list of materials for each sanctuary key and encouraged him. I also try to pay attention to these materials and continue to work hard, okay? Well, you also do it well. The organization will not treat you badly. The swearing man said it first, and he felt comfortable all over. Without waiting for Han Xiao to answer, he hung up the communication. Han Xiao put down the communicator and scratched his head with a strange expression. Usually he said this to the swearing man, but he didn't expect that the swearing man suddenly changed to this tone, which caught him off guard. Interestingly, this is unwilling to be ordered all the time, so I want to turn over and over and take advantage of me verbally. Humph, childish ghost. I will definitely speak faster than you next time. Han Xiao curled his lips and decided not to have a good understanding of the person who made the decision. Anyway, everyone knows who is the boss who made the decision. The second key is almost collected. You can consider finding an opportunity to show off with the three major civilizations. Han Xiao calmed down and pondered. According to his judgment on the situation, if one of the three major civilizations and the association is to resolve the stalemate between the three major civilizations and the association, one of the effective ways is to seek peace through war. Let the three major civilizations start a liquidation, and the two sides will set off their cars and fight happily. When the association suffers heavy casualties, then revive all the staff, showing the truth that there is no limit on the number of times of recovery in the sanctuary. In this way, while the three major civilizations have learned a painful lesson, they also know that they cannot curb the Super A class. They are likely to give up their current strategy, stop doing so, and stop doing these useless targets and concentrate on studying the sanctuary. In this way, a new round of checks and balances should be maintained for a long time. However, although this method has limited damage to the Super A-level association, it could be a heavy blow to the three major civilizations. After all, the explosive fleets, legions, and soldiers cannot recover from the sanctuary. If the direct lineage of the three major civilizations died in this war, even if the sanctuary revival could be revived, Han Xiao would not have allowed them to revive the same group as the members of the association, and it would have to be postponed. His two goals are, one is to deal with the world tree, and the other is to maintain the Super A class and not follow the old path of star alliances. The former has a higher priority. Before the World Tree War breaks out, try not to cause too much loss to the military forces that have explored the universe. So we must continue to control the intensity. The association does not take the initiative to provoke the battle, and try to maintain the original state. The second resurgence of a sanctuary is just a talisman. Only when the three major civilizations take the initiative to provoke the liquidation will this plan be implemented. Han Xiao breathed out. If you change your thinking, it is possible not to start fighting. At that time, in order to avoid damage to the living forces, you may have to go against your original wishes and disclose the information about the world civilization in advance, so that the war will break out earlier. However, whether or not you believe the three major civilizations on the strings will believe it or not, I hope the three major civilizations don't play with fire casually. It's good to maintain the status quo. On the other side, the old galaxy, somewhere in the desolate universe belt, on the back of a gray planet, a spherical interstellar fortress floats, looking like an enlarged metal brain. This is a super-range virtual brain wave amplifier, and a matrix-type invasive quantum network base station is distributed on the surface, which can cover the transmitted data packets to a certain extent and increase the intensity of virtual invasion. Surrounded by two ring mechanical devices, one horizontally and one vertically circles the virtual brain wave amplifier, like two rings. This is the high-dimensional apocalypse transmitter of the Glorious Federation. On the periphery of the transmitter, there are high-end hidden devices like floats floating, providing multi-band shielding for this area and shielding various detections, including prophecy capabilities. At this moment, Morniza and several super-level mechanics were staying inside the virtual brain wave amplifier, sitting in their respective positions, both of which were direct members of the three major civilizations. After 2 or 3 months of preparation, the three major civilizations finally agreed to this cooperative project. The ones involved in the action were all super-level mechanics, led by Morniza, assisted by the three major civilizations, and came to the old galaxy to invade Manison's database. The three major civilizations have brought out a lot of cutting-edge equipment and even agreed to distribute the computing power of the civilization's main intelligence to help invade in order to successfully break the library of Manison and catch him off guard. The virtual brain wave amplifier and invasive quantum network base station matrix have been operated at full power, and the high-dimensional apocalypse transmitter has entered the semi-preheating stage. The main intelligent computing power support of the Glorious Federation, Red Empire, and Void Spirit sect has been allocated. The invasion path has been calibrated, and the preparation process has been completed. Please issue further instructions. The intelligent, emotionless voice sounded in the room. Morniza glanced at the many teammates present in a blink of an eye. A red light flashed across the electronic eyes of the mechanical clone and said firmly, "Everyone, let's do it." The old galaxy, a secret base. In a spacious factory full of mechanical equipment, dense mechanical arms are working day and night. Teams of mechanical assistants are busy like workshop workers. Countless assembly lines are constantly producing various mechanical creations in strict and smooth processes. Manison sat cross-legged in the air in the factory, meditating with his eyes closed, and golden arcs like small snakes were jumping on his body's surface. His brain was running rapidly, and he was concentrating on exercising his computing power. This is a compulsory course for most virtual mechanics every day. While swimming in the ocean of data, a firewall alarm suddenly came from the link between consciousness and quantum network vision, echoing in my mind, deafening. Alarm! Alarm! Anomaly data was detected, and it was penetrating the database firewall. Manison suddenly opened his eyes, and his state of addiction to exercise was interrupted. Someone invaded my database? Manison frowned, and Han Xiao's figure subconsciously appeared in his mind. The last time someone did this was many years ago. Could it be that Black Star is the slutty person? Although we are now friends on the same front, Manison has always been willing to speculate on Black Star with the greatest malicious intention. Don't ask his PTSD. His mind suddenly sank into the field of vision of the quantum network and immediately jumped to the invaded firewall position along the quantum network node. The next moment, his vision changed drastically, and he came to a virtual world constructed by data flow. In front of me is a thick array of firewalls, like layered translucent protective covers, and countless jumping data bytes are flowing on the surface. It is these things that protect their virtual intelligence center and multiple databases and make them invisible in the wide area quantum network, making ordinary people unable to find the path and cannot be searched. The opponents who can discover paths to invade are either super A-level mechanics, or the main intelligence of higher civilizations, or some large forces. Anyway, the visitors are not good. At this time, a large ball of slightly shiny dark purple data was climbing onto the surface of the firewall, like a slime, constantly squirming and rolling, eroding the firewall, and large patches of purple spread. From a microscopic perspective, you can see that the parts where both parties are in contact, the respective basic data bytes, are fighting fiercely, and the basic bytes that have been torn apart in the firewall are reorganized into the other bytes, and are assimilated and swallowed by this group of abnormal data, resulting in the calculation scale of abnormal data being slowly growing. Inside the firewall, a data stream surged up from the ground, condensed into Manison's virtual soul. He squinted his eyes and looked at this scene. His palms stretched out, and a massive data stream was captured. Both ends continued to extend, and the whole thing became slender, turning into the shape of a scepter, which was held by Manison in his hand. He paused his scepter, and a mass of data flow surged on the ground. The texture was like mud, and it was quickly pinched into a fully armored AI guard army by invisible forces arranged behind. Dare you dare to invade my territory? Don't have the courage to show up? After preparing for the battle, Manison spoke expressionlessly. As soon as he finished speaking, outside the firewall, Mornese's virtual figure condensed. Looking at Manison, who was protected by the firewall, he said lightly, "Meet again, teacher. So it's you." Manison narrowed his eyes. "Why, don't give up." Mornese once tried to steal his technical information quietly, because he mastered some secret paths in the Nearwater Tower, so he developed ambitions. But Mornese's level was not good at that time, and he did not succeed. He discovered it and gave him a severe lesson. Afterwards, Mornese joined the Glorious Federation, and the matter was left unresolved. Over the years, Manison has taught many mechanics. Mornese is one of the most talented people. After Mornese was promoted to the A level, he originally wanted to support the other party to establish his own business, form alliances with each other, and expand his own power in disguise. Unfortunately, Mornese bit him back, and this plan failed and changed from a teacher-student relationship to a colleague relationship. However, although the two had a bad relationship, they did not immediately turn against each other. On the contrary, they maintained a certain degree of intelligence cooperation, and each took the needs. Mornese occasionally reveals some less critical internal news from Manison. In Manison's view, this is pleasing and is the other party's way of stabilizing him. He is quite familiar with the student's personality. Once he has determined a goal, he will not give up easily. He will inevitably try it out with all means and will not give up stealing his technical information so simply. Therefore, when he was suddenly invaded by Mornese today, Manison felt a little unexpected and reasonable. Upon hearing this, Mornese sneered. "Teacher, it's different from the past. The rise of Black Star has separated the belief of the mechanical divine cult. You are no longer the unparalleled armed country decades ago." Hearing the name of Black Star, Manison snorted coldly in his heart, without refuting this, and said lightly, "Even so, it's still very easy to hit you. I'm not too confident yet, thinking that I have the ability to fight with you alone." Mornese showed a sarcastic smile. "But I have a helper this time." As soon as he finished speaking, a surging abnormal data stream suddenly erupted at the same time in other directions. Smashing on the firewall, a large number of data bytes were broken, and there were other super-level mechanics. With the support of some computing power of the three major civilizations, several people have obtained an astonishing increase in the cracking speed of the firewall. One defense module can be quickly collapsed, and layers of firewalls are permeated and full of holes. In an instant, he fell into the siege. Manison's face changed slightly. These people were all direct descendants of the three major civilizations. This time it was obviously a three-party joint operation. It is already a bit troublesome to deal with the invasion of several super-level mechanics. On this basis, the three major civilizations actually divided their own intelligent computing power to assist, which is undoubtedly a worse situation. The main intelligence of the three major civilizations is the intelligence with the highest computing power in the universe. It has been improved and strengthened by generations of super-level mechanics, and even integrated the memory, experience, and partial consciousness of these mechanics. It can be regarded as the treasure and the strongest tool in the field of virtual technology. Without this foundation, the core database of the three major civilizations would have long been penetrated into a sieve. However, most of the computing power of the main intelligence usually has to be used to maintain the operation of civilized affairs, so it is not obvious. However, if all the computing power is concentrated, the power is quite terrifying. Now that the three have invaded together, there are several direct super A-level mechanics who cooperate. This kind of personal strength is hard to match. Even though he is powerful, he still has his limits. What's more, now that I'm hit hard by the Black Star, my ability is no longer at its peak, and I feel helpless. The three major civilizations really look down on me. Manison said in a deep voice. You have to pay it back when you come out. If you want to blame, you blame you for your unscrupulousness and always try to steal the secrets of the Guanghui Federation. Guanghui has been tolerant of you for a long time. It was because you were a hardcore ally before, so I suppressed it. This time, it was a belated liquidation. I just made suggestions to the 3 major civilizations and pushed it appropriately. They want to clear the secrets in your hands and obtain the information of the major civilizations of the old galaxy you collected. As for your technical accumulation, it is just a reward for me. Mornese's tone was playful with a gloating. Manison snorted coldly, knowing that it would be useless to say more, so he beat the scepter. The next moment, the AI Guards Legion launched a large attack to stop the invasion of several people. And Fennett also appeared with many intelligent lives and joined the virtual offense and defense. At the same time, a ray formed by a data stream suddenly shot out from the firewall, evaporating large pieces of invading data. The firewall array also began to change its position, like a formation, and the data traps hidden in it were activated one after another, beginning to block the enemy's data stream. Because of the original intelligent plague incident and the 3 major civilizations, Manison prepared for the future, reinforcing the firewall and deploying a large number of virtual technology means to prevent today's situation. You are still the same, but even if you made arrangements in advance, can you stop it today? Mornese's eyes flashed. I'll find out if I try. Manison was unmoved. The opponent's invasion was beyond expectations. He had used all means, and he was unsure whether he could stop it. The data flows on both sides rolled in and out, and the computing power was running at an extremely fast speed, constantly analyzing and cracking the other party's various means. The amount of information in each second was astronomical. The battle in the virtual field is different from the normal time flow rate, depending on the individual's thinking speed. With many super-level thinking speeds present, the time of each second seems to have increased countless times here. Faced with the powerful offensives of the 3 major civilizations, Manison gradually became stretched. The thickness of the firewall continued to thin, and holes appeared, and some of the peripheral low-level databases lost their protection. The data probes of the 3 major civilizations penetrated through these holes and flipped into the sea, shooting out streams of AI hunters and data streams, continuing to kill deeper. The confidential database inside is their key goal of this trip. Although the situation was not very good, Manison remained indifferent, not affected by his mood, and meticulously shrinks his defense line, blocking the enemy and clearing the intrusion data steadily and accurately. While controlling the data flow and trying to break through Manison's data blockade, Mornese repeatedly harassed her and said jokingly, "Teacher, your ability has regressed a lot. You have lost the bonus of the mechanical god cult. You have fallen from the peak of your strength. You feel uncomfortable. Why don't you ask for help from Black Star? Black Star should have helped you, the defeated general, to a great extent. Hey, I almost forgot that we blocked the external communications. When you successfully sent out the message for help, we would have succeeded. Black Star has suppressed you so much that you took away what you originally belonged to you again and again, but I didn't expect that he would treat you like this. How could you give up? As expected, you are older and not as brave as before. Could it be that Black Star scared you out of your courage, right?" The harassment of shrimps and pig hearts hit the key points of Manison's heart. However, his face remained unchanged, and his computing power was not affected. He spoke lightly. "Are you finished speaking?" Upon hearing this, Mornese suddenly felt a warning sign, and she felt a blood-red word, danger, appeared on her head. Just as she was reacting, she saw a faint light coming from Manison's eyes, locking her from afar. The next moment, a strange data scattered. Mornese's eyes flashed before her, and the virtual soul was pulled into a silver data world filled with countless machinery by an irresistible force. A silver light giant standing in front of her was the enlarged version of Manison. Manison looked down, his eyes as if a god looked down at the common people, and he spoke lightly, and his voice echoed between the world. "Are you ready to be beaten?" Mornese said with a blank expression, "Since I dare to deal with you, I have been mentally prepared for a long time. You can get your technical background by getting hurt. It's so worth it. Besides, your move is just a supreme virtual. How long can it take for me? Not long, but it's enough to beat you half to death. A villain. Madison bent down suddenly, and his fist fell in an instant, smashing Morniza's virtual soul into a cake. With a roar, the sky and the earth shake. Bang, bang, bang. Countless artillery fires blasted at the figures in the middle, and the silver giant incarnated by Madison's consciousness was ravaging Morniza's virtual soul. In the supreme virtual realm, Morniza had no power to fight back and was dizzy by the storm of Madison's attack. The tide-like mental pain came one after another, making her mind almost stagnant. The virtual soul flashed with white noise like light spots, which seemed very unstable. Morniza screamed in pain. Although she was mentally prepared to be beaten by Madison, the pain of her severely hurt was still unbearable. She could feel that Madison's move was strongly murderous intent. This pain reminded her of the lesson that Madison taught her when the first failed to steal technology. At that time, Morniza was not long after becoming a super A-level player, and she was extremely proud. She was the moment when her self-confidence was inflated. She was not clear enough about the strength of the senior super A-level player. After the stealing, she was tortured by Madison all over the ground. All resistance was useless and helpless, as she was now, and was tortured like a doll. At that time, Madison calibrated her perception of reality, and her deep fear forced Morniza to fall into the arms of the glorious Federation. This humiliating and abused memory has been pressed down by her heart. At this moment, the psychological shadow has been awakened again. Morniza could almost feel the trembling of her soul instinct, gritted her teeth, and endured the torture, praying that Madison would end soon. After a while, Morniza, who was struggling to endure, suddenly became lighter and suddenly broke away from the supreme virtual realm and returned to the virtual invasion battlefield, where she still had endless attacks and defenses. Morniza was almost exhausted. Although the actual control time was short, she felt like she had been tortured for more than a decade, as if countless blenders were operating in her brain, shaping her brain tissue into a messy paste. Especially in order to continue invading, she had to continue to operate her almost stagnant thinking, cheer up and stay awake, and the pain deepened again. And just as she was leaving the supreme virtual, due to the stiffness in her thinking, her computing power suddenly plummeted, and the invasion in the area she was responsible for suddenly slowed down. Taking advantage of the short moment, Madison, who had been prepared, flashed his eyes and suddenly released a large amount of information data, trying to break through the other party's message blockade and try to pass it to the outside world. Buzz. I saw layers of light curtains suddenly lit up at the edge of this virtual battlefield. The data blocking barrier formed by the intelligence of the three major civilizations cut off the data sent to the outside world. These huge amounts of information data hit the blocking barrier, like mosquitoes in the sky hitting the high-voltage power grid, bursting and instantly blew away the corpse. Ahem, I want to take advantage of the news that I was injured and would not make you succeed easily. I had expected it long ago. Morniza was quite weak, but when she saw this scene, she still laughed sarcastically. Madison's face remained unchanged, waiting for the highest virtual cooling. While continuing to resist the invasion, he continued to try to send messages to the outside world through various paths, impacting the large-scale blockade of the three major civilizations' main intelligences. With his virtual technology, it is basically impossible for his opponent to completely lock him up, but it will take some time for him to break through the blockade. Morniza endured the discomfort in her thinking and intercepted a message sent to the outside world, which was a request for help from the Super A-Level Association. Seeing this, even though she was injured, she couldn't help but laugh. Has that once the only country of me finally learned to ask for help? Where is your pride? Madison glanced at her, unmoved. He knew that after his request for help was sent out, he would most likely come to Black Star, and he might be teased by others. If possible, he didn't want to deal with Han Xiao. and he didn't want Han Xiao to visit his database. After all, virtual purification and restoration is his nemesis. But I can't stand the situation at the moment, so I can only shake my face. One side is resisting and asking for help. The other side is invading and blocking, and the situation has been in a stalemate for a long time. Madison kept patching up the firewall, but the defense line continued to shrink and was frantically squeezed by Morniza and the three major civilization masters. More and more invasive probes pierced into databases, copying and stealing the information he had accumulated over the years. During this period, the Supreme virtual cooling also improved several times. Madison used all of them on Morniza, chasing her and beating her alone, making her complain. Morniza could not recommend Madison to beat the other teammates, so she had to bear it alone, and her injuries became worse gradually. If it weren't for the help of her teammates, her consciousness would almost never be able to continue to maintain the invasion. Suddenly, a wave of invading data finally broke through the siege, broke through the firewall, and inserted into the confidential database. It lasted for only a moment and was culled by Madison with a backhand. However, in such a short time, these invading probes with extremely high computing power absorbed a large wave of nutrients and sent back some confidential information. I have dug up important technical information. A mechanic sent a message to his teammate. Continue. Morniza's severely damaged consciousness suddenly became energetic, as if she was injected with chicken blood. It's like mining to dig deep into the depths and finally digging out the gems. Even if you are tortured, it's worth it. However, at this moment, Madison, who had always remained calm, seized the gap in the blockade and finally handed out the message for help. Oh no, he found the flaw and released it. Morniza's happiness had not lasted for a few seconds, and her heart immediately became sank, and she immediately couldn't get happy. She was arrogant, but she was actually a little panicked. If the mechanics from the association came to support her, this operation would be ruined. Especially the unfathomable Black Star. She was the fierce man who kicked her once extremely awe-inspiring teacher down from the peak. Just thinking about it was extremely afraid. If Black Star comes, Morniza will run away without saying a word. She dares to backsting Madison, whose strength has declined, but she dares not touch Black Stars but at the peak of her life. Don't panic, we still have some time. The teammates beside him said in a deep voice. Morniza calmed down, gritted her teeth and lifted her mind, and tried to dig as much technology as possible before reinforcements appeared. And at the same time, she withdrew most of the computing power used by the three major civilizations to block the messages. Since Madison's request for help has been sent out, there is no need to continue to spend a lot of effort to intercept it, so everyone simply concentrated all their computing power to invade. In a hurry, the invasion of the group increased again, and wave after wave of invasion probes were inserted into various key databases. Madison frowned and had to try his best to resist. After this lasted for a while, a direct mechanic calculated the time and suddenly said, "It's almost done. If you delay any more, the reinforcements are really coming." Retreat. Morniza gritted her teeth. Now she has not exhausted Madison's foundation, but she dared not continue to drag it down. Reluctantly glanced at Madison's firewall, and the group withdrew their computing power and evacuated along the path. At this moment, Madison's supreme virtualization changed again, and before the group of invaders ran away, Morniza suffered the last heavy blow. Morniza was shocked, and her virtual soul faded a little bit again, and she evacuated and disappeared with the last bit of consciousness. In a virtual brain wave amplifier somewhere in the old galaxy, the consciousness of a group of people returned to their clones. "Go away quickly, I can't hold on." Morniza only had time to say one thing, and her clone fell to the ground, and the dominant state of Advent was automatically lifted. She was caught and beaten by Madison, and now she is at the end of her strength. Now that she relaxes, she can't stand it, and her consciousness automatically returns to her body and almost faints. She probably won't be able to recover after less than a year or two of this wave of trauma. Zhu Daisai looked at her lost control clone and shook her head. Don't worry about her. Take the data we stolen, and the military country may chase after you at any time. Everyone nodded and immediately activated the high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter. Amid the buzzing sound, the two-star rings with virtual brain wave amplifiers began to rotate, and the speed became faster and faster, turning into a spherical phantom. The next moment, a flash of light flashed, and the entire virtual brain wave amplifier teleported away, while the high-dimensional apocalypse transmitter in the place immediately destroyed itself, exploded and annihilated. On the other side, in the virtual realm, Manison silently glanced at the positions that were ravaged by the enemy and slowly said, "Calculate the data loss and give me a report." "I understand." The main intelligence responded and began to search the situation of each database. Soon a list was counted. Manison looked at the tragic statistics table and closed his eyes helplessly, sighing in his heart, with a little self-deprecating expression. "I often walk by the river, so how can I not wear my shoes? I will chase geese all day long, but today I will call the geese to peck at the eyes." It turns out that it is a reward for one reward. Almost 70% or 80% of the information stored in the database were stolen. This is the information accumulated by his years of monitoring many forces, many of which are confidential documents, especially the superstar cluster civilizations of the old galaxy. The technical drawings accumulated over the years of research and development have also been stolen by others. The only good news is that core technologies such as criminals and immortal machinery kingdom are kept in mind and have not existed in the database. Otherwise, the losses will be further expanded. Buzz, at this moment, a data stream appeared out of thin air and turned into a figure of a person. He looked down at the mess on the ground and was amazed. Oh, this scene is so fresh. He once invaded other people's weapons and country everywhere, but today he was in turn exploded the database. Feng Shui took turns. Manison looked up and saw that if it was not a black star, it could be someone else. He was in a state of concern to Han Xiao's teasing and said lightly, "You're late." "I don't have telepathy. It's already coming fast enough. You should say that the enemy ran in time." Han Xiao fell in front of Manison, glanced around, touched his chin, and said curiously, "How many people have come to make you look like this?" "Several direct mechanics, plus the respective main intelligence of the three major civilizations." Manison explained briefly. "Wow, then they really value you." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Even he himself had no confidence in resisting this situation. After all, the immortal body is not very useful in the virtual technology level, and it is not surprising that Lao Maitu was severe. Manison TSK, if we use force, I'll have dealt with them now. Although he is also good at combat at the virtual level, his strength is incomparable to the overall combat power. After all, virtual technology is an independent ability. The Mechanical Legion is of no use at the virtual level. Otherwise, with his family background, he will fight these invaders in minutes in reality. On the reality level, he and Black Star can compete with 1 against 10, but at the virtual level, no one can continue to maintain this amazing crushing ratio. Han Xiao shook his head and asked, "What are you going to do next? Take this breath or fight back?" Manison glanced at him and said concisely, "Look at you. Look at me." Han Xiao was stunned. "Aren't you the president of the Super A-Level Association?" "I'm also a member of the association." "You can do whatever you say." "Who are you? Spit out the real Manison." Han Xiao was shocked. What a thing. After you suffered such a big loss, you didn't even take the initiative to fight back. Instead, you respected the opinions of me, the president? This is not like your style. Lao Maitu. After all, this stinger was either because his soul was transferred, or because he was hit too much and his personality was distorted. Looking at Han Xiao's incredible expression, Manison felt impatient. "What's your look? What's so strange about it? In short, I'll follow your opinions on this matter." Manison was naturally unhappy when the database was invaded, but he was not too angry and said that he had to seek revenge. On the one hand, the loss situation is not a problem in his opinion. The core technical information is in his mind and has not been leaked. On the other hand, the current situation is sensitive and he takes the overall situation into consideration and does not want to disrupt the pace of the association's game with the three major civilizations. Although he suffered a loss this time, the three major civilizations joined forces after all, with high standards. Manison was beaten to the point of being beaten to no aura. Moreover, since his status in the mechanical divine cult was taken away by Black Star, his demand for reputation has become lower and lower, and he feels that he has become more and more Buddhist and no longer obsessed with the halo of the first mechanic in Shanghai. It has long since belonged to him. Maybe he is really old and his anger is getting smaller and smaller. Manison sighed secretly. You're really changed. Han Xiao couldn't help but sigh. And then his face turned stern. Don't worry. The three major civilizations have infringed on the personal property of the association members without authorization, and the matter will definitely not be left out like this. What do you want to do? Well, condemn me first. Find the three major civilizations to ask for an explanation and see what their responses are. It's just a detailed count of the culprits that I once stole the secrets of the Guanghui Federation, claiming that this is a well-founded liquidation. Manison shook his head. Oh, this is indeed a good reason. Anyway, you are in the wrong. They have taken the truth. In this way, the problem will come back to the association. At this critical moment, the three civilizations are testing. Han Xiao thought about it and pondered. The so-called liquidation of the three civilizations should be just by the way. On the one hand, they are testing whether the association takes further counterattack actions for you and touch our confidence. If we only condemn and do not take action, it is also a false manifestation, and the degree of action can reflect our confidence. On the other hand, we continue to attack the association, and they take the truth. If the association stands for you, it will appear domineering, which will further highlight their righteousness. If we don't stand for you, the members of the association will be uneasy and resentful, which is not conducive to unity. Upon hearing this, Manison nodded in agreement. The three major civilizations moved the core members of the association during a sensitive period, and the intention was naturally obvious, but the association would not be able to accept the recruitment. However, at this moment, Han Xiao changed his mind, but the premise of these analyses is to ignore a huge variable. If this variable occurs, the reaction of the three major civilizations would not be what I just said. What variable? Manison frowned. Han Xiao glanced at him and said with a slight note, I'll ask you a question. You must answer me truthfully. Is there any virtual rebellious virus technology you secretly imitated in the lost information this time? Manison was not mentally prepared and was stunned. Immediately afterwards, his face suddenly changed, and he stared at Han Xiao in confusion. When the fuck did you know my secret? Thanks to Pippi's short and powerless armor for everyone's well-known reward. End of this chapter. What are you talking about? Manison stared at Han Xiao, and his biggest secret trump card was suddenly called out, and a huge wave broke in his heart. He developed the secret of the virtual rebellion virus by himself. Before today, he never told anyone. Where did Black Star know? Is it a prophecy? But it doesn't make sense. Every time I study, I have arranged an information state obstruction device. Outsiders can't even predict where I am, and it's even more impossible to find me studying this technology. Could it be that I'm cheating me? At this time, Han Xiao slowly added, Don't pretend. Since I pointed out this, I naturally have master practical information. As the president, I must have enough understanding of important members. The secret you think is not a secret in my eyes, and I also know that you have researched the results. This matter is related to the evolution of the situation. It's important to tell the truth. Manison looked at Han Xiao's determined expression, and his heart was slightly cold. For a moment, his mind was a little lost. A long-lost panic appeared in his heart, and he felt that all his secrets were invisible in Han Xiao's eyes. When he was invaded, the situation was so critical that he didn't have much emotional fluctuation. But now, after saying a few words to Han Xiao, he broke his skills, and his stable aura was instantly broken, and his heart was shaken. Black Star, this bastard, is really the nemesis of my destiny. Manison gritted his teeth secretly. He was entangled and wanted to hide hard, but his mood was in a dilemma for a long time. Finally, he decided to talk openly, and then he slowly said, "Since you know, why don't you interfere in my research? I can stop you from doing research. Besides, I have something better." Han Xiao grinned quietly. The virtual mutiny virus that Manison made by himself was only a semi-finished product, and when he completed the smart plague task by himself, he got the original domino virus. Although it was only incomplete, the technical integrity was not comparable to the counterfeits made by Manison. However, there's no need to tell old Maitu about this. Han Xiao coughed gently and said, "It's just because it's unnecessary." When he heard this, Manison suddenly realized his mind, and his eyes narrowed. If I understand. Actually, you also wanted this insurance at that time, but you were worried about the reason for inheriting the president, so you deliberately sat down to me to do this kind of tiring work, which does not exclude us from having this inclusive technology, but it cannot be put to your face. You can do whatever you think. Han Xiao's mouth twitched slightly. To be honest, he liked to chat with these people who are good at scheming, and he didn't even have to think about the reasons. The opponent directly helped him think about it, which saved effort. We are indeed birds of a feather. Manison snorted coldly. Han Xiao simply followed his brain and said, "But I still don't agree with your original route. This has not changed." Manison subconsciously wanted to refute, but after thinking about the current recovery of the sanctuary brought by Han Xiao, the effect was indeed much better than he expected, so he had to shut up. Seeing this, Han Xiao paused and continued to say in a deep voice, "The virtual rebellion virus is a killer weapon against the interstellar society, which is enough to defeat the existing order and put the entire explored universe into chaos. When I crushed the core of the virus with my own hands, in the eyes of the world, this dangerous technology disappeared forever, which made them relieved. But if the three major civilizations knew that this technology appeared again, the situation would be different. I think the three major civilizations will be even more afraid." Manison disagreed. "You still want to go all the way to the dark? It will be difficult to turn back." Han Xiao was helpless. Although the association is currently confronting the three major civilizations, this is just a deterrent of armed forces and has reached a check and balance between each other. However, once the virtual rebel virus appears, it will be regarded as a threat to the entire interstellar society. Even if the association does not intend to release viruses, its nature will also change. After all, the power of the virtual rebel virus is too terrible. It can defeat the order of the interstellar society and turn into a cosmic disaster. When this technology is controlled by individuals and becomes a programmable virus weapon, the degree of threat has increased by geometric multiples. You can first evolve countless generations of viruses in the laboratory and then directly release it to crush the average level of the interstellar society. Without thinking, the three major civilizations will definitely not allow outsiders to master this weapon, which is equivalent to handing over the power of life and death of the interstellar society to others. Moreover, this situation will also involve Han Xiao himself. The outside world thinks that he destroyed the virus. Now that the virus has been found out by Manison, even if it has little to do with Han Xiao, conspiracy theories will be popular, making the outside world think that Han Xiao just did a scene and pretended to destroy the core of the virus. In fact, he reached a cooperation with Manison in private. In this way, his image will be reversed from both sides and become a public enemy of the universe, and the association will suffer. As the three major civilizations that were suppressed to resist the domineering, it is called resistance, which can get a lot of support. By threatening the interstellar society to force the three major civilizations to submit, the nature changes and the number of people supporting the association has dropped sharply. It is impossible to turn back. Manison said slowly, "You always think about deterrence and checks and balances. When will it end? If the ambitions of the three major civilizations are completely eliminated, They will never give up controlling the scale of their personal power. It is difficult to maintain without mastering the balance of strategic deterrence. Let the three major civilizations know that we have the ability to quickly destroy the interstellar society. Isn't it good? Han Xiao rubbed his temples and said, "The interstellar society is very important, but when the dominance is strongly threatened, the three major civilizations are willing to eradicate the enemy at all costs. Although the establishment of the interstellar society is not easy, it can at least be rebuilt. If the dominance is lost, the three major civilizations would rather smash the market and restart the war. Although the three major civilizations are now timid and afraid, once they break through the limit, they have the courage to break and will not accept threats, which is not what we want to see." After so many years in Shanghai, he has seen that the productivity of the interstellar era is extremely amazing. When a social production chain does not require too many people to participate for some higher civilizations, population is just a less precious renewable resource. Paying attention to the people is only to pay attention to the various functions played by the people, not the people themselves. Most of the time, the higher and stronger civilizations, the less you need to care about the will of the people, because you can no longer cause storms. The three major civilizations and the superstar cluster civilization have actually reached this level, but they have not done so. On the one hand, it is due to the inherent culture and system, and on the other hand, it is just to make the society a virtuous cycle. In fact, this is not a fatal point for others. Therefore, Han Xiao does not suspect that the three major civilizations will overturn the table if they are forced into a hurry. To them, death is not a big deal. It is just unwilling, not impossible. If it were in the past, maybe you were right. But now you have brought the association the guarantee of the recovery of the sanctuary and cooperated with the deterrence of the virtual rebellion virus. I don't think the three major civilizations have such courage. Hey, anyway, I have this technology hidden, and it is also to provide the association with the bottom line. Since you're the president now, you can deal with it." Menaisen refused to comment and said, "The principle of this technology is in my mind. Those invaders cannot steal it, but they stole some relevant experimental records and logs. Although there is no direct technical statement in it, I don't know whether they can think of the virtual mutiny virus through the experimental situation. To be honest, did you do it on purpose? It has happened. Is it important to deliberately or not?" Menaisen's tone was calm. "This trump card is more for the death toll. Since the association wants to check and balance, the other party learned from the information that we have this trump card, which is much better than we will know after we use it. At least everyone has room for anything." "You're so good. I thought you really respect my president's route so much." Han Xiao looked at him deeply, turned around, and left. Menaisen watched Han Xiao disappear from his sight. His lips seemed to move, but he soon stopped again and turned to continue to concentrate on repairing the firewall. Black Star Palace, Legion Commander's office. With the return of consciousness, Han Xiao slowly opened his eyes, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. The country of machinery is such a silly person. Whether it is the three civilizations stealing themselves or Menaisen deliberately leaking them, there's a great probability that the existence of the virtual rebellion virus will be known to the three civilizations, so the association has to passively accept it. Although the second key to the sanctuary has been collected and he has plans to merge, it is too late to be late for this step. He originally thought that the checks and balances could last for a long time, but the current emergencies disrupted the pace, which may have greatly accelerated the process. I'm afraid I'm not consecrating my mouth. I just prayed that the three civilizations should not play with fire, and things will come immediately. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. In any case, variables have already happened, so I can only prepare in advance. Three civilizations, the joint conference room of the summit. Oh, Morniza succeeded. It was pretty good. Lewis nodded with satisfaction when he saw the report. There is nothing to be happy about. If our main intelligence teamed up and still couldn't deal with a mere military country, that would be a strange thing. The head of Zuling's sect said lightly. That's right. Lewis glanced at the remote projection of the super A-level mechanics in front of him and asked in confusion, "Where is Morniza? Why didn't she come?" She was severely injured by the armed kingdom and was in recuperation and had no energy to deal with other matters for the time being. Guardian Rama said in a deep voice, "Well, help me comfort her." Lewis waved his hand and didn't care. "Don't worry about her for now. How'd he get this time?" "All the data has been sent to the Academy of Sciences, and the information is being spliced and reorganized. There should be results soon." Rama replied. The information fragments they stole from the Manison database were disrupted in the order. After all, it was a violent invasion. A considerable part of the information was incomplete. It needed to sort out the order like a puzzle and summarize different archives so that they could know what they gained. Lewis nodded and was about to speak when an emergency report popped up on the virtual screen on the table, which was suddenly from the Federal Supreme Academy of Sciences that he just talked about. "Is there a response so soon?" Lewis raised his brow and looked at the report, and his face suddenly changed. The report was a record of the incomplete experimental development of the virtual mutiny virus by Manison. The Academy of Sciences is still stepping up the splicing of subsequent information, but only from the test results in the current experimental records. Manison has achieved certain results. When Bruce and the Zuling cults saw that he looked wrong, they turned their heads one after another with doubts. "What have you seen? You can take a look too." Lewis's veins burst out, and he sent the report to the two. The two looked at it, and their faces changed as they instantly sank, and their ecstasy anger faintly emerged on their faces. Rama and other direct lines had their super-level eyes moved, and they became secretly curious. What information did the Academy of Sciences summarize from the data they stolen? It could actually make the three leaders' faces change drastically at the same time. At this time, Lewis closed his eyes, calmed down his mind, glanced at the curious mechanics, waved his hand, closed the remote projection, leaving only the three leaders in the room. Seeing that outsiders were leaving, Bruce had a blue face and said in a cold voice, "Okay, the Machine Kingdom is indeed unstoppable and is still studying the virtual rebellion virus, and there are certain results. I don't know if Black Star was acting for us to see when he crushed the core of the virus. If it weren't for the invasion of the armed country's database, we wouldn't know how long it would have been kept in the dark." The tone of the Su Ling cult was hard to suppress its anger. Lewis glanced at the two of them and spoke slowly. "The nature of the matter has changed. We must make the worst plan. Let's start the war mobilization." Thanks to Pippi's short and powerlessness for everyone's well-known appreciation. P.Y.'s book, The Prince is Fierce, author Guan Gongzi introduction. The world is like a chess, and people are like a piece. The temple is intrigue, love, hate, and joy in the rivers and lakes, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness in the city are nothing more than chess pieces, intertwined on the chessboard, bursting out the ignition light. The end of this chapter. Fengsing, Super A-Level Association Headquarters. These people I introduced are new members of the Franchise Association this time, and we will be partners of the same front in the future. In the venue, Han Xiao reached out to introduce this group of newcomers to everyone present, with a smile on his face. They were the refugees, such as Joey and the Otherworld, as well as the new group of Covenant members who came out of the mountain. After Manison was exposed by the three major civilizations, he quickly arranged the time for a group to join the meeting, and today is the day of the new meeting. Hearing Han Xiao's introduction, many Super A-Level observers were looking at the group of newcomers, nodding slightly, and a look of surprise flashed in their eyes. Although everyone has known the existence of the Sanctuary's recovery, it is still amazing to see a group of resurrected people again at this time. Moreover, this time, not only were there revivers, but Black Star also attracted several strange escapees to join the association to strengthen the association's momentum. In their opinion, this is undoubtedly a counterattack measure by Black Star against the three major civilization bands, and everyone couldn't help but feel excited. At the same time, this basically proves that Black Star can perform the Sanctuary revival more than once, which is the issue that most of the people here are concerned about, and they are secretly happy. I have joined the association, and I'm all my family. Please sit down, Suai said with a smile. Joey and the others sighed, and had no choice but to sit down in their seats. Although they were a little socially phobic, they still cheered up and socialized with other Super A levels and got to know each other. The members of the same covenant looked at each other, tacitly unanimously, and chatted like they were the first time they met. Everyone chatted with the newcomers for a while, and the atmosphere was a joyful one, like a big family. Han Xiao waited for a while and saw that everyone had almost met, then smiled and said, "Okay, everyone knows you. In fact, today we will gather everyone. In addition to welcome the new year, there is another thing to deal with." Hearing this, the room suddenly became quiet. Everyone turned their heads together, focusing on Han Xiao, waiting for the president's following. Seeing this, Han Xiao curled his smile and said slowly, "Not long ago, the three major civilizations joined forces to invade the database of the armed kingdom and succeeded. This incident is not only a test of the three major civilizations, but also a provocation. So today I want to hear everyone's suggestions and how should we respond." Everyone subconsciously looked at Madison and saw that Madison's eyes were slightly closed, looking like an old god. "I know about this, and I also received a message for help at that time." Kant pondered. Marnizan is a member of the association. We should ask for an explanation for him. That's right, although Madison has a low taste, a despicable personality, a narrow mind, and is old, ugly, and shameless, he is his own person after all, and he was attacked by the three major civilizations without reason. The association cannot be regarded as nothing has happened. The Sun Hunter said in a muffled voice. "I agree." The secret master nodded. The Sun Hunter turned his head and looked at him. "What do you agree with? Is old and ugly? Or should the association stand out?" "I agree with both." The secret master's eyes twitched, and he felt that his luck had passed away inexplicably. Madison snorted, opened his eyes, and interrupted, "Just talk about things, and some people don't want personal attacks." "No, it's illegal to tell the truth." The Sun Hunter was surprised. Madison took a deep breath to calm down. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. No one will take care of you when you get sick." Han Xiao glanced at the Sun Hunter with approval and asked for another opinion. Basically, 90% of the people agreed to the association from Madison. It was not that they had a good relationship with Lao Maitu, but that they were just talking about the matter. I hope they would be treated the same when they encounter similar things in the future. Since most people agree, the association will condemn the three major civilizations on this matter and ask them to give a response. At the same time, please send all the armed forces under their command on a large scale and obey the association's orders. When necessary, we may take military actions against the three major civilizations. Hearing this, everyone was slightly stunned. They thought it would be almost done if they were condemned. At the end of the sky, a group of mechanics went to find trouble for the three major civilized vassal forces. How could they listen to He Xing's tone, as if they were going to start a war directly? However, everyone's surprise lasted for only a few seconds, and his mood quickly calmed down, and there was no objection. With a guarantee of the recovery of the sanctuary, most people are confident and fighting is not bad. Moreover, most people think that the military operations mentioned by Black Star may be just exercises and demonstrations. After all, the current situation is barely balanced, and it doesn't seem like they're going to fight. Well, and in order to prevent similar incidents from happening again, I suggest that everyone's body be concentrated in the shining world and not give the three major civilizations a chance to defeat each one. Of course, this is not a force. If some people really don't want to come, they can also not come, but they will be at your own risk. As he said, Han Xiao glanced at Madison and said slowly. Madison closed his eyes again and pretended not to hear it, so that he would not let the well-hidden body appear in front of others. Most people have no objection to this. Many people have been staying in the shining world recently. They don't have to rush to operate the forces here. Some super A-level companies with big business in other star fields are not a problem to stay here for the time being. Everyone discussed it all over and decided on the next arrangement, and then they went offline to join the meeting. Soon, only Han Xiao, Sui and Emmers were left in the venue. "You are not offline yet? I have some private matters to talk to Lao Ke." Han Xiao glanced at Emmys and said. Emmers shook his head and sighed. "Aesop asked me to tell you that he saw a confrontation that touched the eyes of the entire universe. The two sides of the confrontation are the association and the three major civilizations. The future scene he saw has come to an abrupt end here. I only know that the final result will change the direction of the fate of the universe. He asked you to deal with it with caution. Did the old man have prophecies again?" Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and nodded. "I understand. You are waiting for me at home. After the meeting, I will use the Emperor to pick you up." Emmers smiled gently and disappeared from the line. There are only two people left in the room now. Xui listened to the conversation just now. His brows trembled, and he whispered, "Hey Xing, are we going to fight with the three major civilizations seriously?" "It is very likely." Han Xiao casually told the story of the virtual rebellion virus. Xui couldn't help but change his face, not knowing what to say, and after a long time he sighed. "The army country is still too stubborn, but there is no way. Who told you not to let him know that the recovery of the sanctuary is unlimited? If there is no virtual rebellion virus factor, your plan could be steadily realized. The extra layer of fear has caused chaos and made things change the taste. Even if he knows the truth, he will probably feel that the recovery of the sanctuary is more perfect for the virtual rebellion virus." Han Xiao curled his lips. "I won't talk about him anymore. In short, be prepared to let your Void Lords monitor the movements of the core of the three major civilizations in the secondary dimension world. If they dispatch troops to deal with us, they will definitely not have enough energy." "I understand." Xui nodded and went offline. The confrontation between the Super A-level association and the three major civilizations has lasted for quite a while, and the interstellar community has gradually become accustomed to this tense atmosphere. However, on this day, the Super A-level association publicly condemned the three major civilizations to invade their member Manison and demanded an explanation. The glorious federation among the three major civilizations was not to be outdone, claiming that Manison had stole their secrets many times. This move was a belated liquidation and a punishment that should have happened long ago. Interstellar citizens have become accustomed to similar conflicts and think that this is another happy day for both sides to quarrel. But the subsequent changes have made many people smell something wrong. According to previous practice, the association and the three major civilizations will soon be left alone. Even if there is any punishment, it will only be a blow to the development of forces like a blockade. But this time, interstellar citizens and major forces were shocked to find that both sides seemed to want to play real. After the announcement was issued, the three major civilizations and the super-level associations even mobilized their troops on a large scale. The fleets of the three major civilizations sailed out of the Central Star Sea and were displayed in various star fields, while the people of the super-level forces were mainly gathered in the shining world, and there were gusts of wind and clouds everywhere. At this time, even ordinary people who were slow to reacted that things seemed to be wrong. Although the association and the three major civilizations did not continue to speak out after statement, this attitude clearly meant that they would start a fight if they had a disagreement. Since the two sides confronted each other, most interstellar citizens have just watched the fun and have become nervous at this time. Most of the public opinion on the internet that hopes that the three major civilized clearances can be over A level. But when this scene seems to be about to happen, many people are a little panicked, afraid that wars of this scale will affect themselves. For a moment, the atmosphere of the entire interstellar society became panic, and countless pairs of eyes stared at the movements of both sides, as if they saw a storm brewing rapidly. It's strange. Why are the three major civilizations suddenly not cowardly? In the summit room of the Superstar Group Alliance, the major leaders looked surprised. In their analysis, the three major civilizations should not easily start a war due to fear from all parties. The same is true for the association, but why did the two sides suddenly get up and become reckless? It is the fuse to say that Manison's invasion was the fuse But the leaders of various superstar clusters felt that it was not enough. It was just a stolen database, and it was not beaten or killed. Is it necessary to make such a big fight? Did the three major civilizations change their thinking and want to cut the mess quickly regardless of the losses? Someone said in a suspicious tone, "It's unlikely. Don't forget that we are still there. If the three major civilizations suffer losses from the association, wouldn't it give us a chance to get to power?" said the leader of the Qing Arc civilization hesitantly. "It is precisely because of their existence that the previous weak balance was maintained. If it weren't for the benefit of the Superstar Group Alliance fishermen, both sides might have taken action long ago. What do? Just wait and see. It's all good for us if they really want to fight." The leader of the Star Arc eyes rolled and said, "But be careful that the three civilizations will take the opportunity to get us in. This is not the first time they have done such a thing. It's better for us to arrange heavy troops at the border without interfering in their fights, just maintaining territorial security." The leaders of the Superstar Group discussed in a low voice. Their tone was faintly excited. Although they didn't know why the three civilizations and associations suddenly became reckless, it was not bad news for them. Time passed by in a hurry in the atmosphere of storms. With the tense attention of the interstellar community, the forces of both sides were mobilized more and more frequently and obviously, without any concealment at all. They kept making moves like playing chess, but never touched them, and there was no friction, as if they did not exist. However, no new statement was issued to the outside world, resulting in various rumors spreading in panic everywhere. The population flow in major star fields also showed a chain reaction. The interstellar citizens who stayed in the shining world left on a large scale, causing congestion in the Stargate, and the populations who went to the Central Star Sea and some marginal star fields to take refuge in the star field became increasingly large. Just under the attention of the world, a super-large joint fleet of three major civilizations marched into the old galaxy and headed straight for the territory of the armed tribe. At the same time, the three major civilizations finally jointly issued a new statement. By the analysis of the database of the mechanical country by the Academy of Sciences, we have obtained conclusive evidence which can prove that the mechanical country has been privately developing virtual mutiny viruses and trying to copy the source of this cosmic disaster. We have achieved relevant results and try to cause disaster to the Sea of Stars. Here, the Glorious Federation, the Red Empire, and the Void Spirit sect represent the Interstellar Society and issued a joint ultimatum to the mechanical country. Immediately hand over the virtual mutiny virus technology and destroy all backup materials under our supervision. We will spare no effort to safeguard the security of the Interstellar Society. On the day of the announcement, the haze of the intelligent plague once again enveloped the Interstellar Society and the hearts of countless interstellar citizens. Panic swept through galaxies at an incredible speed. Does the virtual mutiny virus still exist in the world? It was finally eradicated, that this scourge that threatened the entire universe. But some people created it again for their own selfishness. The interstellar community was in a panic. What comes with shock and fear is the fury from the heart. The country of weapons, damn it. Hey, the three civilizations have really done this. It seems that they have made up their minds. In the reception room of the Black Star Palace, more than a dozen super A-level concentrated here, all of whom turned their heads and looked at the virtual screen on the wall of the room, and news about the declaration of the three civilizations was broadcasting. Everyone's faces were all uncertain. Only Han Xiao held his cheek with one hand, expressionless. Bang! The table was suddenly hit hard by someone. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Kant's expression. His fists were embedded in the cracked table. The country of weapons is afraid that the world will not be in chaos, forcing us to waste a chance of recovery in the sanctuary. Everyone present had bad expressions. Recently, both sides had frequent military mobilizations. They were core members of the association invited by Han Xiao and gathered in the Black Star Palace. At first, everyone thought that this was another false means of the three major civilizations. But just now, Han Xiao briefly explained to them the ins and outs of the Manasyn's explosion library. Everyone was surprised. On the one hand, he was surprised that Madison really developed a virtual rebellion virus. And, on the other hand, he was angry that Madison had leaked experimental records with the flow and deliberately caused the situation. With the confidence of the sanctuary to recover, everyone was not afraid of fighting. But his voluntary and forced mentality was different. Originally, the three major civilizations invaded the Madison database, and it was normal for the association to stand out, but as soon as the virtual rebellion virus came out, the matter changed. The association became the party to the disadvantage, and Madison probably did it on purpose and pulled them into the water. Everyone had a lot of opinions about Lao Maitu at this time. After all, there was only one chance to recover, and no one wanted to use it too early. Haixing, what do you say this time? The three major civilizations pointed out this matter. Will the association continue to stand out for Madison? Sui turned his head, but he had no reaction. Han Xiao had already been angry with him. Han Xiao touched his chin and whispered, "In my imagination, the three major civilizations learned about the existence of the virtual rebellion virus. There are several possible directions, and their current practices are in line with one of them. And they have sent troops to encircle the territory of the armored tribe, threatening to force Madison to hand over the technology. If the association maintains the military country and protects the virus technology, then as long as the three major civilizations gently push the public opinion, the neutral image and reputation created by the association will plummet instantly, and it is likely to trigger a full-scale war. The three major civilizations should be mentally prepared to start a war." What about giving up Madison? The situation is different now than before. I believe most members can understand it. After all, we are really unaware of the virtual mutiny virus. The military country itself has committed a taboo, and it is not our business. A man asked. Han Xiao shook his head. The three major civilizations have been praising the associations for a long time, and public opinion has long become a trend. They have aroused the fantasy and fanaticism of the superclass towards us. When we reach the forefront of this storm, if we just give in, even if there's a legitimate reason, it means that our bowing to the three major civilizations will probably lose its special guiding position in the superclass, and it will be difficult to make up for it afterwards. For the three major civilizations, resolving the superclass's yearning and fantasy for the association is also a valuable result. Isn't it really going to ask the association to take the blame for Madison, right? It would be better to bite to death. This is the scapegoat of the three major civilizations, or to say that this is the first one of the three major civilizations. Madison just steals. The Sun Hunter opened his eyes wide. Han Xiao interrupted him, waved his hand, and said, "There is a lot of evidence in his hands. We are passive. It is difficult to turn the raids. Maybe it will make the situation worse. Also, don't forget that in the eyes of many people, some things are something that civilized regimes can't be touched by, and civil organizations cannot be touched by it. Even if we bite back and study the three major civilizations first, they don't need to explain too much. Moreover, the other party can completely say that if the military country does not have ulterior motives, why should we steal this technology? Similar reasons are so easy to find." As he said, he paused and continued. The country of machinery gave him a handle. It was a dilemma for us. At this point, things have gone beyond the level of verbalism. Public opinion has only added to the point. Either they give in, or we give in, and we can't avoid the core of the problem, even if we use tricks. Everything depends on whether we protect Madison or whether we hand over the technology. If I put it here, people must protect them, and we won't hand over the technology. At most, it's a roundabout way to say it. Everyone looked at each other. What do we need to do now? I have passed the air with Madison, so that you can go to the territory of the armored tribe in the old galaxy to form a defense circle and block the joint fleet of the three major civilizations halfway. As for you, let's take care of yourself here first. I will use the Emperor to rush to the old galaxy. If the fight starts, I will pull you over to help." Han Xiao shook his head. Hearing this, everyone had nothing to say. They left the room with worries. They still need some time to digest the mutation. Han Xiao leaned on the chair, took out the communicator, and took a look at it online. Now the internet has been quarreling, snatching all the popularity. The horror of the virtual rebellion virus has been deeply rooted in people's hearts. The entire interstellar society is in panic all day long. Almost all public opinion is scolding Manison's wolf ambitions, and what he did once again poses a threat to the universe. After the intelligent plague incident, Manison's reputation has always been very poor. The original intention of developing this technology is to weaponize it at first glance. Almost all interstellar citizens feel panic and angry. Even Han Xiao himself was conspiracy theory, and the act of destroying the core of the virus was questioned by countless people. Many people believe that if Black Star had the same idea as before, then it should come forward and destroy or hand over the virus technology again. Otherwise, the original behavior was probably acting. Maybe it was secretly going to Chun Song, destroying the technology openly, avoiding the attention of the three major civilizations, and secretly collaborating with Manison to study. Now it's a cooked rice. TSK. Han Xiao curled his lips, said nothing, turned off the internet interface, and called Manison. Soon, Manison's figure appeared on the screen. Black Star, when will you set off? Manison is straight to the point. Wait a moment. Han Xiao paused and said with a blank expression, Do you really not move to the armed tribe? If you don't move, let them surround you. Manison didn't care. Wait for me to go over. Han Xiao was too lazy to talk to Manison anymore, hung up and left the room. In the next few days, the universe had been explored, and the three civilized combined fleets did not hide their way to the armored clan territory, and the troops from all sides who remained in the old galaxy also began to gather towards the armored clan territory. Fleets from superclass forces were on standby at a radius of half a day from the armored clan territory, spherical blocking of the path to the armored clan territory. No one was allowed to pass, and it was not concealed that it was to form a defense circle and block the way forward for the three civilizations. At the same time, in response to the statement of the three civilizations, the association also issued an announcement to the interstellar community. The Armored Clan Kingdom developed the virtual rebellion virus on its own. The association was not aware of it before and was conducting an investigation. As we all know, mediating conflicts between super A levels and restricting behaviors over A levels is the original intention of the association. If the machinery country has indeed developed virtual mutiny virus technology, the association will inevitably take measures to ensure that this technology will not damage the order of the interstellar society. However, the association will not interfere with individual research freedom, nor do it agree that any dangerous technology must be kept by the three major civilizations. If the situation is true, the association will restrict Manison and require him to seal the technology to also ensure the safety of the interstellar community. Moreover, the association strongly opposes the current military actions taken by the three major civilizations against the Manisons. This is an unassuming threat and forcing the palace. I hope that the three major civilizations will withdraw their troops immediately and do not intensify the conflict. When the association completes the investigation, it will give the interstellar community a reply, and there is no need for the three major civilizations to interfere. As soon as the statement was released, it once again caused an uproar in the interstellar society. Many people thought that the association would give in this time, but they did not expect to be so tough. Although the Super A-level association said it was still investigating, the attitude of not giving in was clear, indicating that it was its own business, and it would never hand over technology, and it would not accept the intervention of the three major civilizations. And there was some truth to the entry point. You three major civilizations can supervise, and we can also supervise. Interstellar citizens believe in the three major civilizations more. But since the association claims that self-regulation will not harm the interstellar society, even if many people question it, as a melon-eating crowd who does not know the truth, it is not easy to insist that the association is hiding evil intentions and intends to rely on this technology to do evil. After all, The Super A-Level Association is not an ordinary non-governmental organization. It has specific credibility. At the same time, the outside world cannot determine whether Manson's personal research has been instructed by the association. At least the association's starting point for rejecting the three major civilizations is barely tenable. As for whether it can be supervised in place, it is impossible to calculate it now. The Superstar Group Alliance, which was originally waiting and watching, jumped out again when seeing the opportunity, supported the association's decision, and stated why it should be handed over to the three major civilizations to be safe. This is nothing more than an excuse to plot against other people's technology. The three major civilizations are holding up the banner to grab people's technology. It is not surprising that they do this. The Superstar Group Alliance is probably the least willing to see the three major civilizations master the virtual rebel virus technology. If they didn't think it was inappropriate, they would like to recommend themselves as a third-party regulatory this technology. Countless interstellar citizens only felt that the world situation was getting too fast. Not long ago, it was a dull little day. In the blink of an eye, the war seemed to be about to break out without any defense. Just when the whole universe was filled with tension, the combined fleet of the three major civilizations finally came into contact with the defense circle built by the Super A-Class Association outside the territory of the Mechanical Clan. In the dazzling starry sky, an extremely huge joint fleet is slowly advancing, and the outer defense circle of the Mechanical Clan has entered the field of view. The defense circle is composed of a fleet, temporary interstellar fortress, and mobile satellite base. At first glance, it seems like there is no end. The shining matrix-shaped phantom shield forms an ultra-large protective cover, extending all the way, like a wall made of energy, separating two areas with this as the boundary. In the command room of the main ship, the fleet commander Simon Tagma, standing in front of the porthole, staring at the closer and closer defense circle. He is a senior military general of the Glorious Federation, serving as the commander of the joint fleet. The adjutant looked at the radar screen and whispered, "Commander Simon, we have arrived at the opponent's defense circle. They blocked the way forward. Do we want to stop?" Simon didn't look back and said lightly, "What is the order from the superior?" "Encircle the territory of the armed tribe." "Is this the territory of the mechanical tribe?" Simon asked back. No. Then why should I stop?" "Clear." The adjutant took a deep breath, sent an order in the channel, and said in a deep voice, "Send the order to all ships. Continue to move forward. Be prepared for combat. If someone continues to stop, then clear all enemies that block the way." The order was quickly transmitted, and the warships of the United Fleet extended their gun barrels and aimed at the front, ready to fire at any time. The front of the United Fleet gradually entered the range of the defense circle. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer, and the atmosphere in the command room became more and more tense, so quiet that the needle could be heard, and almost all the crew held their breath. Ding! At this moment, a long-range projection suddenly appeared in the command room, which was the military senior of the Combat Command Center. There was an order from above, and the fleet stopped advancing immediately. "Stop!" Simon's eyes flashed, and he raised his hand and clenched his fists. The adjutant immediately passed the order. Soon, the joint fleet stopped slowly, only a short distance from the defense circle. The warship in the front could almost see their crew members through the other side's porthole. Seeing this, the atmosphere in the command room was slowed down, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Simon turned his head and looked at the projection of the military senior management, not at all surprised, and asked calmly, "What are the instructions above?" "Scattered siege, standby on standby, waiting for the negotiation results." At the same time, the mechanical territory. "You are indeed right. The three major civilizations are unwilling to start a conflict immediately." Menezon's master clone looked at the remote monitoring screen, shook his head, and smiled slightly. "The three civilizations sent a fleet here with great fanfare, definitely not for the purpose of fighting directly. If you really want to attack your armed tribe territory, you would have used the high-dimensional apocalypse teleport long ago. Besides, your body is not here, and it will be useless to attack the armed tribe. This should be the last test. Han Xiao sat opposite him, narrowing his eyes, and responded casually. This place has become the center of the storm. Now, the whole universe is paying attention to the situation here. He arrived here not long ago. Currently, he and Madison are the only super A-level here. Although they have made up their minds, they are still not decisive enough. Madison shook his head. Han Xiao turned his head and looked at him. Because of yours, the situation suddenly changed to this point. Didn't you say anything? What expression do you want? Do you still want to get off the boat now? Madison paused. You made a move. There was nothing to say, but at least I came here to help you stand out. You must show your attitude of asking for help. Quirk, do you like watching me bow your head so much? Madison was in a bad mood at this time, and he didn't worry about this, and said casually, then think I beg you and help me solve this problem. Han Xiao's eyes moved slightly. He glanced at the panel, and a strange curve raised at the corner of his mouth, quickly disappearing. He shook his chest muscles and slowly stood up. Let's go. It's my turn to come forward and meet our old boss in person. Thank you for the short and powerless Pippi Armor's reputation. Thank you for the short and powerless Pippi Armor's reward. Thank you for the short and powerless Pippi Armor. PY promotes the book Rebirth of Fears. The author reborn the Great Demon King introduction. Disaster, weirdness, fairy tale, strange beast. When awakens, Lin Tianxiong returns to his youth. The elder of the demon sect, the financial master, the seeker of the Tao, the killer, random identity, endless journey. End of this chapter. The defense circle of the mechanized tribe, the three major civilized joint fleets, and the Super A-Class Association Joint Fleet have been in a confrontation for a while, and the atmosphere is tense. On the edge, spacecraft with different interstellar media logos are broadcasting the situation here, and neither side has driven away these battlefield media. Because this place is likely to become a battlefield, these media sent unmanned spacecraft and long-range broadcasts. This storm center that may detonate the war is the most popular place in the universe, and the overall number of viewers has exceeded historical records. The three major civilized fleets were stopped, and the two sides did not exchange fire, as if they were waiting and watching. Although they didn't know the reason, the war did not break out at this moment, and our station sincerely hoped that there would be a turnaround. In the online broadcast room of Star Media, the host looked serious, and countless viewers were watching the scene nervously, feeling uneasy. After this period of public opinion propaganda, most people know that the trend here will be the turning point of the situation. Once both sides take action here, it is likely to lead to a full-scale war between the three major civilizations and super-level associations, and countless people are panicking about it. At this moment, two meteors appeared in the picture from far to near and quickly shot from the inside of the defense circle to the area where both sides confronted, revealing their respective figures. The person involved has finally appeared. The other is He Xing, the president of the Super A-Level Association. He came forward in person, probably to stop the three major civilizations. Listening to the host's introduction, countless interstellar citizens looked at the two. Many people have a complicated impression of these two who turned the cosmic situation into the current situation. Han Xiao crossed the front of the association fleet and came between the two armies, floating in the central area of confrontation, and suddenly became the focus of attention on the battlefield. The warships on both sides locked the far-sighted target on him and magnified his figure on the screen. He glanced at the three major civilization fleets with an amazing scale, opened the public wide area channel, and shouted openly, not shy away from any side, and said, "War without fighting, retreat without retreat." Then the responsible person comes out to talk. I believe that this is not what everyone wants to see when the trouble is today. If we can negotiate a plan that we can all accept, no one is willing to solve the problem with force. After the words fell, the battlefield was quiet for a while, and then three beams of light shot out from the main ship, forming a long-range projection of the three major civilization heads in front of Han Xiao, and at the same time connected to the wide area channel here. As soon as the communication was connected, Lewis spoke in a deep voice and opened the way straight. Black Star, are you just trying to occupy the virtual rebel virus technology and protect the extremely evil armed country? Han Xiao shook his head. The virtual rebel virus has been destroyed long ago. The armed country has only studied it on its own and has obtained some results. It was originally something he developed. How can he dominate it? Although this technology is dangerous, it does not have the obligation to hand it over to the three major civilizations, and it has not endangered the interstellar society. How can you commit the extremely evil? On the contrary, you sent a large army to encircle the armed tribe territory and want to threaten the armed country to hand over the technology, which is not very glorious. The armed country has a criminal record. His motivation for researching this technology is questionable. For security reasons, we need to master this technology and control the armed country himself. This is all to maintain the interstellar society. This is the responsibility of the three major civilizations. Bruce spoke with a serious expression. Han Xiao remained calm. I think about the intelligent plague, and many super A-level mechanics took action to resolve the disaster together. It has proved that the association is also maintaining the security of the universe. We will also ensure that this technology will not harm the interstellar society. This is an internal affairs of the association and will not accept interference from the three major civilizations. The head of the Zuling sect said solemnly, the Super A-Level Development Association is just a private organization, and the guarantee is of no practical significance. The three major civilizations have the right to manage it. At the same time, all factors that endanger the interstellar society and the three major civilizations also have the right to supervise it. This is in line with the scope of authority stipulated in the civilized jurisdiction law. The military country must hand over the virtual rebellion virus technology. Impossible. Han Xiao refused decisively. The association's statement has expressed its attitude. Individuals have freedom of research and do not accept forced handover. The association will constrain the application scope of the technology itself. I hope that the three major civilizations will withdraw immediately and return to the lost path. Lewis paused, raised his tone, and said majestic, as long as the military country handed over the technology, we will withdraw our troops. Before that, we will not terminate this military operation for any reason. We will issue a 10-day ultimatum. We hope that the association will consider it carefully during this period and do not make wrong decisions. That's nothing to talk about. You have 10 days left. Han Xiao nodded, his tone changed, and he said in a deep voice, since that's the case, now we start to use me as the boundary. If you want to force the association to hand over the technology, you will pass my level first. After that, he sat cross-legged and floating in the central area in front of the two armies. Although he was only alone, it seemed to have become an infinitely extended boundary in the eyes of everyone. The heads of the three major civilizations looked at him deeply, and the remote projection disappeared from the line. The conversation between the two sides was held in the wide area channel, without concealing the outside world, and it was heard into the ears of everyone present, and also into the media broadcast. Countless interstellar citizens' expressions changed suddenly. Is this a negotiation failed? It's over. Neither side will make concessions. It seems that the fight is going to start. There are still 10 days left, and I don't know if I have time to take refuge. The interstellar community was panicked. Han Xiao glanced at the fleet of the three civilizations and saw them standing by on standby. He shook his head secretly. As the president, I represent the association's position. It is impossible to surrender. I will never hand over my skills and will not set a precedent. However, the three major civilizations have set up such a big battle and will not withdraw troops until they reach their goals and will not give on either side. This is not easy to do. 10 days. Han Xiao murmured in a low voice. This is the ultimatum period given by the three major civilizations. If there is still no consensus in 10 days, I am afraid that the fight will really start. This time, the three major civilizations are determined to bear the consequences of the war. He opened the panel, and took a look. At this time, a new project in the task list had been topped. It was the task triggered for Madison. It required to resolve the siege of the mechanic territory. It was not limited to means. As long as the three civilizations could retreat, the task was completed. Perhaps it was because Madison personally asked for help. In addition to the high amount of experience, the reward also had the opportunity to draw a Madison ability. Han Xiao naturally would not let it go if he had the chance to touch the old wheat head underwear. I opened a forum and took a look. My statement, just now, was also recorded by the players in the fleet. Unlike the panic-like interstellar citizens, players are basically afraid that the world will not be in chaos. They're almost excited about the current situation. They have seen various domineering and 666 barrage on the video. Doo-doo. At this time, the communicator suddenly rang, and it was called by Mar Bruce. Han Xiao was not surprised at all. Public negotiations were more about expressing his attitude to the outside world, and the real transactions had to be negotiated privately. After connecting to the communication, the projection of the heads of the three major civilizations appears in the built-in screen of the mecha. Black Star, do you really want to provoke a war? Mar Bruce shouted in a low voice. I should ask you this. Han Xiao was so careless. Don't think you're in a hurry to master the revival of the sanctuary. You are leading the Super A level to a dead end. Lewis said coldly, Isn't that exactly what you want to see? If you weren't worried about the losses of the war, why would you negotiate with me in private now? Our research is not fruitless. The recovery of the sanctuary requires the consumption of certain special resources, and it is not used as you wish. You can't be fooled by us now. Moreover, those resuscitators have used the opportunity to recover. If they really fight, there will be losses. No one wants this. The first time of the Zuling sect said, Then what are your opinions? Han Xiao smacked his lips. We want virtual rebel virus technology and relevant information about the recovery of the sanctuary. In exchange, we will not only withdraw our troops, but also revoke the ban on the association and instead support your development. We can even provide you with enough cosmic treasures and technical drawings and promise that the personnel of the Black Star Army will not be on the future liquidation list. These transactions are completed privately and will not be made public to the outside world. The reason for our withdrawal may be to fear your combat power and to fulfill your reputation. If you are ugly and beautiful, you will see you again. Before he finished speaking, Han Xiao ended the communication directly, without any speculation. This was the first time he took the initiative to hang up the phone number of the heads of the three major civilizations. He would not shy-face the big man of this status when he had to stumble before, and he felt relieved at this moment. On the other side, the main ship command room of the three major civilized fleets. Well, okay, I understand. After hearing the command of the fleet, Simon, the commander of the fleet, responded a few times, put down the communicator, returned to the podium, and calmly ordered, Transfer to my order. The engineering troops began to assemble the high-dimensional Apocalypse teleporter, preheated after 12 hours, and docked with the coordinates with the sending place. Want to send reinforcements from the superior? Asked the chief of staff on the side. Yes. Simon turned his head and looked at Han Xiao, who was sitting cross-legged in the starry sky outside the porthole. A gleam flashed in his eyes, and his tone was inexplicably, There is an order from above, and we are asking us to welcome the teleported Super A-level direct line. How many are you here? Hearing this, Simon glanced at him. All, Black Star Palace, in the reception room. A group of Super A-level gathered together, watching the news broadcast of the Mechanical Tribe territory, with different expressions and whispering to discuss. The Black Star's attitude is too tough, so there is no room for mediation if this continues. The old dragon Milizaus was worried. The Sun Hunter was fiddling with guns and said in silence, Military is a big deal. This is inevitable. Black Star is not pretending to stay there alone. I guess he is waiting for the three civilized sects to deal with him. Whether it is siege or will battle, he will take them all. This is to establish his authority. Is he reliable alone? Kant frowned. If the three civilizations are fully deployed, the Dark Emperor and the Golden Ring will definitely not fall. And those guys who guard the world base in the secondary dimension will be transferred back. Even no matter how powerful he is, it is enough for him to eat, and even the God Selector may take action. For others, Black Star should be able to deal with it, but the God Selector... Ksui hesitated for a moment. If he uses the national weapon of the Zuling sect, then Black Star may be in trouble. Hela hugged his arms with his hands, crossed his legs, and said coldly, "Don't worry about Black Star, he is rough and thick-skinned. Let's think about the threat in front of him first. The army of the three major civilizations has blocked the portal of the Shining World, and it may come over at any time. It is estimated that there are no less than 10,000 over-visual range star-destroying weapons aiming here." 10,000? You underestimate the three major civilizations too much. The Sun Hunter snorted. Sour shook his head. "I have done everything I need to do. I can only wait for the changes in the old galaxy. At least until the three major civilizations take action against the territory of the armored tribe, the troops in other regions will not open fire." Everyone sighed, and when the scene really happened, they still felt unsure. In any case, the opponent is the overlord of this universe, after all, and this long-term fear cannot be eliminated casually. The turning point of the situation comes rapidly, and even many super A-level people are not used to it. However, the drastic changes of the times have always been sudden and rarely give people the opportunity to adapt slowly. They can only accept reality. At the same time, the world's portal is shining, the Morning Star Cluster. The surface of military-base planets is covered with dense, deep wells, and there are huge caliber phantom energy star destroyers hidden inside. They are aiming at the bordering Gaolu Star Cluster, Guanhuan Star Cluster, and Renault Star Cluster. These are the areas explored in the second phase. Now they are already a prosperous territory occupied by many super-level forces, among which the most are aimed at the Black Star territory. The cluster of Morning Light was the earliest area taken over by the Red Empire. Many planets are military forbidden areas. After decades of secret transformation, the interiors of these planets have long been converted into special star-rated weapons. After the first meeting of the gods decades ago, the Red Empire secretly implemented this transformation project, preparing for the future in order to prevent the current situation. Once the situation changes, the cluster can immediately become a bridgehead for war and block the regular channels of the Shining World and the explored universe. The fleets of the three major civilizations are stationed in various places in the Celestial Star Cluster, and the temporary combat commands of the three major civilizations have also changed from a lighthouse star to a military planet in the hinterland of the Celestial Star Cluster. Keep me at the highest alert level these 10 days. As long as the joint fleet starts war in the Armored Clan territory, it is a signal of our action. I will bomb all Super A-level forces, including the Black Star Legion territory. In the temporary combat command, Yoon Fabik looked around the many officers in the room, his eyes as sharp as eagles. He was a senior officer of the Red Empire. After Terakov retired, he took over as the Marshal of the Imperial Exploration Army. In the recent storm, the three civilizations divided the Shining World into an independent and important war zone. He directly became the commander of the war zone, responsible for commanding the military operations of the three civilizations in the Shining World. "I understand." Everyone responded neatly. Yoon turned to look at one of the officers and said, "The top leaders are not incompetent and cannot send their direct Super A level to guard the guard. How are the interception measures arranged? After the war begins, the Super A level will definitely rely on their personal strength to try to behead the command center. If they cannot stop them from invading the hinterland of the Morning Star Cluster, the situation will be very passive. The engineering troops are racing against time to arrange interception equipment and leave strangulation traps and fast support channels. If the Super A-level trap is too deep, there's a chance that they will be surrounded and wiped out by us. Give me a report later." Yoon raised his palm and signaled that he would not need to say anything more, then turned to ask about the progress of other arrangements. Whether the three major civilizations and associations will eventually fight is not a question he is concerned about. He only cares about his own responsibilities and is responsible for preparing for war to ensure that the strategic plan can be strictly implemented after taking action. On the other side, somewhere in the Morning Star cluster, the desolate universe belt, floating sheltering devices circling an asteroid, slowly rotating along the orbit of outer space, releasing illusions, covering the ground landscape, and preventing them from being observed remotely. From the outside, it looks like a barren planet. Once you enter the atmosphere, you can see the true appearance of the planet. It is a mechanical fortress armed to the teeth, with countless warships and mechanical legions ups and downs. Over the past few decades, the Black Star Legion has not only established many hidden stakes in its business territory, but also set up many hidden stakes in other areas, and this is one of the secret bases. At the top of the tallest building, Aurora stood on the edge of the rooftop, looking at a giant white mechanical ring in the distance. This is a new directional portal technology excavated by Han Xiao from the treasure of Jace's technology, which can transport troops on a large scale, but was not activated at this time. Behind her, there were dense crowds of people, and their bodies emitted a faint fluorescence, all of which were reincarnated and obtained the physical heroic spirit. The 8 heroic spirit kings line up in a row, followed by thousands of natural disaster-level heroic spirits, and then there are countless benevolent heroic spirits. As early as when Manison was exposed, Han Xiao urgently recalled Aurora, who was wandering outside, and gave her a secret mission, which was to hide in a secret base and reincarnate in the filthy land. Except for eating, drinking, and resting, all the other time was spent to summon the heroes of the underworld. Aurora's life during this period was to summon the heroic spirit, rest and recover, continue to summon, and keep circulating, almost draining her. She finally reached her current scale. The existence time of these physically transformed heroes depends on the loss rate of physical activity. As long as they're not killed or removed by Aurora, they can basically exist for a long time. Especially now, there is a low-energy standby mode without combat, and the loss rate of activity is almost negligible. This allows Aurora to continuously expand its scale and accumulate a large army. Aurora turned her head and looked at the heroes and whispered. Black Star said that before the ultimatum time ends, you will make a big fuss in the Morning Star cluster and try to destroy the Star Destroyers of the 3 major civilizations. He will do anything to summon people. Sorigen snorted. He has been a hero who has been a hero for more than 40 years. He has accepted his fate and is used to his identity, but he still has not given up his hobby of accumulating wealth. In order to satisfy his own preferences, he found a way to transform the social environment in the underworld. Because heroic spirits have basically no material enjoyment in the state of soul body, Sorokin discovered the general needs of many heroic spirits through long-term observations. Therefore, based on the characteristics of heroic spirits, a conceptual monetary system based on commitment was established in the underworld. A promise currency means owing someone else something, and the promise given by heroes of different levels and identities is equivalent to a different face value. When a heroic spirit makes a promise to another or even multiple heroes, it is equivalent to printing money. Sorokin has developed a special credit system to prevent the heroic spirit from making a wanton promise to cause inflation and to solve a series of problems that are detrimental to the value of the promise currency. Each heroic spirit can create limited promises in each cycle, and this two-way promise currency is allowed to be resold to others, similar to transferring debt relationships. In order to implement this system, Sorokin made a lot of efforts and persuaded Aurora and Onisalu to half-link the monetization method with the opportunity to reincarnate and reincarnation time. This is equivalent to the opportunity for ordinary heroes to let the heroes in the underworld who are idle on weekdays slowly accept this gameplay. After cultivating the market, Sorokin used a series of skilled capitalist methods to harvest a lot of promised currency. Now the people in the underworld owe him 0.37 requirements, becoming the richest person in the underworld. Although it doesn't have much practical significance, the money itself satisfies him. This war gave Sorokin the opportunity to monetize the currency on a large scale. After all, these heroes from the underworld are born suicide squads and will definitely be reborn frequently. Although he was summoned for battle, it was much better than staying in the underworld and doing nothing. Sorokin is not interested in the conflict between the association and the three major civilizations now. After all, his identity is different, so it is not his turn to worry about this kind of thing. Aurora withdrew her gaze and continued to look forward, and her expression became worried in places where many heroes could not see. In several key star fields, the three major civilizations and associations have all left similar secrets. Once a full-scale war breaks out, bloody storms will be set off in various places. She is a little reluctant to see this scene. If the war really breaks out, I hope I can save more people in the underworld. The old galaxy, the territory of the armed tribe. The news media still broadcast the confrontation throughout the whole process. It has been a long time since the negotiations between the two sides failed. Han Xiao was in charge, as if one of them separated the fleets on both sides, and no one took action. Looking at the broadcasting scene that seemed like a freeze, countless interstellar citizens became more and more anxious. It has been more than half a day, but there is still no movement on both sides. Have you been staring at such a stalemate in the past 10 days? In this way, the attitudes on both sides will not change in 10 days, right? Just when many people were pessimistic, there was a sudden movement in the three civilized fleets. The Galway Apocalypse teleporter suddenly activated and rotated at high speed for a while. A flash of light, and another small fleet teleported. Come to reinforce, countless interstellar citizens were excited. Although they didn't know what the three major civilizations were doing, it was a good thing to change. Through the broadcast screen, countless people followed the small fleet, watching it pass through the military formation and connect with the main ship of the joint fleet. At the same time, all crew members, including Commander Simon, stood up to welcome the visitors in the main ship command room of the three major civilized fleets. The sound of footsteps slowly approached the corridor, and a group of guys with different appearances walked into the command room. Seeing this, the crew was slightly turbulent, and excited chat sounded deliberately lower the voice, and the names of the people were reported as clearly as possible. The Dark Emperor Claudi, Thunder User, Leader Padro, Military Flag Enid, the Golden Ring of the Glorious Federation, Super Tutor Verena, Guardian Ma, the God Selector Ernos of the Void Sect, Mechanic Disaster Francisco, Saint Monin, are all big figures. At this time, all the direct lines of the three civilizations were super A-level, with dozens of people being urgently recruited. Simon took a few steps forward and nodded to everyone. Everyone, I won't talk anymore. I guess the senior management has given orders, and everyone knows what to do. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads and looked out of the porthole, locking their eyes on Han Xiao, who was entrenched in the starry sky. Ulu grinned, revealing a hint of grimness. Don't worry, since we have arrived, he can't continue to show off his power. I'll leave the Black Star to you. Simon nodded. The fleet firefighting was a signal of a full-scale war. Before the ultimatum period, the three major civilizations did not allow the group army to take action, but the Black Star jumped out to call in the name of his own and could use the high-level combat power to test it. Therefore, the three major civilizations called their direct descendants and did not want to see the Black Star continue to clamor and plan to kill the might of the association and put pressure on it. At this time, Verena, with long hair, glanced at everyone and said slowly, Black Star is famous and has a brilliant record, which is extremely difficult to deal with. But if she fights around at the beginning, it will be bad in appearance. Only Claudi, Olu, and Ernos are capable of fighting against Black Star alone. Who among you three will go first? Hearing this, everyone's eyes turned to the three of them, and most of them looked at Ernos, who is recognized as the strongest. Ernos lowered his eyes and remained silent, as if he was not interested in the task. This is true. If the head of the Zuling sect had not ordered him to come and scoop the formation, he would not have wanted to leave the Temple of Pantheon at all. Seeing that he didn't speak, Everyone looked away and looked at Claudia. "You used to work with Black Star and should know his abilities better than we do," said Verena. Claudia frowned. "I know no more than you." Just then, Ulu interrupted him. "Stop fighting. I'll deal with him. I wanted to fight with He Xing for a long time. Maybe I can take him down directly." Seeing this, everyone nodded, but no one competed with him. At this time, Verena pointed her forehead with her fingers, and a white light came out and fell on Ulu. Ulu shuddered, feeling the energy in his body begin to rush and roar, and his ability strength has increased step by step. "Hey, I can handle Black Star even without strengthening." Ulu twitched, not very grateful. "It's all for the sake of security." Verena's face remained unchanged. She is the director of the Guanghui Federal Superpower Research Institute. She has compound superpowers, mainly tends to assist, strengthen the abilities of other superpowers, and can analyze the development tendencies of target abilities and formulate a complete training plan. This is also the origin of her nickname Super Tutor. A few minutes later, Han Xiao, who was closing his eyes in the middle of the battlefield, suddenly browsed and slowly opened his eyes. In his sight, a familiar figure emerged from the array of 3 civilized fleets, floating not far away from him, exuding a powerful aura exclusively to the peak Super A level. "Olu." Han Xiao spoke softly. His voice sounded in the wide area channel. Ulu narrowed his eyes. "I heard that if the association wants to hand over the technology, I have to pass your level first. As long as I can beat me, I can't consider it." Han Xiao didn't care and answered casually. Upon hearing this, Ulu's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, "Then you can start thinking now." After that, his momentum rose rapidly, and dense golden circles unfolded behind him, connecting a dazzling golden world. The energy seemed to be endless, which was the dimension of the golden treasure ship on which he relied for his fame. Seeing this, Han Xiao shook his head and spoke slowly. "Do you want to consider joining the association and enjoying the resurgence of the sanctuary? In this way, you won't die in vain if you wait a moment." Just as Han Xiao and Ulu were sighted at each other, and interstellar citizens from all over the world who watched the live broadcast heard the brief conversation between the two sides on the wide area channel and were immediately excited. "I heard that as long as he can win Black Star with high-level combat power, he will consider compromising. This is a turning point. If Black Star keeps its promise, then defeating him can eliminate the war and avoid a full-scale war. The 3 civilizations work hard, and the peace of the universe depends on you. Winning is a great achievement. I feel that Black Star is at least the leader in the Super A level. Can the 3 civilizations settle him? Besides, his value in Veen's card is too high. I think Ulu is not good. Is it time to play cards now? You will know if you can win or not." "That's right. If you can use card skills to decide the outcome and engage in a card-playing diplomacy, it would be much easier." Countless interstellar citizens have come up with expectations again. No matter whether what Black Star said is true or false, they can only pin their hopes on this statement now. No one is willing to break out in the war, and it is a good thing as long as there is a turning point. At this moment, in the eyes of many interstellar citizens, Black Star seems to have become a villain who makes trouble. As long as he fucks him, he can maintain world peace. There are counting one, and countless people cheered up the 3 major civilizations in their hearts, wishing they could see the Black Star lying down the next second. On the other hand, in the main ships of the 3 major civilized joint fleets, other direct Super A-class were looking at the 2 people confronting each other in the command room, preparing to watch the battle and surplus formation here. "Do you think Ulu can settle the Black Star?" someone asked. "The chances of winning are less than half. If Black Star is so easy to deal with, the superiors would not have summoned all of us to come and scoop up the formation." Verena shook her head. "Then let him go alone? Although it's not good to fight, it's embarrassing to lose a one-on-one challenge, right?" User was puzzled. "I didn't expect Ulu to win." Francisco, who was standing aside, interjected, "With Ulu's strength and Valina's strengthening, it is enough to fight with Black Star back and forth, mainly for testing." Verena nodded and explained, Yes, Black Star has not taken action publicly for decades. With his growth rate, the previous information is probably outdated, and no one knows what level he is now. With Aulu's strength, you can force Black Star to produce the real skills and collect information for us, so that we can formulate targeted countermeasures. Anyway, we have 10 days, so we don't have to hurry up. Knowing ourselves and our opponents can improve our chances of winning. Hearing this, everyone agreed. The shadow of the famous tree. The Black Stars are rampant in the universe for decades, and have long been recognized as a fierce man in the A-level circle, and few people present dare to underestimate him. Aluna is the peak super A-level powerhouse in the first echelon of the universe, and is the best among them. He directly asked him to take the lead in testing the Black Star from the beginning, which in everyone's eyes has paid enough attention. Just as many direct lines were thinking about their own thoughts, Han Xiao and Ulu, who were confronting each other in the center of the battlefield, immediately fought, like thunder in the sky and earth fire. I saw a strong light lit up in Ulu's eyes, igniting the dimension of the golden treasure ship. The next moment, a series of dazzling golden beams like fountains shot out from the dense rings behind him, and the scene was like a volley of guns on the side. Han Xiao was unmoved, his body was shocked, and the mechanical force flashed suddenly. Through compression ball innovation martial body, the mechanical force hidden inside him immediately shot out of the body with the mechanical force, and instantly unfolded, turning into a black mechanical legion, setting up a thick phantom shield, blocking Han Xiao, forming a matrix barrier. A dense golden beam of light, like a rainstorm, bombarded the ghost barrier. Golden light particles like broken jade splashed everywhere, and blue-purple arcs jumped wildly. Seeing this, Ulu immediately increased his efforts and summoned golden rings, spraying endlessly with scorching golden beams, bombing Han Xiao's mechanical troops, as if energy is worthless. His superpower is to communicate the dimensions of the golden treasure ship. He borrows the energy in it, and is also a master of infinite blue volume. He is best at the firepower coverage of large openings and closings, and often uses infinite energy to kill his opponents. The golden treasure ship itself is a special secondary dimension, with very destructive energy and a compound function. Han Xiao's information flashed through his mind, but he was not slow at hand. He opened the secondary dimension barracks with his backhand, and more mechanical troops rushed out. The secret energy barrier suddenly became many times thicker. Ulu let out fierce firepower like a storm. The escort troops blocking Han Xiao remained motionless, leaving Han Xiao without any need to dodge. He simply summoned the mechanical throne, sat up, and stayed there to command the troops. At the same time, the long-range troops in the mechanical legion also began to fight back, and the melee troops, led by the apostle weapons, charged towards Ulu from all directions. The next moment, the double convenience battled fiercely. The scene was hot, and each other was unscrupulously pouring out firepower, and all kinds of beams of light filled the battlefield. The combined fleet of the three major civilizations had to retreat for a distance and set up a shield to avoid being affected. Han Xiao sat upright on the mechanical throne, his eyes following Ulu, with a bright light flashing in his eyes. Although the infinite blue quantity is one of the characteristics of super-level qualitative change, in his opinion, this ability has a weakness that is not a weakness. That is, no matter how much energy reserves are, the output power is still limited, and the energy level is Aulu's output upper limit. Ulu's energy level is firmly in the first echelon, not far behind Suri. After receiving the bonus from Verena, it rose a lot, but compared with Han Xiao's current energy level, it is still much worse. It has been developing in a low-key manner for decades. So many specialties bonuses are not for nothing. The combat power is already extremely amazing. You can gain a stable advantage without opening the character card. This is the advantage of hard power. Han Xiao only took out 10 apostle weapons, caught Olu and slashed it wildly. With exquisite cooperation, Olu was quite embarrassed. With his mechanical power bonus, the combat power of the apostle weapons has now steadily reached Super A level, and can even compete with high-level Super A level. With such a big advantage, you don't need to use fancy operations at all. Just F2A is done. One word can summarize the current situation. Crushing the situation. This person is limited threat to me. It's not my opponent. It's only a matter of time to lose to me. Hey, it will be a hard time to beat you. Why do I get so many specialties? After looking at it for a while, Han Xiao raised his lips, shook his head, and opened the panel and took a look. Shortly after Ulu launched the challenge, the long-lost Super A-level challenge mission finally appeared again. The one-on-one challenge in front of so many people is obviously influential enough to trigger the mission. The task type is still enough time to persist, and the best reward is to draw a character card in one of the opponent's abilities. The fat sheep that comes to your door. My favorite thing is to fight one-on-one. Isn't this forcing me to fight with war? Han Xiao smiled secretly. He was very at ease and patiently commanded the Legion's operations. His various expertise was taking effect, constantly improving his state, and his fighting was getting easier and easier. On the other hand, Ulu was very uncomfortable in the fight. In the eyes of outsiders, the Mechanical Legion is like a black bee swarm, surrounding Ulu and constantly rushing back and forth. Although the golden beam of Ulu can destroy mechanical troops from time to time, the vacant position will be quickly filled by other mechanical warriors, and the damaged machinery will be quickly reorganized and put into the battlefield again. It seemed that Ulu was like an insect falling on a spider web. He could only struggle in vain, breaking through again and again, and was surrounded again, and was defeated by the sea of people. Ulu's face had changed at this time, leaving only a solemnity. He has fought with the peak Super A-level mechanic. This level of firepower venting has generally made the opponent's Mechanical Legion flaw, but until now, the Black Star's mechanical force is still like a large airtight net, covering him tightly, and it is full of resilience, as if it can't be broken. Especially these 10 dog-skin plaster-like apostle weapons were exaggerated, which not only made him feel quite difficult, but he also didn't dare to take it lightly. A carelessness might be absent on the spot. The war of attrition was his strength, but now it was suppressed. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ulu couldn't help but look at the Black Star behind the mechanical group, and seemed to have some idea, which happened to meet Han Xiao's unconscious gaze. Just a glance at each other, Ulu's heart trembled, and he quickly dispelled his attempt to behead his face. I almost forgot that this guy is not a normal mechanic. He has really suddenly passed by. I don't know who cuts whom. He doesn't want to kill a girl in his arms. Unable to find a breaking point, Ulu became more and more anxious, so he had to adhere to the idea of bombing and pour out his firepower indiscriminately. However, the injuries on his body continued to increase over time. The battle lasted for a long time, and the scene was always so simple and crude, without any fancy. At this moment, Ulu suddenly burst out, and the golden energy set off a wave, repelling the surrounding mechanical warriors, allowing him to break out of the encirclement again. However, he did not charge towards Han Xiao, but fled in the opposite direction, rushing into the array of the 3 civilized fleets, and with the help of warships as a barrier, he quickly stayed away from the battlefield. Seeing this, Han Xiao raised his palm and asked the mechanical troops to stop, but did not chase after him and attack the joint fleet. Watching Ulu escape into the main ship, Han Xiao then shouted on the WN channel with a smile on his tone, "That's it." After the words came, Han Xiao waved his hand and took back the mechanical warriors on the field without any breath of fireworks, as if he had just done a trivial thing. After doing all this, Han Xiao continued to sit upright on the mechanical god throne, holding his chin with one hand and tilting his head to look at the 3 civilized fleets. "Next, please change someone who can warm up to me." Seeing this scene, the many interstellar citizens who had high hopes for Ulu were immediately poured down by a basin of cold water. The small flame of hope was instantly extinguished, leaving only depressedness. "Just you're defeated? It seems that Black Star didn't get up from beginning to end. Isn't it too relaxed?" Countless interstellar citizens felt stuffy in their chests, unable to get up and down, and they wanted to vomit blood. They thought they could see a battle, but they didn't expect that Aulu would be so simple and lost. He was really incompetent and had a misunderstanding of enthusiasm. Because he is not a powerful Superman, most people cannot understand the details of the battle and only know that Black Star is sitting still. Olu is beaten to flee by the opponent's mechanical troops and is embarrassed to be left home. From beginning to end, neither of the two bodies collided at once. Ulu was embarrassed, and Black Star was beaten with blood. Everyone was not sure about the strength of the Super A level, so they could only judge from their performance. Then a doubt arose in the minds of many interstellar citizens. Is it too bad, or is it too powerful for the Black Star? On the other side, among the three major civilizations, the direct lineman who was watching the game, seeing this result, all fell silent, with shock and doubt flashing in his eyes. As the saying goes, laymen watch the excitement, and experts watch the tricks. Only those who are Super A levels know what information this seemingly unsuspecting battle contains, and they just feel chilling. The strength of the mechanical force of the Black Star has raised the performance of the Mechanical Legion to a higher level, which is simply a crushing energy level. The gap is so big. Verina's eyes widened, looking disbelief. She knew that Ulu had a low chance of winning, but she didn't expect that Black Star could win so easily, and use the traditional Legion-style playing style to beat Ulu away. Originally, I hoped that Ulu would force Black Star to facilitate their intelligence to collect information, but unexpectedly, Ulu could not even complete the temptation mission and was completely crushed by Black Star, and he didn't force out any trump card. This feeling is like a skill to go up to cheat the opponent, but was taken away by a simple and unpretentious ping, eh? After all, Olu is also a strong man in the first echelon. He is not a stinky fish and rotten shrimp, but he is so cowardly that he has not gained any advantage from beginning to end. How strong is Black Star? He wasn't that powerful before. Claudia spoke solemnly. The only explanation is that his strength has improved over the past few decades and has been deeply hidden. It's not easy to deal with now. User looked grim. I guess you won't be a match for Black Star if you go up. Claudia was silent, without refuting, and also lost confidence. If he hadn't known Eulu's character well, he would have almost suspected Eulu had let go. I'd better underestimate this guy. My wings are full. Claudia slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling heavy. Just then, the hatch opened and Ulu walked in. Because he was really afraid that He Xing would lift his ashes, he ran away when he saw that the situation was not good. The injuries on his body were very mild, but he looked dazed and could not accept that he lost as simple as he could. Who I am? Where am I? What am I going to do? Everyone looked back at him, their eyes mixed, and they didn't know what to say. Brother, this is the first you have asked for. Thank you for thundering for us. Didi. Just then, Verina's encrypted communicator sounded, and the big basin of the glorious President Lewis appeared on the screen with a dissatisfaction expression. The heads of the three major civilizations were also watching the live broadcast of battlefield monitoring, and were quite dissatisfied with the results of the battle just now. What are you doing? I asked you to go over and support, but I didn't want to get beaten up. Sorry, I wanted to test it just now, but the gap between Black Star's strength and intelligence was too big, and something unexpected happened. Verina had to go aside and lower her voice to explain. Don't be careless anymore. Ulu lost so easily, which was not good for Guanghui's reputation. I don't want similar situations to happen again. Lewis was silent for a few seconds, suppressing his inner fear and anger, and instructed in a deep voice. Okay. Velina hung up the communication with a helpless expression. After losing for a while, the superiors came to hold accountable. Generally speaking, the senior management would not be so impatient. I guess he was also shocked by the battle situation just now and could not sit still. He quickly hinted that their direct descendants were increasing their efforts. She knew very well the intention of the senior management to recruit all the members of the direct descendants. She believed that so many direct descendants were in charge, not to mention killing Black Star, they could at least rely on the advantage of the number of people to fight Black Star back and kill the powerful. At first, Verina was full of confidence, but now she was a little weak. The senior management had such an idea based on intelligence records of the strength of Black Star. However, Black Star's latest public record was still at the battle with Manison decades ago. At that time, the two were in a difficult and extremely popular way. Black Star spent a lot of effort to defeat the dominant clone of the armed country. So in the eyes of the three civilizations, Black Star and the peak Manison are in the same level, with a slight advantage in strength, but there is no essential difference. Therefore, the three civilizations think that as long as they pull out all their direct lines, it is enough to teach Black Star a lesson. After all, there are 3 peaks and Super A levels, among which the God Selector is recognized as the strongest. Even the military country will be fucked, and there is no reason to fail. However, the strength that Black Star has just shown has refreshed the cognition of the 3 civilizations. Ulu, who is also in the first echelon, was defeated so embarrassingly. Black Star obviously did not use all its strength, and even his signature ability was not forced out. Although he knew that Black Star had developed low-key for decades, and the intelligence was outdated, the gap was too big. What should I do next? Everyone suppressed his inner emotions and looked at each other. Even though he was shocked, the task assigned by the superiors still had to be carried out. Verena pondered for a while and said, the goal's strength was beyond expectations. One-on-one challenge was for nothing. It seemed that she could only fight less. Let's discuss how to deal with him. The group of people discussed it in a slight manner, as if they were facing a great enemy. They were all suppressed by Han Xiao's combat power. Even if they wanted to fight, they would not dare to take action rashly before discussing a reliable plan. Erno stood at the edge of the crowd and did not participate in the discussion. He looked up at the porthole and stared at Han Xiao in the distance. His eyes changed in his eyes, and he murmured to himself, the energy level is estimated to be above 110,000. At least there is a divine transformation route that is complete. It is worth enlightening. On the other side, in the main ship of the mechanical clan, many crew members were cheered by the crushing battle. In front of the porthole, Manison silently looked at Han Xiao's back in front of him. Although his clone had no expression, his heart was filled with shock. Is this guy so powerful? Manison was also shocked. His impression of Han Xiao was still in the past. He hadn't seen Black Star take action for a long time. Although he knew that he was probably no longer a match for Black Star, he never thought that the gap was so big. Even if he came to deal with Ulu, he would be far from being so easy and freehand. Without a dark battle, he could not decide the winner. Black Star is getting deeper and unfathomable. How did he practice? When he found that Black Star was leaving himself behind, he could no longer understand Han Xiao's limit. Manison couldn't help feeling complicated and a little sore. However, after a few seconds of struggling, Manison felt relieved and sighed softly in his heart. Perhaps only such a person can lead the Super A class to the next level. Having such a leader is a blessing for Super A level in this era. Black Star may only have the foundation. Manison's eyes moved and made up his mind. He was not a stingy person. If Black Star needed it now, he would not mind lending his own mechanical creation to Black Star for use. Black Star's ability, coupled with my background, is unlikely to find an opponent in the universe. Manison's thoughts flew around. I just said that the 3 civilizations are so proud that how could they easily come up with a guy comparable to the Black Star? Joy and 4 old otakus looked at the broadcast screen and showed relief. They had only fought with Black Star more than a year ago. They're the group of people in the universe who know the Black Star's combat power best. They were beaten till their confidence collapsed. Until now, they were scared when they saw Black Star. Just now, they saw that only one O had sent to fight. Joy and others were extremely surprised. They thought that the 3 civilizations had hidden dragons and slumped tigers and had masters comparable to Black Star, which made several people feel uneasy. However, seeing the one-sided results, Joy and others realized that they were thinking too much and had a false alarm. They thought that the big brother was the one who took the action, and it turned out to be his stinky younger brother. The information of the 3 civilizations is also too behind. It is only a peak Super A level, which is probably not enough to be blocked between the Black Star. Joey shook his head. If they want to gain an advantage, they can only fight less, just like we did in the past. Joey was a little embarrassed. Black Star seemed to be very relaxed to deal with the four of us, and I don't know where his limit lies. It's hidden deep and not exposed. Do you think he would have expected this day long? So he's been in the outside world for decades? Who knows? Several people whispered. The territory of the mechanical clan, the center of the battlefield. After fighting Ulu, the three civilizations seemed to be shocked and did not immediately send new people to fight. Han Xiao sat on the mechanical throne and calmed down for a moment. It seems that the three civilizations have not expected my strength to be high enough. Looking at the three major civilized fleets without movement, Han Xiao curled his lips secretly. He has developed in a low-key manner for decades, and during this period, only the Covenant, the Escaper, and Sui have seen his combat power, and the outside world knows almost nothing about it. The main reason is that there is no chance to take action publicly. The Super A-level circle is still very narrow, and there are only a few who can fight. When he beat Joey and others more than a year ago, Han Xiao made a rough judgment on his own strength. Without 11 or 2 high-level Super A-level, it is difficult to threaten him. Now, not only the effects of various growth expertise are steadily improving, but also the Ancient Man and the first exclusive specialty. At the same time, some unique technologies have been derived from SWY-001. The judgment of strength in the past is not accurate, and the number of Super A-level that can be dealt with will increase. To fight Ulu, it is just an appetizer for him. His wave comes with the mentality of big killing and special killing, letting the outside world see what kind of strength is worthy of being the Super A-level leader, and try to get the expertise. In such a big scene, he doesn't believe that there is no chance to fight. Seeing that the three civilizations have no movement for the time being, Han Xiao is not idle. Open the panel, and the challenge task triggered by Ulu has been shown to be completed. Now that he can't go, he has no chance to take advantage of his luck. Han Xiao directly chose to settle the plan to support the battle to the end. Super A-level challenge mission - Golden Ring Ulu has been completed. You have completed all the task requirements, and you have obtained 860 experience. You have obtained People Advent Card - Golden Ring Ulu. Character Advent Card, Golden Ring Ulu. Golden Treasure Ship, Crashing Angle. Condensing energy in the dimension of the Golden Treasure Ship in the body, conducting long-distance charge and collision. The charge process is in a domineering state, exempting any control skills, causing high melee damage. Maximum number of use, 0/3. Oh, face striking skill, good thing. Han Xiao's eyes lit up, and he accepted it with a smile. Unfortunately, Ulu didn't use this move to charge just now. Otherwise, he would be able to move his muscles and give the opponent a blow to Ulla. If you have a chance in the future, see if you can get rid of the sarcasm skills. I feel that this functional shortcoming is missing in my combat system. Han Xiao was thinking, if you shout, "Come here," you can make the enemy throw yourself into your arms. It will be exciting to think about it. Shaking his head, he put away his distracting thoughts and looked at the subsequent ability, Drawing Prompt. You get reward. Draw one of Ulu's ability, skill/feature. Tip: Ulu is a psychic, and some of the extractable abilities have been automatically adjusted according to your profession. Random drawing. Drawing is completed. Please select one of the following 5 abilities as a reward. 1. Energy Fine Control. Expertise. Increase energy manipulation by greatly enhancing energy manipulation by 10%. 2. Second Dimension Affinity. Expertise. Increase your chances of establishing connections with certain secondary dimensions, and when you borrow the power of the secondary dimension, the effect is improved in all aspects. 3. Active Braking. Skill. Stimulate cells, briefly improve cell activity, limit of health, strength, and physical strength plus 10% 20%, basic recovery rate plus 50% 100%, lasting for 15 minutes. 4. Exquisite Taste. Expertise. Charming plus 15%, you are more likely to get favor from certain types of characters. 5. Phase Flashing. Skill. Use the secondary dimension to perform phase movement, and you can temporarily avoid most attacks and cool for 6 minutes. No, your luck is still average. Han Xiao smacked his lips. After all, the professions are different, and most of the core abilities of psychics cannot be drawn. There are not always surprises like Gouda. I scanned and made a choice. You have obtained a new feat, second dimension affinity. He now has links to the void dimension and the underworld dimension, and racial talent is also related to the void dimension. Choosing this feat can also indirectly strengthen a wave of talent abilities. As for the other options, it is either too ordinary or there are substitutes, and the general is drawn from the dwarf. In contrast, the ability of this character card is even better. After all, it is a domineering state with exemption control, and it will be effective if it is used well. After settlement, Han Xiao saw that the 3 civilizations still had no movement, so he simply started the forum. It took most of this time, and when the ultimatum time was only 8.5 days left, the 3 civilizations finally took the second move. 13 direct linemen came out of the A-level crowd. When Han Xiao came to the front, he closed the forum and looked at it. He saw that Claudia and Ulu were among them, obviously leading the way. Such a lineup was quite exaggerated. If it was a head-on battle, no one in the universe could deal with it except for the unknown god selectors. Moreover, it was not like the Hella defense battle. The team had the same goals and would not have any acts of letting go. Oh, not one fight alone? Han Xiao teased his tone. Ulu's expression was embarrassed. He was stunned just now. Now he has adjusted. He felt embarrassed and felt embarrassed. He just felt embarrassed to be thrown into his grandma's house. If he had known, he wouldn't have been talking so much, and he really couldn't hold his face. At this time, Claudia took the conversation and said slowly, "Hey Xing, your strength is indeed outstanding, but since you have come forward to fight, you shouldn't mind fighting with more, right? Whatever you do, no matter how many super A-level you come to, as long as you can repel me, the previous agreement will count." Han Xiao didn't care. Claudia nodded, suddenly changed his mind and said, "Your Highness, the First Nations asked me to ask you a question. Gouda, you actually killed it, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, other direct descendants looked at him, and even many viewers were stunned. The Gouda incident was once a hot topic, and many people still had a vague impression. Now that the old story is being brought up again, many people think about it again. "Oh, I warn you, we are hostile, but if we throw dirty water, I will not recognize it." Han Xiao's face remained unchanged. Claudia refused to give in and said in a deep voice, "You were originally an ally of the Empire, and we did not doubt you, but there were too many suspicions in the first place. In recent years, you have become more and more over the top, and the suspicion has become increasingly greater. There are sufficient reasons to attack Gouda. Sorokin may not be the murderer, but the target of being blamed." Han Xiao waved his hand, interrupted him, and said casually, "I have to tell evidence when speaking, and I have never thought of killing Gouda. Do you think you can clear your suspicion? Hey, I have a clear conscience." Han Xiao didn't care. "Of course, I didn't have the idea of killing Gouda, but just sealed it. It was not a lie. Besides, Gouda is a matter of a strange god. I'm afraid no one knows it except himself. He never regrets catching this guy, but unfortunately no one knows his contribution." As he said that, Han Xiao stood up from the throne of the gods, and the gate of the secondary dimensional barracks unfolded on both sides of him. Faced with such a formation, Han Xiao did not dare to be arrogant. These 13 direct lines are not simple. It is estimated that the 3 major civilizations have equipped everyone with cosmic treasures, and they may have any killer moves, and when they cooperate, the power they exert is not a simple addition. However, they attach importance to their opponents in their hearts and will not show it in their mouths. 13 super A-level. Make do, at least they can make me use some force. As he said, the black mechanical core arrived again, gathered beside Han Xiao, quickly merged, and used the mechanical god as soon as he started. Seeing this, Claudia and others dispersed one after another, appearing as semi-encircled formation, emitting energy fluctuations, colliding with Han Xiao's momentum in the air. The energy reading in the field soared rapidly, and the time and space stability rate began to fluctuate significantly. Just as both sides were about to break out, a mechanical god suddenly appeared in the fleet of the armed tribe. It was Manison, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. The next moment, Manison suddenly threw the mechanical emperor trident in his hand towards Han Xiao, and a bunch of cosmic treasure-level equipment on the body of the mechanical god also disintegrated and came toward Han Xiao. Han Xiao reached out and caught the mechanical emperor trident wrapped around the Arc. Manison's special equipment for mechanical gods was loaded on his mechanical god's body, and the control was transferred to Han Xiao, and his appearance became much more gorgeous immediately. He looked back in surprise and heard Manison speak in the channel. "Since they fight less, I will lend you my weapon. Although it's not necessary, thank you." Han Xiao weighed the trident of the mechanic emperor, feeling complicated. Old Maitu has always attached importance to technology confidentiality and regards these cosmic treasure-level equipment as his wife. Usually I can only sneak it up quietly. Now, people are willing to lend it to me on their own. Damn, I was moved. Han Xiao turned his head and looked at Clot and others who were waiting for it. He skillfully twisted the halberd pole, and the cold secret energy flowed on the blade of the halberd, leaving a wave-like afterimage on the retina of the spectator. "Old Maitu, you are so generous this time, so I will show you the new work of the mechanic." As soon as he finished speaking, blood and energy suddenly exploded, quickly crawling over the body of the mechanical god, and his appearance underwent subtle changes. These endless blood and energy seemed to weave flesh and blood on the mechanical god. A strange energy fluctuation emanated, bringing stronger pressure to the super A-level present. Claudia and others were in a panic, staring at Han Xiao, who was changing rapidly in surprise. How come this guy's mechanical god is different from others? Thank you for the short and weak skin armor. Thank you for the reward of Qi Jiang. The end of this chapter. In just a blink of an eye, the dark mechanical god changed. Countless flesh and blood grew out of the gaps in the mechanical structure, like the roots of a plant, quickly rooted in the huge body with a mixed root. The original mechanical body seemed to have become a skeleton, and the twisted flesh and blood tissue covered it, turning from a mechanical giant to a biochemical giant. In the process of deformation, the energy fluctuations released by Han Xiao seemed to be synchronously amplified, and individual energy readings that broke the record were displayed on the radar screens of each warship. At the same time, the bright red blood energy and the golden mechanical arc were entangled with each other, like dispersed steam, constantly emanating from the surface of the mechanical gods, which was very eye-catching. The surrounding mechanical core reflect the battlefield, making the battlefield look golden red. Claudia and his group looked at this scene in shock, feeling a faint pressure coming, and palpitations arise, awakening the long-clogged memories. This feeling is like the life-level pressure they experienced when they were young. Since they entered the Super A level, they have not felt it for a long time. What the hell? I've never seen a mechanical god of this type. Ulu's expression changed drastically. I have never seen other mechanics use it. 80 mostly, it is a technology created by Black Star. It seems to be a bit of a superb shadow. It should be some kind of explosion method. It looks not simple. Be careful. Claudia's face was extremely solemn. On the other hand, Manison also opened his eyes wide and was surprised. What trick is this? As a veteran mechanic, he didn't understand it for a while and was extremely puzzled. This is not like the operation that a mechanic should do. What does Black Star usually study? But after a closer look, Manison suddenly felt a little detail. It seems that there are traces of prisoner skills. Black Star shouldn't be a prisoner who is retraining. Manison was a little confused. Just when everyone was surprised, the space shook, and a circle of energy rings suddenly exploded where the mechanical god was. When they looked again, the mechanical god's huge body disappeared from the spot, dragging a series of traces of lightning. It had already reached the sight of Clot and others, and it was as if it was teleportation, and its body shape did not drag down speed at all. A halberd rolled up the blue secret energy like water waves, as if it had penetrated the dark universe curtain and instantly poked in front of Claudia. Gateway Fist, Whirlblade. At the critical moment, Claudia took a deep breath and absorbed the dark energy that spread throughout the universe, rolling in like a tide, colliding with the halberd blade. Bang! The next moment, the ring-shaped shock wave suddenly burst out from the collision point. Claudia's figure shot out like a cannonball, like a fleeting beam of light that instantly crashed through a row of warship hulls, leaving a series of gaps that were transparent to the front and back. As soon as they met, the Dark Emperor, the pillar of the Red Empire, was knocked away. Many direct, super A-level reactions instantly. Without even being surprised, they immediately used their own means to cooperate with each other and launched a siege toward Han Xiao, and the battle started instantly. At the same time, Claudia's serious voice sounded from the team channel. "Don't fight him head-on." Claudia finally stopped flying backwards and rushed back to the battlefield, covering his body with a crystal yellow prismatic shield, and at this time there were cracks everywhere. This shield is not his skill, but it stimulates a protective universe treasure and has extremely strong defense. Since the three major civilizations sent their direct descendants to fight against Black Star, they would naturally not be stingy with the cosmic treasures at hand, and distributed several pieces to each direct descendant. Although he was not injured, the power of Han Xiao's sprint still shocked Claudia. Although the defense of the body-protecting universe treasure he used is not as good as the perverted space-time amber, it is also extremely outstanding. If the peak damage does not meet the standard, it can almost be exempted from all attacks. Even he himself has to accumulate strength for a period of time to break it. Unexpectedly, he was almost crushed by Han Xiao. Hearing Claudia's prompt, more than a dozen direct super-level teams scattered and sieged. The mechanics summoned the troops, and the magicians also pulled out the army of summoning objects to cover the sky and the sun and restrain Han Xiao. At the same time, Han Xiao's mechanical corps also followed and participated in the battle. Both sides had a human season tactic, which immediately turned into a big melee. Han Xiao transformed into a mechanical god, and a three holy halberd of the armored emperor opened and closed, shaving waves in the sea of people. He basically injured himself when he rubbed him and died when he hit him. The blade of the halberd swept over and crushed large swaths of the enemy in an unparalleled manner. The long-range weapons were not idle either. They kept pouring out firepower, chasing the direct, super A-level shooting, and their bodies were covered with electromagnetic and space force fields. Once they got closer, they were either fixed in midair or crushed and penetrated. This form of mechanical god is the product of Han Xiao's imitation of SWI-001. It is called mechanical god semi-revitalization. It is based on SWI-001 and integrates multiple abilities to finally form a special transformation technology. It is an advanced version of mechanical god, and its performance has increased significantly compared to the regular version. The prerequisite requirements are not only Jadaliu, Blood Chi Furious, but also Hellas Death Energy and Aurora's Life Energy. In recent years, he studied the principles and properties of these two special energies through the energy analysis of the Gauda character card and obtained some results. It was fused in, which made the blood energy return into flesh and blood tissue, as if it was secondary growth. At the same time, part of the principles of prisoner technology was indeed used here to successfully harmonize the symbiotic relationship between superpower cells and mechanical structures. These flesh and blood tissues greatly increase the power output power. But the reason for semi-active is that the function of flesh and blood tissue is not complete enough. The ideal state is the SWI-001 model. That is, flesh and blood tissue increases both output and supplies energy, balanced and perfect like an independent living body. But Han Xiao failed to completely replicate this mechanism. After the reverse transformation, the flesh and blood cells covering the mechanical gods only increased their output, but it was difficult to generate energy, which means that the consumption increased but the upper limit of the blue volume remained unchanged, and the supply broke the balance. I don't know if it was because of one person that the flesh and blood formed a certain conservation, and it was never able to reach the form of SWY-001, which led to the extremely exaggerated consumption of maintaining mechanical god semi-revitalization. Even the blue bars with peak Super A level are hard to bear. However, Han Xiao's evolutionary route has now reached the peak of the void system and has become engaging with the void dimension. Like Sour, he borrows the power of the void. Even if he is not beaten, he can absorb nearly infinite blue amount and is not afraid of consumption at all. Han Xiao's instantaneous combat power was too amazing, and he fought a group of Super A-level runaway. But after the initial impact, Claude and his group gradually adapted to this pressure, and the two sides fought fiercely, making it difficult to separate. Claude and Ulu are both the top A-level teams, with their energy levels exceeding 9W, and have also accepted various enhancements. Although they are not Han Xiao's opponents in single fights, they can join forces to increase their combat power. In particular, the two of them have both firepower bombing types with great power, and they don't care about the blue amount. They are extremely suitable for this large-scale team battle. They cooperate with various protective universe treasures and endure more than 50% of Han Xiao's firepower. Moreover, Claude and Ulu also have a group of teammates with great strength. There are more than two of them who have passed the 7W threshold than the A level. Most of the people guarding the secondary dimension base are elites and generally do not show up very much. Zizizi, a series of staggering plasma arcs form a jumping lightning chain, traversing in the mechanical core, causing huge damage. Gyuzer was covered in blue lightning, and he rolled up a lightning storm, just like the arrival of Thunder God. From time to time, he raised his hand to shoot out dense electromagnetic cannons, bombarding Han Xiao's protective force field, and exploded with sparks. He was a figure who joined the army in the same era as Claude. Although his potential was not as good as Claude, he was also a powerful Super A-level. Otherwise, he would not have been sent by the Empire to guard the secondary dimension outposts all year round. On the other hand, Monin, a saint dressed in ascetic monk, flashed in a series of figures in the mechanical core with the help of some phase-moving universe treasures, and his fists and feet were hit hard or slow, as if hitting a transparent barrier. The particles in a large area of space resonated, causing continuous range vibration damage to Han Xiao's mechanical troops. Although he was a martial artist, a large number of universe treasures on his body made up for many shortcomings. Leader Padro summoned endless summoning creatures and alchemy golems to fight with Han Xiao's mechanical troops, including many boss-level units, regardless of casualties, and crazily restrain Han Xiao's apostle weapons. The military flag. Enid continued to activate his abilities, providing a large-scale encouragement and increase for all friendly units present. The 13 Direct Line Super A-level team not only has outstanding personal strength, but also has a tacit understanding of the cooperation. In addition, the treasures of the universe were stalemate with Han Xiao for a while, and also withstood the pressure of dozens of apostles' weapons. Han Xiao is not willing to be outdone. The cosmic treasure equipment he has created over the years has taken turns to fight. Even when facing this luxurious lineup, he still plays with offense and defense, and does not fall passively. Another halberd took Claude away, and Han Xiao glanced at the battle situation and thoughts flew around. The stalemate on the court is stalemate, but his pressure is not great, mainly because the opponent's threat is limited. Although he will not be able to break the siege of this group of people for a while, the situation is not dangerous. His own individual strength has an absolute advantage. As long as he is partially single-on-one, he can form a crush. Neither Claude nor Ulu can stop his fierce offensive, but others will inevitably come up to restrain and cooperate closely to resolve this danger. Start with the weak links and open a breakthrough. The essence of a group fight is to catch someone and beat him up. Han Xiao changed the attack target without saying a word, and turned his halberd blade and rushed towards the weaker Super A-level. Seeing this, the other direct descendants hurriedly stepped forward to gather fire. Han Xiao didn't care and bathed in the cannon fire. The three holy salutes of the mechanical emperor flew up and down, cutting the opponent's horses over, and the heavy blow seemed to shatter the starry sky. Bang! The huge halberd blade fell again, and a blood flower suddenly exploded in the air. The direct Super A-level man was smashed out and was severely injured. Han Xiao was about to rush forward and finish the blow, but the other dozen people ignored their injuries and entangled him. On the other side, a traction beam shot out from the main ships of the three civilizations, sucking the wounded away in one go. The next moment, three direct Super A-class flew out of the main ship and joined the battle. Han Xiao's number of opponents suddenly increased to 15. The situation resumed a stalemate, and the pressure increased. Seeing this, Han Xiao's eyes flashed. Add to the oil tactic, he immediately understood the plans of the three major civilizations, leaving a group of direct troops to surround the rear. As long as someone was seriously injured by him, he would immediately pull the wounded back for treatment, and, at the same time, send more new forces to join the battle group, so as to give the fleet's advantage that it would not be attacked and provide the direct troops with the opportunity to recuperate and recover. This is equivalent to going up and fighting for a few rounds, then going down and rest, and continuing to fight, giving full play to the numerical advantage. After all, Han Xiao has only one person and cannot rest. There are dozens of direct descendants on the three major civilizations. He has decided to adopt a wheel battle, and he will have to consume his ammunition and food. I want to win, but I don't want to suffer casualties. It's so bad. Han Xiao curled his lips and said nothing. After all, there was no regulation that the three major civilizations could not fight like this. Since you want to get rid of the consumption, let's see who lasts longer. He shook his head, put aside his distractions, and calmed down and focused on fighting. The two sides fought for a long time, and this battle lasted for 6 days and 6 nights. The battlefield has been moved many times, and the field is full of mechanical fragments and summoned corpses. The scale of the troops on both sides has shrunk a lot. Whether it is Han Xiao's mechanical army or various troops with direct super-level units, they all have suffered heavy casualties and both sides are injured. The mechanical gods transformed by Han Xiao are still fighting fiercely with Claudia and others, but in comparison, Han Xiao is still alive, and many people on the three major civilizations have already shown signs of fatigue. At the same time, the number of direct Super A-level players who played has increased to 21. For 6 consecutive days, most of them consume a huge amount of money, and their condition has continued to decline. Even after more than a dozen rotations, they still can't stand it. The news media did not fall for a second, and all broadcasted in real time. Few interstellar citizens can stay in front of the screen, but whenever the show is opened, they still see the scene of a fierce battle between the two sides. I don't know how many people pray day and night that the Black Star lost quickly. However, the Black Star, besieged by this luxurious lineup, was always as strong as before and did not show its defeat. Many interstellar citizens gradually became desperate from the beginning and finally turned into numbness. They stared blankly at the fierce battle in the picture. What kind of demon is this Black Star? Wouldn't he be tired? Seeing that there was no hope of eliminating the war, more interstellar citizens were furious and racked their brains to criticize Han Xiao, as if power had turned into a sin. All the anger, panic, and dissatisfaction found the outlet of venting towards Han Xiao, the target, as if incompetent and furious. The morale of the three civilized soldiers present has been getting worse in recent days, and they are shocked by the combat power of Black Star. The senior management of his own military power gave up his stance and sieged for several days with more and less. Originally, the wheel battle was embarrassing, but now he not only couldn't defeat his opponent, but he was even killed several people. Isn't this still being beaten up? The Super A-level viewing from various channels was even more shocking. They knew the difficulty more clearly than others, as if they had known Han Xiao for the first time, and were all shocked. Although I have always known that our president is very powerful, this is too great. In the history of the Superman, there seems to be no epic record of this level, and many Super A-level players are inferior to each other. In their opinion, the combat power shown by Black Star is probably more than the Super A-level records recorded in the history of the explored universe, and it has become a unique existence. Damn it, Lao Hei is still an individual? I finally understand the meaning of the version name. Is this the meaning of the Black Star Age? It's so overwhelming. I'll ask who else. Compared with others, the player group is the most excited. After watching the action movie for 6 consecutive days, it's already boiling. No matter what the reactions of each party were, the battle on the field continued. Dang, dang, dang. The halberd blade danced, chasing a direct Super A-level series of slashes, smashing the other party's shield and causing blood flowers to explode in the air. Just when Han Xiao was about to finish the fight, Claudia and Ulu once again stood in front of him, and dark energy and golden energy shot out, colliding with the halberd blade. Boom! A dazzling explosion broke out. Claudia and Ulu retreated violently, and their injuries worsened again. At the same time, the scarred 3 holy salutes of the Mechanical Emperor were finally overwhelmed, and Kerala shattered and exploded into pieces in a bang. Han Xiao's hands were empty. He looked down and glanced around again. All the direct descendants who besieged him were Super A-level. Everyone was injured and exhausted. It seems you can't last long. Han Xiao pinched his fist and took out a melee mechanical weapon that looked like a spear. It was black and gold all over. The tip of the gun was hexagonal, which looked like a cavalry spear. It was also a cosmic treasure-level equipment, which came from the Jace technical treasure. Claudia coughed twice, spit out a cloud of blood mist, and was forced to fight, not to be outdone, and said in a deep voice, "Your troops are not left. Enough, but you and Ulu seem to be unable to do it. Others can rotate, but you can't get out of the way. Can you still hold on?" Han Xiao didn't care. Claudia was silent and could not refute. Other direct descendants can take turns to rest, but once he or Ulu is missing any backbone, the team will definitely not be able to stop the Black Star and will only be destroyed by the destruction. So after these 6 days, the two of them did not rest and were covered in bruises. Although they were not short of strength, their injuries were not light, and they were almost at the end of their strength. It would be great if the selector was willing to take action. Unfortunately, he had been watching coldly for 6 days and never took action. It seemed that he was just coming to rush into the formation. There are 2 days left in the ultimatum time, and the task assigned by the superiors may not be completed. Just as Claudia decided to make a last try, a helpless sigh suddenly sounded in the team channel. At this time, a figure flew out from the 3 major civilization main ships and entered the battlefield. Everyone turned their heads and looked at them. Their faces changed, and the visitor was Ernos, who had been silent for several days. Ignoring his teammates, Ernos looked up at Han Xiao, shook his head helplessly, and sighed. "Hey Xing, although we have only met once, I actually admire you very much and don't want to fight you. Unfortunately, I have always been a direct descendant of the Zuling sect, and the orders are hard to violate." After that, regardless of everyone's reaction, Ernos stretched out his finger and pointed at Han Xiao. The invisible energy shook, and a platinum golden light suddenly flew out of the mechanical god's body and instantly penetrated into Ernos's body. At this moment, the phantom of a giant mechanical god suddenly poked out from his back. The next moment, this mechanical god separated from his body and quickly turned from virtual to real, with Erno's face, but his appearance was extremely similar to Han Xiao's mechanical god, like a twin brother. In a messy battlefield, the second active mechanical god was born out of thin air. The weapons and equipment on him were almost exactly the same as Han Xiao's mechanical god, like a copy made from him. At this time, the imitated mechanical god was expressionless and confronted Han Xiao, and powerful energy fluctuations were continuously released. This scene immediately scared countless interstellar citizens, and their striking and suspicious eyes focused on Ernos. A new Super A-level has come out? It seems that I have never seen this person before. What ability is this? It looks very powerful. I know this person. He is the high priest of the Zuling sect. Many interstellar citizens opened their eyes wide. Their hearts rekindled, and faint hope arose. Among the super A level, Ernos is an alien with only a handful of achievements in the past. He has lived in simplicity for many years. The Zuling sect has never promoted his reputation and has a high presence in the outside world. If it weren't for the special query of information, some ordinary people might not even know that this number of people exist in the universe. But in the super A-level circle, this guy is recognized as the strongest. Seeing Ernos come forward, Eulu breathed a sigh of relief and a little angry. You finally have to bear to take action. I thought you'd keep watching. Good guy, we worked hard to death with Han Xiao for 6 days and 6 nights exhausted. You only took action at this time. I'm afraid that you didn't see the opportunity and deliberately came up to turn the tide. Ernos glanced at the many direct descendants and sighed. Thank you for your hard work. It's enough to have me here. You can go and rest. It's all like this. Do you still want to fight him? Claudi's brow frowned. I don't like to bully the less. Ernos shook his head. Do you think we like it? Claudi frowned. This is a task assigned by the superior. If you participate in the siege, we are confident that we will take down the Black Star. We still want to fight one-on-one until now. Are you too pretentious? Ernos glanced at him and said calmly, the superior just gave me a death order to ask me to help, but I told them that unless I fight alone, I will not participate in the war. They agreed to my request. If you have any objections, you can report to the head of the Red Empire. If you don't need help now, then I will go back and stay. Claudi frowned, opened the channel, and communicated with the senior officials of the Empire. He looked at Ernos deeply, and without saying a word, he turned his head and flew towards the main ship. Others also received notifications from senior management, glanced at Ernos in complexity, and left the battlefield one after another. In an instant, except for the wreckage in the sky, only Han Xiao and Ernos were left in the battlefield. Han Xiao was watching all the time. Seeing other direct descendants leaving the stage, he couldn't help but flash his eyes and said, Your ability is interesting. Ernos did not respond to this sentence, moved away from the topic, and said slowly, I have observed you for 6 or 7 days. You may have stepped into a higher level threshold with 1 foot. I'm not a warlike person. If possible, I really don't want to fight you, but at this time, Han Xiao waved his hand and interrupted the other party's words. We have no friendship. You don't have to explain anything to me. Many people say that you are recognized as the strongest super A level, but I have always wanted to fight with you. As he said that, he turned his head and looked at another active mechanical god carved out of a mold and narrowed his eyes. I have to say that you have such ability and do have the strongest capital, but the counterfeits are always counterfeits. Just as Ernos used his abilities, Han Xiao's panel also triggered a battle prompt, indicating that he was affected by an ability called Incarnation of Gods and Enlightenment. Although it took effect, it did not cause any damage or abnormal state to him. Han Xiao was preparing for the future. Before the mechanical tribe was surrounded, he expected that he might fight with Ernos. So he inquired about the detailed information of this person from Xui and others, and knew that Enlightenment of Gods was one of Ernos' abilities and could embody some conceptualized gods into powerful entities called gods' incarnations. The concrete incarnation of the gods is an independent individual that is distinguished from a body. It is generally called the name of the incarnation god and possesses various abilities in the concept of God, but not all. The strength and quantity of the ability are not only related to Ernos' personal strength, but also depends on the scale and level of faith of the believers who believe in this god. However, the objects of Ernos' transformation also include everything with divineness, and the peak super A-level powerhouses who have started the transformation of divinity are naturally among them. When the transformed object is not a concept, but an entity, most of the strength and ability of the object can be directly inherited, and it is fine without the belief of the believer. According to the senior executives of the association, if they fight with Ernos, the first level is to deal with a mirror-like self and at the same time, they have to deal with Urnos and other gods' incarnations. This is one of the most recognized factors. The combat power is extremely elastic, and the stronger the encounter. And what is even more abnormal is that if a god incarnation with an entity is killed by external forces, the damage will be fed back to the transformed deity, which means that the peak super A-level killing of the mirror-like self is equivalent to causing secondary damage to itself. Some ancients talked about a secret. A long time ago, Urno's success rate of enlightening the god was limited, and it was not successful every time, depending on his own ability level. However, Urnos' ability and the Void Spirit sect are simply a combination of heaven. He obtained several related cosmic treasures granted by the Void Spirit sect, established a deep soul link, and the success rate of enlightenment has been constant to 100%. In terms of terminology, it directly skipped the judgment process. Among these cosmic treasures, there is also a core treasure that is regarded as a national weapon by the Void sect. It can be said that it is the cornerstone of the Void Spirit's unification of all religions in the interstellar society. Urnos is perfectly matched with it. It seems that he was born for this. The only good news is that after the battle information shows that he has been enlightened once, he will get a long-term saving throw, which means that Urnos will not be able to enlighten the same object in a short period of time, and there are certain restrictions on the existence time and number of god incarnations. Even with Han Xiao's vision, it has to be said that Urnos' ability system is extremely imba, almost like himself. Scary, this ability is a bit like an alternative character card, and the level of cheating is almost up to me. Han Xiao touched the corner of his mouth and felt awe-inspiring in his heart. It seems that everyone is a professional stealing man. Today is probably a peak showdown between stealing man. Various information flashed through his mind, but Han Xiao was not slow in his movements. He gathered the remaining mechanical core and launched an attack on Urnos. At the same time, he controlled the mechanical god to charge, and the heavy spear was poked out quickly. At this moment, another heavy mechanical spear came out from the diagonal pierced, intercepting Han Xiao's spear, and the tip of the spear suddenly attacked. Bang! The fierce phantom shock wave exploded, and two heavy spears were struck together, and the stalemate was endless. Your opponent is me. The imitation mechanical god with Urnos' face spoke lightly, and his body was flashing with dark blue light. Yo, you can still talk. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he twisted the spear rod suddenly. The heavy spear in his hand rotated rapidly. The huge force burst out in concentration, instantly bounced off the opponent's spear tip, and then pierced into the chest of the imitation mechanical god like a hole. The compressed psychic chopper shot out from the spear tip, and immediately blood and metal splattered everywhere. At this moment, the imitation mechanical god seemed to have no pain and immediately fought back, and the heavy spear poked back with his backhand. Seeing this, Han Xiao instantly pulled the gun and blocked it. A large number of dazzling electric arcs exploded at the intersection, and the surging force pushed Han Xiao away for a distance. Han Xiao looked up and saw an almost penetrating incision left in the chest of the imitation mechanical god, which was extremely tragic. However, the next moment, the flesh and machinery at the wound began to squirm and grow, slowly recovering. As expected, like me, I am the one who can't be beaten to death. Han Xiao TSK. The super recovery ability of his own deity was also touched by this god incarnation. The imitation mechanical god also has an immortal body. Only a few abilities have not been copied. Although his combat power is much lower than that of his deity, it is estimated that it will definitely exceed the 10W energy level mark, which is stronger than the first-tier Super A-level team like Claudia and Ulu, and is fully capable of fighting with him. At the same time, everyone's wounded apostle weapon led the remaining mechanical core to siege Urnos himself and concentrated fire like a rain of light falling. Urnos calmly folded his hands together, and colorful, strange aura emerged from his body, and quickly chose to enlarge it, turning into a luminous proverb pattern, forming a huge protective cover to protect him from floating in the light and rain. At this time, he spread his palms, and 8 platinum gold lights appeared, and he jumped into his mouth. The next moment, 8 gods of different forms separated from Ernos's body, all emitting powerful high-level Super A fluctuations, rushing towards the mechanical troops from all directions, showing their magical powers. I'm going to re-sacrifice when I go back. Ernos shook his head and summoned 8 gods incarnations at once, which made him feel a little distressed. When he was receiving the emergency conscript a few days ago, he picked up more than a dozen divine natures of gods in the temple, and it existed among the virtual spirit national weapons in his body. If he wanted to take action, he could directly summon the incarnation of the gods. If he could not fight, he could still put the divine nature back then. Only he knew that every time he summoned the incarnation of the statues of the temples, the divine nature that had been accumulated in the statues for a long time, and the same god could not be summoned again in the short term. Only long-term sacrifices and prayers can the statues restore their divine nature and summon them again. The combat power of the incarnation of the god also depends on the strength of the divine nature in the statue. After summoning once, you have to accumulate from scratch, which is very troublesome and time-consuming. For him, the temple of the gods that he guarded all year round is a weapon tent, and the statues containing divine nature are ammunition. But he prefers to treat the temple of the gods as a farmland, and each statue is a crop that grows well and needs careful care every day. If necessary, he does not want to harvest any crop. His family knows his own affairs, and his ability cannot easily enlighten the 8 gods, but the virginal spirit artifact has long been integrated with him. Even if he does not use it actively, the passive bonus of perfect fit will also increase his enlightenment ability to an incredible level. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, and suddenly he flipped his body and hit the imitation mechanical god. A drill-shaped machine shot out from his waist, biting the abdomen of the imitation mechanical god like a charge cabin. The secret energy decay module hidden in it immediately ran, sucking away the energy of the imitation mechanical god. Taking advantage of the other party being restrained, Han Xiao turned around suddenly and threw his spear towards Ernos's body, intending to behead him suddenly. Seeing this, Ernos once again pinched out 2 divine incarnations. This time, the 2 incarnations of the divine spirits that poked out their heads did not become physical, but melted, covering Ernos, as if asking God to go up. His entire aura suddenly soared, and his hands wrapped in dazzling energy were placed in front of him, not dodging or avoiding. The next moment, the heavy spear swept across, and the size of the 2 sides was very different, like a piece of land, and shot it over. Clang! The shock wave burst out, but the result was completely different from Claudia, who was knocked away by 1 blow. Ernos's hands remained unchanged, and he remained motionless, not even retreating in the vacuum. However, the heavy mechanical spear with great force stopped, visually like an ant holding on to the collapsed mountain, which was extremely shocked. He glanced at Han Xiao, and Ernos said nothing, but just retreated and kept his slow speed, as if he didn't take the attack just now seriously, and he was not worried about Han Xiao's pursuit at all. Sure enough, I can't beat it. It's worthy of being a Su Ling national weapon. Han Xiao frowned. According to insiders, the Void Spirit national tool has the characteristics of unbreakable, and is so terrifyingly resistant that these abilities are also shared with Ernos. The God Selector has the strength, and I don't know how much the Void Spirit national weapon has occupied. Fighting with this guy is not only a battle between individuals, but also a confrontation with the highest technical achievements of a cosmic civilization. Therefore, when competing with each other at the Super A level, Ernos is rarely included because it is simply bullying. At this moment, the imitation mechanical god got rid of control and rushed forward with another fierce attack, which made Han Xiao's mechanical god unable to escape. After 6 days and 6 nights of fighting, Han Xiao was not intact. The mechanical troops also suffered huge casualties. Most of them were sent to the Dimension Factory for emergency repair. At this time, Only 2 or 3 of the troops were left, and they basically accepted several abandoned modifications. They were covered with scars. They faced the lively Ernos and a group of gods. They were very difficult for a while. Han Xiao responded to the crazy attack of imitating mechanical gods, glanced at the not-so-good battle situation, and narrowed his eyes. Ernos is well known. It seems to be a tough battle. Fortunately, I left 100 million hands, and I will do the tricks of stealing men. The 3 main ships of civilizations, Clody and other direct superclass, have been treated, and they gathered on the bridge to watch the fierce battle between Black Star and Ernos. Everyone felt a little uncomfortable when they saw Ernos fighting with the Black Star who had beaten them to exhaustion. I haven't seen the gods-elect take action in many years. It's such a terrible strength. User pinched his beard and sighed. If I had a cosmic treasure of the nature of the Void Nation, I could be so powerful. Ulu's tone was so sour. The premise is that the glorious Federation can be made. Francisco shrugged. Who can't bear to look down on? Verena snorted unwillingly. The group chatted in a long and silenced, a little heavy atmosphere. Ulu turned his head and found that Claudia was standing aside without saying anything. He couldn't help but speak. We have consumed Black Star for 6 days and 6 nights. Ernos has just run out to fight one-on-one now. Maybe he wants to pick the fruit of victory. If he defeated Black Star, not only won't he win the reputation alone, but also treat us as stepping stones. Wouldn't you be angry? Claudia glanced at him, expressionlessly said, I don't care about these details. As long as the task is completed, it doesn't matter who defeated Black Star in the end. Tisk, if it's spreading out, our opponent that was unsolved by Ernos alone, it's embarrassing. You don't care about your face? I'm shameful. Ulu gritted his teeth. Claudia glanced at him strangely. You were beaten to the point of being beaten by He Xing to escape, and your face was already lost. What are you thinking? Damn. Ulu still wanted to be stubborn, but at this moment, something happened suddenly. Suddenly, the Black Star in the field suddenly burst out with an even more amazing momentum, and the energy fluctuation readings surged at a speed visible to the naked eye, setting a new record every second. The efforts of the Black Star mechanical god sword. The next second, the huge body of the imitation was thrown out, crashed into the array of 3 civilized fleets, crushed rows of warships, and sparked with lightning all the way. The Apostles' weapons and mechanical troops seemed to have taken a big tonic, and their firepower increased out of thin air. The incarnation of the god who was already rushing back and forth seemed to be, in an instant, struggling left and right, struggling hard, and their injuries increased rapidly. Immediately afterwards, Han Xiao turned around and smashed it down with a spear. A god's incarnation seemed to have evaporated out of thin air. It was photographed to pieces and was instantly killed and exploded into shattered light in the sky. Erno's calm expression disappeared in an instant. The sudden change scared Claudia, Ulu, and other direct descendants, and everyone's eyes were immediately attracted by the rampage of Han Xiao. Everyone suddenly opened their visual organs and looked shocked. Black Star's energy level soared in a very short period of time. Can he explode? Obviously, I have spare energy. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized something, and a chill came out of their hearts, and suddenly they were a little confused. We worked hard for 6 days and 6 nights, but we haven't forced his full strength yet. Boom! The chaotic thunder shot and ran away like crazy dragons hovering around Han Xiao. The mechanical heavy spear turned into a thick lightning, and it pierced out again, attacking another red god incarnation wearing armor and shield. The incarnation of the red god was restrained by the apostle weapon and could not dodge. He hurriedly took a defensive posture. When the warhammer in his hand hit the edge of the shield surface immediately shone brightly, and a shield-like shadow popped up, magnified thousands of times, very thick, blocking it in front of him. Click! The heavy spear hit the shield with a bang. The shield that looked indestructible exploded in an instant, fragile, and the shock wave spread instantly, as if a glass shattered burst out of thin air in everyone's mind. The tip of the gun spurted out a chopping wave like a column, and the lightning sped past. With one blow, half of the body of the incarnation of the god was directly swept away. At this moment, Ernos flashed from a distance, focusing his strength at one point, and he turned to the tip of the gun to avoid secondary damage. He pulled the seriously injured god incarnation aside and rescued him urgently. Ernos looked at Han Xiao again, feeling the further energy fluctuations of the mechanical god's 100-foot pole, and a complex look flashed in his eyes. "This is your full strength? It seems that I still underestimate you." "No, I should say that you are too hiding, just like the rumors. No one knows how many trump cards you are hiding, and where is the limit. Why haven't I heard of this rumor?" Han Xiao responded casually. In the past few days, he's been fighting with the three major civilized direct lines. He suppressed his impulse and kept pinching the character card and not using it, just to prevent Ernos from being used. People can ask God to take the lead, and they also have character cards with similar functions. They are all stealing men, and who is afraid of whom? At this time, he had already activated the dual mechanical sense and the dual ancient man, and his strength soared, and he instantly entered an explosive form. If the character card is opened in advance, the three civilized direct lines probably will not last for 6 days. Even if they can withstand it, the number of direct lines that fall into his hands will be much higher than the A level. 100 years is just a flash of fingers. For Super A level, it is at most a youthful age, but you are so young, you have the ability to be the best in the interstellar world. In known history, no one has ever had the talent like you. I really can't imagine how broad your future is. Ernos sighed in emotion, took out the last few divinities, and all formed gods' incarnations, joined the battle group and scattered, using their respective abilities to fight against the mechanical forces. He brought more than a dozen divine statues in this wave, and he didn't want to use the rest, but the current scene forced him to spend these divine characters. "Only a few? I'm afraid it's not enough for me to kill." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. These gods have different incarnations. Although they have high-level Super A-level combat power, they also have shortcomings. That is, they are relatively fragile. His combat power in explosive form has broken the cognition of ordinary people and highly crushed the high-level Super A-level. As long as the incarnation of the gods does not have special abilities or expertise in defense, dodge, and recovery, he can lose one in seconds in just 2 seconds, which is easier than dealing with those Super A-level protected by various cosmic treasures. "I'll know if I try." Ernos clasped his hands together. His body suddenly expanded and became a giant standing tall. His body shape was like an ant in a mountain, but now he has become a body shape that is comparable to that of a match. However, the robe of the priest on his body was not torn and extended and enlarged as his body size changed. A dense magic circuit lit up on the surface, which was also a cosmic treasure-level enchanting equipment, so that he would not run naked in front of the entire universe. Can this guy get bigger? Han Xiao's eyes moved, but this was something that was not shown in the intelligence. As if he saw Han Xiao's doubts, Ernos slowly explained, "My divine transformation has been completed, and the giant bloodline can be operated to the extreme. This is the first time I have used this ability." He has been practicing in the Void Spirit sect for many years. Because the Void Spirit national tools and his own abilities are exactly related to divineness, his divine transformation has been countless times smoother than other peaks and surpassed A-level levels. He completed 2 divine transformation routes early, but he never told others. Ernos himself has part of the giant bloodline. The divine transformation of the racial route greatly strengthened his giant bloodline and turned into an optimized form, as if it had gathered all the advantages of the evolution route. You are really lucky. Not only are you compatible with your abilities, but you also get the strong support of Su Ling. Han Xiao frowned. This slinger is probably also a protagonist, and most of them have a high-end lucky halo. They have developed in a low-key manner for countless years, and are also hidden and like a sweeping monk. He looked down at Erno's empty hands and said, "Are you going to fight with me with bare hands?" Hearing this, Ernos was silent for a while and sighed. My weapon has been sealed by you. Han Xiao was stunned for a moment and immediately understood. Damn, it turns out that the Scepter of Gods is also the equipment of this slinger. Specifically, Ernos only shared the right to use. The Scepter of Gods is essentially a void spirit sect and generally acts as a strategic deterrent to be shelved, but unfortunately, it was sealed by the Amber of Time and Space. Yes, the mechanism of this cosmic treasure is also consistent with Erno's ability, so it is not surprising that Su Ling is used for him. But now there is no chance to use it. At this moment, the imitation mechanical god finally returned to the battlefield along the path of the fleet array being knocked out, and continued to pounce on him without fear of death. Relying on his recovery, he was definitely an iron-headed baby. Han Xiao twisted his body, and the mechanical heavy spear quickly deformed, as if it turned into whips and suddenly swung backwards, exploding the thunder in the sky. Dazzling. Under the explosion form, Han Xiao's speed and strength increased dramatically. At this moment, it was lightning thunderous and instantly pulled into the waist of the imitation mechanical god, almost cutting it off in half and smashing it to the side, then rolling and flying out. At this time, a hot energy came from behind, and Han Xiao turned around and crossed his spear, blocking Erno's fist. Bang! Shock wave burst out. The huge forces on both sides were fighting each other, and Han Xiao's thruster was fully powered, gaining the upper hand, slowly pressing towards Erno's. The giant's bloodline is very strong. Your power is no less than that of a martial artist. Han Xiao snorted. Each of each other. Ernos suddenly closed his fist and prepared his momentum, and the next moment he threw out the shadow of the fist in the sky. When the turtle's fist was almost at its peak, there was no move, and there was no move. Han Xiao was not willing to be outdone. His mechanical heavy spear rotated like a flying, accurately facing every attack, fighting with Ernos, and bursting out a series of shock waves in the air. At this time, the imitation mechanical god flew back and joined the battle group. He was constantly knocked away, and he kept charging forward, persevering and endlessly. Ernos has the body protection of the Void Spirit national weapon, and the imitation mechanical god inherited his super recovery power. The only breakthrough on the field is the incarnation of other gods. Han Xiao also planned so, but was blocked by two huge bodies and had to carry the offensive to attack the incarnation of the gods. When they reached this point, there was no place to take advantage of the situation. The two sides fought fiercely. The scene was booming. The aftermath was astonishing, and they had already entered a white-hot stage. Looking at the news broadcast, countless interstellar citizens' hearts were hanging their throats, and their eyes were abrupt. What a strong super A level. He is the master of the three major civilizations. Blessed by the gods, I must let the Black Star defeat. This is probably the last hope. Many interstellar citizens couldn't help but pray quietly. On the other hand, it happened to be the opposite of the public opinion on the internet, but the player group was excited. Oh, I'm familiar with this field. The boss has entered the second stage. Removing the monsters first, and then fighting the boss. Lao He did it without any problem. Is anyone opening the market? I bet Lao He and betting on 30,000 inars. Who will follow? Many Legion players were excitedly discussing, and the forum had been flooded with the video of the monsters on the spot. They flipped over more than a dozen pages in a row, all of which were edited with exciting clips of Han Xiao's battle videos these days, like special effects blockbusters. Among the three main ships of civilizations, many of the direct Super A-class looked at the battlefield outside the windows silently, and many of them had a bitter expression. I didn't expect that Black Star would still hold back at us. If he had used such power before, many people in this room might have stopped breathing. Verena smiled bitterly. Hearing this, many Super A-level people turned their heads to look at her, feeling more and more uncomfortable. I used to think that I was in a stalemate with Black Star, but the fact is that they were self-indulgent, and not only were they exhausted, but they had to thank them for not using their full strength. When they thought of this situation, everyone's mood continued to be low, and their confidence suffered a severe blow. Ulu held it in for a long time before a sentence popped out. Two monsters. Even though he was at the peak of Super A level, Ulu had to admit that these two people were so strong that they made him frightened. Not only did the Black Star have amazing strength, but Ernos was also stronger than many years ago. The two had surpassed others and were completely unique in his eyes. At this time, Guzer frowned and said, "The ultimatum is only 2 days left. We really won't let them fight one by one. Do we keep watching from the side?" Hearing this, Claudia said in a stern voice, "Of course not. When the ultimatum time is approaching, we will rush forward again. No matter what, we must fight Black Star no matter what. Now we should recover quickly. If Ernos has not resolved the battle tomorrow, we will take action again." Everyone was shocked and nodded. Time passed by rapidly watching. Under the gaze of everyone, Han Xiao and Ernos fought fiercely for more than a day, and the situation was gradually becoming clear. Han Xiao finally eliminated all the incarnations of the gods other than the imitation of mechanical gods, and paid a large number of mechanical troops for this. Although he was entangled by Ernos and the imitation mechanical god, the explosion form of Han Xiao's mechanical god has significant advantages in the single attributes. He faced siege and broke through obstacles again and again, and did not care about injuries at all. He eliminated the incarnation of the gods one by one, making the combat power more and more relaxed. Even the last few incarnations of the gods were not removed by him, but were surrounded and killed by the mechanical troops and apostle weapons. Now the remaining mechanical troops have been freed up to siege the only remaining Ernos and imitation mechanical gods. Clang! The two fought again, and Ernos retreated violently for a distance, knocked away a weapon that kept attacking his eyes. Suddenly, he sighed, "You have killed all the incarnations of the gods I brought. It seems that I can't do anything to you. What, is there no trick?" Han Xiao slapped the imitation mechanical god again and snorted coldly. "There are only 2 of us left. If we continue to fight like this, we will not be able to decide the winner." Ernos shook his head. "Anyway, the ultimatum period is only the last day left, so I don't care." Han Xiao didn't care. Although he killed all the incarnations of the gods, he could not break the Void Spirit national weapons, nor could he kill the imitation of mechanical gods. Ernos could not threaten his life. Now 2 big meat lumps rub against each other. I can't kill you, and you can't kill me. Conservatively estimated that I and Ernos could still be able to get along for 10 days and half a month without rest. Since that's the case, then let's stop here. Ernos whispered, "You're going to end if you say it's over?" Han Xiao curled his lips. Ernos glanced at him and suddenly laughed softly. His giant body suddenly shrank and returned to his normal body. He opened the wide area channel and said frankly, "I am not your opponent. I admit defeat." Han Xiao was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect Ernos to do this. The Direct Line Super A-level team is ahead of the 3 major civilizations. Isn't it against the original intention of admitting defeat in public? What's more, no one has shown signs of defeat now. At most, it's a draw. What's the point of deliberately admitting defeat? Ernos snapped his fingers, and the imitation mechanical god suddenly stopped, exploded from inside to outside, and the incarnation of the god was directly removed by him. Han Xiao frowned, raised his hand to stop the offensive by the mechanical forces, and said in confusion, "What are you doing?" Ernos closed the wide area channel and changed to spiritual messaging, his eyes meaningful. "Hey Xing, you're the most amazingly talented Superman so far, and you are most likely to open the next level of the door. I said at the beginning that I don't want to be an enemy of you." "What do you mean?" "I admit defeat in public. Aren't you afraid that the Zuling sect will have any objections to you?" Han Xiao frowned even more. "I have done what I can do, enough to submit. As for my purpose, maybe one day you will know." Ernos showed an inexplicable smile and turned around and flew towards the 3 civilized fleets. Han Xiao asked the mechanical troops to make way for the road without stopping. He silently stared at Ernos's back as he walked away, and found that he did not understand Ernos's character and thoughts. In his previous life, Dark Emperor and Ulu both died in the World Tree War, But Ernos never took action to join the war. Han Xiao did not believe that the Zuling sect had not given orders. He didn't know what this guy was thinking. Forget it. I can't guess what he is thinking. Anyway, the mission reward has been received. Han Xiao exhaled, opened the panel, and looked at it, showing a satisfied smile. The Super A-level challenge mission exclusive to Ernos is bright and shining, showing as completed status. He took back the mechanical troops, removed the mechanical gods, sat on a new throne, scanned the 3 major civilized fleets, opened the wide area channel, and slowly spoke. Who else? As he finished speaking, the entire channel was silent. On the other side, as soon as Ernos returned to the main ship, many direct descendants over the A-level team surrounded him, with a rather unkind expression. How can you admit defeat in public? Claudia shouted in a deep voice. If you can't beat it, you'll naturally admit defeat. Ernos responded casually. Do you think we are blind? Verena was angry. You have no defeat. You can continue to deal with Black Star for a long time. Ernos glanced at her and said lightly, And what? Just keep fighting until the end of the ultimatum period? I remember that I said I wanted to fight Black Star, but you no longer intend to pay attention to my request and be ready to attack, right? Hearing this, everyone was suffocated. I can guess even with my eyes closed. Seeing this, Ernos shook his head, squeezed away everyone, walked away, leaving only a figure behind. He didn't want to join the war from the beginning. He originally wanted to go to the end, but the head of the Zuling sect gave the order to die, so he had no choice but to take action. But Ernos' mentality is not about defeating the Black Star, but more about seeing and experiencing the real combat power of the Black Star. He tries his best to fight, and it is enough to barely make a comeback. He actually didn't lie, and he really admired Black Star, but his motivation to admit defeat was not for appreciation, but for another reason. Ernos didn't want to stop the 3 major civilizations and Super A-level associations from breaking out, but he was happy to see it. This is the core. Over the years, Ernos has been stuck in an invisible bottleneck and found that no matter what, his own strength is difficult to increase, as if there is some limitation in the dark to prevent him from touching higher-level powers. He has always believed that competition and pressure can give birth to strong people. Just like the exploration history of that year, superpowers fought fiercely, and Super A-level emerged. The appearance of the first initial person is like a certain signal, and then more Super A-levels appeared one after another. In his opinion, the promotion of individual power may require a pioneer like a prodigal son to break the boundaries, so that later generations can keep up and drink soup. The Black Star, whose rise speed broke the historical record, came into his sight and was the most likely person in his eyes to become a pioneer. Ernos doesn't like the harmonious atmosphere of the Super A-level association. He prefers to see Super A-level fights every day, just like raising a pot to give birth to stronger people. Now the 3 major civilizations are more in line with his needs. In this regard, Ernos has the same paranoia as the alien god, but he has taken 2 paths. Compared with the alien god's selfish style, Ernos hopes that the strong men in the universe will work together. To put it more fashionable, he hopes to see an era where everyone is like a dragon and let others be this pioneer. After all, with his ability mechanism, doing so will result in twice the result with half the effort. The more powerful people in the universe, the higher the peak of his combat power. All kinds of thoughts flashed through my mind, and Ernos lowered his eyes. Today I will give you my reputation, and let me see what step you can go. And at the same time, the scene of Ernos admitting defeat in public fell into the eyes of countless people through the news broadcast. At this moment, the hope that countless interstellar citizens finally ignited was as if they were wiped out by a soaking urine, and their hearts were cold from head to toe. All the interstellar citizens who were expecting the defeat of Black Star suddenly became weak and collapsed in their seats, with no hope of loving expression on their faces. Among the 3 huge civilizations, there was no way to find a powerful man who could defeat the Black Star. He even had shameless fighting and besieging him, and he was beaten to death. It's embarrassing. Not long after the Depression, countless interstellar citizens became nervous again because today is the last day of the three major civilization ultimatums. If both sides still do not give in, the war will begin. Seeing that there was no hope, many interstellar citizens were no longer confused. They held the idea of giving up and began to vent their anxiety, fear-induced anger online, and the resentment of black stars not as they want to defeat. For a time, the public opinion trend that supported the three major civilizations was once again set off. Instead of calling for the cessation of war, it went to another extreme, and to a certain extent it reversed into a fanaticism that supported the war. The core argument was only one. It strongly supported the three major civilizations to defeat the supra-level association and eliminate the unstable factors of the interstellar society. Hope and fear are often accompanied by anger. Ernost's admit defeat suddenly triggered public opinion. We have always been looking forward to the three major civilizations sending people to destroy Black Star's arrogance. But the facts have broken everyone's fantasy. No one can cure Black Star. Many interstellar citizens are afraid and angry and turn into anger. Okay, you're very powerful and cannot compare with the three major civilizations, but we still have a fleet and a regular army. If you don't believe it, you won't be cured. Individual power cannot compare with that. And a large number of interstellar citizens immediately turned to believe in the collective power of the three major civilizations, found new reasons to convince themselves, and found a new source of confidence. Today is the last day of the ultimatum period, and public opinion has completely gone to extremes and extremes. We support the three major civilized clearance associations, and the crowd is excited and demons are dancing. A super A-level association has a mere non-governmental organization. It is undoubtedly the behavior of wanted criminals. Think about it. If the government wants to take care of you, if you don't obey, isn't that illegal or irregular? Oh, can you just build a non-governmental organization without abiding by the law? Why? It's not that they rely on their strength to do whatever they want. To be honest, super A-level has always been an unstable factor, enjoy privileges, and do not take the universal law seriously. According to me, either put them all into civilization supervision or kill them all, so as not to lose their tails and endanger the interstellar society. Today is the bitter fruit. Hey, super A-level is just a representative of the group of superpowers. All superpowers should be controlled so that order can be guaranteed. Many public security incidents are related to superpowers. Without them, public security can improve. Since the sanctuary revived and appeared, the three major civilizations have begun to guide public opinion and aroused anger, deliberately inciting the opposition between ordinary people and superpowers. It lasted for more than a year, and it became tighter and tighter like a spring. At this turning point in the current situation, the dissatisfaction of a large number of people with the overwhelming backlog of the superpowers finally erupted. Countless interstellar citizens vented their anger and spoke fiercely, wishing that those who were super A and superpowers could die. Although it is very extreme, it is indeed a true portrayal of the hearts of some interstellar citizens. The innate genes are destined to be an ordinary person, which is more desperate than the gap between the rich and the poor. Almost everyone is more or less hiding anger towards the unfair fate and unwillingness. If there is a chance, a considerable number of people do not mind showing their humiliation side. However, the public anger of the quantum network was useless to the current situation and could not affect Han Xiao's actions. Han Xiao sat upright in the middle of the battlefield, scanning the three civilized fleets. After Ernest gave up, the other direct descendants seemed to be silent together. On the last day of this ultimatum, they did not take action in vain. It seems that they finally have a pussy in their hearts. Han Xiao exhaled. This time he established his authority quite successfully. He developed for many years in a low-key manner and made another splash, allowing the world to see its crushing combat power that has been tempered for many years. It not only gave the members of the association, but also hit the enemy's aura and also won a task reward. At this moment, the mecha built-in communicator rang and connected to Manison's channel. Your progress is always beyond my expectations. Manison was in a complicated mood, and he was also shocked by Han Xiao's results, and couldn't help but put on the lemon again. It's okay. It's just the level of an ordinary person. Han Xiao made a humble move. Okay, it's still familiar and shameless. Manison was speechless for a while, mediated his mood well, and said curiously, "Your mechanical god is different. Is it a new technology? There seems to be traces of prisoners in it." "Yes, I borrowed some of the principles of prisoners." Han Xiao nodded and admitted. Manison was silent. Another bottom-up technique was learned by Haixing. My heart hurt so much. He wanted to be angry, but he was desperate to find that he was used to being secretly learned. Taking a deep breath, Manison calmed down and whispered, "What is the principle of this technology? Can you tell me?" "It's okay, but you can't learn it." Han Xiao shrugged. "This technology is tailor-made for myself, provided that you have extremely strong physical resilience. You are too crisp. Isn't it normal for the mechanic to have a brittle body? You are just an alien and are qualified to laugh at us carelessly." Manison raised his hand and held his heart down for a while, and did not want to talk about this bad topic again. He changed his tone and became serious, and he said in a deep voice, "Today is the ultimatum deadline. I am ready to start a war. How are you doing?" Han Xiao nodded. "The staff of the association has been arranged into strategic areas of various starfields. If nothing unexpected happens, some people have already started to act. War is a shortcut to peace. After today, we in the three major civilizations will rely on their own abilities. I hope the times will extend in our hands." Manison sighed. Han Xiao curled his lips and refused to comment. After sighing for a few words, Manison was about to close the communication, and suddenly he paused and remembered something. "That, my halberd is broken, and the other cosmic treasures that I lent to you are not broken. You took them away. When will I return them to me? Hey, is it true that we are with each other? Can I swallow your cosmic treasures? Who do you think of me?" Han Xiao immediately looked indignant. Manison sneered immediately. "You don't do anything that has something to do with people, and you still have the face to ask me who I think of you as? You are not human at all. You just say when to return it. Wait for me. When you repel the fleet of the three major civilizations, you will take time to return it to you. Hey, you obviously want to say that you will return it to me after you have finished research." Manison glanced at Han Xiao, snorted, and turned off the communication directly. He had been so angry that he had been rude by Han Xiao. Besides, he had known each other for so many years and knew each other well. When he borrowed it, he had already made such mental preparations, which was not surprising at all. "It's really you, Black Star." Han Xiao closed the communication interface and saw that the three major civilizations were not moving. So he simply opened the panel and looked at the task reward. The three major civilizations' direct wheel battles are not triggered by a single challenge task, but a task format similar to the task when competing with Joey and other evasioners. The length of support time determines the reward level. The highest reward is 7 character cards and 5 random ability draw opportunities. The participants can be designated as the draw target at will. Ernos's single-handed challenge triggers a regular Super A-level challenge task, and the reward is also a character card and a chance to draw randomly. Hey, it seems that I won secretly in the end, and I didn't come in vain. Han Xiao felt much better and was comforted. The battle was about to happen, and he was a little itchy, but after thinking about it, he still resisted the urge to draw immediately. The goal of establishing authority has been achieved. If the fight starts tomorrow, the 3 civilized fleets will launch a large-scale attack, and 80% of the direct line will take action. Of course, Han Xiao will not continue to fight alone by himself. Shaking people is also a fine tradition of the association, so he naturally needs to carry forward it. He has never been afraid of anyone, so he is not in a hurry to settle the rewards. It's a pity that if only the 3 civilizations could make concessions. Han Xiao shook his head. Thinking of his previous thoughts, he couldn't help but rub the communicator and hesitated whether to call the heads of state of the 3 civilizations to reveal the news of the world-building civilization and divert internal conflicts. The ideal state is, of course, that the three major civilizations believe this, temporarily put aside their hostility, and join forces to deal with foreign enemies. Although the World Tree War has arrived early, many vital forces have been preserved without incurring them. However, with the current tension and the current relationship between the two sides, he felt that the probability of the heads of state of the three major civilizations believed was very low, and most of them would be regarded as an excuse for admitting their concessions out of thin air or a step to concessions. If the three civilization leaders were not convinced, the two sides would still have to start a war. At the same time, the three civilizations might study whether the World Tree information is true in private. In this way, the universe has been explored, not only lost a wave of military power, but the World Tree War may also come sooner, resulting in the three civilizations having no time to recover their vitality. Therefore, Han Xiao was hesitating, and it would be difficult for him to confirm the butterfly effect of this action. Oh, it's hard to bear. In the online chat room of the Super A-Level Association, a group of Super A-Level remote projectors discussed in a talk, and many people still had a look of surprise on their faces. Even Ernos can't deal with Black Star. He hasn't taken action for decades, and his strength has reached this point. He Xing is such an incredible guy. I thought he would suffer a loss this time, but I didn't expect to resist. One person fights against the three major civilizations alone, suppressing all the direct lines. If it weren't for witnessing it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it was true. Many Super A-Level talked with relish, excited. They watched the broadcast of the three direct, civilized groups of Black Stars alone, which was more and more shocking day by day. After Ernos gave up, the entire circle was sensational. Even the recognized strongest slinger Ernos failed to win Han Xiao, which was amazed by the entire Super A-Level circle. In the eyes of everyone, this crown finally no longer belonged to Ernos, but was transferred to the head of Black Star. Not only was he the president of the Super A-Level Association, but he was also the well-deserved Super A-Level first person, and the president's position was more legitimate. I feel relieved if Black Star has such strength. Saori relaxed. Many people nodded and smiled. There are many trump cards for the three major civilizations. Many members of the association are worried that Black Star may encounter an accident, which will lead to no one being able to use the sanctuary to recover, and then they will be in trouble. Now that they see Black Star being extremely powerful, many talents are relieved. Suai looked around, put away his smile, and said in a deep voice, "Okay, don't relax. Today is the last day of the ultimatum period. Everyone is ready and stand by at any time. Wait until the Black Star teleports us over to join the war." Hearing this, everyone restrained their smiles and became serious. The Sun Hunter pulled the bolt and snorted, "I can finally show my strength. My cannon is already hungry." In the joint conference room of the three major civilizations, the three leaders of Marbruce, Lewis, and the first Zuling cult looked at the remote monitoring screen with their faces ashen. It's so inconsistent. All the direct descendants have been sent out. So many people can't get a Black Star. How can they deal with other Super A levels? Marbruce knocked heavily on the table, his tone with strong dissatisfaction. They lost, but they lost the face of civilization. Let's become a stepping stone and fulfill the reputation of the Black Star. Lewis was very angry and almost suspected that these direct descendants were all for a good meal. You can't blame them. Black Star is a bit incredible. The leader of the Su Ling sect frowned tightly. He was very dissatisfied with Ernos's behavior of admitting defeat, but the water splashed out from the words he said had already been affected. It would be useless to blame Ernos no matter how hard he criticized Ernos, and even regretted forcing Ernos to leave the Temple of the Gods to intervene. Looking at the Black Star in front of the two armies in the picture, the three of them suddenly felt powerless, angry, and helpless. In terms of individual power, they really can't beat Black Star anymore, and the three of them are also a little tricky. After all, if they can't beat high-end combat power, they can't beat them. If you want to deal with him, you can only rely on the group army to cooperate with various war weapons. Lewis looked serious and turned to look at the two of them. As sooner or later, we will start a war. Are you all sure? Sooner or later, I only regret that the determination to liquidate has come too late. I allow the super A-level development for so long and evolve into a huge threat. The head of the Zuling sect said slowly. It's time to this point, and the ultimatum has been shouted out. It's impossible to repent casually. Bruce nodded. Okay, then I'll order the army from all over the country to act according to the combat plan. Before he could finish his words, the ringtone of the emergency communicator suddenly rang in the room. Lewis stopped and looked at Bruce. The ringtone was coming from the head of the Empire. Bruce took out the communicator and took a look, showing an emergency report automatically sent by the Imperial Lord's Intelligence, Heroic Soul. The reports of each department are reviewed by the Master Intelligent, and they are handed over to different positions to handle the matter according to priorities. Trouble him when he meets with two other leaders, proving that in the Master Intelligence judgment, the urgency of this message is very high. What kind of report is this? Bruce only looked at the beginning, and his face suddenly changed. He read the entire report in silence. He pondered for more than 10 seconds before turning to look at the curious other two people. You may need to look at this. The mechanical territory. On the last day of the ultimatum, time passed minute by minute while anxiously waiting, and the soldiers present and countless interstellar citizens watching the broadcast all passed by like a year. The clock gradually pointed to the time of the ultimatum. It was like a signal of war getting closer and closer. The fleets of the three major civilizations and superclass associations all had a slight commotion. The atmosphere was like a tight string, and the smell of gunpowder became stronger and stronger. In the Black Star Legion's fleet, a large number of Legion players are ready to move. I'm here. I'm about to start the fight. I've watched the cutscene enough, and the main line is finally about to begin. For the Legion. Many Legion players were ready to fight, wishing that the two sides would start the war immediately. On the one hand, they are afraid that the world will not be in chaos and hope to participate in the main line of the world. On the other hand, many people have also read the trend of public opinion on the internet and found that so many people accuse, criticize, and insult them, such as immortals. As the object of being scolded, the sense of substitution has always been quite strong, and many players are very angry. But at the same time, some players have a deeper understanding of the title of the super disaster mission and have a deeper understanding of the contradiction between the ordinary group and the super class. As a member of the superpower, the sense of participation in the torrent of the times arises, which makes some plot players quite excited, feeling that they are witnessing the beginning of the great era with their own eyes, and the drastic changes in the world are right in front of them. All crew members, be prepared for combat. The commander's voice spread across the warships, and countless soldiers tightened their bodies and looked at the timer. The dead silence spread, and in the tense waiting, time passed by minute, getting closer and closer to the ultimatum period. The hearts of soldiers on both sides and countless interstellar citizens were all raised to their throats. Just as the war was about to break out, the three major civilizations suddenly moved. The three civilized rear teams turned into front teams, and the joint fleet retreated neatly and orderly, leaving the confrontation area in batches, and began to withdraw large-scale troops without warning. This scene immediately made the troops of the Super A-Level Association and all the interstellar citizens watching the broadcast stunned, a little confused. The ultimatum is coming. Why did the three major civilizations suddenly withdraw and say nothing? Didn't I say that I would never give in and that the war must start? Why did I take the initiative to break my promise? When you come, you are full of momentum and don't let go when you leave. On the quantum network, all the remarks supporting the three major civilized clearance associations were instantly lost. They were shocked to find that things did not develop as they imagined, and they were suddenly at a loss. This feeling seemed like a backer who had been standing up for them, and suddenly was unwilling to protect them. Could it be that Black Star has beaten all the direct lines and surpassed the A-level, which has scared the three major civilizations? It is difficult for many people not to think in this direction. At the same time, a similar guess emerged in many people's minds, Is it possible that the three major civilizations were just to scare the association and force the association to compromise? But they found that this arrangement could not scare the association, and the other party acted more tough than them. So the three major civilizations became timid and could not pretend anymore, retreated in disappointment, and fled on the last day of the ultimatum. Many interstellar citizens didn't know what to say, and they were in a very complicated mood. We all support you in the war. Liquidate the Super A-level association and solve the root causes of instability in the interstellar community. But you have shrunk? Are you worthy of our support? Although the expected war did not break out, which is a blessing, many people feel a little uncomfortable on their faces. Looking back on the support, they waving flags and shouting for support. Now it feels like they're slapped by the three major civilizations. On the other hand, Han Xiao was also confused as he watched the orderly retreat of the three major civilizations. After hesitating for a moment, Han Xiao took the initiative to call the head of the empire, but the opposite side did not answer, which made him even more and more strange. Is this a shrinking? Unlike their style, the three major civilizations are not so cowardly. What happened? Tom went back a few days ago. Central Star C, Imperial Academy of Sciences. The members of the wormhole detection team gathered in the activity room, looking at the virtual screen worriedly, with the scene of Black Star fighting with Clot and others being broadcast on it. They have stopped all the projects at hand these days and are all concerned about the next development of the interstellar situation, which is closely related to their lives. It seems that the war is going to be fought. Someone in the crowd said softly, and sighs suddenly sounded in the room, full of worry. All the researchers present were anti-war factions. On the one hand, they were worried that the wormhole detection project would be stopped again after the war started and had no future. On the other hand, they were from the conscience of normal people and instinctively resented the war. I wish someone could stop this war. Someone murmured in a low voice. Hearing this, the project director suddenly had a flash of eyes, gritted his teeth, turned his head, and walked out of the activity room and returned to his office. He searched in the database for a while and retrieved a special wormhole detection report. Because he was paying attention to changes in the situation recently, he had not had time to report it. I hope it can play some role. The project director swallowed, tampered with the report, and changed the suspected existence of unknown higher civilization in the detection conclusion to certain the existence of unknown cosmic civilization. After doing all this, the project director did not send it to the review department, but directly uploaded the report to the database of Imperial Lord Intelligence, which violated the operating rules and would definitely be lost. I don't know if it can be done. The project director murmured to himself with a frown. In order to prevent possible cosmic wars, he is willing to do his best. He wasn't sure if this trick could work, but he felt that if everyone stood by and watched, things wouldn't change anything. The sudden retreat of the three major civilizations before the ultimatum period shocked the entire interstellar society. I didn't know what was going on for a moment, and the crowd was confused. The comments on the quantum network that supported the war disappeared, and all kinds of sarcastic sounds quickly emerged. Oh, aren't the three civilizations very tough? Are you giving in this way? Not only were some superpowers or healthy brat and were watching yokes, but there were also some forces behind him instinct him. The Superstar Group Alliance has been dormant. Now, seeing the opportunity, I immediately jumped out to fuel the fire, used traditional skills, and started to mess up. On the other hand, many players are even more confused than interstellar citizens. That's it. I watched the cutscene for 10 days, but you said you won't fight anymore. The war was agreed to start. You're cowardly. I took off my pants, so you gave it to me. Oh, I forgot, I can't take off my pants. Under the horror and fearful eyes of other crew members, many Legion players shouted, beat their chests, and stamped their feet, and were excited, regretting that the war did not break out smoothly, and they were a group of shocking war fanatics. The combined fleet of the three civilizations turned into a dense leap and evacuated hurriedly. Looking at this scene, Madison flew out of the fleet, stood side by side with Han Xiao, and watched the three civilizations go away together. It's strange. They didn't even say hello and gave up the siege. Madison was confused. There is something abnormal. There must be a demon. This matter is strange. The three major civilizations have put in such a big battle, not to pretend that we are just pretending to start a war. But now they would rather break their promise than retreat and avoid the war. There must be a huge change. Han Xiao pinched his chin and pondered in a low voice. Well, maybe they are really scared, Madison said, then shook his head, feeling that the possibility was not high, and guessed, maybe the heads of the three major civilizations have figured it out and believe that the full war with the association is more harmful than good, so they changed their decision and took it back into order. So, has the strategic goal of virus technology leak been achieved? I don't know. The three major civilizations should give an answer to the interstellar community. Let's wait and see, and I'll also find a way to find someone to find the inside story. Maybe the three major civilizations may even contact me actively after a while. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, thinking. Upon hearing this, Madison turned to look over. Do you know something? It's just some guesses, lack of intelligence, and it's not certain. Han Xiao shook his head. At this moment, the communicator rang and connected to the communication channel of the Super A-Level Association. Hey Xing, what's going on with you? The three major civilizations are not fighting. What do they mean? Do we still need to continue to implement our combat plan? As soon as it was connected, many Super A-Level questions were immediately asked, wondering. Many members of the association were also confused. They were all mentally prepared to fight. They took off their pants and were ready to fire at any time, but the opponent changed their minds and ran away at the time of battle. The fighting spirit that they finally raised was held in their hearts. This feeling was like they were about to race. When they suddenly saw the speed limit sign and the traffic police who were eyeing each other, they could only hold down their unruly hearts. Whoever agreed to give in to the grandson, why are you scared? You guys are on standby first and watch the follow-up actions of the three major civilizations, but don't be too relaxed. Being careful is a trick to doubt the enemy. If they really want to take action, they may directly use the high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter to raid strategic places. Han Xiao instructed him to keep the association members on alert, and then he hung up the call. The three major civilizations surrounded the territory of the armed tribe, which was just a signal to force the palace to hold people accountable. In fact, there is no use to attack here, and only the meaning of declaring war. At this time, it is impossible to determine what the three major civilizations intend to. The troops were withdrawn on the surface and then used the high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter to kill a resurgent. This is also possible, and one has to be guarded against. Seeing that Han Xiao had finished calling, Madison spoke again and said, What should I do now? The three civilizations have withdrawn. Will the troops here be dispersed? Han Xiao thought for a while and shook his head. Don't retreat first. Narrow the defense circle. Continue to protect the territory of the armored clan. When it is confirmed that the three civilizations' joint fleets have left this star cluster, I will go back first. Madison nodded, flew back to the main ship, and ordered the armored clan troops. Han Xiao withdrew his gaze, replaced the emperor, and disappeared from the spot in a daze. Brush. The vision changed instantly, and the next second he returned to a secret Legion base, which is a hiding place for some cadres who did not participate in the battle to escape the war. There were some Legion cadres and many members of Longtan sitting in the room, and Emmys was also among them, sitting here watching the news broadcasting scenes of the mechanical tribe territory. Seeing Han Xiao suddenly appear, the eyes of many cadres focused on them. The awe and worship in their eyes were more than a little stronger than before, just like looking at a god. You have been very brave these days. Emmys crossed her legs, leaned forward, put her arms on her knees, supported her chin with her palms, tilted her head slightly, and her long soft hair poured down. She blinked her eyes, looking like a smile and joking. Do you still know whether I am brave or not? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Emmer smiled softly. You should have a lot to deal with. What should I do? Just come and take a look to make sure it's okay here. Han Xiao found a reason casually, turned his head and glanced at the cadre. His eyes fell on Fording, immediately smiled, strode forward and rubbed him, and frantically rubbed the air. Fording looked helpless, and he looked like he was obedient and allowed to do what he did. Seeing this, Aesop couldn't help but cough and said, You have repelled all the direct descendants of the three civilizations, and even Ernos can't do anything to you. They must have given up attacking you in terms of individual abilities. I don't know if there is any factor in the retreat of the three civilizations. In short, they don't seem to want to provoke the war now. What will you do next? Hearing this, Han Xiao put away his smile. Find out what's going on first. In short, don't be too happy too early. If I missed it, I'm afraid the situation will be worse. The 10-day confrontation between the three major civilizations and the association attracted the attention of the entire universe, but not many people expected to end in this way. After the evacuation of the joint fleet, the three major civilizations fell silent. Not only did they transfer back to some of the group troops sent out some time ago, but they had not even issued a public statement to explain the reason for the retreat. The public opinion storm became more and more intense, and various speculations and statements emerged one after another. I thought this would become the fuse for a full-scale war, but the three major civilization cliff stopped, causing the imminent war to stop. This confrontation actually made Black Star famous, basically confirming the current peak of super A-level combat power. If you insist on the winner, only Black Star could barely count. Some people are glad that the war is not on fire. Some are angrily criticizing the cowardly three civilizations, and some are mocking interstellar citizens for being self-indulgent and changing public opinion trends. But there's only one thing that is the same. Everyone is curious about what factors force the three civilizations to choose to make concessions. Due to the silence of the three major civilizations, no one knows the inside story, and even the Super A-level association has not made any public remarks. They're also waiting and watching, which has led to many different opinions in the interstellar community, and countless people are itchy. Three major civilizations' joint conference rooms. We have repeatedly verified the authenticity of this report. Through the directional wormhole probe, traces of activities of unknown civilizations have been found. The data itself is fine, but the project conclusions are difficult to judge. The remote projection of the senior executive of the Imperial Department in charge of scientific research is standing in front of three leaders, including Bruce, and is conducting serious reports. So, it is not certain that this unknown civilization is cosmic level for the time being. Bruce emphasized, this is true, but the other party must have the level of a higher civilization. These days, we frequently send multifunctional space probes to the opposite side and collect more data, which proves that this unknown civilization has a very high level of technology. I understand. You continue to collect data while hiding yourself. I want to know the details of this civilization. After a few instructions, Bruce hung up the communication, and only he and two other civilization leaders were left in the room. It seems that the decision to retreat at that time was correct. Su Ling Sek's head spoke in a deep voice. Well, otherwise I'll be in a hurry now. This report came too timely. Lewis agreed, a little thankful. On the last day of the standoff, they wanted to follow the combat plan, but the wormhole report from the Imperial Academy of Sciences shook their decision. The three major civilizations have been committed to exploring the unknown cosmic territory. This wormhole report discovered unknown cosmic civilizations, which is a huge threat. In this regard, the three major civilizations have rich experience. Once foreign enemies appear, they have to deal with internal conflicts carefully. This is undoubtedly not a good time to deal with the problem of imbalance in personal power and is not suitable to continue to entangle with the Super A class. At that time, the arrow was on the string, and there was not much time left for the three of them to discuss. In the end, it would rather believe that they had it. They gave up their luck, suspended their combat plans, chose to make concessions to the association and turned to use a large amount of resources to verify the data of the wormhole to distinguish which one is more important. This wormhole data is one of the legacy left by the alien god. Since the alien god has been sealed for many years, it has long been an insignificant project, but now it has made an amazing discovery. From almost no one cares about it, it has suddenly become the highest priority project. The green light has been going on, and the progress is directly supervised by the heads of the three major civilizations, and is extremely important. The final result is that although the conclusions of this wormhole report are exaggerated, the data are fine, and unknown higher civilizations have been discovered, and it is still impossible to determine whether it is cosmic. If this is true, I can only say that this is an incalculable, unrigorous conclusion. Bruce knocked on the table and said slowly, "The most urgent task now is to collect information from this unknown civilization, determine the other party's strength level, their social form, external attitude, etc., and let other things be put aside for the time being." Lewis and the Zuling sect nodded. The three major civilizations have a strategic plan in this regard, and it is impossible to directly contact or start a war directly. Once you discover an advanced civilization that has not explored the universe, the primary task is to carefully collect information without exposing yourself, and then choose different response plans based on the strength, culture, and other factors of this civilization. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. Although the universe has been explored and entered the interstellar era, it is still in a dark forest period similar to the exploration history. It is a huge advantage for the enemy to be bright and dark, so we must naturally make good use of it. Don't forget, before further exploration, we must take all measures to deal with accidents, said the head of Zuling's sect. I understand this. Bruce nodded. The measures mentioned by the three are mainly war mobilization and the preparation for the deployment of strategic extinction weapons to the other party's territory through wormholes. In some extreme cases, they do not mind blowing up the other party's territory directly, turning it into a desolate universe belt, erasing all creatures of unknown civilizations, and not having any soft-heartedness. This matter is of great importance. If a war really breaks out, the Super A-level association is also a powerful armed force. Should they be informed now? Lewis's eyes flashed. He asked a sensitive question and turned to ask the two of them for their opinions. The Super A-level existence threatens their rule, but it is also a weapon for external combat. Now that things have changed, the ideas of several people have also changed. In their eyes, there is never an eternal enemy. The head of the Zuling sect pondered for a moment, waved his hand, and explained his opinion. Be careful. You haven't figured out the situation of this unknown civilization yet. There is no need to disclose it to the association now. Think about it. If this unknown civilization can coexist and has cosmic strength, once they are included in the interstellar social system, the association will have an additional choice to surrender, which will impact the interstellar pattern. We cannot guarantee the loyalty of the association and should be kept confidential for the time being. It makes sense. Bruce nodded. Don't announce this to the outside world now. Let's explore secretly first, and then consider whether to announce it at that time. When the association needs assistance, it's not too late to tell them. In the eyes of the three, it is obviously not necessary to notify other forces immediately. There are potential unstable factors, and some chaos may occur. Since that's the case, let's put aside the dispute with the association first, stabilize those Super A levels, don't let them cause trouble, and live in peace for the time being. Anyway, this is also the goal of Black Star and others. Find a reason to unify the caliber with them and convey our intention to stop the struggle, so that the association feels that we have made concessions. Lewis suggested. The other two nodded in agreement. It is inevitable that they must first settle the internal affairs when fighting foreign countries. Although the association cannot be handled for the time being, as long as they exceed a level, it is enough for them. At this moment, Bruce remembered something and suddenly had a flash of eyes. If you remember correctly, Black Star also has this wormhole data from the legacy of the alien gods. It seems that he had specifically asked about the Empire's research progress on this set of wormhole data. Now it seems that Black Star knows something. The thought flashed, and Mar Bruce shook his head. He felt that this possibility was extremely limited. Instead of asking Black Star, it is more worthy of trusting the information obtained by exploring it by himself. Besides, we just reached a consensus and agreed not to leak this secret to the outside world. So even if He Xing might know something, he didn't plan to ask. After all, the other party is still the leader of the forces that are taking the lead in fighting against the three major civilizations and have already parted ways. A base of the Black Star Legion, the Legion Commander's office. A huge cosmic star map is suspended in the room, marking the large-scale mobilization trajectory of the armies of the three major civilizations and drawing arrow routes. Han Xiao stood in front of the star map and carefully looked at the army mobilization map of the three major civilizations during this period. It has been a while since the three civilizations withdrawn from the territory of the military tribe. The military power of the three civilizations has been abnormal these days. They were originally stationed in various star fields and were preparing to deal with the Super A-level association, but now they have all taken back the Central Star Sea, and there seems to be no intention to start a war. If you just do this, it would be fine. The strangest thing is that the three major civilizations have always pretended to be mute, without announcements, and without contacting the president of the association to explain their meaning. Their actions are very abnormal, as if they don't have time to care about him. He has been trying to find out the inside story these days, but the three major civilizations are highly confidential this time, and no relevant information has been leaked. Isn't it really a guess? Han Xiao murmured to himself. What can make the three major civilizations change their decisions when they are about to make a move? In this version of the past, there may not be many possible situations, but the butterfly effect itself has changed a lot of things. One of them is that the alien gods allowed the Empire to obtain the key to the territory of the World Tree Civilization early, which became an unstable factor. In his opinion, the most likely situation at present is that the three civilizations discovered the World Tree from it. Because of the existence of foreign enemies, the three civilizations were treated so simply and without warning. If this is true, the three major civilizations will definitely conduct in-depth research on the wormholes, which may notify me and may keep it confidential to the outside world. With the style of the three major civilizations and my current identity, the probability of the latter is higher. Han Xiao frowned and bit his nails gently, which was not very good. If the three major civilizations choose to keep it confidential and explore it privately, they do not understand the World Tree Civilization, and the risk of exposure is very high. If the contact is inevitably advanced, then continuing to conceal the information of the World Tree at this time will increase the risk. Perhaps the time is the most suitable time to disclose information. But it is also possible that you guessed wrongly. If the three major civilizations make concessions not because they discover the World Tree, they will backfire. So, essentially, it's just a gambling. Do I want to bet on one move? Han Xiao's face changed. Beep beep. At this moment, the communicator rang. He took it out and took a look. It was a call from an Imperial envoy. Hello, Lord Blackstar. As soon as the communication was connected, the Imperial envoy nodded and showed his goodwill, showing his respect. Han Xiao looked at him and said straight to the point, Are you finally going to explain your behavior? You are joking. This time I am here to negotiate with you on behalf of the three major civilizations. We are willing to accept the association's proposal and allow you to constrain the virtual rebel virus technology by yourself. The Imperial envoy said a lot, and the core meaning is that the three major civilizations are willing to give in, saying that Madison does not need to hand over the virus technology, believe in the association's guarantee, and allow the association to control this high-risk technology by itself, and they will no longer interfere. Oh, Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Since you have recognized the effectiveness of the association's guarantee, that is, you have recognized the correctness of the association, what about the ban on the association? It will not be lifted for the time being, but it can be negotiated. The Imperial envoy smiled. Looking at the other party's unwarranted smile, Han Xiao felt more and more subtle attitudes of the three major civilizations, and his face suddenly became unstable, and his heart was fighting. His intuition became stronger and stronger, and he felt that he might have really guessed the truth. After a few seconds of silence, Han Xiao took a breath slowly. Bet. Determined suddenly, Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and said quietly, I received your meaning. I'll tell Mar Bruce's sentence for me. What do you mean? You are so abnormal. It seems that you have finally cracked the wormhole data in the legacy of the alien gods, right?